The story opens with Chin Yu lying on a tiny bed, his long legs making it impossible to get comfortable. Just as he kept tossing and turning, loud knocking suddenly came from outside. The door had barely opened before someone started scolding him for still being in bed. Standing outside was Vu Le, a high school girl, a level 2 martial warrior, and one of He City Academy's top talents. Chin Yu glanced at her and casually teased her, instantly making the mood tense. His comment immediately made Vu Le furious, and she fixed her glare on Chin Yu. She angrily declared that she would teach him a lesson he would never forget. Meanwhile, downstairs, Vu Na was still preparing breakfast. She looked completely cheerful, as if it were just another normal day. Vu Na was the Empire's demon-hunting knight captain and a level 4 martial warrior. Once breakfast was served, Vu Na reminded Vu Le not to go too far since Chin Yu was still living under the same roof. Vu Le immediately argued that he was nothing but an enemy, and Vu Na told her to stop talking and hurry to school. Chin Yu stayed almost silent through the meal. From the original owner's memories, he knew Vu Le was not wrong. The former Chin Yu was the biggest reason Vu Na's husband had lost his life. It all began 11 years ago when the Demon Gate appeared. The entire empire united to fight back against the demon invasion. They eventually drove the demons away, but one descendant was left behind. That descendant was Chin Yu, a 16-year-old with demon blood and only level 1 martial warrior strength. After eating, he returned straight to his room. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly flew toward him. It turned out Vu Le had thrown a hidden weapon while shouting that the Empire should never shelter someone like him. In her eyes, people like him deserved to disappear from the world. Back in his room, Chin Yu could only sigh. He had barely arrived and was already carrying the burden of a father's death. Thinking about it, the fact they had not killed him already was incredibly merciful. What troubled him even more was not knowing what to do next. He even wondered why he had transmigrated without getting a system. The moment that thought ended, a familiar voice rang out as the hatred system finally activated. Chin Yu froze and looked around in disbelief. A status panel appeared, explaining that absorbing other people's emotions could be converted into energy, but his current total was still 0. Chin Yu broke into a huge smile because he had finally obtained the legendary cheat. To him, it was a lifesaver, especially since his death before transmigration had come from a rather embarrassing reason. He planned to test the system on Vu Le, but ended up meeting Vu Na instead. Chin Yu figured this was still a good chance, because Vu Na would probably only scold him. So he decided to tease her a little and test the system. But just as he was about to make his move, the knife in Vu Na's hand spun with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the blade was already against Chin Yu's neck, making him turn pale. Vu Na calmly asked Chin Yu what he was trying to do. She said she did not need his help and told him to go back and rest. The system immediately flooded him with notifications, reporting massive hatred, soaring energy gains, and even warning that the host was about to die at the very start of the story. Only then did Chin Yu realize how serious the situation really was. Vu Na truly hated him that much. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed. It was a perfect 90-degree bow with complete sincerity. Chin Yu realized this entire family was far from ordinary, but the amount of energy he gained made it totally worth it. No matter how much they hated him, his system could turn all of it into benefits. Opening his status screen, Chin Yu saw Body 12, Spirit 5, Stored Energy 1315, and a description calling him suitable as a punching bag. But he was still thrilled because the more he was targeted, the faster he could grow stronger. He even joked that Lu Xun had never actually said that famous quote. Without wasting time, he invested every point into body strength to improve his durability. But after raising it to 22, his energy was almost completely gone, and the next upgrade required far more points. Chin Yu immediately wondered where to find more energy. He even considered provoking Vu Na again for more hatred before quickly giving up on the idea. In the end, he could only put his upgrade plans on hold for now. Back in Vu Le's room, she was getting ready to change clothes. Chin Yu decided to test the system again and suddenly barged into her room, rambling about wanting to have a chat. Catching him at the worst possible moment, Vu Le panicked, quickly covered herself, and shouted at him. Chin Yu shamelessly kept talking, acting like it was no big deal, and pretending to be completely innocent. He even threw out a few more cocky remarks, making the atmosphere even worse. Vu Le finally snapped and rushed over with a punch that landed squarely on Chin Yu. A relentless beating followed, as the system kept reporting bursts of anger and small energy gains. Even while taking the hits, Chin Yu kept teasing her and deliberately said more provoking words. He was intentionally provoking her to test the system, and even admitted he had been eavesdropping outside earlier. Viu completely lost it, unleashed a flurry of attacks, and the system kept adding more points. She finished everything with one powerful kick. The system rewarded another 500 points, and although Qin Yu was lying on the floor, he was thrilled with the huge harvest. Right then, he sensed another powerful presence approaching. An adult from the house appeared with a stern voice, and the system instantly recorded another 114 points of extreme hatred. Realizing things were becoming dangerous, Qin Yu immediately felt the pressure. He quickly made up an excuse and slipped away before anyone could question him further. Viu stood there, completely confused, unable to understand why he had acted so strangely. Back in his room, Qin Yu took out a weapon to test his newly increased strength. He deliberately pushed his body to its limits to see how much stronger he had become. The weapon shattered from the recoil, while his stats improved noticeably. Both body and spirit increased, and his cultivation reached the early martial warrior stage. The next morning, Qin Yu left home and headed to school. Along the way, he began noticing something familiar. The system constantly reported negative emotions from the people around him, steadily adding more energy. Qin Yu quickly realized this place was basically a giant energy farm. He even waved at people with a friendly smile, making them even more annoyed and earning even more energy. Watching the points rise non-stop, he felt school was the perfect place to farm. Viu noticed his unusual attitude and grew suspicious because he had never acted like this before. The moment he entered the classroom, someone called out to him. Zhao Yuran appeared and asked how Qin Yu was doing. She was the homeroom teacher, known as the school's goddess, and admired by nearly every student. Just a few hostile glances were enough for the system to award points, leaving Qin Yu slightly disappointed that everyone already seemed biased against him. Looking around, he became even more certain that the emotions here were far from simple, so he decided to play along and make the most of the situation. While walking, he pretended to slip and bumped into Zhao Yuran, creating an extremely awkward misunderstanding. She worriedly asked if he needed to visit the infirmary, but he refused. Qin Yu even made up an excuse about lovesickness, making the atmosphere painfully awkward. The system immediately rewarded him with another large batch of emotional energy. The nearby students exchanged confused looks, but no one dared interfere. After school ended, Qin Yu sat down and counted his gains for the day, feeling it had been an incredible harvest. Just then, a group of students surrounded him. Instead of worrying, Qin Yu saw them as the perfect training opportunity. Even though they attacked without warning, his reflexes were incredibly fast as he defended himself. He immediately counterattacked and knocked down every single one of them. Viu witnessed the entire fight from a distance. Thinking he was being overwhelmed, she immediately rushed over. Viu shouted that no one was allowed to bully him. But the moment she joined the fight, the chaos sent her flying backward. Qin Yu was genuinely surprised to see her trying to help him. Moments later, the entire group had been completely defeated. Seeing the injured Viu, Qin Yu was surprised that she had still stepped in to protect him, despite always treating him like an enemy. He immediately worried that if Viu found out, things would become much worse. Qin Yu quickly asked who had hurt her and promised he would handle everything himself. The system reported another small wave of negative emotions, but what caught Qin Yu's attention was that Viu's hostility was much lower than expected, mixed with several unfamiliar emotions. Qin Yu let out a long sigh, picked Viu up, and carried her away from the scene. One thought crossed his mind. This girl was really impossible to figure out. Over the next few days, Qin Yu's life became surprisingly peaceful again. Most of his time was spent looking for new ways to farm energy from the system. He turned almost every situation into a chance to earn points. Even small classroom chores became opportunities to collect emotions from teachers and classmates. What looked like ordinary moments under the sunset felt like steady fuel for his growing power. That day, the school hosted the Northern Region High School Tournament, leaving the campus almost empty as everyone gathered at the arena, while Qin Yu stood there alone in confusion. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the training grounds and caught his attention. Realizing the entire school had gathered at the arena, Qin Yu could not help feeling annoyed. But a second later, he realized it was actually a perfect farming opportunity. The arena was filled with cheers as everyone shouted Viu's name and waited for her victory. Hearing her name, Qin Yu grew curious and wanted to see who her opponent was. At that moment, Viu was blasted out of the air and lost her balance. Qin Yu immediately rushed forward. He caught her just before she hit the ground. Across the arena, Her opponent stood there with complete confidence. The announcer introduced both competitors, including Bai Xiaoyi, the heir of the Bai family. Qin Yu found the situation strange, because Viu Le should not have been defeated so easily. The story then flashed back to that morning. Viu Le appeared wearing full combat gear, leaving Qin Yu genuinely surprised. He teased her, saying she looked ready to start a war at school. Viu Le immediately fired back, and revealed she was about to join the Night Order, surprising Qin Yu with the sudden news. He began questioning the previous selection rules, and why they had suddenly changed. The qualification tournament officially began, as the teacher announced the rules. Every match would follow a single elimination format. The battle between Class 122 representative Viu Le and Bai Xiaoyi officially began. Both fighters introduced themselves before the match started. Viu Le made the first move with an incredibly fast slash. Bai Xiaoyi immediately raised his shield to defend, but Viu Le's speed allowed her to slip past his defense in an instant. Just as her attack seemed certain to land, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly activated a defensive skill. A layer of energy armor instantly covered his entire body. Viu Le's strike was completely deflected. Seeing the opening, Bai Xiaoyi launched an immediate counterattack. Viu Le gathered all her strength into one powerful leap. Then she came crashing down with a devastating overhead attack. The collision created a massive explosion of dust that covered the entire arena. When the dust finally cleared, Bai Xiaoyi was lying on the ground, making it seem like Viu Le had already won. The referee was just about to announce the result, but Bai Xiaoyi suddenly stood back up. He rushed forward and landed a brutal sneak attack on Viu Le. After the strike, he laughed loudly and declared himself the true winner. That evening at Viu Le's home, Viu Na and Zhao Yuran discussed the match and the fact that Bai Xiaoyi could no longer be removed from the tournament roster. Zhao Yuran admitted she had tried to revoke his qualification but failed, and all she could do now was help guide Viu Le's future studies. Viu Na acknowledged that Zhao Yuran had done everything she could and blamed her for nothing. Zhao Yuran still felt guilty about the outcome. The two remembered the old demon-hunting Night Order that had once protected He City but had long since disappeared. To encourage her daughter, Viu Na promised that if Viu Le continued to grow stronger, she would personally recognize her as a knight. Viu Le's defeat had shattered the hope tied to that promise, leaving the entire house in low spirits. Viu Na thanked Zhao Yuran once again before seeing her out, reminding her to head home safely since it was already late. Qin Yu suddenly appeared and asked if he could walk Zhao Yuran part of the way, and she agreed. After walking for a while, Zhao Yuran stopped and said there was no need to escort her any farther. Qin Yu took the chance to ask whether Bai Xiaoyi was almost certain to become Class 122's representative, and Zhao Yuran confirmed it. She explained that according to school rules, unless someone defeated Bai Xiaoyi before the tournament, the position would automatically belong to him. When she asked why he wanted to know, Qin Yu simply smiled and claimed he wanted to improve his relationships with his classmates. But deep down, he kept remembering how badly Viu Le had been beaten, making him even more determined to interfere with the tournament. The next morning, Qin Yu sat calmly in class, ignoring everyone's stares as he imagined the fame and attention he would gain after the tournament. Everyone else thought he was completely delusional, acting far too confident while dreaming about a glorious future. Without wasting a second, Qin Yu kicked open the door and walked straight into Bai Xiaoyi's classroom. The moment he entered, he boldly declared himself the demon god's son and demanded that Bai Xiaoyi accept his challenge. Bai Xiaoyi instantly lost his temper at the outrageous attitude. He coldly asked who Qin Yu was calling a loser. Qin Yu deliberately provoked him, saying that whoever spoke first was already the weaker one, making the classroom even more tense. He openly declared that he had come to challenge Bai Xiaoyi and would not leave him in peace until he accepted. Bai Xiaoyi remained arrogant, insisting Qin Yu was too weak to even face him. Qin Yu immediately slammed Bai Xiaoyi onto a desk, forcing him into a corner while mocking him non-stop until he had no choice but to accept. The system continuously reported massive waves of hatred pouring in from Bai Xiaoyi. At the training arena, spectators quickly gathered, and Zhao Yuran hurried over to see what was happening. She worried Qin Yu was acting too recklessly, but by the time she arrived, the match was already about to begin, leaving her no choice but to watch. Standing on the arena, Bai Xiaoyi looked completely confident, claiming the fight would end the moment he attacked. He continued mocking Qin Yu's strength and even insulted his appearance. Qin Yu calmly replied that someone as weak as Bai Xiaoyi did not deserve any special preparation, making him even angrier. Bai Xiaoyi's aura continued to rise. He decided not to hold back from the very first move. Bai Xiaoyi launched an attack that combined offense and defense, fully convinced victory was already his. Qin Yu easily neutralized it, and even shattered Bai Xiaoyi's weapon with a single clash. The sudden reversal left the entire crowd stunned. Bai Xiaoyi was then overwhelmed by Qin Yu's relentless attacks, and completely lost control of the fight. The audience watched in shock as the battle turned around so quickly. Qin Yu only grew stronger with every strike, and even threatened Bai Xiaoyi until he had almost no way to fight back. Only then did Zhao Yuran realize the situation had gone far beyond her expectations. She immediately rushed onto the arena to stop Qin Yu. She warned him that if he continued, the consequences could reach his entire family. Zhao Yuran placed a hand on Qin Yu's shoulder, promised she would handle everything, and asked him to trust her. Still overwhelmed by emotion, Qin Yu nearly lost control and almost attacked the teacher who stepped in to stop him. But seeing Bai Xiaoyi barely able to stand anymore, he gradually withdrew his killing intent and agreed to stop. Right afterward, school officials rushed to the arena to take control of the situation. They quickly cleaned up the aftermath to prevent the Bai Kanini Chamber of Commerce from using the incident as an excuse to interfere, while also protecting Qin Yu's unusual identity. After a lengthy discussion, the school made a risky decision and chose Qin Yu as their official tournament representative. Inside the principal's office, the principal questioned Zhao Yuran about everything that had happened. He wanted to hear her opinion on Qin Yu seriously injuring another student. Zhao Yuran remained calm and argued that Qin Yu was not entirely at fault because Bai Xiaoyi had provoked him and relied on sneak attacks in the past. A scarfist administrator immediately disagreed, insisting that nothing could justify beating another student so severely. Another administrator took a more balanced view, arguing that judging only the outcome while ignoring the cause would lead to an unfair decision. The principal fell into deep thought because Qin Yu's unique identity made the situation far more sensitive. Zhao Yuran then showed the marks still left on her wrist and proposed that Qin Yu officially represent the school. One member of the school board reacted strongly after seeing the injury on her arm. Zhao Yuran explained the entire incident again and emphasized that the fact a young martial warrior like Qin Yu had broken through her defense proved his talent was extraordinary. The three officials sat in silence for a long moment. In the end, they agreed to let Qin Yu compete, while also using the decision to keep the Bai Kanini Chamber of Commerce from interfering. Zhao Yuran left the room and handed the rest over to the higher-ups, quietly asking them to deal with the pressure from the Chamber of Commerce. The three school leaders could only sigh as they realized they had been left to clean up the mess, but they had no other choice. 2 hours later, representatives from the Bai Kanini Chamber of Commerce, Bai Xiaoyi, Viu Na, and the school officials had all gathered in the conference room. The principal greeted both sides and explained that the meeting was meant to settle the incident once and for all. Viu Na remained calm throughout. The Chamber of Commerce representative, however, was far more aggressive and confrontational. Viu Le looked at Bai Xiaoyi with both disdain and sarcasm, confirming that all of his injuries had been caused by Qin Yu, making the atmosphere even more tense. The chairman of the Bai Kanini Chamber of Commerce spoke politely at first, demanding that Qin Yu receive severe punishment while offering resources in exchange for a compromise. Viu Na let out a cold laugh and rejected the offer outright, refusing any deal or pressure involving Qin Yu. The chairman's attitude immediately changed, becoming openly hostile and threatening. He declared that if Qin Yu was not handed over, the chamber would take stronger action, and he even insulted the reputation of the demon-hunting Night Order. Viu Le immediately lost her temper after hearing those words. She nearly charged forward on the spot, but Viu Na stopped her just in time. Viu Na calmly asked whether he was threatening the direct family of the Night Order. That single question was enough to silence the entire room. Realizing he had gone too far, the chairman quickly tried to explain himself, while insisting that Qin Yu was only a demon offspring and did not deserve their protection. One of the school officials watched carefully and realized Viu Na was protecting Qin Yu far more than anyone expected. Everyone knew the Night Order was famous for protecting children at any cost, and anyone who harmed a child would face the consequences. If the entire order stood together, even the king would have difficulty interfering. On top of that, Viu Na had once been close to the vice commander of the Night Order, so anyone thinking of targeting Qin Yu would have to think twice. Not wanting to argue any further, Viu Na stood up, said goodbye, and walked out. But the old chairman refused to let it end there, insisting that Qin Yu was a demon who would one day slaughter countless people. Vu Na suddenly stopped walking. She admitted she already knew that risk, which was why she had deliberately tested Qin Yu before, to see whether his demonic instincts had truly awakened. When the old man questioned her directly, everyone expected her to deny the possibility. Instead, Vu Na simply smiled and said that if Qin Yu ever lost control and brought disaster upon the world, everyone would have their answer then. Clearly, she was far more complicated than she appeared. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Qin Yu kept sneezing. Before he could figure out why, Zhao Yoran dragged him onto a vehicle headed for the qualifying venue, while he wondered who kept talking about him. The convoy carrying the tournament representatives continued toward the arena. Bored during the ride, Qin Yu looked out the window at the vehicle beside his. The moment he spotted a girl inside, his eyes lit up. Ever since hiding one of his horns, most people believed he was just an ordinary human. Qin Yu decided to entertain himself by teasing strangers while farming more system energy. Without hesitation, he pressed his face against the window and suddenly startled the girl in the next vehicle. The scare made her jump up in panic and scream. Even the vehicle swerved because the driver was startled. Meanwhile, the culprit calmly enjoyed the fresh energy points and wished farming could always be this easy. When the convoy arrived at the arena, Qin Yu became genuinely excited. A massive crowd stretched out before him, signaling that the qualifiers were about to begin. Looking at the sea of people, Qin Yu immediately thought about the enormous amount of energy waiting for him. He even compared himself to a farmer, ready to harvest everything with the biggest basket he could find. But that feeling suddenly seemed strangely familiar. Following his gaze, Qin Yu spotted Vu Na and Vu Le standing in the distance. Knowing what had happened to Bai Xiaoyi, Vu Na deliberately greeted Qin Yu with goodwill, and he decided to respond in his own unique way. He immediately started teasing his younger foster sister. That little prank alone was enough to make Vu Le grind her teeth in frustration. Leaving in a cheerful mood, Qin Yu noticed that Vu Na's condition had improved significantly. At the same time, an anthropomorphic fox host stepped onto the stage with a microphone and officially announced the start of the qualifiers. After calming the audience, the host announced that a total of 24 Night Order captains from Flint's different branches would be attending this tournament. The camera panned across each team representative one by one. Knowing they were on camera, everyone immediately shouted their slogans and pounded their chests with confidence. The energy was there, but the over-the-top performance made Qin Yu chuckle. To him, the whole thing looked childish. The host then mentioned the alliance between humans and beastfolk against the foreign invaders, before inviting the contestants onto the field. Qin Yu smiled in anticipation, because he knew another great chance to farm energy had arrived. One contestant after another stepped forward to introduce themselves. Qin Yu had already changed into his battle armor and quietly looked around. Watching the person ahead finish their introduction, he realized it was almost his turn. When his name was called, Qin Yu calmly stepped forward. Instead of giving a proper introduction, he smiled and raised both middle fingers as a bold greeting. Down in the audience, Vu Le could barely lift her head, wishing she could disappear from embarrassment. His bizarre entrance left the judges speechless for several seconds before they assumed he was simply acting strangely under pressure. After the lengthy introductions, the official roster was announced with a total of 1,358 competitors. The tournament would take place on Xingxing Island over 7 days. Supplies would only be provided during the first 3 days, and after that, everyone would have to survive on their own. The island was also filled with demonic beasts, carrying special energy orbs inside their bodies. Eliminated contestants would be out, while those who collected more energy orbs would earn higher scores. Only the top 100 competitors would advance to the final round, held at the castle. Each contestant also received a high-tech medical orb that could livestream the event and activate emergency rescue if necessary. That also meant anyone whose condition failed the safety scan would be eliminated immediately. The system worked through a biometric scanner, linked directly to the monitoring orb. After explaining the rules, the wolf-headed commander officially declared the tournament open, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. A muscular beast-folk warrior stepped forward and activated a unique external power technique. A massive circle of light instantly enveloped every contestant. In the blink of an eye, the light flashed and disappeared. Everyone who had been standing in the arena vanished without a trace. When they opened their eyes again, they were already aboard an aircraft, heading straight for Sing Sing Island. Qin Yu realized it was a fascinating long-range teleportation technique. Suddenly, frantic shouting erupted from the back of the aircraft. someone screamed that a demon had appeared, throwing the entire cabin into chaos. Qin Yu turned around in confusion and wondered, "Wait, are they talking about me?" Before he could react, contestants all around him charged at him together, forcing him to fight back as the trip got off to a very rough start. On the live broadcast screen, Viu Na and Viu Le closely watched Qin Yu's every move. Viu Le asked her mother whether Qin Yu could achieve a good result, but Viu Na bluntly replied that no matter how strong he was, surviving here would be extremely difficult, especially in a place where hatred toward demons ran so deep. Hearing that, Viu Le could not hide her concern. To her, Qin Yu was nothing like other demons and still possessed genuine humanity, so she silently kept cheering for him. All she could do was place her hopes in him through the screen. Back aboard the aircraft, realizing he was about to be attacked by everyone, Qin Yu immediately defended himself. But the surrounding contestants all shouted that he was a demon who had to be eliminated, making the situation even more chaotic. He dodged non-stop while growing increasingly irritated. Even though he had done nothing, he was branded a criminal and hunted down, while some people deliberately spread accusations to rally the crowd against him. Finally fed up, Qin Yu launched a fierce counterattack, grabbed one of them, and warned everyone targeting him that they were nothing but trash, openly showing his anger. The man who was knocked down looked completely confused, unable to understand why he had just been called trash. Qin Yu was now fully prepared for the real battle. He coldly explained that it was not just the man in front of him. Everyone present was worthless in his eyes. He finished with another provocative gesture that pushed the tension even higher. The system immediately reported a massive surge of energy points. Qin Yu turned back with a faint smile, continued mocking the crowd, and told all the trash to get ready. He even reminded them to check their belongings before everything truly began. Right after that, he destroyed the aircraft's engine, throwing the entire situation into complete chaos. As the aircraft descended into turmoil, the contestants were forced to jump out one after another and begin their fight for survival. The audience watching the livestream was completely stunned, staring at the screen in disbelief. The Battle Royale-style parachute drop caught one contestant completely unprepared, forcing them to activate their rescue orb and get eliminated before the real game had even begun. One contestant after another disappeared from the display as they were teleported away. Qin Yu's behavior annoyed countless viewers. Some even questioned his identity, wondering if he was really as harmless as rumored, or simply an unpredictable anomaly. For anyone familiar with Battle Royale games like PUBG or Free Fire, the freefall before landing felt incredibly realistic. In the audience, Viu Le sighed in relief after seeing Qin Yu land safely, while others covered their faces in frustration over the early eliminations. Many elite competitors had already been wiped out in the very first stage, making the losses painfully obvious. Everyone could only sigh at such an unfortunate start. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, announcing that the contestant who had destroyed the aircraft was now being chased by phantom demons. Viu Le immediately grew nervous, realizing Qin Yu was now in real danger. Down below, Qin Yu had just landed and was still trying to figure things out. The nearest supply point was still 27 kilometers away. He wondered whether this was really just an island, because everything seemed unbelievably vast. Even while thinking about it, he kept moving on instinct. Behind him, two phantom demons rushed forward at incredible speed, without him noticing. As he wandered through the wild forest, Qin Yu casually complained about the rough terrain, and even scratched himself as if nothing was wrong. Then, without warning, both phantom demons suddenly collapsed on the spot for no obvious reason, leaving Qin Yu completely confused. The audience was just as bewildered by what they had witnessed. Tiger Elder guessed that the phantom demons might simply have been weak, or perhaps Qin Yu's Night Order training had given him unusual resistance. Looking back at the screen, he saw some Qin Yu calmly dealing with the phantom demon corpses. When someone asked whether anyone had taught him how to prepare them, his companion bluntly replied that Qin Yu usually just ate them raw because it was faster. Qin Yu even absorbed the energy orbs from the monsters as he went. The observers could hardly believe he was consuming tournament resources on the spot. The audience erupted into shocked screams after seeing that. Qin Yu had completely forgotten the rules. He kept eating while feeling the energy flow into him, and even commented that the taste was not bad, treating the monsters like free supplies. Even so, he never forgot that his real goal was becoming stronger by gathering energy. The viewers could only shake their heads, because his actions were impossible to predict. He kept causing chaos, as though he were playing the tournament by his own rules. Some spectators even gave up trying to figure out what kind of person he really was. At this point, the audience could only hope Qin Yu would stop causing even bigger trouble, because things were already spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued moving through the forest, constantly searching for new sources of energy. Suddenly, he spotted a small creature sneaking through the area. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and instantly restrained it. He grabbed the target firmly with both hands. Only then did he realize it was not a wild beast but a dog beast folk. The sudden appearance of an entire group of dog beast folk caught him completely off guard. 3 female dog beast folk rushed over after hearing their youngest sister cry out. They arrived just in time to see their little sister being held by Qin Yu. Their expressions instantly filled with killing intent as they locked their eyes on him. Without asking a single question, all 3 charged straight at Qin Yu. Qin Yu barely had time to shout that it was all a misunderstanding and that he had not actually done anything. After a brief clash, the youngest sister burst into tears from fright. Lan Lan, however, turned out to be surprisingly friendly and even praised Qin Yu's fighting skills. Chi Chi remained extremely cautious. Only Yu Yu stayed calm and carefully analyzed everything that had happened. After reviewing the situation, she concluded that it had all been a misunderstanding, while admitting Qin Yu had been unfairly judged from the start. Qin Yu remained silent, still annoyed by the absurd situation. She then casually mentioned that everything was being broadcast live, making the situation even more explosive. That instantly enraged the entire group of dog beast folk, and the eldest sister, Juju, spread her arms wide to shield her younger sisters behind her. Qin Yu's request was unbelievably simple. He only wanted someone to cook for him. When he asked if anyone could cook, the entire group of dog beast folk nodded at once. Qin Yu stood there in confusion as the youngest sister began preparing the ingredients. The 4th sister handled the prep work, while the 3rd sister started the fire, and everything looked surprisingly organized. The 2nd sister took charge of the cooking, making Qin Yu think the meal might taste like something from a luxury restaurant. Reality, however, had other plans. The finished dish left Qin Yu speechless. The process looked correct, but the result was a complete disaster, and whatever was in the pot smelled even worse than the monster had while it was alive. Qin Yu stared at the pot with deep suspicion, convinced eating it might actually be life-threatening. Even so, the 3 sisters refused to accept any criticism and kept insisting that he taste it first. Qin Yu smiled politely and declined, saying they should enjoy it themselves because he still had plenty of food and did not want it to go to waste. He even handed the entire pot back to them, as though he were generously sharing it. The 2 sides ended up in a ridiculous standoff, with neither willing to touch the terrifying specialty. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the distance, demanding that he release their little sister immediately. A blazing red sword shot toward Qin Yu at incredible speed. Luckily, his reflexes were fast enough to dodge the fatal strike. Moments later, the entire group of dog beast folk had gathered together. The eldest sister arrived with overwhelming presence, moving like the wind as she unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes. Qin Yu glanced at the approaching opponent, still confused by the sudden turn of events. He barely had time to wonder if she was the eldest sister. Before he could think any further, she launched another fierce attack. Her sword seemed ready to split everything in front of her in half. Qin Yu immediately pulled the youngest sister in front of him as a human shield. The terrified girl cried out desperately for her older sister to save her. The sword narrowly changed direction at the last moment. Qin Yu kept holding the girl, while continuing to mock his opponent with an irritating grin. At the same time, the system rewarded him with even more negative emotion energy, making the situation even worse. The youngest sister struggled desperately to break free. Qin Yu finally let her go, but instead of gently releasing her, he tossed her straight back toward the others. Only then did he take a closer look and realize they were dog beast folk with unusually long arms and agile bodies, joking that they looked like hunting dogs. That single comment instantly ignited another wave of anger, as the 3rd sister declared that Qin Yu was the demon who had kidnapped their little sister. Every one of them tightened their grip on their weapons. The 3rd sister warned that he would pay for laying a hand on their family. The entire group charged at him together, while Qin Yu dodged non-stop and tried explaining that the misunderstanding had started with the youngest sister. The dog beast folk refused to listen and immediately surrounded him. Qin Yu was cornered and could only rely on the terrain to hold them off. He could only think that he had somehow become the main target in a completely unfair group attack. Then he tore a massive tree out of the ground to use as a weapon. He swung it in a wide arc, forcing the attackers around him to retreat. Realizing the others could not defeat him, The eldest sister decided to fight personally. The third sister continued attacking, repeatedly slashing at the tree Qin was using as a shield. Under the relentless pressure, Qin focused completely on stopping their assault. He swung the massive log and intercepted the eldest sister's sword head-on. The counterattack was so precise and powerful that it caught her completely off guard. Her sword became deeply embedded in the wood, leaving her unable to pull it free. Qin smirked and mocked her, saying that if she was this weak, she should go home and find an easier job, because attacks like these were not even a challenge. Then he casually hurled both the log and his opponent aside, as though they were nothing more than obstacles. Even after being overpowered, the eldest sister refused to give up and prepared another counterattack. She manipulated the surrounding earth and rocks with a special ability, unleashing a larger-scale attack. Only then did Qin realize she was much more troublesome than he had expected, and immediately strengthened his defense. Qin braced himself and met the crushing force head-on. The eldest sister's attack was completely stopped and rebounded against her instead. Watching from the stands, Viu Le estimated that the girl was a level 3 martial warrior. Viu Na agreed, saying that reaching that level at such a young age meant she had an exceptionally bright future. Seeing attacks rip through space from the ground, everyone admitted how dangerous they were, leaving Yu Li worried about Qin. The battle dragged on with neither side willing to give an inch. The eldest sister stayed on guard and realized her opponent was far stronger than she had expected. She began to suspect the Night Squad had created someone beyond normal limits. Qin also started taking minor injuries from the non-stop attacks, and one mistake could end the fight instantly. Realizing he could not drag it out, he rushed in to force close combat. Both sides knew the winner would be decided at close range. The eldest sister immediately retreated and activated a speed skill to avoid a direct clash. At the same time, she controlled the earth to raise barriers and block Qin advance. But Qin never slowed down and leaped over every obstacle. Then he charged straight at his target at full speed. The eldest sister finally felt the pressure, but refused to back down. She unleashed another skill, creating earth drills from the ground to block his path. Qin fought back without hesitation, smashing every drill that came at him. He used a wooden log as a shield and broke through every attack. Dust filled the battlefield, and the eldest sister guessed he was using it to close in unnoticed. Even so, she believed she could still finish him under these conditions. With that confidence, she pressed forward with another assault. But in one careless moment, she accidentally destroyed the cover she had created. That single mistake left her completely exposed. Qin suddenly appeared behind her, gave a cold smile, and subdued her with one clean move. In the stands, many spectators complained that the match seemed unfair, and even suspected Qin had used a special method to suppress a rank 3 martial artist. Meanwhile, Yu Li sighed with relief, and Vilna began to question her original judgment. If Qin had chosen to launch a sneak attack earlier, the battle might have ended much sooner, but he never did. That made Vilna wonder what Qin was really like. Elsewhere, Qin sat around a campfire with the dogfolk group while the system kept recording rising energy points. The eldest sister looked at the leftover food in the pot and suspected it was unsafe, but she convinced herself their bodies could handle it. Qin kept urging them to try it first, acting as if there was nothing to worry about. The eldest sister refused and said she knew another place with safer food. But before she could finish, Qin dumped the entire pot onto the ground, throwing everything into chaos. Moments later, one member reacted badly, making everyone realize the food really was a problem, while Qin could only sigh at his own rash decision. 2 days later, in an open area, a logistics team used helicopters to prepare meals and deliver supplies, but they also wondered why the tournament had been delayed for so long without any clear explanation. After thinking it over, the staff gave up on guessing and decided to eat first. But just as one of them was about to remove a mask and take the first bite, something flashed past too fast to see. In less than a blink, the youngest dogfolk had already snatched all the food. With a meat skewer still in her mouth, she casually said, "The food here was amazing." The staff froze for a moment before telling her there was no need to fight over it, because plenty was left. Just as one staff member was about to introduce himself, Qin and the dogfolk knocked him out before he could finish speaking. After claiming the supplies, the whole group gathered around the fire like a band of robbers throwing a barbecue party. Some grilled meat while others tore into chicken legs, as if they had not eaten for years. Only you quietly walked over to the man she had just kicked unconscious. One thought echoed in her mind: we are totally doomed. They suddenly realized they had attacked someone from the tournament organizers. Xiao Xiao was shocked and could only let out a confused cry. Their top priority now was to grab all the food and leave as fast as possible, because if more people arrived, they would be surrounded and lose everything. Figures were already approaching from a distance, and Qin Yu's group had no chance to retreat, forcing them to keep moving. Judging by his actions, Qin Yu looked exactly like the leader of a disguised bandit gang, always grabbing a little extra along the way. At the same time, a squad of 4 beast folk rushed over, and one of them asked the captain if the supply point was ahead, because they thought no rations were being handed out today. The captain guessed the schedule had been delayed by an accident or an unexpected situation, and the organizers would have to step in to keep the tournament balanced. Maybe that rabbit-headed fox was not so useless after all. But no matter how well they planned, Qin Yu still had them spinning in circles. After a few polite greetings, the captain got straight to the point and asked to collect their supplies. Qin Yu instantly acted like an event staff member and greeted them with complete confidence. The captain requested 4 meal packs since his team had 4 competitors. Qin Yu did not refuse. Instead, he asked what supply tier they wanted, leaving the whole group confused. Their reaction was basically, "There are different tiers." Qin Yu immediately described every ration package, from basic to premium, making it sound like the organizers truly cared about every contestant. By the end of the pitch, the entire team picked the highest tier package. Only then did Qin Yu reveal the catch. A 5-star meal required 4 energy orbs. Everyone froze because the so-called generous system suddenly came with a very real price. But Qin Yu was a master at flipping the situation, so this was nothing new for him. He calmly listed one reasonable explanation after another, and insisted everything followed official procedures. He even explained that the cheapest package was only water and a nutrition bar, while better meals had to be exchanged with energy points. The captain finally realized he had been led the whole way. Those 4 energy orbs were everything they had earned over several days, and now they were about to spend them on one meal. Behind the supply crates, the Dogfolk sisters secretly watched the negotiation and wondered if this trick would actually work. Meanwhile, Qin Yu smiled to himself because the bait had worked perfectly. He switched into full performance mode, pretending he had uncovered a hidden challenge from the organizers, and spoke with complete confidence. The captain began to waver, caught between doubt and belief, unable to figure out Qin Yu's real motive. In the end, he decided to buy into this so-called hidden trial no matter what. Just like that, Qin Yu effortlessly turned a simple trade into a complete manipulation. Before finishing, he reminded them not to tell anyone he had revealed this secret, pushing the misunderstanding even further. Then Qin Yu asked why the supplies had to be divided into different tiers in the first place. Of course, none of them had an answer, because they were already following his lead. Qin Yu painted an even bigger picture, claiming that spending energy points now was not a loss, and might even earn double the rewards later. The others kept asking if everything Qin Yu said was true, while he stayed fully committed to the role and never broke character. He lowered his voice and claimed he was only sharing this because they seemed trustworthy, warning them that nobody else should hear about it. His bait-and-hook routine had become so smooth that the results were obvious. Right then, several more teams arrived, making the area even more crowded. Everything quickly reached the final stage of the deal without any more delays. Qin Yu casually pocketed all 4 energy orbs as many people around him looked on in admiration. In the spectator stands, fierce arguments erupted. Some claimed this was a serious violation, while others even questioned the school officials and branded Qin Yu as someone who preyed on other people's trust. The officials quickly fired back, arguing that it was simply a resource exchange. They even asked whether those critics would return their own gains if their students had benefited from the same deal. Another person bluntly concluded that no rules had been broken, and since the referees had not objected, there was no reason to make a scene. Anyone unhappy with it could settle the matter themselves. In the end, only a few sarcastic remarks remained, and the heated argument gradually died down. Meanwhile, Qin Yu calmly collected the spoils, and even joked that this business was not bad at all, as if he had just closed a perfect deal. But the celebration ended quickly. The staff members who had been knocked out woke up and exposed everything, accusing Qin Yu's group of impersonating the organizers to steal supplies. The system kept updating the rising energy points, almost as if the earlier transaction was now being counted in a completely different way. Just as everyone was about to question him, they turned around and realized Qin Yu had already disappeared. He clearly had no intention of staying to face the consequences, because remaining there would only get him surrounded. While retreating, he even wondered if there was a way to upgrade his temporary transportation and turn the situation into a speed advantage. Behind him, Dogfolk Juju seemed unhappy with the way the rewards were divided, but Chin Yu firmly replied that he had never promised to share anything. Juju suggested splitting everything equally to keep the group out of danger, but Chin Yu refused to back down, and the tension rose until an unexpected incident interrupted them. A wave of killing intent suddenly swept over, forcing everyone to stop arguing at once. The situation became even worse when 3 reptilian beast folk appeared ahead and blocked their path with hostile intent. One of them even mocked the group with a teasing smile that clearly hid bad intentions. It was obvious this type loved picking fights and would only cause more trouble. The group immediately realized the newcomers had no interest in making peace. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao quickly warned everyone to stay alert, especially about the one-horned rhinoceros, whose natural strength was terrifying. She also pointed out that the man wearing the hat was the most dangerous because his aura was impossible to read. She explained that choosing the wrong target would leave them overwhelmed from the very start. Across the field, the 3 enemies discussed their strategy. The snake woman claimed Chin Yu as her prey, while another agreed to split up, saying bigger opponents exposed more weaknesses. The snake only cared about exciting battles. After settling their plan, they moved straight toward Chin Yu's group. Both sides rapidly closed the distance as their fighting spirits surged. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao immediately told everyone to look after themselves, because she could not protect them all at once. The snake woman locked her eyes on Chin Yu with an openly provocative grin, as if she had already chosen her prey. She taunted him, eager for a real fight, while Chin Yu quietly entered a guarded stance, ready to strike back at any moment. Even so, he kept acting carefree and deliberately provoked her to control the pace of the battle. The snake woman answered with absolute confidence, as though victory was already hers. The next instant, she burst forward and charged at Chin Yu with incredible speed. Chin Yu caught the attack the moment it reached him, stopping her from gaining the initiative. He immediately fired back with another taunt, turning the fight into a psychological battle from the very beginning. Then he suddenly pulled her into point-blank range, making the situation far more dangerous. The snake woman instantly lost her temper and snapped back in anger. Her massive tail whipped toward Chin Yu with tremendous force. At the same time, the one-horned rhinoceros rushed in from behind and prepared a heavy strike against Dogfolk Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had no time to defend herself because her attention was still fixed on Chin Yu's battle. A deafening crash exploded and shook the entire area. Chin Yu was sent flying after taking the snake woman's tail strike head-on, and the impact was far stronger than expected. The fate of the 5 dogfolk was unclear, as dust and chaos completely blocked the view. Seeing that Chin Yu was still worried about the others, the snake woman immediately pressed the attack and gave him no chance to recover. She sneered that he should worry about himself first. Facing that pressure, Chin Yu stayed calm, instead of rushing to counterattack, wanting to test the strength of his newly enhanced body. His eyes became noticeably sharper as his reflexes reached their limit. The power inside his body surged, and his control over it improved dramatically. Chin Yu threw a straight punch that stopped the snake woman's attack head-on and forced her backward. Even though the punch connected, Chin Yu could tell that much of its force had been dispersed. The snake woman's agile movements and armor-like scales greatly reduced the damage. Chin Yu quickly reached a conclusion. Her natural scales had completely changed, both the trajectory and the impact of his attack. He realized his opponent was overly confident after injuring him earlier. She even believed she had an absolute advantage when it came to piercing his defenses. That confidence made her careless, convinced one more strike would end the fight. But Chin Yu had already spotted the weakness in her combat experience. He suddenly changed direction and sprinted toward a tree as if he were retreating, successfully luring the snake woman into pursuit. Escaping was never part of his plan. It was all the opening move of his strategy. He ripped the entire tree out of the ground like a giant carrot and hurled it forward. The massive trunk shot straight at the snake woman like a brutal projectile. But with a snake's agility, she easily slipped past the attack. As she moved, she mocked him with a smug grin. A moment later, she launched a lightning-fast counterattack, thrusting her spear toward his weak point. An ordinary fighter would have been finished by that strike, but to her shock, the spear snapped apart the instant it hit. The snake woman froze in disbelief. At the same moment, Chin Yu closed the distance and clamped a hand around her throat, completely taking control. He barely used any strength, yet capturing her was even easier than he had expected, because everything had gone according to plan. The snake woman struggled desperately, unable to accept that her killing blow had failed. Holding her firmly with one hand, Qin Yu flashed a confident smile. He even joked that his body was practically impossible to penetrate. Then he calmly considered what to do, with the prey in his grasp. Elsewhere, the 5 dogfolk were still locked in a fierce battle against the other 2 enemies. The fight was rapidly turning against them, and they could barely withstand the pressure. One opponent was unbelievably fast, even quicker than the one-horned rhinoceros, making it almost impossible to follow the movements. Meanwhile, one of the girls had already been blasted away and lay curled up on the ground in exhaustion. Only moments ago she had been attacking fiercely, but now she was completely overwhelmed. She weakly begged them to stop, warning that continuing the fight would end badly for everyone. Cao Cao immediately demanded to know if the mastermind behind everything was the man standing before them. Right then, Qin Yu appeared with a calm expression and claimed it was all a misunderstanding because he was only helping test their abilities. He even acted as though everything had been part of his experiment from the very beginning. Cao Cao lowered her head and reevaluated the situation, realizing she had underestimated him and finally acknowledging Qin Yu as a real opponent. Then she demanded his name. Without hesitation, Qin Yu proudly introduced himself. Instantly, a surge of killing intent erupted. Cao Cao drew her weapon to Qin Yu's throat and revealed her true name was Tang Ling, her eyes filled with deadly intent. The clash of their auras made the atmosphere unbearably tense. Qin Yu judged that Tang Ling's movements were exceptional and quickly realized she was a professionally trained assassin. Irritated by his words, Tang Ling called him a fool and declared that he had completely fallen into her trap. In her eyes, whatever talent Qin Yu had was nothing special. The battle erupted at once. Tang Ling, a praying mantis beastfolk, had been trained since childhood as a perfect killing machine with terrifying speed. Qin Yu still had not fully adapted to that level of speed. In a single instant, he took a direct slash. The attack was so fast that he barely had time to react. One moment, Tang Ling was standing right in front of him. The next, her blade was already at his throat from behind, completely reversing the battle in an instant, as victory seemed almost certain. Qin Yu was forced into a completely defensive position with no way forward or back. Tang Ling's speed exceeded every expectation, so fast it felt as though she vanished into thin air. Forget counterattacking. Even locating her exact position had become nearly impossible. He could only stand his ground with both arms raised in defense, relying entirely on instinct to survive. Outside the battlefield, Dogfolk Wu and Yu watched in growing panic, unable to hide their worry. Meanwhile, the praying mantis commanders erupted with excitement, loudly urging Tang Ling to finish Qin Yu, while the school officials could only watch in stunned silence as the battle unfolded far faster than anyone expected. Elsewhere, Yu Li clenched her teeth in frustration as the battle shifted away from their side. Vilna reassured her that the fight was far from over. There was still a chance to turn it around, and the key was watching Qin Yu's reaction. Looking back, Qin Yu remained strangely calm, as if he had not been cornered at all. That made everyone suspect he still had one more trump card. In reality, Qin Yu knew he could not match Tang Ling in either speed or assassination experience. A direct fight would only end in defeat, so he needed to break her rhythm instead. Once he settled on his strategy, he acted immediately. He started throwing out one sarcastic remark after another, deliberately targeting Tang Ling's pride. The constant taunts turned the battle into a contest of minds instead of pure strength. He even mocked her skills as though they were nothing impressive. Despite staying on the defensive, he kept applying psychological pressure. To Qin Yu, this was no longer just a fight. It had become a battle of emotions. In the stands, many spectators silently prayed, while others feared Qin Yu was about to meet his end. The tension was overwhelming. Vilna carefully watched every move, trying to figure out what Qin Yu was planning. By now, Qin Yu's stamina was fading, his taunts were losing their effect, and the energy points he gained were dropping sharply. He realized Tang Ling was too experienced to fall easily for mind games. If this dragged on, he would be in real danger. Even so, he believed assassins like her often lacked patience. If he created enough distractions, she would eventually slip. Then his eyes suddenly changed. He noticed Tang Ling's movements had slowed ever so slightly. Without wasting the chance, Qin Yu unleashed the full power of his enhanced body and pushed himself to the limit. His body twisted as every ounce of strength gathered into a single point. He fired a lightning-fast, straight punch directly at her. Tang Ling was completely caught off guard and failed to react in time. The impact twisted her face from the sheer force of the blow. It turned out everything before that had been part of Qin Yu's psychological trap. Tang Ling's experience was impressive, but her initial arrogance had left one tiny opening, and Qin Yu seized it instantly. Blood sprayed through the air as her body was knocked off course. She was sent flying backward before crashing hard onto the ground. The impact echoed across the battlefield. Qin Yu immediately charged in, determined to finish the fight before she could recover. But at that exact moment, the one-horned rhinoceros burst in from the side and blocked his advance. The collision threw Qin Yu backward, sending him rolling across the ground. He could not help thinking that the rhinoceros looked simple on the surface, but was, actually, a troublesome opponent. Shi Ya charged again, determined to attack head-on. Even after Tang Ling warned her, she refused to change her approach. Her only goal was to crush the enemy standing before her. However, when her punch landed on Qin Yu, it barely had any effect. That only made Shi Ya even angrier as she unleashed an even fiercer barrage of attacks. The system kept recording rising energy points, giving Qin Yu even more motivation to provoke her. He continued mocking her, deliberately pushing her emotions further out of control. But his words were completely misunderstood, making Shi Ya even more furious. Qin Yu let out a helpless sigh, realizing that trying to calm someone down had backfired, leaving him with no choice but to stand firm against the relentless pressure. Shi Ya's punch shot forward at incredible speed, but Qin Yu stopped it in midair with one hand. The impact shattered her outer armor completely, exposing what was underneath. Qin Yu's eyes accidentally glanced at an exposed sensitive area, leaving Shi Ya both embarrassed and enraged as she covered herself and shouted that he was a shameless pervert. Amid the chaos, the snake woman sent a signal asking her allies for help. Tang Ling immediately launched another attack, but Qin Yu narrowly dodged it. When he turned around, he discovered the rhinoceros had already retreated with the others. Before leaving, Tang Ling threw out one final challenge, promising they would settle the score next time. As the battle came to a temporary end, Dogfolk Xiao Xiao and the others erupted in cheers for Qin Yu. Looking over his wounds, Qin Yu realized his body was healing quickly enough to keep fighting. He decided not to stop and immediately led the dogfolk toward the central area to gather more energy points. The center of the battlefield had already descended into complete chaos. A group of beast folk was locked in a fierce battle against a gigantic wide-mouthed creature. Qin Yu's group stayed hidden at a distance, and Dogfolk Xiao Xiao wondered why they were not joining the fight. Qin Yu explained there was no need to rush. They could let the others wear each other down first, then step in at the perfect moment instead of becoming easy targets. Just then, an even more dangerous enemy appeared, the rank 5 insect queen. Its overwhelming aura made it clear this was no ordinary opponent. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao urged Qin Yu to be careful, but he had no intention of challenging it head-on. Instead, he shouted loudly and lured the other teams into attacking the insect queen, turning it into everyone's target and taking advantage of the chaos. He had already planned everything. This was the perfect chance to observe the enemy's true strength without making the first move himself. The beastfolk teams took the bait and charged into the central battlefield. A massive free fall erupted as everyone fought with everything they had. But most of them were easily overwhelmed. Many fighters soon realized something was wrong. The insect queen was far stronger than expected and barely weakened despite the non-stop attacks. Qin Yu carefully analyzed the battle again, convinced its true weakness had not yet been discovered. After watching more closely, he noticed an unusual spot on the creature's body. He immediately identified it as the most likely fatal weak point. After a brief discussion with Dogfolk Xiao Xiao, he decided to strike that exact location. Even after being warned about the danger, Qin Yu chose to take the risk and end the battle as quickly as possible. He grabbed a weapon and prepared to break through. Then he leaped onto an intermediate target to gain momentum. From there, he shot straight toward the insect queen at incredible speed. He unleashed a direct attack aimed precisely at the weak point he had identified. The strike forced the creature backward, and the system immediately began recording more energy points. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao instantly followed the plan and rushed in to support him. She unleashed a Waideria attack that placed enormous pressure on the insect queen. The relentless piercing attacks made the creature scream in agony. Qin Yu confirmed that the spot he had discovered really was its fatal weakness. He delivered a decisive slash that tore into the weak point and inflicted severe damage. At the same time, he successfully claimed an important item right in front of everyone. But the battle was not over yet. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao noticed the insect queen was still alive and immediately shouted a warning. The creature suddenly counterattacked at incredible speed and swallowed Qin Yu in an instant. Xiao Xiao panicked as she watched him disappear inside the monster. The situation became even more dangerous as the insect queen tightened its body, trying to crush him from within. Its enormous body writhed as though it was digesting its prey. Inside the monster, Qin Yu unleashed his full strength and attacked relentlessly, tearing apart its internal body. A violent burst of energy exploded from within, completely destroying the rank 5 insect queen. Dogfolk Xiao Xiao rushed over to check on Qin Yu the moment the battle ended. Qin Yu had exhausted all his strength and fell unconscious. He collapsed into an awkward position that somehow looked perfectly natural after such an extreme battle. In the spectator stands, Lao Ju frantically called for the medical and rescue teams as panic spread over Qin Yu's condition. Yu Li was equally horrified when she saw him collapse, her face filled with worry. Qin Yu finally woke up in the medical room, wrapped from head to toe in bandages like a mummy. The system announced that he had successfully absorbed a rank 5 demon soul, unlocking low-tier armor and a basic self-regeneration ability. A gentle nurse walked in, checked his condition, asked how he felt, and told him to rest while she called the doctor. In that moment, Qin Yu pushed aside his wandering thoughts as he realized his body had truly changed. Until now, he had always believed he was nothing more than a reckless fighter. He never imagined he would gain demonic abilities like these. He began wondering why he had never awakened this power before. Perhaps it required absorbing a soul of the same rank or meeting some hidden condition. But there was no point overthinking it. Right now, he wanted to test his new abilities first. A surge of power spread through Qin Yu's body, filling him with excitement, as if his hidden strength was finally awakening. But reality fell a little short of his expectations. The demon armor only covered a small part of his body instead of the whole thing. Seeing its limited effect, he started questioning how useful it really was, especially in a life-or-death situation. Unsatisfied, he spent 1,000 energy points to upgrade it. This time, the improvement was obvious. The armor expanded to cover one of his arms, making it feel much sturdier. He immediately threw a straight punch to test its power. Just then, the nurse and the doctor walked into the room. The force from his punch disturbed the air, causing the nurse's coat to flutter. Both the doctor and the nurse froze for a moment at the excessive display. After a full examination, the doctor concluded that Qin Yu's condition was stable and that he only needed about a month of rest to recover. But the upcoming tournament schedule made things complicated because the elimination rounds were about to begin. The doctor firmly rejected any idea of him competing, insisting his current injuries made it nearly impossible. Qin Yu, however, remembered his self-regeneration ability. The problem was that upgrading it required far more energy points than he had left. He began calculating how to earn more energy points, his mind already working on a new plan. When he noticed the pretty nurse, he instinctively thought about using the nearest source of energy points, making her visibly annoyed as she stormed out. As she left, she muttered under her breath that he was unbelievably irritating. Meanwhile, Qin Yu came up with another idea to maximize his energy point gains. The next moment, he dashed out of the hospital room and started doing one bizarre thing after another, just to trigger reactions from everyone around him. The people who witnessed it could only stare in complete disbelief. Even several male patients reacted in the strangest way, caught somewhere between shock and cheering him on. Before long, the entire medical ward descended into chaos thanks to Qin Yu's completely unpredictable behavior. A few days later, the official elimination tournament began. Yu Li still believed Qin Yu was too badly injured to compete, so she felt genuinely disappointed. But when his name was announced, she froze in disbelief. She immediately asked the person beside her if there had been a mistake, because Qin Yu was supposed to be in the hospital. At that moment, Qin Yu walked onto the arena wearing a hospital gown, looking completely confident. Yu Li was stunned and had no idea what he was planning. On the arena, Qin Yu acted far too cheerful, looking more like he was putting on a show than entering a serious match. He fully committed to the act, creating one dramatic moment after another, as if everything had been carefully scripted. His opponent became highly cautious from the very beginning. Qin Yu suddenly bowed politely, pretending to ask for guidance. His opponent respectfully returned the bow, believing it was the proper opening ceremony. At that exact moment, Qin Yu had already completed his entire plan and waited for the perfect opening. The instant his opponent let down their guard, Qin Yu unleashed a lightning-fast finishing blow before they could react. The attack slammed his opponent face-first into the ground, with no chance to recover. The referee immediately declared Qin Yu the winner. While Qin Yu looked extremely pleased with himself, Yu Li and her mother acted completely indifferent, almost pretending they did not know him. Over the following days, the tournament continued with one-on-one matches, and Qin Yu kept winning thanks to his adaptability and unpredictable fighting style. Then he faced Tong Ling once again. The moment he saw his old opponent, Qin Yu could only sigh. This time, Tong Ling radiated unmistakable killing intent and declared that everything would end here. She changed into a new combat outfit, and her entire aura became completely different. Her overwhelming battle aura made it obvious she was far more dangerous than before. The moment Qin Yu saw Tong Ling's new appearance, his expression turned completely serious. He lowered his center of gravity and adjusted his stance, fully prepared for the fight. Just before the match began, Tang Ling noticed he was carrying no weapon at all. She immediately wondered if he really intended to fight her bare-handed. Qin Yu confidently replied that his own body was his strongest weapon. In truth, he was only hiding the fact that he lacked proper equipment, but he kept his confidence intact. Tong Ling had originally planned to hold back, but she quickly changed her mind and prepared to fight with her full strength. Meanwhile, both sides were pushed to the limit with no way to back down. Qin Yu kept talking to shake his opponent's focus, making the battle even more unpredictable. Tang Ling reacted instantly and launched the opening strike. A high-speed attack shot straight toward Qin Yu, but his demon armor activated just in time and barely blocked the fatal blow. He fell back into defense and tried to match her speed. Even so, Tong Ling moved far beyond what normal eyes could track. The memory of the previous fight flashed through his mind. Without his stored power, he would have died back then. Tang Ling was not having an easy time either. She had the speed advantage, but still could not finish the fight. She started losing patience and refused to suffer another defeat. One lightning attack after another rained down without pause. Qin Yu could do little but defend, as the entire arena was swallowed by lightning. Tong Ling closed the distance and prepared her finishing move. In that instant, Qin Yu realized staying passive would get him killed. He decided to take a gamble and fake a losing opening. He deliberately let the attack get close and acted like he had lost control. He lured her into believing the fight was already over, but it was all part of his final counterattack. The moment she exposed an opening, he unleashed all his strength in one devastating punch. Every bit of his speed and power was focused into a single strike. Tong Ling took the hit head-on and had no chance to defend. She was blasted away, her armor shattered, and she completely lost the ability to fight. The match was over as Tong Ling collapsed onto the ground. Qin Yu admitted that he would have been killed earlier without the system and his stored energy. He put away his weapon and prepared to leave the arena. But just then, something suddenly crashed down near him. Quan Xiaoxiao appeared, badly injured. She warned him to be careful of the newly revealed space martial skill. Qin Yu immediately realized it was an extremely dangerous ability that could not be underestimated. The referee announced the next winner as Wang Jie. Moments later, Wang Jie appeared with an overwhelming presence and walked toward Qin Yu's area. The atmosphere turned tense as if he had already chosen his target. He mocked Qin Yu and made it clear he had no respect for the rules. Then he walked away, leaving heavy pressure behind. Even so, he hinted that their next meeting would be far more brutal. Qin Yu realized this was a dangerous enemy who had been targeting him all along. Watching Quan Xiaoxiao being carried away, he clenched his fist, his eyes darkened, yet he stayed calm as he planned his next move. The long-awaited moment finally arrived as the top 6 contestants were officially revealed. Every name announced belonged to a truly powerful fighter. The next battle became even more intense because Qin Yu's next opponent was Wang Jie. Qin Yu reminded himself to prepare carefully and never let his guard down. When the match began, Qin Yu had not appeared yet, while Wang Jie had been waiting for a decisive battle. Just as the tension peaked, Qin Yu arrived, wearing a strange set of gear that caught everyone's attention. The audience immediately started whispering, unable to figure out what he was carrying. Wang Jie mocked him, saying he looked like he had brought useless seasonings instead of real weapons. Qin Yu fired back with complete confidence and refused to be intimidated. The referee officially declared the match underway. Wang Jie attacked immediately, without giving Qin Yu any chance to test the waters. He kept mocking Qin Yu, claiming the so-called demon was nothing special, and that Qin Yu did not even understand the source of his own power. His opening slash came out with incredible speed. Qin Yu activated his demon armor in time, blocked the strike, and forced Wang Jie back. Even so, Wang Jie kept provoking him with constant taunts. Those insults failed to shake Qin Yu and only made him focus even more on the fight. Wang Jie controlled waves of sword chi and launched attacks from every direction. Qin Yu used his enhanced strength to smash through part of the incoming sword barrage, but he was immediately ambushed from a blind spot and forced onto the defensive. Wang Jie smiled with confidence as Qin Yu was gradually suppressed, convinced the victory was already his. But Qin Yu only let out a cold smile, showing no fear despite the situation. He switched to a new strategy and prepared to strike back by using the battlefield itself. The strange items he had brought earlier began scattering across the arena. They quickly disrupted Wang Jie's vision. At first, Wang Jie planned to hold back because he believed Qin Yu shared ties with his clan, but the situation soon spiraled out of control. His anger exploded, and he decided to end the match with everything he had. As he lost his composure, more flaws appeared in the way he used his power. His transformation even affected the battlefield, putting pressure on everyone nearby. Wang Jie's body surged with energy, making him more savage and reckless, but also much easier to predict. Even so, he believed his current strength was enough to crush Qin Yu. He unleashed his finishing move and poured all his power into one final slash. A wave of dark energy swallowed the entire arena. Watching from the sidelines, Wei Ran remarked that the ability was incredibly rare and asked Yuna for more details, but even she had little information. Yuna made several guesses, yet all of them agreed the enemy was far stronger than expected. On the battlefield, Qin Yu continued, holding out under overwhelming pressure. His vision was gradually restricted, and he could barely keep up with Wang Jie's speed. Wounds began appearing as attack after attack landed on his body. Wang Jie grew more excited with every strike, convinced Qin Yu could no longer turn the fight around. He even revealed the origin of his bloodline to prove his superiority. That made him begin questioning Qin Yu's true identity. Qin Yu gave no clear answer and simply kept fighting back despite being cornered. At last, he delivered one arrogant line, ended the exchange, and charged straight into battle. The more Wang Jie looked down on him, the stronger Qin Yu's fighting spirit became. From above, Wang Jie coldly watched the entire battlefield below. He swung his massive sword with deadly intent, certain that breaking Qin Yu's space martial skill would guarantee victory. But Qin Yu remained completely calm, as if he had already seen through the entire plan. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's lips, as though he had already foreseen his enemy's downfall. The surrounding space seemed to freeze as black mist and steam twisted together into a deadly vortex. In the next instant, Qin Yu vanished and reappeared behind Wang Jie, dodged the attack, seized the sword, and shattered one of Wang Jie's horns in a single flash. Wang Jie collapsed in the middle of the arena as the entire audience fell silent. Qian Xiaoxiao and Yu Ran were the most shocked of all. Even the arena announcements no longer mattered because Qin Yu had pulled off an unbelievable comeback. The narration rewound to 30 seconds before the shocking moment, so everything could be seen clearly. Just as Wang Jie dove in for the finishing blow, Qin Yu casually caught the incoming sword with one hand. Then, he followed with a perfectly timed kick to the groin, leaving Wang Jie screaming in agony, as if he had been completely crushed. Clutching himself in pain, Wang Jie demanded to know how Qin Yu had found his position. Qin Yu sneered and replied that the strange disguise and all those tricks were nowhere near enough to fool him before adding a few mocking insults. Right after that, his sword came down in one clean strike and cut off Wang Jie's remaining horn. Watching the broken horn hit the ground, Wang Jie looked completely shattered. The symbol of his clan's pride was gone, taking his honor with it. His rage exploded as his killing intent reached its absolute peak and his hatred soared to 2,000. Back in the present, a high-ranking knight from the 9 clans stepped forward, pulled out a massive weapon from behind the mountain, and slowly dragged it across the arena floor. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Yu could not help thinking the newcomer was trying to steal the spotlight. He immediately decided to finish what he had started, at the very least, by destroying Wang Jie's last remaining horn. But the moment he raised his sword, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming force blasted him backward. It turned out Wang Jie's father had arrived, just in time to interfere. The scene was almost laughable. Unable to win, the son ended up needing his father to step in. At that moment, Zhu Shengji arrived and caught Qin Yu before he was thrown away. It looked like a dramatic rescue at first, but the roles were reversed as she steadied Qin Yu and scolded him for being so reckless. One moment she was carrying him, and the next she dropped him without hesitation because of his stubbornness. A new enemy appeared. It was the level 9 demon King Yao, whose overwhelming presence changed the entire battlefield. Amid the chaos, Wang Jie started throwing a tantrum while his father stepped in, making the situation even messier after Qin Yu had already crushed him. He kept shouting in rage, but the outcome of the fight made every word meaningless. Unlike his whining son, Demon King Yao showed a strong interest in Qin Yu. He even openly invited Qin Yu to serve under him, speaking as though he was granting a great favor instead of making an offer. Everyone nearby froze, unable to understand where the situation was headed. Wang Jie became even more furious after seeing his father value Qin Yu more than his own son. Zhu Shengji asked Qin Yu if he planned to take responsibility for what had just happened, but he showed little interest and even hinted that she was not interesting enough to keep him around. In the end, Zhu Shengji turned toward the father and son and asked one direct question that seemed to settle all the tension. The crowd openly mocked the ugly enemy, telling him to crawl back to the demon realm. The moment the insults ended, Zhu Shengji charged forward, but the old warrior answered with a fierce counterattack. Roaring flames erupted around his body, releasing heat so intense it felt like the air itself would burn. The overwhelming pressure forced Zhu Shengji to retreat, proving this opponent was anything but easy. As he withdrew, the old warrior kept hold of Wang Jie and left with a murderous glare, warning that everyone would pay the price. Qin Yu barely cared. He calmly enjoyed watching his hatred points soar higher and higher. Elsewhere, the two observers finally relaxed, believing Qin Yu had stopped before going too far. Back at the arena, Qin Yu urged the referee to announce the final result. Just then, Zhu Shengji interrupted and warned everyone that the level 9 Demon King Yao had entered the battlefield, urging an immediate retreat. Qin Yu began suspecting the entire incident had been planned to disrupt the competition. He even wondered if the organizers were trying to cancel the results because they did not want someone like him to win. Quan Xiaoxiao immediately disagreed, saying his thinking was too extreme and urging everyone to evacuate at once. She said she had not come to cause trouble, but simply to say goodbye to Qin Yu. Even so, Qin Yu did not fully believe her and remained on guard. After a brief hesitation, she decided to be more straightforward. Quan Xiaoxiao suddenly ran over and hugged Qin Yu tightly, her face turning bright red. Her farewell carried both a promise to meet again and the acceptance that they had to part ways for now. Left standing alone, Qin Yu glanced at his hand, feeling as though he had just lost something important. The convoy continued driving away from the chaotic area. Leaning against the vehicle window, Qin Yu silently watched the distance while thinking about the earlier threats. The warning that he would regret everything made him wonder what other tricks the enemy still had in store. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something unusual outside the vehicle. A sense of danger instantly rose, making him suspect another trap had already been prepared. The escort team continued driving, without noticing anything strange. Emergency warnings kept coming over the radio as reinforcements were deployed across the entire route, pushing the tension to its limit. But after assessing the situation, Qin Yu concluded that sending reinforcements would only put more people in danger. The location of the final safe checkpoint was finally confirmed. The bodyguards sighed in relief, believing they had successfully escaped the threat. After the students were escorted into the shelter, the formation finally stabilized. One bodyguard suggested sending a scouting team outside before the enemy arrived. The atmosphere grew tense as one member insisted on speaking privately with the driver. The others immediately objected, unwilling to let the situation spiral out of control. Qin Yu released his aura and declared that his mission mattered more than anything else, and that no one would stop him. He walked straight toward the driver, without any hesitation. Qin Yu struck first with a powerful punch, exposing the driver's true identity and seriously injuring him. At the same time, Qin Yu demanded to know why the enemy held such hatred toward him. The bodyguards panicked, thinking Qin Yu had attacked an innocent man, and immediately treated him as a dangerous threat. But then the driver's body began to transform, revealing a form that was no longer human. One of the guards instantly recognized it as a phantom demon. It was a master of disguise, and somehow it had infiltrated the escort team. Once the truth came out, the bodyguards were both horrified and relieved, realizing they had almost blamed the very person who exposed the infiltrator. As for Qin Yu, this kind of enemy was nothing more than cannon fodder. He coldly declared that one powerful attack would wipe out every one of them. A streak of purple light tore across the battlefield, and every disguised enemy instantly revealed their true forms as phantom demons. One stunned guard quickly asked how Qin Yu had seen through such perfect disguises. Qin Yu looked up with a confident grin. To him, the clues had been obvious all along. The system kept detecting abnormal battle chi fluctuations, something beast folk never showed. Only enemies hiding among their own would give themselves away like that. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed through the area, making everyone spin around. The atmosphere changed instantly as they realized the earlier attack had probably been a diversion, with another ambush waiting ahead. Qin Yu dropped his relaxed attitude and rushed toward the source of the scream. There he found a young demon dragon with frightened yet savage eyes. Looking at the monster, Qin Yu bluntly commented that it was both ugly and vicious. The insult hit a nerve, and the demon dragon roared before charging with murderous intent. It unleashed a barrage of blazing flames like a rain of fire, forcing Qin Yu to dodge by the narrowest margins. A guard behind him shouted for Qin Yu to be careful. But when Qin Yu turned around, the demon dragon was already right beside him, moving too fast to react. His first thought was to retreat. The system continuously recorded rising energy from the monster's anger, revealing that it was extremely sensitive about its appearance. The more Qin Yu mocked it, the angrier it became, chasing him non-stop while he kept taunting it. The stored energy finally reached the required level. Qin Yu immediately changed his mind and decided it was time to finish the demon dragon. The instant it lunged forward, he activated his stealth skill and vanished from sight. Losing its target, the demon dragon crashed headfirst into the structure ahead with tremendous force. Qin Yu calmly reappeared in the middle of the battlefield, as though the whole fight had been nothing but a warm-up, leaving the bodyguards stunned in admiration. Meanwhile, the demon dragon became the center of attention, furious and in pain as it glared at Qin Yu. Its energy continued climbing, proving its rage was far from over. Qin Yu treated the situation like harvesting rewards, showing no mercy as he looked at the demon dragon like prey already trapped. Without hesitation, Qin Yu charged into close combat with swift and decisive movements. He struck without mercy right before the horrified guards. The brutal scene shocked everyone. Even a young dragon received no mercy. At that moment, an urgent radio message came through. Another area was under attack, reinforcements could not be spared, and another unit was requested immediately. Hearing the report, Qin Yu stopped at once and shifted his attention to the new crisis. He quickly approached the escort team for more details. He grabbed the radio, confirmed how to use it, and rapidly requested the information he needed. Once he understood the situation, he took the device and sped off, saying he would handle the mission himself before anyone could react. Elsewhere on the battlefield, two demon women chatted while waiting for new developments, sounding both bored and curious about the situation outside. One of them received news that a special individual with a high-level bloodline had been captured and was now a bargaining chip between the factions. They explained that this bloodline was so valuable and dangerous that it could change the course of the entire war. As they spoke, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky at terrifying speed and crashed straight into their position. It was Qin Yu. After the unexpected landing, Qin Yu instinctively grabbed the nearest target to steady himself, creating an awkward scene in the middle of the battlefield. The sudden incident left one of the demon women frozen, torn between surprise and irritation at the stranger who had literally fallen from the sky. The others dragged away their love-struck companion, while the blue-haired demon kept studying Qin Yu, wondering where he had come from. Qin Yu casually held up the demon dragon's horn as proof and smoothly claimed he was part of a demon dragon hunting squad that had been redirected here after an accident. The blue-haired demon examined the blood-stained horn with suspicion, but the pink-haired demon barely cared and acted like asking questions was a waste of time. The pink-haired demon decided to take Qin Yu back to the main camp. She stayed unusually close the entire way, acting both protective and overly friendly while secretly admiring his physique. After nearly 3 hours of traveling, she continued leading the way as Qin Yu casually steered the conversation toward the prison, holding the Quan beastfolk. Their lively chat left the blue-haired demon quietly following behind. Qin Yu had only one goal in mind. Now that he had found the target, he would get that person out no matter what. Deep inside the prison, Xiao Xiao still believed reinforcements would eventually arrive to rescue them. The moment someone announced Qin Yu's arrival, hope immediately returned to her eyes. But as soon as she noticed his messy appearance and the strange lipstick mark on his face, her expression instantly darkened. She began suspecting he had switched sides, while the pink-haired demon deliberately made things worse by implying they had once shared a special relationship. Xiao Xiao exploded in anger, completely denying the claim and insisting she would never have that kind of connection with Qin Yu. Seeing the argument escalating, Qin Yu quickly covered her mouth before things got even worse. He jokingly said they should stop dwelling on the past because they simply were not meant to be. The pink-haired demon seized the opportunity to cling even closer as she pulled him away, making the whole scene look even more suspicious. Qin Yu immediately played along, putting on a convincing act to fool everyone watching. Xiao Xiao stood there speechless, while the young beastfolk beside her struggled in frustration, as if venting her anger. After the two of them left, Xiao Xiao finally calmed down and revealed that Qin Yu had secretly come to deliver a communication device. Outside, the reinforcement channel came alive as they discussed their battle plan, giving everyone renewed hope that the rescue was still under control. Xiao Xiao quickly responded through the device, confirmed the identity of the Quan City team, emphasized Qin Yu's key role in the infiltration, and updated the rescuers on the situation. At the demon assembly point, several high-ranking demons argued before deciding to form a special squad to recapture a target known as the Blood Fiend. After hearing the plan, Qin Yu quietly judged that although the mission was unexpected, it could earn him a huge amount of energy. He immediately volunteered, though his tone sounded awkward and overly eager, as if he was desperate to join the squad. Among the members was a level 3 Twin Blade Demon. There was also a Blaze Demon and a level 4 Bone Demon. The commander rallied everyone's spirits and called forward all those who had volunteered. He also promised generous rewards if the mission succeeded. Qin Yu cared little about the rewards. His focus was on building connections and securing greater long-term benefits. When it was time to depart, the demon barrier activated and prepared to send the squad through a spatial gateway. Multiple warp points opened, forming a network that led directly near the target prison. The rest of the operation was left for each member to handle alone. Qin Yu disliked being thrown into the battlefield without support, but he had no choice but to accept it. A spatial vortex immediately swallowed him, spinning his entire body through chaotic currents. When everything finally settled, Qin Yu found himself inside the patrol zone of the Beastfolk camp, where the tension was already at its peak. Qin Yu silently cursed the barrier system for dropping him right into the heart of danger. The moment the patrol noticed an intruder, the entire unit went on full alert. One Twin Blade Demon barely had time to look around before getting excited, treating the clash like a hunting party. But the next second, another demon panicked and turned to flee, shattering the momentum. Their formation fell apart on the spot, leaving the demon side in complete chaos and embarrassment. The battle officially began as the Blaze Demon unleashed its full power, determined to fight to the death rather than become a slave. Outside, the demons kept charging into battle as if they had no fear of dying. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already slipped away and disappeared from the front lines. He knew staying to fight recklessly was suicide, and anyone too slow to escape would become someone else's prey. After retreating for a while, he slipped into a nearby room to hide. The situation frustrated him. If his identity were not hidden, he would not have to sneak around like this, but the only person who could verify him was nowhere to be found. Just as he relaxed, a faint noise echoed from somewhere nearby and caught his attention. Qin Yu immediately turned around to see who was hiding there. To his surprise, he found a young woman tied up in the corner of the room. She was most likely the Blood Fiend. He made it clear he had no interest in getting involved and only wanted to confirm her identity before leaving. But the girl reacted strangely. Even while tied up with her mouth covered, she kept struggling and making muffled sounds. Qin Yu leaned closer, joked that he had no suspicious intentions, and cleared up any possible misunderstanding. Then he casually flicked her forehead. The hit knocked her unconscious, and the room fell silent again. Soon, footsteps and voices approached from outside, signaling that someone was coming. The situation became urgent, but there was nowhere in the room safe enough to hide. The door suddenly opened, and a patrol entered. After a quick look around, they saw nothing unusual and prepared to leave. One of the guards stepped closer for a more careful inspection, making the situation strangely tense. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, drenched in sweat as he stayed perfectly still. If he was discovered, everything would fall apart. Unfortunately, his grip loosened on the weak ceiling material, causing small pieces to fall and nearly exposing him. The two guards below kept chatting, completely unaware that someone was hiding above them. Most of their conversation was just gossip about their organization. A brief warning interrupted them, urging everyone to leave the area. At last, they finished their inspection and walked out. Only then did Qin Yu finally drop from the ceiling in an awkward landing. Fortunately, the guards had already left and noticed nothing. At that moment, the tied-up girl began to wake up. The instant she opened her eyes, she struggled wildly again, and Qin Yu accidentally touched her while trying to restrain her. Annoyed, he told her to stay quiet before she caused more trouble, though the timing made the situation even more awkward. After thinking it over, even Qin Yu realized everything was spiraling out of control. Just then, the two guards unexpectedly returned. The sight before them left both of them completely frozen. Before they could understand what was happening, Qin Yu rushed forward. He slammed into them with overwhelming force and took both of them down in an instant. The two guards collapsed unconscious, ending the encounter almost immediately. The tied-up girl continued, making muffled noises and struggling. Qin Yu assumed she was trying to communicate, so he removed the gag from her mouth. The moment she could speak, she declared that she was the blood fiend. The revelation caught Qin Yu off guard, because he had assumed she was just an ordinary prisoner. He immediately questioned whether her claim could really be trusted. He demanded proof, and she pointed at the two unconscious guards as living witnesses. She also mentioned a token that could verify her identity. The entire situation became even more confusing, because everything seemed far too convenient. Qin Yu could not help thinking that if all of this was real, then he had just walked straight into a troublesome mess, filled with endless complications. Qin Yu suddenly tightened his grip around her neck, instantly going on full alert. He began questioning the nature of the demon realm. If the strong truly devoured the weak to evolve, then killing her might bring enormous benefits. Even as she desperately begged for mercy, he refused to loosen his grip. His gaze grew colder, and his killing intent filled the room with suffocating pressure. The blood fiend finally panicked for real, losing the composure she had maintained until then. Several unsettling auras suddenly appeared behind them, as though something was quietly closing in without revealing itself. The undead patrol arrived with a squad of bone demons. Their leader hinted that Qin Yu should hand her over so they could deal with her together, since everyone had the same goal. The reward was simply too great for anyone to keep it alone. Greed ran deep, and sharing was never an option. Qin Yu suddenly turned around and grabbed the blood fiend. Moments ago he had been choking her, but now he casually claimed he had only been giving her emergency aid, somehow fooling everyone around him. He even lifted the unconscious girl for the demons to see, then claimed he had to loosen the rope around her neck because it was too tight. The excuse sounded convincing enough that no one questioned it. A frost demon in a dress stepped forward, took the blood fiend into her arms, and left Qin Yu with a warning that was half a threat and half approval. The group then headed toward the main hall, while waiting for the teleportation barrier to activate. Qin Yu quietly relaxed, knowing that one wrong move earlier would have gotten him killed. A two-horned demon with a silver beard volunteered to scout ahead, but the moment he stepped through the doorway, the barrel of a gun was already aimed at his head. By the time he realized the danger, it was already too late. The cold steel had locked onto him. A burst of gunfire erupted, tearing his body apart before he could even let out a complete scream. The bone demons froze in shock, and even the one carrying the blood fiend stood motionless. Everything had happened so fast that another half-second would have turned them all into targets. Once he recovered, the bone demon leader broke into a cold sweat and looked toward the attacker. Qin Yu quietly noted that the beast folk had reacted much faster than he expected. Facing them was a human squad armed with modern rifles. Every AK-47 was already loaded, and their leader shouted with absolute confidence. The bone demon leader exchanged a glance with a black-clad demon. Without saying a word, they understood each other perfectly. The man in black immediately stepped forward to face the danger, telling everyone else to retreat while he held the enemy back. The rest wasted no time and fled as fast as they could. As they reached a corner, the bone demon leader shouted that the exit was just ahead. Looking at the panicked crowd, Qin Yu had only one thought. Anyone who failed to look after themselves would die. He decided to rush toward the barrier first. Just as he accelerated, a sudden sense of danger made him stop. Two blade waves ripped through space straight toward him. He slammed on the brakes and let the bone demons ahead continue charging, almost as if he had deliberately sent them first. They thought Qin Yu was giving them the way, and even mocked him, only to walk directly into the incoming attack. In the next instant, two gigantic ghost elephants burst out like a storm, their massive blades sweeping across the battlefield and crushing the entire formation as screams echoed everywhere. Qin Yu calmly caught the unconscious blood fiend as she was thrown toward him. Sometimes fate worked in the strangest ways, placing everything in perfect timing. He calmly walked toward the barrier, leaving the fierce battle between the demons and the two giant monsters behind him. Before entering, he tossed the blood fiend through the barrier first. Just as he was about to follow, a desperate cry for help stopped him. Turning around, he saw the bone demon from earlier trembling in fear, while begging for his life and promising a huge reward from his superiors. Qin Yu answered the plea by silently raising his foot. One decisive stomp crushed the bone demon's head without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving, he casually remarked that they could talk about the reward later, if there was anyone left to give it. In the distance, more white-clad troops were rapidly closing in. Fortunately, Qin Yu had already finished off the bone demons, and now his only choice was to retreat while the barrier remained stable. In that situation, running was the only option, and the teleportation array continued operating flawlessly, as if speeding up the perfect escape. The scene suddenly shifted to a completely different complex, as if the story had cut straight to a new location. Qin Yu appeared there with a tense expression, fists clenched, his heavy aura still raging. The moment they saw him, the skeleton demons rushed over and bombarded him with questions about Jue Mo and the others, since they had entered together, but only he returned. Qin Yu instantly put on a flawless act, pretending to grieve, as he claimed they fought to the death and never had the chance to leave any final words, spinning a dramatic story that sounded completely believable. His performance was so convincing that they fell for it at once and questioned him with lingering doubt. The instant he realized they had taken the bait, Qin Yu completely changed his attitude and casually revealed the real story, even adding a few cold details on purpose. He kept insisting that the man died miserably and even begged for mercy before the end, but Qin Yu claimed he could not save him, mocking the whole scene until the skeleton leader was furious. Elsewhere, Fei Xuemo woke up in a daze as a skeleton demon informed her she had been rescued and was now inside the demon faction's base, while Qin Yu hurried over after hearing she had awakened. As soon as she realized she had been saved, she immediately demanded to know her savior and vowed to repay the favor at any cost. Qin Yu did not hesitate and naturally claimed all the credit, introducing himself as the ones who saved her. The moment she recognized Qin Yu, Fei Xuemo froze for several seconds, her face turning completely stiff. Her mind was thrown into total confusion as anger and disbelief mixed together, leaving her on the verge of exploding. Right in the middle of the tense moment, Qin Yu suddenly struck without hesitation and knocked her unconscious again, leaving every skeleton demon stunned. Before anyone could understand what had happened, a strange sound echoed from the distance and interrupted everything, like the signal of another major disturbance. A report soon arrived, saying the human forces had activated a teleportation to infiltrate the prison area, throwing the entire demon faction into chaos, because no one knew how they found the location. While everyone else panicked, Qin Yu simply watched with a cold smile, realizing reinforcements had arrived, as the skeleton demons argued over whether to wipe everyone out. After a heated debate, they decided to retreat to the safe zone and await orders, assigning Qin Yu to guard Fei Xuemo with a direct warning. Qin Yu accepted the order with a nod, but he already knew the two sides were about to clash head-on, leaving no time to verify anything with the beastmen. He had no choice but to carry the unconscious Fei Xuemo and move with the skeleton demons, accepting whatever happened next. The safe room soon appeared ahead, the group's final destination. Qin Yu quickened his pace, clearly unwilling to waste even a single moment. As he ran, he quietly complained that the girl was far heavier than expected, making every step exhausting. After arriving, he smashed the door open, carried Fei Xuemo inside, and quickly sealed it shut for safety. His actions were so fast that the skeleton demons outside had no idea what he was doing. But the atmosphere instantly grew heavy as a terrifying presence appeared ahead, crushing the entire area with overwhelming pressure. Qin Yu immediately stopped when he faced a towering high-ranking war demon, whose terrifying aura alone was enough to warn of danger. The war demon spoke in a deep voice and directly asked if Qin Yu had locked all the skeleton demons outside. Hearing that question, Qin Yu became cautious and immediately wondered which side the war demon was really on. After a brief calculation, he stood his ground and declared that his only goal was to rescue someone, while the skeleton leader's fate meant nothing to him. The war demon changed his tone and proposed a deal that would benefit both sides, offering a valuable reward in exchange for Fei Xuemo. Qin Yu immediately revealed he never accepted a bad deal, acting like a shameless rogue and even holding on to Fei Xuemo as if she already belonged to him. Even while unconscious, Fei Xuemo reacted strangely to his actions, her breathing becoming uneven as her aura suddenly grew hot. Changjian watched the scene in silence, before offering a trade with a piece of high-grade armor demon essence that could greatly increase Qin Yu's strength. The moment he heard about the essence, Qin Yu immediately changed his attitude and asked for details, while Changjian explained that it could greatly improve recovery and strengthen the body. While thinking it over, Qin Yu kept a calm face as he judged the value of the reward, just as Fei Xuemo woke up and witnessed the awkward scene. Fei Shuemo exploded with embarrassment and anger, while Qin Yu only cared about whether the recovery boost was worth the trade. Chang Zhan was visibly shaken by the scene, but Qin Yu ignored everything except the potential power gain. After weighing his options, Qin Yu stayed in control as Fei Shuemo refused to let go of him, while he kept analyzing the deal. Fei Shuemo was almost completely out of control, her strange reaction making the situation even more confusing. She simply would not let go, clinging tightly to Qin Yu as if she had become dependent on him. Losing his patience, Chang Zhan urged Qin Yu to state his terms clearly. Qin Yu immediately raised the price, demanding another condition on top of the essence before handing her over. Kang Zhan fell silent, clearly pushed into a difficult position. Qin Yu tightened his grip on Fei Shuemo like a hostage and threatened Kang Zhan to either pay the price or lose her. In the end, Chang Zhan accepted the compromise because the objective mattered more. After handing over the essence, the deal seemed complete. But just as Kang Zhan reached for Fei Shuemo, everything came to a halt. Qin Yu raised the price again, making Chang Zhan furious enough to call him out for being unbelievably greedy. The two faced each other in a tense standoff as Chang Zhan raised his claws in warning, while Qin Yu kept smiling as if nothing was wrong. Chang Zhan grew suspicious, but Fei Shuemo suddenly spoke up and said she knew how to use the essence. Qin Yu turned to confirm it, and she replied that every demon instinctively knew how. After all, absorbing souls and blood essence was part of a demon's natural survival instinct. Fei Shuemo explained that he only needed to suppress the essence before absorbing it, and it would work even better with her special ability. As she stepped closer, she moved in on her own, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Qin Yu immediately pushed her away without hesitation and stopped her on the spot. Fei Shuemo stumbled into the wall behind her, but instead of backing off, she looked both annoyed and intrigued before clinging to him again. After getting the essence, Qin Yu wasted no time swallowing and absorbing it in one smooth motion. His body immediately began to transform, as his attributes surged to a whole new level, and his strength rose dramatically. Qin Yu shamelessly looked at Chang Zhan and asked if he had more, leaving him speechless as Qin Yu absorbed it at an unbelievable speed, while the system reported a massive surge of energy from hostile emotions. Chang Zhan finally dropped all pretense and declared that Qin Yu would never get another chance to absorb anything again. Qin Yu paused in confusion as the system rapidly detected waves of negative emotions pouring toward him, warning that great danger was approaching. A murderous aura suddenly erupted behind him, and he instantly activated his defensive armor on instinct. But the enemy was too fast as a purple force swept in and completely locked down his body. Fei Shuemo cried out while Qin Yu collapsed in an instant, throwing the entire area into chaos. Through his fading consciousness, Qin Yu realized his armor had been pierced before it was fully formed, forcing him to stall for time. The attacker was Old Skeleton, who sneered coldly as Fei Shuemo stepped in front of Qin Yu and shouted that no one was allowed to touch him. But Old Skeleton made his intention clear as he sought revenge for his fallen kin and had no plans to stop. He gathered his strength again and prepared to finish off the man who had humiliated his faction. Fei Shuemo rushed forward without hesitation and took the attack for Qin Yu. Chang Zhan stepped in at once because Fei Shuemo was too valuable to lose for nothing. Old Skeleton merely snorted and refused to change his mind. He grabbed Fei Shuemo to drag her away, but she fought back with everything she had. She finally broke free and immediately rushed back toward Qin Yu. In that moment, her emotions overwhelmed her reason, and she chose Qin Yu over her own faction. Qin Yu had just regained consciousness when he saw her charging toward him, but before he could react, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Fei Shuemo boldly moved in on Qin Yu, making the already awkward situation even stranger. After that moment, Qin Yu gradually regained his composure, while Fei Shuemo still refused to let go of him. The system announced that he had successfully absorbed a new special-grade energy, leaving Qin Yu surprised by its incredible effect. Elsewhere, Fei Shuemo was restrained by Kang Zhan and taken away. The moment Qin Yu got back on his feet, he turned to face Old Skeleton, the one who had ambushed him, while his opponent stood ready for a fight. Both entered full combat mode. Empowered by his new strength, Qin Yu became far more confident and openly provoked his enemy. A fierce battle erupted as Qin Yu's armor shattered piece by piece under the overwhelming pressure. They exchanged powerful spells and brutal closer-range attacks, with neither side giving an inch. Old Skeleton roared and unleashed his strongest technique to end the fight. Qin Yu answered with a perfectly timed counterattack that struck cleanly and staggered his opponent. but he was immediately hit by a crushing blow to the stomach, leaving both sides heavily injured. The impact made Qin Yu cough up blood as his entire body shook violently. The battle entered a war of endurance, with both fighters admitting that the other was far stronger than expected. Old Skeleton kept attacking while praising Qin Yu's strength, but Qin Yu answered every strike with cold determination. At the most critical moment, an alarm suddenly sounded from outside, warning that intruders had arrived. The beastmen had broken in, forcing both fighters to pause. The beastmen immediately opened fire, focusing all their attacks on Old Skeleton and catching him completely off guard. The assault continued as battle cries echoed everywhere, vowing to destroy the demons and avenge their fallen comrades. Old Skeleton roared in fury as murderous intent exploded from his body, hurling massive rocks to crush everyone surrounding him. Laughing like a madman, he declared that no one would leave alive before gathering his power for a devastating attack. In an instant, 4 demonic beasts nearby were torn apart by the terrifying force, their bodies exploding in midair. But amid the chaos, Qin Yu seized the opportunity and charged forward with a devastating punch. Even after taking the hit, Old Skeleton barely moved. He laughed with contempt, claiming that no ordinary attack could ever break his defense. The tide quickly turned as Qin Yu activated a special state. His bloodline surged, his eyes glowed crimson, and his entire body gathered power for an all-out counterattack. Killing intent blazed in his eyes as his entire focus locked onto his target. Every ounce of strength flowed into his right arm until every muscle reached its limit. Then he unleashed a hammer-like punch straight into Old Skeleton's face. The blow finally shook Old Skeleton for the first time. He could not believe his defense had been pierced, while the system continued reporting a surge of energy from hostile emotions. Qin Yu was now covered in massive enhanced armor as his aura soared. He revealed that his current power came from absorbing Fei Shuemo's energy, a temporary burst with dangerous consequences if maintained too long. Even knowing the risks, Qin Yu did not care. His only goal was to crush Old Skeleton. His voice turned icy, signaling that the finishing battle had begun. He instantly leaped forward and delivered a full-force kick. A relentless barrage of punches followed, each one crashing into his opponent with overwhelming force. The beastmen watching from outside had no idea what was happening and could only see the demons seemingly fighting among themselves. Qin Yu kept up the pressure, turning Old Skeleton into a living punching bag with no chance to fight back. Every strike dealt massive damage, crushing both his body and his spirit. At last, Qin Yu landed a finishing kick that launched Old Skeleton high into the air. The beastmen stood frozen, as shattered bones rained down before they could even react. Old Skeleton's body completely disintegrated, leaving only scattered remains before the stunned beastmen, who could hardly believe such a powerful demon had fallen so easily. The beastmen's confidence wavered, as Qin Yu's overwhelming strength shattered their morale. Seeing Qin Yu exhausted, some of them considered finishing him off, but hesitated because they still did not understand the situation. As they hesitated, someone recognized Qin Yu's face, throwing the entire formation into confusion. One of the beastmen suddenly recognized Qin Yu from the tournament qualifiers and shouted in shock, throwing the situation into even greater chaos. At People's Hospital No. 3, Viu Le and Viu Na arrived to visit the patient. As soon as they opened the door, they found a nurse arguing furiously with her older brother, turning the hospital room into complete chaos. Viu Le quickly stepped in and tried to calm both sides down. Even while lying exhausted in bed, Qin Yu kept making sarcastic remarks and teasing everyone. He quietly recovered a bit of energy while acting as carefree as ever. Viu Na arrived with a stern expression, examined his condition, and concluded that his injuries were not as serious as they first appeared. The moment Qin Yu saw her, he became nervous, sensing the same dangerous presence that always seemed to spell trouble. Viu Na saw right through him and coldly remarked that she was wondering whether one hand would be enough to kill him, especially after he had defeated a level 6 skeleton demon, making her question what he really was. Qin Yu scratched his head with an awkward smile and blamed everything on luck, claiming he had only survived because he was badly injured himself. Viu Na crossed her arms as an oppressive aura filled the room, admitting that she was also injured and far from her peak condition. She began to suspect that her family might be sheltering a fox pretending to be harmless, but Qin Yu frantically denied it and insisted he had no bad intentions. Viu Na leaned in close, her overwhelming presence pressing directly against Qin Yu as she stared into his eyes. She suddenly asked whether a truly kind person could even exist in the demon world, making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. Qin Yu instinctively leaned back and forced an awkward smile, insisting that good people still existed and that he had always been an honest man, all while desperately wishing someone would rescue him. At the perfect moment, Wu Chuan appeared like a savior and broke the suffocating tension, leaving Qin Yu visibly relieved. Qin Yu greeted them with obvious excitement, while Viu Na carefully observed the newcomers with caution. Xuan Xiaoxiao stepped forward, introduced herself as Qin Yu's classmate, and tried to ease the tension. Viu Na then left, telling everyone to stay while she took the others away and left the room to the younger group. Only after Viu Na disappeared did Qin Yu finally breathe normally again, feeling as though he had escaped a life-or-death ordeal. Wu Quan exchanged glances before letting Xiaoxiao speak on behalf of the group. They sincerely thanked Qin Yu for saving the entire team and promised to reward him, though not simply with money. The moment Qin Yu heard it was not cash, he immediately interrupted them and bluntly said he only cared about tangible benefits. After discussing it amongst themselves, Wu Quan decided to offer a special reward instead of money. They pushed Xiaoxiao forward, making her the center of attention. Xiaoxiao froze with a bright red face, completely confused about what was happening. She insisted that no one had told her anything about this beforehand. Kiki teased her from the side, making Xiaoxiao even more embarrassed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu ignored the awkward scene and focused on checking the strength he had gained after defeating Old Skeleton, while sighing over the endless troublesome situations. After a short nap, Qin Yu woke up feeling much better and hoped he could finally check his attributes. Before he could do anything, another knock came at the door, leaving him annoyed at yet another interruption. 3 strange visitors appeared outside and introduced themselves as representatives from different factions. After talking with them, Qin Yu realized that news of him defeating a level 6 skeleton demon with only level 2 combat power had spread everywhere. He had now become the target of multiple major academies, and the 3 visitors had come to recruit him. Qin Yu immediately treated it like an auction, declaring that he was a rare talent with a starting price of 500,000. The visitors paused, realizing he had misunderstood their intentions, and hurried to explain. One of them immediately raised the offer to 600,000, hoping to settle the deal on the spot. The moment Qin Yu heard the amount, his eyes lit up as he pushed the negotiations further and asked if anyone could offer more. The bidding instantly jumped to 700,000, stunning everyone else. Then, another offer shot up to 800,000, as both sides refused to back down. A third bidder quickly joined in, driving the price from 900,000 to 1 million, as the room descended into a full-blown bidding war. One side stubbornly raised the bid to 1.2 million, making the others panic as the price climbed at an insane pace. Everyone thought they had won, only to be outbid again. Moments later, the auction turned into an all-out battle of wealth. When the price reached 1.35 million, the other 2 sides finally began to hesitate. One representative proudly declared that his academy had money to spare, and even showed off valuable items to intimidate the competition. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was treated like the grand prize of the auction. He stayed completely calm, declared the deal settled, and announced that he now belonged to the highest bidder. But the next moment, someone raised the offer to 1.4 million, instantly overturning the previous winner. Qin Yu immediately switched sides, casually throwing an arm around the new representative, while chatting like an old friend, leaving everyone else scrambling to renegotiate. The representative from Tianlong Academy proudly welcomed Qin Yu and enthusiastically promoted the academy's resources and benefits. He went on about their elite training system, claiming they accepted only a few students but produced exceptional talents. Qin Yu initially thought he had found an amazing deal, but once he heard the actual details and realized how few students qualified for the elite program, his smile disappeared. The representative kept praising their we-know-known training system until it started sounding more like an over-the-top sales pitch. Qin Yu finally lost his patience and raised a hand to interrupt him. He bluntly refused, realizing the program was basically throwing himself into constant danger, so he immediately backed away from the offer. He then turned to the representatives from the other academies and reconsidered his options. In the end, Qin Yu chose Longtung Academy for 1.2 million, while also collecting extra compensation from the fierce bidding war. After leaving the hospital, Qin Yu returned home with Viu Le to continue recovering and training, but news about the demon organization soon appeared on television. Right then, a vehicle suddenly pulled up and stopped in front of him. 2 beastmen stepped out, making Viu Le instantly wary as she questioned why they had come. They said they were looking for Viu Na because they needed to speak with her. Qin Yu quickly stepped in and lied that she had already gone out. He even covered Vu Le's mouth to stop her from revealing anything, leaving her completely confused. The two beastmen asked when Vu Na would return, and Qin Yu jokingly replied that it might be very soon, or maybe never. Just as they showed a little hope, Qin Yu coldly told them to wait if they wanted, or simply leave, leaving both of them speechless. Before departing, they left behind a letter and asked that it be delivered to Vu Na. Even after they drove away, Qin Yu cheerfully waved goodbye as if nothing unusual had happened. The next moment, he casually tossed the letter onto the ground. Vu Le picked it up, unable to understand why he would treat such an important letter that way. Qin Yu calmly explained that anyone delivering a letter in person, at a time like this, clearly had an important motive, especially since Vu Na once held a special position. He guessed the real purpose was to invite Vu Na back into service, and Vu Le gradually understood what was really going on. Vu Na was only at level 4, and her injuries had not fully healed. Sending her back to the battlefield now would put her at a huge disadvantage. Qin Yu wrapped an arm around Vu Le's shoulder and reminded her that what they truly wanted was Vu Na's battlefield experience, because an experienced commander could greatly reduce casualties. He decisively snatched the letter away and tore it into pieces, telling Vu Le not to worry about those troublesome matters. Mao simply suggested that everyone go eat before they all starved, but Vu Le remained lost in thought, unable to let the matter go. The torn pieces of the lessers scattered across the floor. She quietly gathered them up, returned to her room, and carefully pieced them back together in search of clues. Greetings, Captain Vu Na. A massive teleportation point has been detected in the northern region, where the Martial Star continent is slowly and steadily merging with an unknown plane. As the two dimensions continue to fuse, the space-time order of the original world has begun to destabilize. Taking advantage of the disturbance, beings from other planes have started crossing into this world. However, the power limits imposed by each dimension prevent many true experts from crossing over. That is why the Martial Star continent has been able to hold back the invasion, while the ongoing fusion is slowly shifting the balance between the different worlds. The teleport gate meant one thing. Once the passage stabilized, countless demons would pour into the northern border. The good news was the other side still had not found the key link between the two worlds, so the army wanted Vilna to locate it first. Every defender in the fortress looked to Vilna with hope and gratitude if she agreed to help. Looking at her mother's armor, Vilna clenched her fists and swore she would never let her face that danger again. She would restore the honor of the Night Order with her own hands. Without a second thought, she put on her mother's armor and rushed outside. Just as her fighting spirit peaked, a dark face suddenly appeared right in front of her. The stranger spoke without warning, startling her. Showing up like that in the middle of the night could scare anyone. Vilna panicked, threw a full-force punch on instinct, and screamed. Her fist flew straight at the target. When she finally saw clearly, she realized she had punched her brother, but it was already too late to stop. She imagined Qin Yu getting blasted away, maybe even flying thousands of meters from that punch. But the truth was completely different. The punch did almost nothing to Qin Yu, as if it had hit an invisible barrier, leaving her frozen in shock. Qin Yu grabbed her wrist and looked at her seriously, demanding an explanation. No matter how much he questioned her, Vilna kept making excuses, but Qin Yu knew her too well and played along. When he even insisted on going to the bathroom with her, she blushed in embarrassment. He brought up the teleport gate again and said many powerful fighters were gathering there, making the situation even more tense. When he asked if she planned to fight in her mother's place, she froze and lost her calm expression. Qin Yu mocked her without holding back, saying her current strength would only make her demon food on the battlefield. She forced herself to hold back her emotions, but her eyes still wavered. Then she forced a smile and said that even if he was a demon, he was the smartest and most reliable one she knew, convincing herself he would never hurt her. Qin Yu suddenly shouted her mother's name and exposed Vilna's plan to join the battle, revealing everything. Vilna froze, furious and terrified. She clenched her fists as her face turned stiff, clearly not expecting her secret to be exposed so quickly. As footsteps approached, Luo Xiaowuna appeared, calmly smoking while scolding the youngsters. She said she would never have known about this mess without the commander's call. She looked at them helplessly and said they had grown bold enough to hide her letter. Vilna hurried to explain while Qin Yu could only smile awkwardly. Without another word, Wuna walked over and stripped every piece of armor from her daughter. She even sealed Vilna's mouth, tied her to the bed, and coldly ordered her to stay there and reflect on her mistakes. Meanwhile, Wuna put on her battle gear and prepared to enter the battlefield. Before leaving, she entrusted Qin Yu with watching her daughter and ordered him not to let her leave the room. Qin Yu knew this journey was almost certainly a one-way trip, and the thought weighed heavily on him. She was said to be fighting this time to settle an unfinished personal grudge. Without wasting another second, she summoned the beast Carlos and rushed off. Qin Yu stood silently, wondering if that grudge was connected to the one who had destroyed the Night Order. He also thought about his father appearing soon, but the impossible situation left him conflicted. Looking at his bound and disarmed younger sister only made it worse. In the end, Qin Yu pushed aside his reckless thoughts and decided to keep doing his job by stopping Vilna from throwing her life away. The next morning, he brought food to Vilna as usual. But the moment he opened the door, he found the room completely empty. Even the chains had been ripped apart, as if something had bitten straight through them. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. Did she actually have a habit of eating iron chains? He immediately rushed out to search for her, while complaining about Vilna's reckless and troublesome personality. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the city gate where the teleport gate was under heavy guard. The Beastman forces had already gathered there, and the air was thick with tension before the battle. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Yu ran around, shouting Vilna's name until his voice went hoarse, but no one answered. His shouting immediately drew attention, and many beastmen glared at him with suspicion and annoyance. Cold sweat ran down his back as he quickly explained he was only looking for his sister. But someone suddenly pointed at him in panic and yelled that a demon had infiltrated the camp, throwing the whole area into chaos. Qin Yu frantically waved his hands, insisting it was all a misunderstanding and begging for a chance to explain. Before he could finish, the beastman charged after him, forcing him to run for his life. A bitter thought crossed his mind. He might lose his life before he even found her. Suddenly, a powerful force rushed in from behind. A hand grabbed him without warning and slammed him to the ground. Before he could react, he was pinned down and could not move. Looking up, he realized the attacker was Quan Xiaoxiao. She coldly said they were trainee soldiers and scolded him for being foolish enough to enter a military zone without any disguise. Qin Yu finally understood the situation and looked toward Quan Xiaoxiao's group as if he had found his only hope. After hearing that his sister had run away, Quan Xiaoxiao immediately recognized she was Vilna, Wuna's daughter, and complained about how reckless they were. Not wanting to argue anymore, Qin Yu got up, brushed off the dust, and prepared to keep searching. Quan Xiaoxiao asked you for information, and you replied that Vilna was nowhere outside, so she had probably entered the space gate. Hearing that, Qin Yu froze in horror. Entering the teleport gate alone was practically suicide. Quan Xiaoxiao also mentioned that the vice captain of the Night Order and Lei Haod were both here, but Qin Yu did not care. All he could think about was dragging Vilna back before it was too late. Before Qin Yu could think of a plan, Lan Lan suddenly appeared and pulled him into her own. She said it was an easy job since her squad handled transportation, and joining them would let him enter the restricted area. Standing so close made Qin Yu visibly flustered. With almost no space between them and the pressure of her presence, Qin Yu blushed and awkwardly agreed to follow her plan. Qi innocently asked her third sister why fourth sister was helping him so eagerly. Qi simply shrugged and guessed she wanted another useful member for the team. Lan Lan brought Qin Yu to Hu Di, the head of the transport squad, to request his admission. Hu Di looked him over and bluntly said that if he was not joining, he should stop wasting her time. Qin Yu immediately flexed his muscles to prove he could handle heavy work. Everyone nearby fell silent, unsure how to react. Hu Di was not convinced and demanded real proof. Hu Di pointed straight ahead. Then she told him to head to the cargo area. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat when he saw the task. Instead of light supplies, he was expected to move a massive battle tank. With no way to back out, he assumed it was simply the entrance test and seriously examined the vehicle. Without another word, Qin Yu gathered his strength and grabbed the tank. The enormous battle tank was lifted into the air like it weighed nothing, leaving everyone speechless. The Quan sisters immediately started cheering loudly from the sidelines. The surrounding beastmen were stunned. They could not understand how a transport test had turned into someone lifting an entire tank, and they began questioning the squad's recruitment standards. Hu Dai and the nearby soldiers were equally shocked, unable to believe anyone could pull off such a feat. After several seconds of silence, Hu Dai declared that he had passed the test. Qin Yu sighed in relief, thinking it was the strangest entrance exam ever. She tossed him a blue armband, officially accepting him into the transport squad. Qin Yu put it on, but all he could think about was finding Vilna as quickly as possible. He swore that no matter what happened, he would bring his little sister home safely. Elsewhere, Vilna was being restrained by Lei Hode, who kept teasing her as if testing her reactions, while speaking in a tone that was both forceful and oddly concerned. Vilna stubbornly insisted on joining the Night Order, and repeatedly demanded to be released so she could enter the battlefield. Lei Hode refused to budge, saying he could not let her throw herself into danger, because it would be nothing less than a suicide mission. To stop her reckless behavior, Lei Hode even revealed her identity to the guards and reminded her of Wuna's painful past, hoping she would think twice. Even though she was cornered, Vilna tried to stay calm, but her eyes clearly wavered as she called Lei Hode's name. The convoy finally set off, while Qin Yu continued searching for Vilna. The entire area was filled with dust and the sound of clashing metal as the transport troops worked non-stop under heavy pressure. While carrying supplies, Qin Yu kept looking for any clue about Vilna's whereabouts. Even though he was exhausted, he had no choice but to keep hauling cargo with the others. His body was nearly out of energy, and he could barely catch his breath. After working all morning, he took a bottle of water from Quan Xiao and drank it in one go, wondering how he could ever find Vilna in such a massive area. Just then, a panicked scream echoed from the distance. Someone reported that a mutated ancient demon had appeared, a massive six-armed creature with glowing red eyes that was destroying everything around it. The monster charged straight into the battlefield with overwhelming, destructive power. It was confirmed to be an extremely high-level threat, putting the defenders under immense pressure. Even under relentless attacks, it remained completely unharmed. Its body was as tough as steel, making every strike useless. The soldiers began to panic when nothing worked against it, and at that moment, a flying drone appeared overhead. Standing on it were Quan Xiao and Qin Yu, who had already moved into position without anyone noticing. Ignoring every warning from below, they continued flying straight toward the danger. From the sky, Qin Yu suddenly leaped off the drone and plunged directly into the battlefield. The instant he landed, a protective aura burst to life around his body. Before the monster could react, Qin Yu rushed into its blind spot, unleashed a full-power strike at its weak point, and instantly retreated. A moment later, he jumped right back onto Quan Xiao's drone, as if the whole attack had been effortless. The hit looked harmless, but the monster suddenly shattered into pieces, exploding as every soldier below erupted in cheers. Earlier, Qin Yu had activated the Demon Pillar Slayer, together with the cutting power of the White Bone Demon Claw, creating a devastating armor-piercing attack. He then asked Quan Xiao if she could fly faster, and she immediately accelerated. The human soldiers below instantly rushed after the direction the two had flown. While traveling, Qin Yu checked the system and found his energy had reached 4,316 points. He had also unlocked a new ancient transformation skill that required 1,000 points to activate. He immediately imagined transforming into a giant like the ancient demon, growing over 10 meters tall. The thought alone filled him with excitement. He quickly pictured himself towering over the battlefield and crushing everything in his path. The soldiers below looked up in excitement, shouting non-stop as if they were witnessing a true god of war. As the new power activated, a brilliant light burst from Qin Yu's body. He felt overwhelming strength surging through him and could not stop himself from shouting. The Quan sisters quickly turned their heads away, shielding their eyes while marveling at the unbelievable power. Quan Xiao's drone suddenly shook violently, startling even her. Qin Yu was confused, because nothing seemed to change the way he expected. The skill felt strangely different. Several nearby girls saw the strange glow, blushed deeply, covered their eyes, and whispered awkwardly to each other. Qin Yu looked down and froze. He realized only one part of his body had changed dramatically, leaving him completely speechless. Mortified, he hurried to cancel the strange transformation. He kept muttering complaints about the ridiculous new skill. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the distance. It was Wuna. Qin Yu immediately turned pale and nervously greeted her, while Wuna quickly surveyed the scene and understood part of what had happened. The two met face to face. The atmosphere was awkward, but they still exchanged a proper greeting. Wuna stepped closer and demanded to know why he had left his assigned position, while the Quan sisters quietly watched from a distance. Qin Yu quickly explained that Vilna had disappeared, so he had no choice but to search for her. Wuna believed he had been acting responsibly, but she also realized the situation had already spiraled out of control. Wuna's expression darkened as she ordered him to find Vilna. Otherwise, she never wanted to see his face again. As she spoke, Wuna grabbed his head and yanked it hard, making sure he understood the warning. Before leaving, Wuna warned him never to blindly accept any order or request from anyone else. Still pinned down, Chinyu forced a smile and asked what would happen if he already had. Wuna coldly replied that it would only end in death. She scolded him a few more times before sending him away without mercy. Even under overwhelming pressure, Chinyu promised he would finish the mission. Then he turned and walked away. At that moment, another group approached, and the man leading them asked if he was Jiang Chuxiao. The man introduced himself as Li Ke, the commander of Zone C, and said he wanted a private conversation with Chinyu. Chinyu refused without hesitation, saying he was busy looking for his sister. Li Ke simply raised one hand. Instantly, rows of rifles behind him were aimed directly at Chinyu, making the threat crystal clear. Surrounded on every side, Chinyu immediately changed his attitude, raised his hand in salute, and switched expressions so fast it was unbelievable. Li Ke laughed, patted him on the shoulder, and casually led him away, as if everything had already been decided. From afar, Wuna watched without interfering, thinking that, if he failed to meet expectations, that would be the end of it. Inside the tent, Li Ke got straight to the point. He said he was asking Chinyu for help, but if he refused, they would force the issue. The moment Chinyu heard the word help, he glanced at the two fully armed soldiers nearby, realizing they were ready to act if he said no. Li Ke explained that he would not force Chinyu's final decision or order him against his will. He only wanted him to hear the mission first. After looking around, Chinyu reluctantly nodded for him to continue. Li Ke explained that intelligence confirmed the demons had discovered the central space zone and were trying to seize it. If they succeeded, they could permanently open the passage and invade the Beastman world at any time. Chinyu immediately guessed that his mission was to infiltrate the demon forces and locate the central space zone. Li Ke confirmed it. He stood up and said he would draw attention on the front lines, while Chinyu handled the infiltration. He admitted it was almost certainly a own-way mission, yet he still placed his hopes on him, leaving Chinyu genuinely surprised. After hearing everything, Chinyu said he needed time to think and walked outside. Li Ke did not stop him and simply watched him leave with an unreadable expression. Outside, Wuna was already waiting with her arms crossed, saying the evacuation transport was ready. When Chinyu asked about the mission's chance of success, the mood instantly turned heavy. Wuna did not answer directly. Instead, she handed him a necklace bearing the emblem of the Night Order and told him to give it to Vilna if he survived and left this place. Chinyu gripped the necklace tightly and asked if she would return. Wuna answered with a single word, no, then turned away. Chinyu tried to persuade her, saying she was no longer an active soldier and should not throw herself back into battle. Wuna coldly rejected his words, saying that to her, the nation's war always came before everything else. Watching her walk away, Chinyu finally understood the razor-sharp resolve within Wuna. For a brief moment, it felt as though he had witnessed the Night Order in its glorious prime. Her overwhelming presence was so intense that he could barely meet her gaze. Just then, Quan Xiaoxiao drove over and called for him to get in. Instead, Chinyu handed her the necklace and asked her to deliver it to Vilna, while he stayed behind to handle something else. Quan Xiaoxiao stared at him in confusion and asked where he was going when the convoy was about to leave. Chinyu calmly replied that he was heading to the most dangerous place of all. The entire Quan family looked at one another, completely confused. Chinyu returned to Li Ke and asked for the full infiltration plan. Li Ke blinked in surprise and asked if he had changed his mind. He reminded Chinyu that this mission offered almost no chance of survival. Chinyu simply replied that nothing was certain. Then he suddenly remarked that Today's sunrise was beautiful. Li Ke froze and pointed out that it was actually sunset, not sunrise. A moment later, his expression turned serious. He patted Chinyu on the shoulder and said that, since he had accepted, the entire operation would now be adjusted around him. Li Ke handed him a black sphere and a special dagger. The sphere could teleport him up to 10 kilometers after a 3-second activation, while the dagger allowed up to 3 short-range teleport slashes as an emergency escape tool. Chinyu examined the equipment with suspicion. Even with all these preparations, the odds of surviving still seemed far too low. He had only 1 day to locate the target. If no report came back, the elite forces would launch a full assault and force their way through at any cost. Looking Chinyu straight in the eye, Li Che said the lives of every soldier depended on this decision, placing an enormous burden on his shoulders. Even so, Chinyu did not refuse. Instead, he asked one question. How could he get captured alive by the demons and infiltrate their ranks? Li Ke closed his eyes and casually rolled his wrist, as if preparing for a plan he had already worked out. The next second, he clenched his fist, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he charged straight at Qin Yu with full force. Loud thuds echoed through the tent, drawing even the guards outside to look over. Not long afterward, they arrived at the prison block. Qin Yu was thrown into an iron cell, while Li Ke dusted off his hands and declared that Qin Yu had assaulted his commanding officer, and he had finally run out of patience. In reality, both sides had exchanged blows, but Qin Yu was the one taking the blame. Li Ke turned away, ordered the guards to keep a close watch, and the cell door slammed shut. The prisoners inside looked at Qin Yu in surprise and asked why he had been thrown in here after provoking his superior. Qin Yu calmly smiled and admitted he had done it on purpose so he could escape from here and use it as a shortcut for his infiltration plan. The prisoners became interested and assumed he must have a hidden key, but when he flatly denied having one, they immediately dismissed him as a liar. Just then, a guard ran past outside, shouting that an emergency had broken out. One of the prisoners kept muttering in confusion about the key Qin Yu had mentioned. Without another word, Qin Yu carefully examined the iron cage. Then, with a simple motion, he bent the iron bars apart with his bare hands, as if they were made of soft metal. The prisoners behind him stared in disbelief as he tore apart a steel door that was built to withstand attacks from high-level monsters. When Qin Yu stepped outside and told everyone to follow him, they finally snapped out of it and hurried after him. After leaving the prison and finding no one nearby, Qin Yu asked a multi-armed demon about the situation. The demon lowered its voice and said, the beastmen had likely discovered the central space zone, so nearly every demon force had already been deployed. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat as the demon explained that they were only an outer reconnaissance unit and had to report the news to headquarters immediately. Realizing the opportunity, Qin Yu ordered the demon to lead him straight to the demon command center. Meanwhile, inside the demon base, a female demon named Yu Mo was directing operations, with her bodyguard Fei Yu Jiluo beside her, as they received a report about a special individual connected to the central space zone. At the same time, an alert appeared, warning them to be on high alert for someone named Qin Yu. Yu Mo's expression immediately turned cold as she ordered him eliminated on sight. The two sides soon met and began questioning each other. One side demanded his identity. Qin Yu answered vaguely. When asked about his abilities, his reply became even stranger, making Yu Mo increasingly suspicious. Losing her patience, she shouted for a proper answer. Qin Yu casually replied that he was not even 18 years old. That answer only irritated Yu Mo further, making her think he was mocking the situation. Qin Yu remained calm and repeated his age, as though he had no idea how tense things had become. Furious, Yu Mo repeated the question in an even harsher tone. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Qin Yu smirked and casually admitted he was just joking, making her even angrier. Instantly, Fei Yu Jiluo launched a full-power kick straight at him. The impact sent Qin Yu flying for kilometers. Watching him disappear into the distance, Yu Mo coldly declared that someone so weak did not deserve to live. Meanwhile, Jiluo remained calm and analyzed that his kick had probably been blocked. He concluded that Qin Yu must have prepared some kind of defensive ability. In reality, Qin Yu had only managed to activate a reinforced protective barrier, while random memories of old jokes from his previous life flashed through his mind. The moment Qin Yu heard a sword leaving its sheath, his expression changed and his body reacted instantly, realizing his opponent was done talking. Without hesitation, he reached out and caught Jiluo's sword head-on, turning the attack into a direct clash. The two exchanged blows without either side, giving an inch, creating a fierce deadlock. Standing with her arms crossed, Yu Mo watched quietly and judged that this giant's speed matched, or perhaps even surpassed, Fei Yu, one of their most famous speed-focused knights. The longer she watched, the more she realized his combat power was far from ordinary, and it only kept growing stronger as the fight went on. Even in the middle of battle, Qin Yu kept smiling as he quietly judged that his newly awakened ancient evolution ability was extremely useful in real combat. He suddenly shifted his power and focused most of his strength onto one side of his body. A punch from a perfect blind spot caught Jiluo completely off guard and shattered the momentum in an instant. Just as the finishing blow was about to land, Yu Mo stepped in and stopped his attack. She wrapped her tail tightly around Qin Yu's wrist and completely locked down his strength. Then she announced that he had passed the test and there was no need to keep fighting. The two faced each other. For a brief moment, their eyes met, but their emotions were completely different. One was annoyed at being interrupted, while the other calmly observed him. Yu Mo introduced herself as the commander and told him to follow her to discuss an important mission. After saying that, she turned and walked away with a subtle glance of warning, while Qin Yu reluctantly followed behind. Inside the camp, Yu Mo explained that the test had been necessary because the human side had intelligence about a demon traitor named Qin Yu with a unique ability and an extremely high threat level. After receiving reports from the scout units, she had no choice but to personally inspect every suspicious individual before allowing them into battle. Qin Yu acted cooperative on the surface, but secretly assessed the situation while staying calm, as if those accusations had nothing to do with him. Yu Mo checked the records and found no previous report of an ancient evolution ability, so she lowered her suspicion and began testing whether he was willing to cooperate. Qin Yu immediately acted far too excited, and his exaggerated reaction made the atmosphere awkward. Yu Mo frowned and warned him about his attitude before explaining that the space-time core had been discovered. Both sides were fighting fiercely over it, and she wanted him to reinforce the front line. In reality, Qin Yu had almost no way to refuse the assignment. She ordered him to gather as many of his own forces as possible for the mission, hinting that it would also reduce the risk to himself. Qin Yu agreed immediately and pounded his chest as if he were overflowing with enthusiasm. After leaving the camp, he carefully observed his surroundings to make sure no one was following him. Once nobody was paying attention, he quickly tried to send a secret message to Wu Na and report the situation. But right at the critical moment, the communication device malfunctioned, leaving him visibly frustrated. From behind him, Yu Mo's voice echoed out, complaining that his noise was disrupting her work. Qin Yu kept walking while searching for a signal and complained that the place had no network at all, so he asked why. Yu Mo explained that the area was covered by signal jammers to block spies, and only special devices could communicate. She then tossed him a demon-issued phone with the military contact list already installed, and told him to use it whenever he needed to report something. Qin Yu caught it immediately and looked quite satisfied. Seeing him fumble with the device, Yu Mo asked if he even knew how to use it, and he confidently replied that it was just a phone and nothing difficult. They had not gone much farther when Yu Mo suddenly stopped after noticing something impossible to ignore. She immediately shouted for him to stop, but Qin Yu casually kept walking while humming to himself. Yu Mo suddenly rushed straight at Qin Yu with extreme suspicion, and the tension instantly reached its peak. Without another word, she shoved her hand straight into his pocket. Then she pulled out a phone built with beastfolk technology. She pressed her sharp claws against his neck and directly demanded to know if he was an enemy spy. It looked like Qin Yu was moments from death, but he fiercely argued that simply using beastfolk technology did not prove he was a spy. The logic sounded ridiculous, yet somehow convincing. Yu Mo hesitated after hearing his argument, clearly shaken, while Qin Yu refused to back down. He even pointed out that she was also using plenty of beastfolk technology, leaving Yu Mo speechless for a moment before she quickly denied it. She insisted she had never used anything from the beastfolk side, but Qin Yu gave her a mysterious smile and stepped closer, making her lose her composure. From a hidden spot, he pulled out an old remote control that looked harmless but felt strangely suspicious, then asked what she was using. The situation instantly flipped as he pressured her to explain the item she had on her. It turned out to be a high-tech beastfolk massage chair, and the moment Qin Yu activated it, the entire chair shook violently, leaving Yu Mo completely helpless. He calmly remarked that she really knew how to enjoy life. Then he turned the vibration up even higher, making her body react uncontrollably, while he casually talked about battlefield stress and the need to relax. Before she could respond, the vibration hit maximum power, throwing Yu Mo completely into chaos and leaving her unable to control the situation. She was nearly overwhelmed by dizziness. Her words became broken, and her mind grew hazy. Everyone nearby froze in shock, quickly looking away as the atmosphere became painfully awkward. Qin Yu remained perfectly calm and asked if she finally understood the situation. Yu Mo struggled to regain her senses, insisting the two matters were completely different while trying to explain through her confusion. Qin Yu immediately fired back, saying he should inspect the evidence more carefully, teasing her while pushing the situation even further. He pulled out what looked like a watch, but it was actually a disguised explosive, then tossed it straight toward the demon soldiers, causing a massive explosion. Yu Mo was furious beyond words, while Qin Yu hurriedly claimed it had all been an accident. A moment later, he pulled out a pen that transformed into a sniper rifle, making the situation even more chaotic. At that moment, an extremely powerful surge of electricity spread across the area, and a water demon happened to be standing nearby. The clash between electricity and water canceled itself out and vanished completely, throwing the battlefield into even greater chaos while Qin Yu somehow kept trying to prove he was not a spy in the most unbelievable way possible. Yu Mo rushed in with overwhelming anger to regain control, while Qin Yu found himself cornered, still arguing even as the danger closed in. In the middle of the standoff, he suddenly used clever wordplay to distract everyone and keep the balance from collapsing. Yu Mo was affected by a strange drug that caused her consciousness to become unstable and hazy. The medicine scrambled the user's mind within only a few dozen seconds. An old memory-related item suddenly activated, leaving Yu Mo increasingly dazed and unable to think clearly. Qin Yu seized the chaos to tighten his control over the situation. He even boldly declared that he was innocent and demanded that she stop doubting him. In the end, Yu Mo reluctantly agreed to trust him for the time being, while Qin Yu immediately shifted his attention to recruiting more followers. After that, almost no effort was needed as Qin Yu's side completely took over, and the remaining soldiers naturally began siding with him. The crowd rushed toward him, cheering as if they had found a new leader, even praising the high-tech chair as a symbol of victory, while Qin Yu simply smiled and accepted the applause. While the outside remained in chaos, Yu Mo slowly regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she found the place eerily empty and stared around in confusion. She stepped outside to investigate, and the silent camp immediately put her on full alert as she wondered what had happened. A deep sense of dread rose inside her, as she feared the entire base had already been attacked or captured. Elsewhere, Huo Mo lay exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had just suffered a crushing defeat. She hurried over and called for him to wake up, panic filling her voice as the situation was clearly out of control. After waking, Huo Mo frantically explained that Qin Yu had turned everything upside down, stripping away almost all of their forces and supplies, with only a handful managing to escape. He admitted that he had been knocked out while trying to send a warning, leaving the entire command system paralyzed before anyone could react. In complete despair, Yu Mo could only scream as everything around her seemed to be falling apart. The scene shifted to the opposing camp, where Qin Yu looked completely relaxed, as though everything had gone exactly as planned. He even made a series of baffling remarks that left the soldiers around him feeling awkward. A few of them looked annoyed, but did not dare challenge him, choosing instead to quietly observe. While checking the troop count, he pretended to be surprised that nearly all of Yu Mo's forces had joined him, far exceeding his expectations. Someone asked about the whereabouts of an important figure, making Qin Yu hesitate for a split second before smoothly changing the subject. He immediately introduced himself with complete confidence, deliberately creating a unique image to fool everyone around him. He even declared that he had been born to command, speaking with absolute confidence as if he already controlled the entire battlefield. Some of the soldiers were still frozen, unable to adjust to the sudden change. Qin Yu used a blunt approach to snap them back to their senses and force them to play along with his act. In the end, the soldiers had no choice but to cooperate, making it look like they truly obeyed his orders. However, the opposing commander remained suspicious and refused to be fooled by his smooth words. Qin Yu reacted immediately, grabbed the commander, and applied pressure to make himself appear in control. He even mocked the commander's appearance and attitude, deliberately making the confrontation more intense. The argument quickly escalated, as one side questioned his identity, while the other desperately protected the disguise. The commander kept pointing out flaws involving Yu Mo's race and gender, causing Qin Yu's story to fall apart. As he came close to being exposed, Qin Yu realized the danger and instantly changed his attitude. He lowered his voice and acted much friendlier to restore the balance. He even threw out a few flattering remarks in an attempt to erase the commander's doubts. But the commander still was not convinced, and the tension reached the breaking point as Qin Yu realized his fake identity ring was about to fail. Qin Yu suddenly claimed he was her husband and blurted out the strange name Duan Lua, leaving the nearby subordinates completely stunned by his nerve. One of the soldiers hurriedly corrected the name before everything fell apart. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat, but calmly repeated the corrected name as if he had never made a mistake. He even put on something that looked like a demon horn helmet, leaving the surrounding soldiers wondering what he was doing. Then he went even further by claiming he was a high-ranking officer of the Fallen Knights, speaking with absolute confidence. He forced out an intimidating aura and challenged everyone to question him if they dared. The company commander remained unconvinced and continued exposing flaws in Qin Yu's story, pushing the act closer to collapse. With no way out, Qin Yu stopped arguing and simply smashed the commander with a hard object to shut him up. He then turned around, walked inside, and ordered the guards not to enter under any circumstances. He headed straight into the conference chamber. A massive meeting table came into view, surrounded by high-ranking figures with terrifying auras. Qin Yu paused for a brief moment as he realized he had walked into a place far more dangerous than expected. Among those present, he even spotted Wang Jie. Although slightly shaken, he maintained his disguise and introduced himself as the fallen knight Fei Yu. Instead of being welcomed, he received a cold response, and someone openly dismissed his abilities. Qin Yu glanced at the speaker and wondered if this guy was asking for trouble. Without another word, he pulled out several seasonings and charged straight at his opponent in the strangest opening imaginable. His opponent blocked the attack with ease while mocking Qin Yu's strength. But the instant his guard slipped, Qin Yu threw the spices directly into his eyes and turned the fight into total chaos. The ridiculous way he defeated his opponent was both humiliating and unbelievable. He kept pressing the advantage by scattering chili powder, salt, and pepper as if he were seasoning the battlefield. His opponent screamed in agony, while everyone in the meeting hall watched in complete shock. Qin Yu dusted off his hands as though he had just finished a trivial task. Right then, another voice declared that Qin Yu had already proven himself and would be assigned to stop the enemy's top expert. Qin Yu froze for several seconds after hearing such an unexpected assignment. Only one thought crossed his mind. Was this really supposed to be a serious mission? He immediately realized they were using him as a human shield. Meanwhile, the ambush forces had already taken up their positions at key locations. A beastfolk convoy appeared below and advanced toward the defensive line, putting everyone under heavy pressure. Qin Yu ordered the convoy to be allowed through and warned that anyone who interfered would face severe punishment, leaving the soldiers completely bewildered. After that, he took the initiative to contact an outside informant. The informant reported that the main army had chosen this route to break through the defensive line. The news immediately excited Qin Yu because everything was unfolding exactly as his chaotic plan intended. He also learned that another demon force was pursuing them from behind. The battlefield grew even hotter as both sides clashed in a fierce stalemate. Qin Yu and his squad suddenly jumped out to block the road, declaring it sealed with overwhelming aggression. The other side immediately identified themselves as members of the Blood Fiend Armor Corps, carrying out a special mission. But Qin Yu did not care in the slightest and refused to back down. He even stepped forward, as if testing how far they were willing to push things. Then he launched a direct attack, sending both the target and the vehicle flying, while declaring that nobody was allowed to pass. The opposing side kept trying to explain who they were. But to Qin Yu, titles meant nothing, and no mission would change his decision to block the road. Qin Yu placed a hand over his chest, his eyes shining like a galaxy, and declared that guarding this road was his mission. No one would pass, and he did not care about reinforcements or orders from above. When words failed, the other side immediately turned to violence and demanded to know if he had a death wish. The enemy's arm mutated, growing sharp spikes and deadly claws as a savage aura erupted. He charged forward at incredible speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. 5 consecutive punches slammed straight into Qin Yu's stomach. But Qin Yu's body was as hard as steel. The blows could not pierce him, and the attacker was instead hurt by the backlash. Qin Yu immediately answered with a relentless barrage of punches. His opponent cried out in agony, begging for mercy, while desperately insisting he was not the enemy. Just as Qin Yu was about to finish him off, his phone suddenly rang. Qin Yu answered with obvious irritation, annoyed that the fight had been interrupted. After a few words, he realized the call was not meant for him. He casually tossed the phone at his opponent and went right back to fighting. The battered opponent yelled that he was busy too and told Qin Yu to hang up the phone already. Before he could finish, Qin Yu landed another hit and demanded that he explain the call. It turned out to be nothing more than a sales call from a demon potion merchant, making Qin Yu even angrier as he cursed them and demanded every spam call be blocked. He kept punching, while lecturing that phones were nothing but distractions in real combat. Then the battered opponent weakly pointed at the phone, hinting that it was not even his, making Qin Yu pause for a second. Moments later, the phone received an emergency report. The human main force had broken through the defensive line, and the demons ordered him to return immediately as a commander under Karan. Qin Yu froze for a few seconds, unable to believe how quickly everything had changed, and wondering what he had just been dragged into. He turned to look at the soldiers behind him and found them silently waiting for his orders. Without another thought, he threw the man he had just beaten over his shoulder, declared everyone there his allies, and ordered them into a new formation. The soldiers were still confused, but they had no choice except to obey the newly given orders. After a long march through the valley, the group finally stopped to rest. Qin Yu stared at Shui Yuan lying on a stretcher, clearly plotting something. By then, Shui Yuan had begun to regain consciousness, though he was still dazed. Qin Yu immediately rushed over and acted unusually friendly, even making jokes that gave everyone goosebumps. Shui Yuan quickly backed away, completely unsure what Qin Yu was planning. Qin Yu then became serious, introduced his identity, and claimed he had been sent as reinforcement, leaving Shui Yuan surprised. He continued confirming his identity, with a respectful yet intimidating attitude, making the atmosphere even stranger. Qin Yu stared at him with a mix of scrutiny and pressure, making Shui Yuan increasingly uneasy. But Shui Yuan soon softened his tone, introduced himself properly, asked Qin Yu to use his real name, and questioned Qin Yu's background. The moment the conversation turned to family ties, Qin Yu suddenly realized the characters were connected in an unexpectedly complicated web. He kept asking about his supposed father, and gradually learned that the man was a powerful greater demon with his own territory and overwhelming strength. After hearing the whole story, Qin Yu assumed his supposed father must be one of the biggest figures in this invasion. But Galaxy shook his head and said Qin Yu had not yet seen how terrifying this hell truly was. According to Galaxy, the figure Qin Yu believed was a final boss was actually just a tiny link in the vast demon hierarchy, nowhere near the true rulers. Kaleshi cleared his throat and changed the subject, saying he had a gift for Qin Yu to celebrate their first partnership. He handed over a transparent blue crystal that radiated a chilling aura. Qin Yu barely glanced at it before looking unimpressed, recognizing it as nothing more than a low-grade essence. He even thought that if Kaleshi was giving a gift, it should have been something far better. Still, he was already planning how to use it in the coming battle. Elsewhere, the teleportation hub was under relentless bombardment, as explosions and smoke filled the entire area. Demons appeared everywhere, and the chaos spread completely out of control. The beast folk and the demon realm had been enemies for ages, and now they were locked in a merciless bloodbath. From a distance, a lone figure silently watched everything unfolding around the space-time core. Hatred burned in his eyes as the war became a massive grinder, crushing countless lives for a blood-soaked future. Qin Yu turned toward Kaleshi and let out a strange laugh. Then he shifted his gaze back to the battle, as if carefully weighing his next move. The scene reminded him of a familiar tool he carried, something simple yet incredibly dangerous. For a brief moment, he considered playing the hero, but he also knew the risk would be enormous. In the next instant, he placed a hand on Kaleshi's shoulder and flashed a friendly but calculating smile. Then he handed over every item Li Ke had previously given him. He painted a picture of future cooperation, telling Kaleshi to use them to earn merit so they could split the rewards together. Kaleshi showed great interest, accepted the proposal, and urged everyone toward the central teleportation hub. Just then, a military inspector stepped forward to verify their identities. The inspector turned to Qin Yu and confirmed the information listed on his documents. Qin Yu nodded without hesitation and confirmed that everything was correct. The inspector then informed him that someone was waiting for Fei Yu, claiming to be his wife, and asked him to come along. Qin Yu froze for several seconds, completely baffled because he had never been married. Following the directions, he was led to a military camp. After carefully checking the surroundings, he entered with great caution. The moment he stepped inside, he realized the so-called wife was actually Yu Mo, leaving him completely stunned. Sensing immediate danger, he tried to make a tactical retreat, but Yu Mo had already blocked his escape. With nowhere to run, Qin Yu hid behind Kaleshi, begged for help, and used him as a shield. Loyal as ever, Kaleshi stepped forward without hesitation. But Yu Mo sent Kaleshi flying with a single strike, leaving him motionless on the ground. Qin Yu looked at the scene in disbelief before trying to stall by throwing out a few empty threats at Yu Mo. Before he could finish, Yu Mo drove a heavy punch straight into him. Qin Yu was blasted backward and crashed painfully onto the ground. Still dazed, he wondered whether he was somehow still alive. Yu Mo showed no intention of stopping and charged in for another finishing blow. Qin Yu reacted instantly and grabbed her horns to steady himself. The two immediately locked into a fierce struggle at point-blank range. Right then, an announcement echoed through the command system. Every soldier was ordered to assemble at the space-time core for a new operation. A high-ranking demon commander announced that the influence of the space-time core had transformed the entire city into a tactical maze. All units were ordered to split into smaller teams for easier movement and combat. Qin Yu and Yu Mo were forced to stop fighting, though the killing intent in their eyes had not faded. Kaleshi stepped in to calm everyone down and told them to prepare protective measures before advancing. In his hand was a specialized battlefield energy shield device. Kaleshi explained that it was a beastfolk tactical treasure reserved for major battles, then glanced at Qin Yu as if judging his place in the overall plan. That look carried a hidden meaning, as though he was quietly testing whether everything was really as simple as it appeared. The moment Qin Yu gave a slight nod, Kaleshi seemed filled with confidence and immediately began boasting that he had risked his life to seize this treasure from the human battlefield. He proudly recounted his exploits, portraying himself as a seasoned and fearsome veteran. The surrounding demons immediately crowded around to get a closer look, so Kaleshi barked an order for everyone to line up properly. He declared that today he would broaden their horizons with a special demonstration. As soon as he activated the device, a burst of electricity flashed out, leaving every demon frozen in confusion as they tried to figure out what had just happened. From the other side, Qin Yu watched the scene with a mysterious smile, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. The demons, on the other hand, erupted into loud shouts as the strange phenomenon appeared before their eyes. Kaleshi was proud at first, but he quickly realized something was wrong. The device should have emitted its usual blue glow, yet it now shined with an eerie white light. Some even searched their memories, certain they had seen that light before, but none could remember where. Meanwhile, the machine kept running at full power, with no sign of stopping. Then familiar figures slowly emerged, carrying weapons and armor, with an overwhelming presence, as though they had just stepped off the battlefield. The newcomers gradually stood upright, making the entire scene feel deeply unsettling. One sharp-eyed demon suddenly realized it resembled a human technology portal, and even connected it to teleportation technology. The situation instantly turned against Kaleshi. He was treated like a traitor, as his own people surrounded him with relentless questions, until he was left speechless. Trembling in panic, he could only stammer and beg for mercy. Kaleshi repeatedly insisted he had nothing to do with it, but he was immediately questioned about the energy barrier and the spatial navigation system inside the device. Completely overwhelmed, he secretly signaled Qin Yu for help, even though neither of them understood how the device actually worked. Qin Yu casually added fuel to the fire, making the chaos even worse. Kaleshi became the center of even greater suspicion, as his own allies restrained him and accused him from every direction. Even so, a few demons still defended their leader and insisted he could never betray them. Kaleshi angrily shouted for everyone to be quiet before desperately begging his comrades to trust him. But the moment he finished speaking, his own side jumped him, and every shred of trust completely collapsed. Qin Yu watched the whole spectacle like it was a stage play, while thinking about his father, a man who spread chaos wherever he went and left disaster behind. Dealing with him would require patience. Taking advantage of the confusion, Qin Yu quietly slipped into the teleportation zone. He knew the next step was far too important to waste any more time here. In his hand was a high-tech compass designed to guide him through the distorted space. Fortunately, he had prepared it in advance. Otherwise, escaping this place would have been nearly impossible. Outside, while everyone else was still searching for the right direction, another fool practically walked to his own death. A fat demon blocked Qin Yu's path, staring at him suspiciously. The demon demanded Qin Yu hand over the compass, threatening to attack if he hesitated. Qin Yu instinctively jumped back, shouted a warning, and smoothly drew his knife with practiced speed. In the middle of the chaos, someone rushed in, stabbing wildly while repeatedly begging not to be killed. When everything settled, the huge demon was lying face down on the ground without moving. Qin Yu calmly put away his knife and hid it as though nothing had happened. He unexpectedly obtained a strange new skill called solidified fat, but after a quick evaluation, he dismissed it as completely useless. Elsewhere, the main battlefield between the beastfolk and the demons had descended into complete chaos. The moment Qin Yu showed himself, he nearly got hit by stray fire and almost became caught between the two armies. He immediately activated his body enhancement, and every bullet that struck him bounced off with the sound of metal hitting steel. The unbelievable sight left both the beastfolk and the demons staring in shock, unable to understand what kind of monster had appeared. Qin Yu frowned at the compass in his hand, silently cursing his terrible luck. That random idiot who tried to steal from him had left him holding the compass upside down, making everything even more confusing. This was the ghost battlefield, and the thought of it made Qin Yu even more anxious to escape this cursed place. Flames raged in every direction, as though the entire world was burning. Violent waves surged across the battlefield, threatening to swallow everything in their path. The land itself was ruined, and the air reeked of death. While adjusting the compass, Qin Yu casually grabbed a bizarre limited edition scarf. The longer he looked around, the stronger the killing intent in the air became, sending chills down his spine. Looking around, Qin Yu realized he had somehow become isolated in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Everyone around him gripped spears and clubs, screaming for blood. A moment later, they all charged at him like a raging flood. Qin Yu panicked and instinctively cried out for help. With no other choice, he quickly drew his blade to defend himself. The raging crowd swung their weapons wildly, surrounding him from every side. Fighting alone against so many was clearly impossible. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape first, and figure everything else out later. But at the most critical moment, the crowd suddenly turned on each other, completely flipping the situation. Qin Yu stood there in confusion, feeling as if the enemies had switched sides in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the chaos, he immediately retreated from the danger zone. On another front, non-stop gunfire and explosions echoed across the battlefield. The two armies were locked in a brutal deadlock, with neither side willing to give ground. It had become a fight to the death, and killing intent filled the battlefield. Someone asked Xiao Xiao whether they should send reinforcements to Qin Yu, and urged her to use their final trump card before time ran out. Quan Xiao Xiao immediately signaled everyone to begin the fusion plan. Her 4 younger brothers rushed forward and activated the fusion process together. Moments later, the 5 dogfolk merged into a single unified form. Quan Xiao Xiao emerged in majestic armor, radiating overwhelming power as she prepared for battle. The demon let out a savage roar as its killing intent exploded. It immediately threw a devastating punch at its opponent. The blow pierced straight through a massive boulder with ease. Hidden heavy weapons began emerging from inside the shattered rock. A barrage of long-range weapons activated with terrifying destructive power. Countless attacks rained down on the demon like a storm of bullets. At the same time, the ground beneath it turned into slippery mud, causing it to lose its footing. The demon staggered before crashing onto its back. A sniper weapon immediately locked onto its vital point. After landing the decisive strike, Quan Xiao Xiao wasted no time and turned to leave the battlefield. The 5 dogfolk immediately agreed that rescuing Qin Yu was their top priority. Back in the demon realm, Kaleshi was dragged deep into the arena. He was thrown hard onto the cold stone floor. As soon as he looked up, Kaleshi frantically scanned his surroundings in confusion. A voice came from behind, asking if he was looking for someone. Demon King Carlos appeared and stepped directly on the face of his worthless son. He coldly demanded to know whether Kaleshi had truly sided with the humans. Pinned beneath his father's foot, Kaleshi could barely breathe as he struggled to speak. Only then did he realize he had been set up. He hurriedly explained that someone else had given him the items, and that the mastermind was Qin Yu in disguise. Carlos showed no reaction. He kicked Kaleshi with overwhelming force, and coldly declared that a useless son deserved to die, whether he had betrayed them or not. Kaleshi scrambled to his feet, clung to his father's leg, and begged for one more chance, swearing he would personally kill Qin Yu to prove his worth. But Carlos had no intention of forgiving him. He mercilessly killed his own son and absorbed the demonic energy from his body on the spot. To Carlos, even that power was nothing more than worthless trash. As he walked away without a trace of emotion, Carlos began thinking about Qin Yu's regeneration ability and unique potential, giving rise to a new ambition. He started planning how to use the suppression armor to establish control over Qin Yu once again. Back on the space-time battlefield, the beast folk and demon armies continued their brutal clash. One warrior kept firing, while noticing the arrival of a high-ranking enemy. At that moment, Vilna stepped forward in full armor and ordered everyone else to retreat so she could face the enemy alone. The order was carried out immediately as the formation pulled back. Vilna stood alone amid the smoke and flames, surrounded only by bullets and exploding shells. Wang Si's true body emerged from a spatial gate, seeing through Vilna's intentions as the two faced each other in a tense standoff. Vilna remained calm, reminding him that she had slain countless powerful enemies, including elite demons, so this battle was nothing special. Wang Si realized she was no easy opponent, yet he still acted arrogantly and declared that no matter how long it took, he would kill Vilna himself. Vilna merely sneered, completely unimpressed, because she had heard the same boast from countless enemies before, and every one of them had fallen by her hand. The instant she finished speaking, Wang Se suddenly vanished from sight. Vilna immediately raised her weapon and entered a defensive stance, ready for a surprise attack. A devastating strike came crashing down from above, but Wang Se disappeared once again, moving in an unpredictable pattern. He created countless afterimages that completely concealed his true position, no longer needing to fight with his real body exposed. Suddenly, the real body appeared as a young warrior with an overwhelming battle aura, charging straight at Vilna with a killing strike already prepared. In the blink of an eye, he slipped behind her, convinced victory was already his. Wang Se roared and unleashed a fatal attack the moment he saw an opening. But Vilna was not someone who could be defeated in a single move. Years of life-and-death battles gave her lightning-fast reflexes. She instantly spun around and counterattacked, her spear sweeping into him the moment he struck. Realizing a direct fight would not work, Wang Se immediately changed tactics. He retreated at top speed to avoid being forced into a deadly position. Vilna tried to pursue him, but her body suddenly began to weaken. It felt as though all her strength had been drained away in an instant. At last, she collapsed onto the battlefield. Only then did she realize that Wang Se's weapon had been coated with poison. He even mocked her, sneering that a demon had resorted to such cheap tricks. In truth, Wang Se had never intended to use poison. His original target had been Qin Yu, but his pride made him want to settle the fight with his own strength. However, Vilna's contemptuous attitude caused him to lose control. His anger exploded after being completely looked down on. With his pride wounded, he decided to finish her immediately and raised his sword for the final strike. Vilna suddenly changed her rhythm and disrupted his timing. Taking advantage of the opening, she struck back with perfect precision, driving her spear into his weak point. She even threw out a taunt in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. However, Vilna possessed extraordinary poison resistance, allowing her to hold on a little longer. Even so, her body kept weakening, so she pretended to collapse to deceive her opponent. She deliberately faked her own death to make Wang Se lower his guard. At the same time, Vilna revealed that her own weapon had been coated with a deadly poison from a six-armed demon beast, powerful enough to paralyze him within moments. But the battle suddenly took an unexpected turn. Wang Se pulled the weapon from his body and laughed, saying the true danger of demons lay in their unpredictable nature. In fact, he had once absorbed the poison of a six-armed demon beast, making him largely immune to its effects. He walked toward Vilna with a killing blow ready, convinced that luck was still on his side. Wang Se intended to use Vilna's own weapon to end the battle. Just as he was about to strike, Vilna suddenly shouted Qin Yu's name. Wang Se laughed in disdain, convinced the same trick would never fool him again. He continued gathering strength for the finishing blow, but at that exact moment, a third person interrupted him. Qin Yu appeared at the critical moment and completely ruined Wang Se's plan, sending him into a rage. He also realized that the mysterious imposter from earlier had been Qin Yu in disguise. Qin Yu activated his demon armor, his entire body bursting with brilliant light as he faced Wang Se with a cold smile. Wang Se completely lost control and charged in, determined to crush Qin Yu. But the demon armor blocked the attack, and the backlash sent Wang Se flying backward. He could not believe his eyes, and could not understand how Qin Yu had grown so powerful so quickly. In his mind, Qin Yu was still nothing more than prey he could crush whenever he wanted. Wang Se kept changing positions in search of a sneak attack, but Qin Yu was already waiting to counter him. Qin Yu leaped forward, crossing his arms before his chest as he met the incoming surprise attack head-on. Qin Yu knew this was a rare opportunity. One small opening was all he needed to turn the battle around. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity and exploded upward with a devastating elbow strike. Wang Se took the hit directly, and his front teeth shattered instantly. Blood sprayed into the air as his momentum was completely broken. He could not understand how a horned demon could evolve so quickly, with defense, speed, and strength all far beyond normal limits. His pride exploded as he roared through the air, proclaiming himself the greatest close combat genius, and refusing to believe he could lose to someone beneath him. In his madness, his eyes shifted toward Vilna as he decided to use her as a hostage to force Qin Yu into submission. Seeing Qin Yu's demon armor beginning to weaken and crumble, he believed the opportunity had arrived, while Vilna appeared completely defenseless. But Qin Yu did not hesitate for a second. He rushed forward and stood in front of Vilna, blocking Wang Se's plan. That single action convinced Wang Se that the woman was Qin Yu's greatest weakness. He immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, hoping to force Chin-yu into making a mistake while protecting her. Watching the scene, Vilna felt her emotions begin to waver. For the first time, she wondered if not every demon was truly cold and heartless. Refusing to remain a burden, Vilna drew a poison-coated throwing spike. She used every ounce of her strength to hurl it straight at Wang Si. Chin-yu dodged and counterattacked at the same time, bursting forward and closing the gap in an instant. One fatal strike crushed Wang Ji's life force and killed him on the spot. He then turned to Vilna and told her there was no need to bow or belittle herself. Vilna got back up, safe at last, but still sternly scolded him for ignoring her order to retreat. Chin-yu stayed silent as his eyes scanned the area with caution. He looked around in confusion, wondering if this was really Vilna's territory. Vilna turned around, ready to leave and deal with another situation. But at that moment, she warned Chin-yu not to move while preparing to retrieve her weapon. It was already too late because he had been wounded. The weapon was made to counter demons, and its tip was coated with poison from a 6-armed demon beast with no known cure. Vilna coughed softly and realized they had both been poisoned, leaving them to accept the same fate. The atmosphere suddenly shifted as they sensed a space portal opening. Carlos appeared moments later. He slowly applauded while sizing Chin-yu up like a leftover experiment, clearly pleased with his potential. He greeted Chin-yu with heavy sarcasm, as if welcoming his own son back to the family. Chin-yu quickly restrained Vilna to keep the situation under control. He knocked her unconscious with a powerful blow. Then he faced Carlos and admitted he had wanted this meeting for a long time to get the truth. Chin-yu demanded to know why Carlos had abandoned him in such a dangerous world. Carlos coldly replied that he simply had no interest in keeping failed experiments. Chin-yu could only let out a bitter laugh at such cruelty. Without hesitation, he broke off and discarded his poisoned arm as a final break from the past. A brand new arm regenerated at once, catching even Carlos' attention. Carlos admitted he came because of Chin-yu's talent and wanted to turn him into his own pawn. But after seeing Chin-yu's defiance, he immediately changed his mind, drew his weapon, and prepared to kill him himself. A devastating slash came straight at Chin-yu. The blow sent him flying, as Carlos calmly explained the true nature of demons. He claimed that every genius who died before reaching their full potential was nothing more than worthless trash. He added that Chin-yu was no different and would soon be crushed as well. Chin-yu said nothing and simply let his sword fall to the ground. He took a heavy kick from Carlos, but still managed to retreat and regain some distance. Carlos glanced at his blade and realized it had been badly cracked and nearly destroyed. He finally realized Chin-yu possessed high-level demon armor, something that should never exist in the human world. He could not understand how someone like Chin-yu could absorb and endure such overwhelming power. Chin-yu slowly stood up without answering, knowing he would die if this battle dragged on. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed everything and activated his sealed bloodline power. His aura exploded as the surrounding space seemed to burn, and waves of shock spread non-stop. Wrapped in black armor, Chin-yu charged forward at terrifying speed and unleashed a relentless assault. Carlos laughed with excitement after finally finding a worthy opponent. He effortlessly dodged every incoming attack. Then a single slash tore through space itself as it swept past Chin-yu. Chin-yu was blasted away and nearly lost his balance. Carlos had no idea how Chin-yu gained such power, but he finally began taking him seriously. Chin-yu's injuries kept getting worse, and this was the first opponent who completely outclassed him. Strength, speed, and regeneration all placed Chin-yu at a huge disadvantage. Thinking about it, it made perfect sense, since a demon that had lived for thousands of years must have devoured countless abilities and gained unmatched combat experience. The longer Carlos fought, the more excited he became as he looked at Chin-yu like an entertaining toy. He lowered his weapon and switched to a new fighting form. His hands transformed into razor-sharp claws that copied Chin-yu's own technique. Chin-yu cursed under his breath, shocked that Carlos had copied him so quickly. He charged in again, without the slightest hesitation. They clashed again and again as metal screeched through the air, and one mistake could tear either of them apart. Chin-yu gradually fell behind as the pace of the battle slipped out of his control. Even so, he kept fighting back and refused to retreat. Carlos treated that determination as a reason to press even harder. One of Carlos' arms transformed into a gigantic bladed weapon. It came crashing down from above with overwhelming force. Chin-yu caught the attack in time and calmly judged that Carlos was not unbeatable. He even launched a counterattack the moment their attacks collided. Carlos blocked everything and admitted Qin Yu's strength was far from ordinary. 4 more arms suddenly grew from his back, completely tipping the battle in his favor. Qin Yu was left with almost no chance to fight back because a fully grown demon had almost no obvious weakness. Carlos was convinced victory was already his, but at that very moment, the battle took a sudden turn. A spear suddenly pierced through Carlos' neck. Vilna had awakened and seized the opportunity to strike, determined to kill him. The surprise attack sent Carlos flying and changed the entire battle in an instant. Qin Yu took advantage of the opening and rushed in, leaving Carlos with only 2 arms to defend himself. He poured all his strength into the spear and drove it even deeper into Carlos' body. Carlos could only scream in disbelief at what was happening. Qin Yu gasped for breath, believing the battle was finally over. Vilna was overwhelmed with emotion, thinking her revenge had finally been fulfilled. Qin Yu helped Vilna to her feet and decided they needed to leave immediately. But he quickly sensed something was wrong because the demon's soul had not disappeared. That feeling instantly put him on full alert. Carlos suddenly stood back up and casually adjusted his neck and body as if he had only suffered a minor injury. He was still alive, and his aura began changing dramatically. Qin Yu tightened his grip on the spear and prepared to charge again. Carlos tried to retreat and reactivate his power, but Qin Yu saw through his plan. He was trying to break the seal and restore his full strength. Carlos stomped the ground to block Qin Yu's advance. Qin Yu immediately changed direction to avoid the counterattack, but after dodging the first strike, he was hit by a relentless follow-up. Carlos exploited the opening and unleashed several more attacks, making the fight even more intense. Qin Yu gripped his spear, used spatial teleportation, and drove it straight through Carlos' chest. Carlos roared in fury, unable to understand what had just happened. Qin Yu twisted the spear, teleported again, and landed another piercing strike from Carlos' blind spot. Carlos roared with confidence, believing victory was still his, while Qin Yu charged forward without hesitation. He gave Carlos no time to react and closed the distance in an instant. Qin Yu thrust his hand deep into Carlos' body and reached the source of his power. His goal was to forcibly rip out Carlos' entire demon soul. Carlos' body began breaking apart as chunks of energy peeled away from him. Exhausted, Qin Yu collapsed beside Carlos' crumbling body. Vilna hurried over to check on him, unsure whether he was still alive. Fortunately, Qin Yu was still conscious and even managed a few weak sarcastic remarks. Vilna immediately headed toward the space portal, preparing to escape the danger zone. She took out a strange device that looked like some kind of spatial bomb. Then she contacted the forces outside. She reported that the space would collapse in 5 minutes and ordered an immediate evacuation. Back beside Qin Yu, his condition had become extremely weak. The two of them immediately prepared to teleport away. But at that moment, part of Carlos' body twitched. The scattered fragments began reconnecting and regenerating into a complete body. He activated a rare split regeneration ability, allowing him to survive despite being seemingly destroyed. Although his power had fallen to a very low level, he stayed alive and swore the fight was not over. Just then, Li Mo appeared while searching for Qin Yu and asked Carlos if he had seen his leader. Carlos answered almost instinctively. The next instant, Li Mo smashed him with a devastating punch and knocked him flat. Li Mo growled that Qin Yu was someone he deeply respected and would never allow anyone to insult him. Carlos tried to explain but was overwhelmed again, while Li Mo grew even angrier after losing Qin Yu's trail. Carlos struggled to his feet and swore he would return for revenge once he regained his strength. Before he could finish speaking, Li Mo struck him again. Every trace of Carlos' remaining demonic energy was absorbed by Li Mo. Carlos could only realize that he was being completely crushed. Li Mo then continued searching for Qin Yu, as his own body unknowingly absorbed that high-level demonic power. The scene shifted to a hospital. Qin Yu lay in bed checking his system and realized the rewards and energy from the battle were far less than expected, while his body was still badly weakened. As he was lost in thought, a familiar face entered the room. Vilna asked about his condition, and Qin Yu responded with his usual cold attitude. She told him Carlos' death had been reported to headquarters, and he would receive a reward. The moment Qin Yu heard about the reward, he perked right up and even asked if he could go hunt more targets. Vilna immediately turned serious, warning him to stop taking reckless risks and ordering him to prepare for enrollment at Longteng Academy without causing more trouble. Qin Yu asked why she suddenly cared so much about him after everything that had happened. He felt this was nothing like the Vilna he knew before. Vilna suddenly pulled him closer, catching him completely off guard. In a quiet voice, she thanked him. Then she softly apologized as well. Qin Yu replied that he was already used to all of this, and admitted that father had never been worthy of trust. Vilna smiled gently and said she would hold on to his reward until he became more mature. Qin Yu instantly protested and demanded what was rightfully his. Soon after, he boarded a train bound for Longteng Academy. As he rubbed the bruise on his face, he grumbled about everything that had happened, especially the way Vilna had treated him. The quiet ride was suddenly interrupted when someone called out to him. A voice declared that it had finally tracked him down. Qin Yu immediately became alert as he sensed a dangerous demonic aura rushing toward him. His instincts kicked in, and he leaped aside just in time to dodge the incoming strike. The attacker was Tang Ling, her blade already at his neck, as she calmly greeted him like an old friend. Recognizing her, Qin Yu casually remarked that it really was her after all. He gently pushed the blade aside with a faint smile and joked that meeting on the same train was quite a coincidence. Tang Ling immediately denied it and admitted she had deliberately bought the same ticket to attend Longteng Academy with him. Qin Yu awkwardly insisted it was still a coincidence, but she stepped even closer and said everything had been planned from the moment she learned his decision. Qin Yu began feeling that something was very wrong, since the system detected no killing intent, and then Tang Ling suddenly confessed her feelings. She plainly said that she liked him, but in the next breath, she coldly added that she still planned to defeat and kill him someday, leaving Qin Yu completely speechless. Tang Ling leaned even closer until she was almost resting against him and whispered in his ear. In her eyes, Qin Yu's value went far beyond physical strength. His speed, power, endurance, and energy were all nearly perfect. Combined with her clan's natural combat instincts, it could produce an extraordinary next generation. She declared that Qin Yu was the key to raising her clan to a whole new level. In other words, he had been her target all along. Qin Yu panicked and quickly asked whether her family knew about this reckless plan. Tang Ling calmly replied that the entire clan had already approved it through a formal vote. Qin Yu covered his face in embarrassment, but peeked through his fingers as he desperately tried to warn her to stop. Tang Ling smiled and casually mentioned that she had already dealt with everyone who once competed with her. Qin Yu suddenly asked to borrow her phone. Without hesitation, she handed it to him. What he found was a bizarre search history, including questions about whether demons could have children with praying mantises. Tang Ling leaned close to his ear and asked if he was free tonight, making Qin Yu reject her immediately in panic. He quickly claimed he was still too young because his mother had warned him. The very next second, he jumped off the moving train, desperate to get as far away from her as possible. Tang Ling watched him leave with the gaze of someone studying an interesting prey. She murmured that his energy was unbelievably irresistible and still growing stronger, then declared he was her destiny. Without wasting another second, she eagerly chased after him. Qin Yu doubled back and slipped through the train, using his movement technique. He activated a low-level spatial shift skill, but he still had no idea how to handle this situation. In the end, he convinced himself that enrolling at Longteng Academy had probably been the right decision. Outside the gates of Longteng Academy, the crowd buzzed with rumors about a mysterious new student. Qin Yu hesitated outside the entrance because he was still trapped in an incredibly dangerous situation. He figured fighting would almost certainly end in defeat. Running away would be even worse, and he seriously considered using his stealth skill. Just then, someone placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Qin Yu turned around, accidentally called out the newcomer's name, and froze in surprise. Xiao Xiao blushed and explained that she heard he was enrolling, so she came with her group, then asked why he was acting so suspiciously. Qin Yu let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly pointed ahead as if his savior had finally arrived. He asked if she could see that girl. Xiao Xiao glanced over and asked if he wanted her contact information. Qin Yu nearly burst into tears and said no because that girl was chasing him, and he could not even finish enrollment. He begged Xiao Xiao to distract her so he could slip away. But the moment he looked back, Xiao Xiao had already disappeared. She had somehow appeared right behind Tang Ling, leaving Qin Yu silently cursing his luck. Without even turning around, Tang Ling coldly asked what she wanted. Xiao Xiao answered without hesitation that she was there to steal Qin Yu away. The clash erupted instantly as Xiao Xiao struck first, but Tang Ling reacted with incredible speed and cleanly dodged backward. The moment she landed, Tang Ling fired hidden projectiles in a swift counterattack. Xiao Xiao raised an earth element barrier, pulling up rocks to block the attack. But the projectiles were anything but ordinary, triggering an intense heat reaction on impact before exploding into roaring flames. A massive explosion shattered the barrier completely and blasted Xiao Xiao backward. The heat lingered after the explosion as thick smoke filled the area, darkening Xiao Xiao's expression. Before she could regain her footing, Tang Ling burst through the smoke and closed the distance at terrifying speed. Xiao Xiao sprang up instantly and raised her great sword to block, forcing Tang Ling's knee to slam into the blade. A furious curse rang out in the middle of the chaos, clearly meant to provoke her opponent. Tang Ling never slowed down as she unleashed a barrage of kicks, declaring she had already dealt with plenty of love rivals, and one more made no difference. Xiao Xiao blocked and fought back while snapping that if they were fighting, Tang Ling should stop talking so much. Their aerial battle drew every eye below, as the new students watched in amazement, while Qin Yu quietly pulled down his hat and slipped through the crowd, hoping nobody noticed him. After struggling through the crowd, Qin Yu finally completed his enrollment. The staff member happily stamped his registration and welcomed him to Long Teng Academy, while Qin Yu glanced at the crowd, still watching the distant battle, and quietly sighed in relief. The scene shifted to the dormitory, where Qin Yu headed straight to his assigned room. He scratched his head as he looked inside, feeling both curious about sharing a dorm for the first time with another male student. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu pushed open the door and greeted the room. Before he could introduce himself, a pillow flew straight at him, along with an angry shout that this was a private room, and no new roommate was welcome. Qin Yu casually caught the pillow at the doorway. Inside the room, a humanoid rhinoceros stared at him cautiously and immediately realized the newcomer was anything but ordinary. Qin Yu's arm instinctively transformed as his grip tightened around the pillow, and the rhinoceros could only feel an overwhelming killing aura from outside the door. It stammered and asked if this was really a single room. Qin Yu crushed the pillow into a tight ball and coldly asked how much longer the rhinoceros planned to stay there. The rhinoceros completely froze, unable to process how fast the situation had turned around. Qin Yu hurled the compressed pillow like a cannonball, sending the massive rhinoceros flying. It smashed straight through the dorm wall, screaming as it disappeared into the distance. Qin Yu stood in the room, staring at the giant hole in the wall, and sighed, joking that college dorms really were spacious. Just then, another knock came from the door. Qin Yu walked over, opened it, and repeated that this was a single room with no space for anyone else. But the moment he saw who was outside, his heart sank with overwhelming dread. Only one desperate thought crossed his mind as he realized the visitor was Tang Ling. Acting on instinct, Qin Yu immediately slammed the door shut while silently cursing his terrible luck. Before he could relax, an arm punched straight through the wooden door, just inches from his head. From outside, Tang Ling grabbed him by the collar with terrifying force. Her eyes locked onto him like prey as she sweetly, yet threateningly, told him to open the door and let her in. Qin Yu cursed, broke free at once, and jumped through the hole the rhinoceros had made to escape. As Qin Yu ran, he could not believe that even the rhinoceros had failed to stop Tang Ling, so he pushed himself to full speed. But the footsteps behind him kept getting closer, forcing him to look back. Tang Ling was still right on his heels, getting faster and faster as if she had no limit. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, knowing he could not keep running forever, and prepared to use his final trump card. The scene shifted to the vice principal's office. Hearing a knock, the vice principal put down his pen, straightened the paperwork, and calmly invited the visitor inside. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu burst into the office from the hallway, gasping for breath and shouting that he needed to report something. In his rush, he slammed into the desk and sent the neatly organized documents flying everywhere. The vice principal instantly exploded in anger, yelling about who allowed anyone to run wild in his office. But the moment he recognized Qin Yu, his attitude changed completely. He smiled warmly and even praised Qin Yu's incredible talent and physique. Qin Yu dropped into a chair and tried to explain, but the vice principal assumed he was asking about the scholarship, saying everything had already been arranged. He even planned to have Qin Yu give a speech at the freshman's ceremony to promote the academy. While talking, the vice principal personally poured him a cup of tea. Qin Yu burned his mouth taking a sip, but still managed to explain that someone was chasing and harassing him. The vice principal slammed the desk and demanded to know who would dare do such a thing before asking for the culprit's name. But when he heard the name Tang Ling from the praying mantis clan, he awkwardly cleared his throat, avoided eye contact, and vaguely said the academy was very open-minded about romance. Qin Yu immediately stood up and headed for the door, coldly saying he must have chosen the wrong academy. Seeing that, the vice principal hurried after him, forcing a smile as he explained that the praying mantis clan had already spoken, leaving him in a difficult position, and asked Qin Yu to stay for now. He offered Qin Yu a private residence until everything settled down, then slipped an A19 key into his hand. Qin Yu stared at the key for a moment, before nodding in agreement. After leaving the office, he could not help admiring how generous the academy was for even providing houses to students. He quickly found the assigned house and unlocked the door, though he still suspected there was something strange about the arrangement. Thinking that, Qin Yu cautiously stepped inside. To his surprise, a beautiful girl was already waiting inside, smiling and waving, as if she had expected him all along. Completely stunned, Qin Yu blurted out that she must be the vice principal's third or fourth girlfriend. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. The girl, Vilna, released a chilling pressure that silenced him immediately. After a not-so-gentle lecture, Qin Yu sat on the sofa while Vilna explained that the academy knew Tang Ling was targeting him, so this house had been prepared to keep him out of trouble. As she poured him a glass of water, Vilna added that carrying the key himself would make him easier to track, so the vice principal had kept it for safety. She never expected Qin Yu to arrive first. Qin Yu took a sip of water and asked where the money to buy the house had come from. The answer made him spit out his drink. The house had been bought with his own reward money. The deed was under his name, but it only had 2 bedrooms, so he would be sleeping on the sofa. Qin Yu complained that it was his own house, yet he still ended up sleeping on the couch. Vilna picked up a small knife and coldly asked if he had a problem with that. Qin Yu instantly changed his attitude, grabbed a broom, and enthusiastically started cleaning, while happily declaring that sleeping on the sofa was a great honor. Satisfied, Vilna walked away, leaving Qin Yu staring after her in helpless silence. He collapsed onto the sofa, muttered about his terrible luck, and swore that one day he would earn enough money to buy a huge house so nobody could ever kick him onto the couch again. Just 1 week later, the Longteng Academy opening ceremony officially began, and Qin Yu unexpectedly became the academy's promotional star, with posters displayed everywhere, attracting the attention of every student. Qin Yu himself was feeling pretty proud, as he casually walked through the admiring crowd like he was already used to the spotlight. He looked around the ceremony and suddenly thought that if his popularity was this high, the money he received earlier now seemed far too little. That thought reminded him of the Northern Regional Tournament, where he had earned over $1 million, not to mention even greater achievements like sealing space-time and defeating a greater demon, rewards that still had not been fully calculated. Just then, 2 academy staff members appeared, threw their arms around Qin Yu, and hurriedly dragged him toward the stage. He struggled the whole way, telling them to slow down, while Yu Li and Yu Na watched from afar. Yu Li watched Qin Yu disappear into the distance and sadly asked her mother why it felt like the gap between them kept growing. Yu Na gently patted her daughter's head and calmly said Qin Yu had never been an ordinary person, and no matter how much the distance changed, their bond would not be easily broken. Surprised, Yu Li asked if her mother had truly accepted Qin Yu. Yu Na gave a slight nod and said it was her way of repaying part of the kindness she owed him, and it was also time to fulfill her own responsibilities. Elsewhere, Qin Yu was dragged to the vice principal so quickly that he could barely catch his breath. The moment he arrived, the vice principal asked whether he had memorized his speech. Qin Yu held up the prepared script and confidently said he had memorized almost all of it. The vice principal smiled in satisfaction. At that moment, the announcer introduced the young hero who had slain a level 7 demon, sealed the space-time gate, and defended the northern front. As one title after another echoed across the venue, Qin Yu stepped onto the stage before the entire academy, while the vice principal quietly reminded him to praise the school as much as possible. Qin Yu stood behind the podium and picked up the microphone. Looking out at the thousands of students below, he began his speech. He started by thanking Longteng Academy, then went on to list its long history, legendary founders, and even embarrassing details from their private lives, making the vice principal break into a cold sweat. The vice principal's face turned pale as he desperately resisted the urge to stop the speech. Meanwhile, Qin Yu enthusiastically wandered into increasingly bizarre topics, while backstage, Tang Ling quietly appeared and prepared to make her move. But before she could act, a sword was already resting against her neck. Vilna had appeared behind her without a sound and coldly asked to have a talk. Tang Ling's expression immediately changed as she realized Vilna was no ordinary opponent and asked if she had come to compete for the same target. Vilna calmly replied that she could see it that way. Tang Ling instantly rushed forward with twin blades, launching a deadly opening attack, but Vilna effortlessly dodged at the last possible moment. Vilna's counter slash immediately cut into the path of the twin blades, completely overwhelming Tang Ling's attack. Her sword pressure continued to build until the battle was entirely under her control in the blink of an eye. The fight ended almost immediately, with Tang Ling suffering a complete and undeniable defeat. Vilna coldly declared that according to the Praying Mantis clan's rules, Tang Ling could either leave or accept death. Naturally, Tang Ling chose to live and immediately got back to her feet. Before retreating, she shot Vilna a hateful glare, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome. Then she leaped out the window and disappeared from the stage area. Vilna put away her weapon and let out a quiet sigh, as if she had finally dealt with an annoying problem. Qin Yu finished his speech and walked backstage. Hearing people mention trouble, he asked what had happened. Vilna coldly replied that Tang Ling would not be causing any problems for the time being. Qin Yu sighed in relief and joked that if one fight solved everything, he should have handled it much earlier. As she wiped down her spear, Vilna explained the Praying Mantis clan's mate selection rules, where the winner always had the right to decide, while the loser had to keep challenging or withdraw. Vilna added that as long as Tang Ling could not defeat her, she would not dare cause trouble, so Qin Yu should behave himself. Otherwise, if Tang Ling suddenly changed her mind on a whim, everything would become chaotic again. Hearing that, Qin Yu could only think the Praying Mantis clan's rules were an endless nightmare where no one ever stopped fighting. After getting the general picture, Qin Yu felt a little uneasy, said goodbye to Vilna, and pulled out his phone. He called Xiao Xiao, the girl he had pushed to the front line against Tang Ling the week before. The long silence on the other end made Qin Yu panic. He kept asking if anyone was still alive, where everyone else was, and whether they were all safe, worried that she had gotten hurt because she helped him. At last, Xiao Xiao spoke, immediately declaring that she had not lost. Hearing her voice completely unharmed, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and said winning or losing did not matter as long as she was safe. But Xiao Xiao instantly exploded over the phone, shouting that she absolutely had not lost. Qin Yu had to hold the phone away from his ear, completely baffled by why she was so angry. Just then, Yu Li appeared behind Qin Yu and placed a hand on his shoulder, as if she had something important to tell him. She pointed toward the crowded area and said the freshman strength assessment was about to begin. When it was Qin Yu's turn to register, the staff member asked about his specialty. Qin Yu casually answered, "Getting myself killed," prompting the staff member to remind him they were asking about his abilities, not his weaknesses. Qin Yu scratched his head and brushed it off by saying he specialized in taking hits, so he was marked for the matching test. He was then sent to the physical assessment area to measure his strength and determine his class. Qin Yu nodded and walked inside. The testing room was a training space where a muscular man was already waiting. The man looked Qin Yu over and said his physique was solid enough to endure heavy punishment. He snapped the stick in his hand, gave Qin Yu 30 seconds to pick a target, and signaled the start. He also warned that he would not hold back and wanted Qin Yu to experience real combat. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward with a fake punch while hiding a chain of follow-up attacks. Qin Yu focused at once, his expression turning serious as he sensed the move was more dangerous than it looked. But when the real strike landed, the result was nothing like expected, because his body barely reacted. Qin Yu was only pushed back a little and stayed firmly on his feet. His natural defense absorbed most of the damage, leaving his opponent stunned by the unexpected outcome. Qin Yu answered with one devastating punch that launched the man into the air, then added a kick that sent him flying even farther. The examiner was blasted straight out of the testing area. The system recorded only about 20 seconds of endurance, marked the result as a failure, and immediately called for a replacement examiner. The students waiting nearby began whispering because something clearly felt off. Even the staff member checking the records froze after realizing the person lying on the ground was the examiner. She looked at Qin Yu as he walked over, and her expression changed in complete shock. She hurriedly corrected the evaluation sheet. She respectfully handed the result to Qin Yu, let him choose his class level, and he was placed in Class S. As Qin Yu walked away, the staff member was still stunned and sighed that another monster had joined Class S this year. Qin Yu quickly headed for the Class S room. He pushed the door open and cheerfully greeted everyone inside. But at that instant, every eye in the room locked onto him with an overwhelming pressure that made him stop and wonder what he had done wrong. The entire class assumed the newcomer was their teacher, so they all stood up together and greeted him at the top of their lungs. Qin Yu was annoyed at first, but since everyone already believed it, he decided to play along instead of explaining. He calmly walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and greeted the class like a veteran instructor, while the students answered in perfect unison. Staying in character, Chin-yu fired up the class by talking about how Class S held the school's best resources and greatest opportunities. But he warned that those privileges came with harsh expectations, because Class S had no place for weak students, and the class answered with full enthusiasm. Just as the energy peaked, the classroom door opened, and a pink-haired woman walked in with the presence of a school official. Chin-yu was too deep in the act, so he immediately scolded her for being late, but she looked confused and replied that class had not even started. He ignored her explanation, questioned her attitude, demanded her name, and challenged her authority like a strict teacher. The woman adjusted her glasses, calmly introduced herself as Li Ya, and revealed that she was a teacher at the academy, leaving Chin-yu completely frozen. Moments ago, he was acting tough, but now he instantly lost his confidence as Li Ya asked for his identity, forcing him into an awkward reply. With a single sentence, Li Ya crushed all of his momentum, sending him right back to being a student as he quickly returned to his seat. But the atmosphere around him was anything but friendly, because the nearby students looked ready to explode with anger at any moment. Li Ya adjusted her glasses and explained the class rules, with 4-person combat teams made up of an attacker, a main fighter, a support, and a healer. She then gave everyone time to form teams, and the students around Chin-yu all stood up at once, making him realize something was wrong. The crowd around him could barely hide their excitement mixed with killing intent, as if they were ready for a real fight. Realizing he might become the target, Chin-yu quickly asked to team up with Li Ya, but she announced that he would join a special team instead. Li Ya explained that the class had an odd number of students, so one person had to be separated, and that special team spot belonged to him. Hearing about the special team, the students behind him started whispering, since it was filled with the toughest people in the academy, but Chin-yu saw it as the perfect chance to grow stronger. He jumped to his feet at once, full of confidence, and accepted the position without hesitation. He rushed out of the classroom in excitement, turning back only to promise Li Ya that he would not disappoint her, even though he had barely learned anything yet. The scene shifted to the prison tower, where Chin-yu stood before a fenced entrance marked with a warning sign that strictly forbade entry. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, as a muscular man appeared and ordered him to stop immediately. Chin-yu simply let out a quiet breath and kept walking, as if the warning meant nothing. The man rushed over, grabbed Chin-yu's shoulder, and yelled at him for ignoring the warning. The burly man stepped closer with a fierce expression and tightened his grip on Chin-yu's shoulder to block his path. Chin-yu turned around to face him, and the tense stare between them made the atmosphere even heavier. Without another word, Chin-yu threw a punch straight at the man's face while shouting back in open defiance. The man clearly did not expect that, but he reacted instantly with a roar and activated his counterattack. Chin-yu's punch looked powerful enough to overwhelm anyone, yet it was completely stopped by an invisible barrier. He was knocked backward and quickly widened the distance, while the man remained standing without a scratch. Chin-yu immediately sensed something was wrong, because his opponent was nearly as strong as he was, if not even harder to read. The battle turned around in an instant, as the attacker suddenly became the one under pressure. Chin-yu quickly formed hand seals and raised a defensive stance, just as the incoming strike slammed into him with tremendous force. The man never let up, throwing punches like a relentless storm, so Chin-yu roared and pushed his demon power to its absolute limit. Black armor covered his entire body and greatly reduced the damage, giving him the opening to fire back with a powerful kick. The counterattack landed cleanly and sent the giant man flying toward the tower behind him. He crashed into the wall with a thunderous impact as dust and shattered stone filled the air. The wall behind him cracked badly, and the shockwave continued, spreading through the area. A thin line of blood slowly trickled from the corner of the man's mouth, proving he had finally taken damage. Even so, Chin-yu realized the injury was minor, and the man's presence felt even steadier than experts he had faced before, including Kaleki-an. Chin-yu grew excited, thinking this was exactly what he expected from the academy's top level, and training here would make him much stronger. As Chin-yu charged in fiercely with a massive weapon raised high, the man hesitated for a moment, completely confused by the situation. A strange thought crossed his mind that this kid might have wandered into the wrong place, but the fight continued before he could confirm it. The man clenched his fists and entered a serious fighting stance, determined to teach his opponent some respect, while Chin-yu had no idea he was fighting a teacher. Qin Yu rushed forward and transformed both of his arms into enormous weapons before bringing them crashing down. But before the attack landed, the man drove a punch straight into Qin Yu's stomach and stopped him cold. Qin Yu smirked and mocked him, asking, "Is that all?" making the man's expression grow even darker. That reckless attitude convinced the man that Qin Yu knew no limits, and Qin Yu quickly paid the price. The punch drove straight through his outer defense and struck his body directly. Qin Yu's body shook violently as he coughed up blood and felt pain spread through his organs. The man still did not stop and followed up with a relentless barrage of punches to Qin Yu's stomach. The attacks came non-stop like machine gun fire, leaving Qin Yu completely on the defensive. Despite holding the advantage, the man secretly admired Qin Yu's incredible endurance because his defense still had not fully collapsed. Qin Yu finally realized the danger, because if he kept defending like this, defeat was certain, forcing him to use his final trump card. He immediately grabbed the attacking arm and tried to stop the relentless assault. The man laughed, calling him naive, while raising his other hand to finish the fight. But in the very next moment, something completely unexpected made him freeze in confusion. Qin Yu gave a cold smile as two gigantic extra arms burst from his back and smashed the man straight into the ground. Without giving him a chance to recover, Qin Yu charged in and unleashed a relentless assault on his fallen opponent. All four arms slammed down together, unleashing a non-stop barrage of punches. The man's defensive barrier began to crack under the relentless assault. As he endured the attacks, he secretly judged Qin Yu to be an exceptional talent. He drew a long, gleaming blade, a golden martial skill known as a hand saber. The slash came so fast that Qin Yu could not react, and one of his giant arms was cut off. But the arm was not truly destroyed because Qin Yu had deliberately lowered his defense, making the strike easier to land. Instead of disappearing, the severed arm quickly regenerated as massive stone limbs took its place. Qin Yu gave a cold smile and mocked him, saying a couple of attacks like that were nowhere near enough. He immediately struck back, with one blow to the head and another to the body. The man was knocked back several meters and completely lost his balance. His body crashed into a nearby building and triggered a small explosion. At that moment, a pillar of light suddenly descended into the middle of the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. A young woman walked over to the injured man, healed him, and asked if she should call the guard team for support. Seeing him recover with a healing potion, Qin Yu immediately protested, believing that using medicine violated the rules of the match. The man opened his eyes, stood up fully healed, and instantly grabbed Qin Yu by the throat with overwhelming killing intent. He angrily scolded Qin Yu for attacking a teacher and crossing the line with fellow students, warning that he could be expelled on the spot. Even with his throat gripped, Qin Yu stayed surprisingly calm, carefully studying the man's speed and techniques with the intention of learning from them. The man suddenly released Qin Yu, looked upward, and said they had seen enough and could come down to collect him. More pillars of light descended, and one of the newcomers demanded the betting money, revealing that this had been a test with wagers placed beforehand. The man lightly kicked Qin Yu, said his performance was decent and only needed a little polishing, then asked everyone to introduce themselves. The pink-haired girl introduced herself as a Crimson Dragonfly clan member who specialized in speed, while the purple-haired boy said he belonged to the Mutated Dragon clan and focused on scouting. Another member came from the Green Frog clan and specialized in defense, while Qin Yu introduced himself as a low-rank demon with exceptional endurance. Several male students looked unconvinced after hearing his self-introduction. The pink-haired girl knocked each of them on the head and reminded them that demons could evolve by fusing abilities, then told them to think again about everything Qin Yu had shown. The observing teacher quickly assessed the lineup, saying they had an assassin, a scout, a defender, and a demon, but still lacked a healer to complete the team. Right then, another young woman walked over. She asked if this was Class S number 8. Everyone answered yes, but Qin Yu immediately said no. He insisted that he had signed up for class number 7, had no idea why he ended up here, and once again sensed familiar killing intent around him. The man shouted that this was indeed the gathering point for Class S number 8. Without another word, he grabbed Qin Yu by the neck again. With one powerful throw, Qin Yu was launched through the air before he could even react. While flying, he even counted the distance and realized he had been thrown an incredible way. As he was about to land in another area, he spotted someone standing ahead and shouted for them to get out of the way. The person turned around and turned out to be Tang Ling, but the collision happened before either of them could avoid it. Tang Ling caught him, gently lowered him to the ground, and even teased him with a playful remark. Blushing, Tang Ling shyly asked whether he wanted to stay there with her. Qin Yu panicked, jumped to his feet, repeatedly denied everything, and instinctively backed away. Another person suddenly appeared behind him. Before Qin Yu could recover, he felt something solid behind his back like he had run into a living wall. He turned around and found Viu Le standing there, with an extremely irritated expression. She immediately called him a pervert and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Qin Yu was kicked into a lower section of the tower, escaping one place only to crash into another. But before he hit the ground, someone else appeared and caught him. It was Vilna, who calmly held Qin Yu in her arms, as if the chaos around them was completely normal. Vilna introduced herself as a special instructor from Long Teng and explained that she was currently teaching Class S number 7. But the next moment, Vilna questioned him about mistaking Viu Le based on her body, suspecting he had improper intentions. Qin Yu instantly panicked. He hurriedly hugged Vilna, desperately trying to explain and deny every misunderstanding before things got even worse. After the chaotic introductions, the group finally gathered. Vilna asked everyone to introduce themselves properly, since this was their first official meeting, and she was the special instructor for Class 7. Viu Le spoke first, introducing herself as a member of the Warhorse clan, a rank 3 martial warrior, and a reserve knight of the Warhorse Order. Tang Ling briefly introduced herself as a Mantis clan member and confirmed that she was also a rank 3 martial warrior. She added that she had always been Vilna's rival, instantly making the atmosphere between them tense. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Ling turned to Qin Yu with an intimidating glare, leaving him with nothing but an awkward smile. Qin Yu took a small step back and nervously introduced himself as a rank 1 demon martial warrior, sounding guilty before he even finished. Before he could complete his introduction, Vilna kicked him straight into a wall, where he stuck without any chance to react. Vilna then turned to the others and explained that the team was still missing a healer, because every suitable candidate had already been assigned to other classes. She asked if they knew anyone who fit the role, but Tang Ling bluntly replied that the Mantis clan needed no teammates. Qin Yu poked his head out of the cracked wall and complained that if she did not want to cooperate, she could have just said so directly. Tang Ling immediately fired back with a sharp question that left Qin Yu speechless, making him quietly retreat. Since no solution had appeared, Vilna walked over and directly asked Qin Yu whether he knew anyone with healing abilities. Qin Yu instantly popped his head back out with a smile and said he knew the perfect person. Vilna looked surprised and asked if the person was really a healer. Both Vilna and Viu Le watched him closely, asking if he was certain, and Qin Yu nodded without hesitation. He even promised to bring that person over immediately if needed. The scene shifted to Class A, where Chuan Xiaoxiao sat in disappointment after losing to Tang Ling, while her classmates teased her for looking heartbroken. She denied it and insisted she would keep her promise to stay away from Qin Yu until she defeated Tang Ling. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly kicked the classroom door open and called out to her with a teasing grin. The moment Quan Xiaoxiao saw him, her gloomy mood disappeared, leaving everyone around her sighing as the whole scene fell apart. Qin Yu asked why she had transferred to Class A without contacting him, saying she was clearly strong enough to join Class S. That comment immediately annoyed the surrounding Class A students, who felt he was looking down on them. One student stepped forward and challenged him to a one-on-one fight, telling him not to use Class S to insult others. Qin Yu merely glanced at him with open contempt, making the challenger furious but still unwilling to attack. While the student hesitated, Qin Yu casually snapped his fingers. An invisible force shot from his hand with such incredible speed that it was almost impossible to see. The attack barely missed the student's head, turning his face pale as he realized just how dangerous Qin Yu really was. Qin Yu remained completely calm and asked once more if the student was sure he wanted to cause trouble. The student immediately changed his attitude, stepped aside, and even bowed his head to let Qin Yu pass. Qin Yu walked over to Chuan Xiaoxiao and seriously asked why she had ignored his calls and run off, forcing him to search everywhere for her. Quan Xiaoxiao nervously backed away, stumbled over her words, and even blurted out that she was not his daughter, making the situation incredibly awkward. Qin Yu ignored her strange reaction, grabbed her hand, and said he needed her to transfer classes immediately. Startled, Quan Xiaoxiao pulled back and demanded a proper explanation. Qin Yu simply turned around and firmly repeated that she needed to transfer right away. That simple sentence sent Quan Xiaoxiao's imagination running wild, leaving her blushing and completely flustered. She overthought everything and became too embarrassed to even answer. At that moment, a powerful man entered the classroom. It was Class S teacher, who immediately shouted at everyone for making such a commotion. He glanced at Qin Yu and remarked that he clearly did not look like a student from Class A. When questioned, Qin Yu proudly raised his head and boldly declared that he was a student from Class S. The teacher kept a cold expression, glanced at the cracked wall behind them, and directly asked if Qin Yu was responsible for it. Qin Yu saw no reaction from the other side, so he got even cockier and bragged as if it were the result of 20 years of training. The teacher's tone turned cold as he pointed at the damaged wall and asked, "It costs 500,000. Can you pay for it?" Hearing that number, Qin Yu froze in shock. He could not believe one crash could cost that much. The teacher stopped wasting words and dragged him away to settle the compensation. Qin Yu panicked and waved his hands, because if this got exposed, he was finished. He forced a smile and claimed he was from Class S to pick up Chuan Xiao, adding that the school would cover the damage. The teacher refused to let it go and demanded to know which Class S he belonged to, his voice growing colder. Qin Yu instantly made up the story that he was the homeroom teacher of Class 7 and even used the name Ti Yao to sound more convincing. The moment he finished, the teacher exploded with rage and shouted that Ti Yao was his own older brother. The tables turned, so Qin Yu grabbed Quan Xiao, awkwardly called her sister-in-law, then turned and ran without hesitation. Furious beyond belief, the teacher smashed through wall after wall while chasing him and kept yelling that he would never let him escape. Qin Yu kept running while throwing back a mocking insult without slowing down at all. Even while being dragged away, Chuan Xiao was still awkwardly apologizing to the teacher, completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a massive stone rose from the ground and blocked the chase. The teacher crashed straight into it, getting stuck with only his head poking through. Yet he kept roaring in anger while Qin Yu widened the gap. At Team 7's gathering point, Qin Yu brought Quan Xiao over and laughed, saying he had found the person they wanted. Quan Xiao greeted Vilna with an awkward smile, but Vilna's expression remained unusually serious. Skip due to unrelated content. Skip due to unrelated content. Vilna looked Quan Xiao over, sighed, and concluded that she did not look like a healer at all. Qin Yu kept mumbling nonsense, completely unaware of how serious the situation was. Vilna snapped and punched Qin Yu straight into a wall, yelling that she needed a healer, not another burden. Looking at the team full of fighters, Vilna felt a headache from having no scout and no healer. The lineup was completely unbalanced. She glanced at Qin Yu as he slid down from the wall and started thinking about a last resort. Vilna gathered everyone together and announced that the first lesson would be teamwork combat training. The mission for the other three was to defeat Qin Yu before the class ended, making him break into a cold sweat. Viula and Quan Xiao looked thrilled because they had been waiting for this chance, while Tang Ling had already moved toward her target. Qin Yu sensed trouble and immediately tried to run, but Tang Ling was already standing in his way. She coldly declared that she would not let him leave and unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp blades. Qin Yu dodged while shouting in panic that she was trying to keep his life instead of him, but Tang Ling insisted that he was the target. She had absolutely no intention of holding back. Tang Ling closed the distance and attacked at incredible speed, forcing Qin Yu into a defensive retreat. She suddenly threw out a special net that sealed off every escape route. Cornered, Qin Yu erupted with power as his arm swelled in size and he roared in fury. He launched a devastating punch that tore straight through the restraining net. Tang Ling blocked the blow, but she could clearly feel its terrifying weight. She was blasted high into the air, sending a powerful shockwave across the entire area. Tang Ling slammed back onto the hard ground, her whole body shaking from the impact. Qin Yu charged forward in rage, roaring that he was a demon, not someone to be mocked or underestimated. But after only a few steps, the ground beneath him suddenly changed. Countless iron chains burst from the earth as if alive, and locked down every movement Qin Yu made. Turning around, he realized the one behind it was Quan Xiao, who was charging in while shouting as she joined the fight. Seeing the chaotic situation, Qin Yu roared as his body expanded and fully transformed into his demon form, breaking free from the chains. His clothes were almost completely torn apart by the surge of power, leaving only the basics as 4 arms appeared once again and crushed the chains. Quan Xiao froze as she stared at the gigantic figure charging toward her. She immediately raised a massive stone wall in front of herself to defend. But even behind that barrier, the tension was so intense that everyone could feel disaster about to erupt. In the blink of an eye, the stone was shattered. Qin Yu burst through and slammed Quan Xiaoxiao with a devastating punch, sending her flying into the wall. It all happened in an instant. Two fighters lost the upper hand against him within seconds. Viula saw everything. Her face changed as she realized Qin Yu had grown far beyond expectations despite being the same S rank. She refused to accept that outcome. A moment later, Viula charged back into the fight without hesitation. She unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful kicks, but none could break through Qin Yu's defense. He blocked every kick with one hand, staying so calm it irritated everyone watching. Viula kept attacking from the air, firing off kick after kick without stopping. Even then, Qin Yu defended everything with just one hand and never budged. The non-stop attacks finally tested his patience, while Tang Ling and Quan Xiaoxiao watched from afar with interest. Quan Xiaoxiao ran over and asked Yuna if Viula had any chance of winning. Yuna simply shook her head and said she had none. Just as expected, Qin Yu seized the moment, grabbed Viula's leg, and stopped her entire combo. He then hurled her away, ending the exchange in one clean move. Yuna stepped forward and ordered everyone to stop and line up. She helped Viula back up while Qin Yu returned to his normal size. Once everyone regrouped, Yuna pointed out that they had no teamwork and were nowhere near Qin Yu's level, so they could not even be called a real team. She tossed down several training daggers and ordered them to start practicing teamwork through direct sparring. Quan Xiaoxiao and Viula looked excited, while Tang Ling stayed as cold as ever. Tang Ling immediately objected, saying the Mantis clan did not need this kind of training. Yuna sneered and said if she wanted real weapons, then she could fight Qin Yu instead. Tang Ling looked at Qin Yu, thought for a moment, and realized she had little chance of beating him right now. In the end, she had no choice but to join the training with Quan Xiaoxiao's group. Right then, something suddenly flew in from the distance. Qin Yu raised his hand to block it and instantly assumed it was a sneak attack. His confidence vanished when an egg splattered across his face, leaving everyone in awkward silence. Holding another egg, Yuna explained that his problem was relying only on brute force and told him to train his control without breaking the eggs. She left behind a pile of eggs and walked away, leaving the entire training session in his hands. Qin Yu carelessly joked about the number of eggs, and Yuna came back just to kick him flying again for talking nonsense. He slowly got back up and asked if that strange training method really worked. Yuna glanced down and pointed straight at Qin Yu's stomach, telling him to take a closer look. He froze for a second before lowering his eyes to check himself. An unbroken egg was still resting on Qin Yu's stomach even after Yuna had kicked him, making everyone wonder if anyone could really train such a monstrous body. It sounded unbelievable, but Qin Yu never backed down. He only had one thought. If there was a way to train, he would push himself to that limit no matter how hard it was. The moment he picked up another egg to try again, it shattered in his hand. He frowned and kept practicing, but the force cracked the entire floor, making Yuna yell that he was supposed to train, not destroy the place. Outside the arena, Viula's group continued sparring. Tang Lian and Viula teamed up against Quan Xiaoxiao, who stood behind a thick wall of earth. From behind the barrier, Quan Xiaoxiao swung her sword and released a sweeping arc of flames. Another earth wall rose beneath their feet and tightened the trap, forcing Viula to warn Tang Lian to retreat immediately. The two of them leaped into the air and escaped the sealed area. Yuna watched everything and quickly spotted their flaws, especially that Tang Lian's retreating reflexes were still slower than they should be. After they escaped, Viula and Quan Xiaoxiao resumed fighting, while Yuna quietly planned to improve Tang Lian's reaction speed. Inside the training tower, Qin Yu shouted in excitement and declared that he had finally succeeded. He threw a mighty punch that shook the entire ground. He opened his hand and nearly teared up. After days of endless training and dreaming about eggs every night, it had finally paid off. After relaxing and dropping to the ground, he brushed the dried egg off his hair and decided it was finally time to test his new strength. His status panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Qin Yu grinned with excitement and kept boosting his stats, as if they all belonged to him. Looking over his new stats and skills, he smiled with satisfaction, feeling like no one could match him in those areas. Just then, a mission notice flew over. Yuna coldly told him that if he was done, it was time for real fieldwork. She explained that Longteng Academy regularly posted bounty missions, and she had picked one to help him improve his long-range combat. Qin Yu skimmed the mission sheet. Seeing the generous reward, he gave a military salute and accepted without hesitation. Yuna impatiently urged him to move, reminding him that he was not the only one taking this mission. Qin Yu immediately leaped out of the tower with only the mission on his mind. He landed near the training grounds, startling Viu Le, who loudly scolded him for the sudden entrance. Qin Yu ignored her and dashed away like the wind, shouting that the flesh-blood demon mission belonged to him. He moved so fast that the wind scattered everyone's hair, and even Tang Lian admitted he had become even stronger. Far away in a canyon, a bus slowly rolled around a sharp bend. Inside, the team leader smiled and explained that they were only providing support and would not directly engage the flesh-blood demon. Suddenly, a strange light flashed outside. The leader immediately warned everyone and ordered a defensive formation. Before anyone could react, a beam of light crashed down from above and blasted the bus apart, turning the mission into an ambush from the very start. The bus did not completely flip over, but it tilted violently, throwing everyone inside onto the ground. High inside a distant tower, a sniper calmly aimed through his scope. Through the sight, he watched the injured students struggle to stand, unaware of the deadly threat closing in. A cold gunshot echoed as the bullet shot straight toward its target. By the time they noticed, it was already too late to dodge. In a situation like this, weak fighters without an experienced leader were in extreme danger. At that critical moment, the instructor suddenly stepped in front of the students and blocked the bullet with his own body. He caught the bullet in his hand as crackling lightning burst around him, revealing extraordinary strength. The assassin continued watching everything through his scope without missing a single detail. He quickly realized the situation had gone beyond his expectations. This opponent was a true expert. Without hesitation, he packed up his rifle and withdrew from his position. Only then did the students rush over, some calling for their teacher, while others could barely get their words out. Seeing their teacher forced to intervene, they feared the mission had already failed. The teacher gently shook his head and calmly said they were not to blame. The enemy was far stronger than expected, and this mission was never as simple as a rank 3 assignment. They could still retreat while there was time. The students exchanged silent glances, understanding each other without saying a word, as determination filled their hearts. The team captain stepped forward and said that getting back up after falling was the lesson their teacher had taught them, and everyone would eventually face challenges beyond any textbook. The teacher nodded and added that he had already reported to the academy, and reinforcements would arrive in about 3 hours. Knowing they still had time, the students rallied together and immediately chased after the target. Meanwhile, as the assassin was retreating, a voice suddenly called out behind him, telling him to stop. Qin Yu caught up, skidded to a stop behind him, and complained that the assassin had run so fast he had to chase him for over 10 miles in one breath. The assassin turned around, stared at him coldly, and demanded to know who he was. Without missing a beat, Qin Yu made up a fake identity and claimed he was the assassin's distant relative named Jue Mo. He had followed the trail the entire way and sensed there was something much bigger behind this man. If he could solve everything at once, he would gain both valuable information and a nice reward. The assassin faced him directly, his eyes as sharp as blades, and flatly denied any family connection. Qin Yu stepped in front of him anyway, smiling casually as he kept the conversation going. The constant pestering finally exhausted the assassin's patience. He raised his rifle as killing intent filled the air. He warned Qin Yu that one more pointless word would cost him his life. Qin Yu paused, his eyes fixed on the gun barrel aimed straight at him. His expression darkened as he grew annoyed that the assassin had chosen violence instead of talking. A loud gunshot rang out as the bullet flew straight toward Qin Yu's head. His body only twitched slightly. A tiny trickle of blood ran down his forehead, looking no worse than a scratch, while the assassin calmly blew the smoke from his gun. That confidence quickly disappeared when Qin Yu remained standing. Blood dripped from his forehead, but his furious eyes showed he had survived the impossible. The assassin froze in shock, blurting out in confusion as he failed to understand what had just happened. Qin Yu instantly lost his temper, yelling that the man had tried to kill him without saying a single word first. Acting on instinct, the assassin raised his gun again to finish the job. Qin Yu moved first, grabbed his arm, twisted it backward, forced the barrel toward its owner, and pulled the trigger, sending a bullet through the assassin's shoulder. Clutching his wounded shoulder, the assassin's eyes turned blood red as overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. The blood flowing from his wound suddenly changed, guided by an invisible force, until it became a ghostly illusion. Qin Yu was startled as the man suddenly vanished from his grasp. Using a short-range teleport, the assassin appeared in the air and unleashed a storm of bullets at Qin Yu, this time with the power of heavy weapons. The ground below was torn apart by explosions so devastating that an ordinary person would never have survived. He roared in fury while firing non-stop, pouring endless rounds into Qin Yu's position. Yet Qin Yu burst out of the smoke completely unharmed. The bullets failed to injure him, and even bounced away as if his body had stopped them, while he loudly taunted the assassin. Qin Yu grabbed several massive logs from nearby and charged into battle with them as weapons. The assassin was completely shaken. His shooting rhythm collapsed as he could not understand how anyone could be this monstrous. Just a few seconds later, Qin Yu closed the distance and smashed him away with a crushing blow from the log. The assassin was sent flying before his companions arrived to rescue him. Qin Yu simply watched and realized this was an organized group. One of the newcomers stepped forward and tried to sound friendly, saying they were on the same side and could settle things with words. There was no need to go this far. Before he could finish, Qin Yu gave him no chance to react. He repeatedly slammed the log onto the assassin's head while angrily cursing at him. Swinging the log non-stop, Qin Yu shouted that all they ever wanted was to fight instead of having a proper conversation. He then charged into the middle of the group like a starving tiger, swinging the giant log in every direction. To him, this was nothing less than a treasure trove of energy waiting to be collected. Just as he was about to claim even more rewards, a distant voice suddenly ordered him to stop. Qin Yu paused and looked around, but the speaker was hiding so well that he immediately became wary of such extraordinary concealment. The voice echoed from far away, telling him to stop searching, because they all belonged to the same race and could settle this peacefully. Qin Yu replied with annoyance that he could not simply stop after everything that had happened, because he had his own pride. The stranger introduced himself as a member of the Demon Soul Clan. Qin Yu's expression immediately changed, because he knew they were an extremely dangerous demon race that survived by possessing weaker bodies. That meant even if they were killed, they could simply take over another body, making them incredibly troublesome. The fact that the flesh-blood demon was connected to the Demon Soul Clan made the situation even more suspicious. The stranger invited Qin Yu inside to talk. The assassins immediately stepped aside to clear a path, but Qin Yu saw it as nothing more than an obvious trap. Although they acted respectfully, the calculating looks in their eyes made the atmosphere even more dangerous. Qin Yu rolled his wrist, and his gaze turned cold. He muttered that if he could not win, he would simply run. But since he was already here, he was not about to waste the opportunity. Besides, he trusted his own ability to escape. After that, they escorted him straight to the center of their hideout. Along the way, the villagers stared at him with lifeless eyes. Their unnatural appearance convinced Qin Yu that they had all been taken over by parasites. The assassin leading the way brought him to the village chief's office. Inside, an old man leaned on a cane and waited with a gentle smile, but his true identity was a member of the Demon Soul Clan, known as the Soul Hunting Demon. The old man stepped forward and examined Qin Yu as if he were a priceless treasure. He asked where Qin Yu had come from, surprised that someone like him had appeared in this region. At the same time, Qin Yu quietly observed the old man and realized his body was already failing. It was clearly a stolen vessel, not his original body. As he poured tea, the old man kept talking. He mentioned a famous demon with a human appearance that had once lived in this region, as if hinting at something. He suddenly asked Qin Yu directly, sounding as though he already knew part of the answer. Qin Yu stayed silent, meeting the village chief's gaze without revealing a single emotion. Qin Yu quietly weighed the situation. The old man did not seem physically powerful despite the rumors, yet he faced him without fear, suggesting he was hiding another trump card. Meanwhile, the old man calmly sipped his tea as if everything was under control. At that moment, someone Qin Yu knew kicked the door open and cursed the people outside for getting beaten so badly by a Ju Mo. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze when he saw who was sitting there. Qin Yu was just as surprised and blurted out, asking how the man was still alive. The man immediately flared up and demanded to be called Boka. He proudly declared that he was now a deputy commander and that his strength had greatly increased after the space-time maze incident. Just then, the battered assassin Qin Yu had defeated dragged himself over to Boka, hoping to report what had happened. Before he could finish, Boka yelled at his subordinates for being so useless. The assassins immediately shot back, asking who they thought had done this to them. After hearing that, Boka slowly turned toward Qin Yu, who answered with nothing more than a provoking grin. Boka's attitude instantly changed. He turned around and tried to leave, claiming he had urgent business to handle. Qin Yu grabbed him by the neck before he could escape and sneered, asking if joining them required kneeling first. Choking in panic, Boka instinctively stammered, "Boss." The moment Qin Yu heard that nervous reply, he realized Boka might have changed on the outside. but deep down he was still the same person. Chin Yu shook Boca around by the neck and mocked him, saying that even calling him father would not save him now. Seeing how familiar they seemed, the village chief stepped in with a smile and asked if they had known each other before, then told Boca to introduce Chin Yu. Chin Yu loosened his grip slightly, but kept his eyes locked on Boca. Finally able to breathe, Boca rubbed his neck and nervously tried to explain. Before he could finish, Chin Yu lightly squeezed his neck again, as a warning. Boca instantly changed his tone and hurriedly declared that Chin Yu had once been his boss, had fought against humanity, and had earned many great achievements. The village chief looked pleased and became even more welcoming. He asked why Chin Yu had come and casually hinted that humanity was not much of a concern, while continuing to invite him to cooperate. Keeping one hand on Boca, Chin Yu raised his other hand with a smile and said he had worked with many different forces before, but any cooperation required proper payment. He made it perfectly clear that he never worked for free. Hearing that Chin Yu cared about rewards, the village chief relaxed and smiled. He promised that as long as the plan of the great master behind them succeeded, any condition could be met. The village chief then suggested that Boca show Chin Yu around first so he could get familiar with the place. Reluctantly, Boca led the way. The two of them left the central area and headed toward the outskirts. The farther they walked, the quieter everything became. Neither of them spoke, and only their footsteps broke the silence. Empty eyes watched them from the nearby houses, making it obvious that most of the villagers had already fallen under the Demon Soul clan's control. From what he had seen, defeating the soul-hunting demon would require either attacking its soul directly or eliminating every host it had possessed. Chin Yu took out his phone, reported everything to the academy, and requested reinforcements from stronger fighters. Elsewhere in the village, another mission team and their instructor quietly observed the situation. Suddenly, the instructor's phone lit up with an urgent alert. The moment he finished reading it, his expression changed. Without hesitation, he ordered every student to retreat immediately because the entire mission was a trap. The students froze in confusion. They had only just arrived, but the instructor insisted there was no time to explain. It was already too late, as demonic energy suddenly erupted from deep within the village. Thick waves of dark power spread outward, surrounding everyone still alive. The instructor immediately unleashed his aura and formed an invisible barrier to block the attack. Even so, the pressure from the dark energy kept rising until the barrier reached its limit. Within seconds, the instructor's barrier shattered completely. But that was part of the instructor's plan. The shattered barrier fragments were instantly turned into a counterattack against the ambushers. Suddenly, a giant figure appeared in front of the assassins and used his steel-like body to block every incoming shard. His skin was unbelievably tough, leaving him completely unharmed. The battlefield was swallowed by dust and smoke, and many targets disappeared from sight. The assassin commander immediately ordered everyone to pursue them. At the edge of the forest, the instructor quickly led the students away. Behind them, the demon stayed close, pressing forward with overwhelming killing intent. While retreating, the instructor kept urging his students to move faster and maintain formation. One demon sneered and locked onto the instructor, a targeting mark glowing between his brows. The shot was fired instantly, but the instructor raised a barrier just in time to stop it. Standing inside the barrier, the instructor roared as his aura exploded outward. He formed hand seals, gathered his energy, locked onto the target, and launched a counterattack. A massive bird made of pure energy tore through the air. At the same time, the instructor reinforced his defenses and pushed back the advancing assault. The battle ended quickly. Most of the demons were wiped out, and the exhausted students prepared to regroup with their instructor. The instructor immediately shouted for them to keep moving and never stop because he knew this was far from over. Understanding the situation, the students obeyed without question as their captain led the orderly retreat. While running, the captain encouraged everyone to trust their instructor. He would handle the rest, while their mission was to return and report. The whole team picked up speed. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped out from the bushes and blocked their path. The entire team instantly went on alert and formed a defensive formation. Chin Yu walked out with a relaxed smile as if greeting old friends. He said it was lucky they were still alive and introduced himself as their guide, instantly easing half the tension. Hearing the name Chin Yu, the team captain paused, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before. One student whispered that Chin Yu was the guy who had caused chaos during the freshman ceremony, while Chin Yu had already turned around to leave. The group immediately called him back and stopped him. Chin Yu turned around with a serious face and said he could guide them, but emotional damage came with a fee, so he would not work for free. The captain forced an awkward smile and agreed, while everyone else was left speechless by Chin Yu's practicality. Chin Yu then set the price at 500 per person. With no other choice, the group paid the money in exchange for a chance to survive. After receiving the full payment, Chin Yu happily took the lead and guided everyone out. Just then, the captain heard movement behind them. Their instructor had escaped the encirclement, though he was clearly badly injured. Chin Yu turned back and immediately quoted another price, raising the instructor's rescue fee to 1,500 as a premium package. The captain nearly exploded with frustration, while the injured instructor asked what was going on. A student quickly explained that this was Chin Yu, the freshman representative, a human with a very unusual personality. The instructor stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said he had already heard Chin Yu's name. Chin Yu shrugged and casually replied that cooperation was simple, as long as the payment was good. At that very moment, the instructor suddenly drew his sword and stabbed Chin Yu. His body immediately collapsed like an empty shell. Pulling back his sword, the instructor coldly declared that it had been an impostor. At the same time, a message arrived from the academy, confirming that the real Chin Yu was on a different mission and could not be here. The dead creature immediately revealed its true form as a purple, multi-eyed spider radiating sinister energy. The weakened instructor dropped to his knees as the students rushed to support him. He admitted the situation was now beyond control and that they would have to rely on themselves. Suddenly, a surprise attack from behind pierced straight through the instructor's body. He collapsed in agony and looked back in disbelief. The one who had struck him was his own student, whose cold smile left everyone frozen in shock. The traitor pulled out his sword, thanked the instructor for providing valuable information, and his eyes turned blood red with evil intent. Before dying, the instructor managed to utter one final name, the soul-hunting demon. The students fell into complete panic as their last protector collapsed. The traitor turned toward them with a cold smile, calmly deciding how to deal with them next. Elsewhere in the village, Chin Yu was casually playing with his phone, while Boka stood beside him. Just then, an urgent report arrived. The entire Longtang Academy advanced team had been wiped out. Chin Yu quickly analyzed the situation. He realized more people were watching him than before, and suspected his undercover identity had already been exposed. Yet he remained calm as he planned his next move. He let out a quiet sigh of relief after sending the crucial information, then continued acting normally while waiting for the right chance to escape and for the academy to intervene. About half an hour later, a massive Longtang Academy force arrived. Tanks and heavy weapons rolled straight into the village, launching a full-scale assault. The entire area exploded into chaos. The demons scattered in panic, giving Chin Yu the perfect chance to slip out of danger. Then he remembered the delayed bombing notice and cursed under his breath. Telling him now was pointless when the whole village had already turned into a sea of fire. Even in the chaos, Chin Yu spotted Boka sitting calmly in a corner, as if nothing had happened. Before he could think further, he saw Boka sneak toward another passage, clearly trying to escape. Breathing hard, Chin Yu immediately chased after him with only one thought in mind. He could not let Boka get away. Both of them rushed into a tunnel, while bombs destroyed everything above ground, nearly wiping out every demon. The tunnel entrance had barely closed when the special forces stormed in. The old man was caught in the explosion and failed to escape. Torches lit the underground passage. Boka walked ahead while Chin Yu followed close behind, staying on full alert. Without warning, Chin Yu rushed forward, grabbed Boka by the neck, pressed a blade against him, and demanded to know what game he was playing. Boka panicked and insisted he was only following Chin Yu's instructions. He even claimed Chin Yu had been the one who mentioned this escape tunnel, making Chin Yu feel a chill run down his spine. Chin Yu questioned him again, but Boka stubbornly insisted he was telling the truth, as though someone had implanted different memories into his mind. Chin Yu narrowed his eyes, realizing this was far from normal. Boka had most likely been manipulated long ago. Without hesitation, Chin Yu pressed the blade even closer, deciding to kill Boka and free him from whatever controlled him. His sword came down in what should have been a finishing strike. But at that exact moment, a bizarre aura erupted. The entire space seemed to freeze, forcing Chin Yu to stop for a few seconds, while Boka collapsed under the overwhelming pressure. When Chin Yu looked back, Boka had already passed out from sheer terror. Then a figure appeared with a face almost identical to Chin Yu's. In a cold voice, he confirmed that he was the soul-hunting demon. Flashing sharp fangs and glowing red eyes, he admitted that everything had been staged to lure Chin Yu out. Qin Yu only smiled faintly. He had already suspected something like this. The enemy snapped his fingers and dropped all pretense, ready to reveal everything. Qin Yu quickly realized the situation was far worse than expected, as elite figures began appearing behind the enemy. The self-proclaimed soul-hunting demon dismissed any idea of retreat, saying he had never intended to fight a normal battle. Countless spirits emerged from every direction and surrounded Qin Yu. The demon mocked someone's foolish plan for leading everyone straight into a deadly trap. His aura exploded as his body transformed, while killing intent and black flames surged like they would consume everything. He openly declared that once he seized Qin Yu's body, he would achieve a tremendous leap within the demon world. Qin Yu answered with nothing but contempt, tightening his grip on his weapon as his own killing intent surged. The soul-hunting demon saw through Qin Yu's attempt to stall for time and even asked which reinforcements he was waiting for. Qin Yu suddenly paused as if he had realized something was terribly wrong. The ground beneath his feet twisted as strange purple flames spread outward, forming a massive ceiling pattern. The demon laughed and explained that it was a special formation designed to strengthen body possession while suppressing the victim's mind to its limit. Realizing no reinforcements were coming, Qin Yu immediately abandoned his original plan and charged forward with everything he had. He blasted through the enemies in his path and shot forward like an arrow, ignoring the formation as it continuously eroded his mind. The soul-hunting demon spread his arms wide, as though welcoming him, treating the charge as the long-awaited moment of their union. Qin Yu did not hesitate and unleashed a devastating slash powerful enough to split his enemy in two. Steel flashed through the air as several hidden blades shot out from his hand in the same instant. The enemy simply raised his middle finger with a mocking grin and declared that he would live on as long as his puppets remained. Immediately afterward, countless demonic puppets rushed in and completely sealed off every escape route. Qin Yu unleashed a surge of power and activated the super drunken pill. His body erupted with explosive strength and swept away the demons surrounding him. But the puppets kept pouring in without end. The soul-hunting demon grew even more arrogant, boasting that his puppet control far surpassed Qin Yu's, while demanding his surrender. Qin Yu had no intention of ever handing his body over to anyone. Surrounded on every side, Qin Yu's killing intent reached its breaking point as his presence slowly became savage and uncontrollable. Qin Yu charged into the swarm, crushing one puppet's head with a single hand, while his other two arms blocked punches coming from every direction. The soul-hunting demon laughed in delight as the fight grew more exciting, while Qin Yu gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. The formation kept suppressing him. Under normal conditions, defeating this enemy would have been easy. His bottled-up rage exploded as Qin Yu smashed two more puppets apart with hammer-like punches. He flashed across the battlefield, knocking one puppet flying before dropping another in the next instant. When every puppet lay on the ground, Qin Yu thought he had regained control. He clenched his fist and breathed heavily, savoring a brief victory. The very next moment, that same fist slammed into his own face, leaving Qin Yu stunned and unable to understand what was happening. His body began betraying his will. One arm attacked its own master, as though another consciousness had seized control. His remaining arms grabbed the out-of-control limb, but strange purple markings spread across his skin, making the situation even worse. The markings kept spreading, crawling onto his other limbs, like a spiritual parasite. Within moments, both arms were completely taken over. Qin Yu cursed through the pain, unable to understand this horrifying power. Both arms turned against him and attacked his own body, as Qin Yu screamed in agony. The formation pressed down even harder. His mind became clouded as his consciousness slowly began to fade. No matter how hard he resisted, his vision darkened. He felt his blood and strength draining away beyond his control, as though the battle had completely shifted in the soul-hunting demon's favor. After a desperate struggle, Qin Yu finally collapsed as his mind reached total exhaustion. The soul-hunting demon could no longer hide his excitement. He believed he had successfully entered Qin Yu's mental world and was ready to seize complete control by crushing his spirit. Leaving another puppet behind, he rushed directly into Qin Yu's consciousness with a cruel grin, preparing to exploit Qin Yu's deepest fears and claim his body. Suddenly, Qin Yu opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Everything that had happened seemed to vanish without a trace. He looked around the familiar room, his mind completely blank, as though he had just awakened from a long and unreal dream. His body felt perfectly normal, without a single injury, making him question whether everything had been nothing more than an illusion. Loud, arguing echoed from outside as the familiar bitter voices of his family filled the house. The usual complaints and arguments between his parents continued like every other day, a painfully familiar scene he had never been able to escape. A strange warning flashed through his mind like a system notification, highlighting the instability of this home filled with endless conflict instead of peace. Standing by the door, Chin-yu listened in silence as the familiar weight of those memories returned, as though he had never left that life behind. Suddenly, a thought burst into his mind. He shouted loudly, as if trying to silence the chaos inside, while speaking to an invisible system. The bedroom door flew open as his mother hurried in with a tense expression. She grabbed his hand and tried to pull him away, just as she always had in that familiar, repeating scene. Chin-yu remained silent for a moment. Everything felt far too simple to be real, as though it lacked the weight of reality. He tried to connect the fragmented memories of the soul-hunting demon, saying that everything before had been too disconnected to tell what was real, while his mother continued pulling him away. Then Chin-yu stopped, pulled his hand free, and refused to leave. His mother froze and stared at him in confusion, calling his name as if she could not understand why he was acting so differently. Chin-yu's face turned cold as he exposed the truth, word by word. The woman who had spent years insulting him was nothing but part of the illusion, so she could stop pretending. The woman instantly fell silent as the air around them grew unnaturally cold, as though something had just been exposed. The familiar family scene shattered in an instant. The illusion collapsed and revealed the soul-hunting demon's true form behind it. Chin-yu curled his lips into a cold smile. At last, he had forced the demon out of its hiding place, and terrifying killing intent filled the air. The soul-hunting demon panicked, unable to believe Chin-yu had remained fully conscious, and fearfully demanded to know how. Chin-yu gave him no chance to finish. He drove a crushing punch straight into the demon's face, while cursing him for trying to manipulate him with illusions. Knocked backward, the soul-hunting demon was left completely bewildered. Every other victim had collapsed mentally, yet Chin-yu had done the exact opposite. Sensing the danger skyrocket, the soul-hunting demon immediately retreated, abandoning its hold on Chin-yu's body to save itself. It slipped out of Chin-yu's consciousness like a wisp of black smoke, not daring to stay for even a second under the crushing pressure. Beside them, Jio-ba frantically tried to explain that the enemy had already escaped, but Chin-yu kept throwing punch after punch without stopping. When he finally heard that the target had fled, Chin-yu paused and looked over, only to find a mangled puppet body beaten beyond recognition. He turned toward Jio-ba with a murderous glare, suspecting he had either helped the enemy or deliberately let it escape, leaving Jio-ba speechless. Jio-ba desperately insisted they were on the same side, but the more he tried to explain, the more confused he sounded. Just as Chin-yu was about to finish him off, another figure suddenly appeared, shifting the battle in a new direction. Even the soul-hunting demon looked shocked when it heard Chin-yu's name. Elsewhere, the search expanded across the area, but there was still no sign of Chin-yu. All three factions reached a dead end as reports kept coming in without a single lead. Quan Xiaoxiao ran everywhere in panic, terrified that something had happened to Chin-yu. Vu Le was just as anxious, constantly asking for news but receiving no answers. Tang Ling appeared calm on the surface, yet her cold words made it sound as though she had already accepted the worst possible outcome. In the medical zone, a female nurse, with a strange aura, quietly helped move the wounded, though her behavior seemed highly suspicious. She carefully supported an injured patient with gentle movements, yet everyone nearby felt that something was off. Suddenly, a sword was pressed against her neck, without warning, as killing intent erupted. Tang Lian appeared and coldly ordered her to let go of the patient, taking complete control of the situation. The nurse immediately panicked and stammered that she was only an intern assigned to help, desperately trying to appear harmless. Yuna arrived with the rest of the team. Sensing the unusual tension, she demanded an explanation, while Tang Lian remained fully alert. Yuna reminded everyone that Tang Lian belonged to the Greenback Mantis clan, whose battle instincts were never wrong, forcing the entire team to stay cautious. Tang Lian pressed the issue further and ordered everyone to lower their weapons, or she would open fire, pushing the entire area into a tense standoff. The nurse hurriedly set the injured patient down and kept insisting she meant no harm and was only a trainee. The moment the patient was released, Tang Lian frowned, realizing the situation was changing. Without another moment of hesitation, she rushed forward and delivered a killing slash before her target could react. The woman coughed up blood and asked why, but Tang Lian coldly replied that she had already given her final warning. At that instant, the soul-hunting demon abandoned its host body and prepared to flee, while still watching Tang Lian's reaction before disappearing. It even mocked them for trying to protect the wounded in the middle of such a chaotic battlefield. Before escaping completely, it left behind a threat aimed directly at Qin Yu, marking him as its next target. The moment Yuna heard Qin Yu's name, killing intent burst from her. She immediately rushed forward and seized the soul-hunting demon's spiritual form. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as she demanded Qin Yu's location with clear intent to kill. Elsewhere, Qin Yu was still gripping Jiuba by the throat, furiously demanding to know why he had let the target escape. His grip tightened with every word while Jiuba was nearly unable to resist. At that moment, the others finally tracked them down. When Professor Yuna saw Qin Yu, relief and joy immediately appeared on her face. The group rushed over and hugged Qin Yu, relieved to see him alive. Chuan Xiaoxiao was almost in tears, while Tang Lian quietly stepped closer, embraced him, and softly called him by an affectionate name. Jiuba clutched his swollen face and sighed in relief, feeling like he had just escaped death. He was about to beg them to arrest him before Qin Yu could hit him again, but Viula suddenly appeared and struck him with a single blow, making him scream in pain once more. By the time everyone returned to the surface, the sun was already setting and the battle had finally come to an end. Yuna praised the team's performance. Qin Yu frowned, feeling that such a major contribution deserved more than a few words of praise. Yuna noticed his expression and looked slightly surprised that he was actually asking for a reward. She then handed him an item, instantly changing Qin Yu's mood. He was delighted, but also regretted not asking for even more. After the team cleaned up the battlefield, they headed back to the academy. The mood was surprisingly relaxed. Wang Na told everyone to write a mission report, and no one objected. Only Qin Yu quietly stared at the two items in his hands, barely paying attention to what she had just said. He recalled the moment Wang Na handed them over. He instantly knew they were no ordinary items and asked where they came from. Wang Na explained that demons used them for evolution. She had recovered them from the battlefield, her voice sounding slightly tired. Hearing that, Qin Yu rushed forward to thank her, but she stopped him before he got close. She firmly pushed his hand away and told him to stop overreacting. Qin Yu could not hide his excitement, feeling like he had struck gold. His mind even made up an entire speech of gratitude, and he almost imagined worshipping Wang Na for her generosity. The two items were a red basic soul devourer and a green basic flesh evolution. Combined with his previous parasite ability, Qin Yu opened the system and realized his parasitic evolution path was finally coming together. The thought of testing his new power filled him with excitement, and he immediately wanted to find a place to try it. But Wang Na seemed to sense his intentions. One warning glance from her made him abandon every dangerous idea. Qin Yu quickly backed down and reminded himself not to act recklessly around her. She was definitely not someone to provoke. After thinking it over, he decided not to experiment blindly and searched for a safer test subject instead. His eyes settled on Tang Lian of the Mantis clan. Her powerful mental resistance made her the perfect target. With his decision made, Qin Yu activated the system and used his new mental parasite ability. A wave of mental transfer occurred, instantly connecting him to Tang Lian as she rested nearby. Qin Yu was surprised by how smoothly the invasion succeeded and planned to explore her mental world further. Inside her mind, Tang Lian appeared lying on a bed with an unusually alluring expression as she softly called his name. Qin Yu jolted out of the connection and opened his eyes, unable to believe what he had just seen. He looked toward Tang Lian outside, while she had already realized someone had entered her mind. Tang Lian stepped closer with a teasing yet dangerous smile, making the atmosphere impossible to read. Qin Yu immediately tried to calm the situation, insisting this was a serious experiment and not something inappropriate while struggling to stay composed. He directly asked how she had detected him so quickly, genuinely surprised by her reaction speed. Tang Lian smiled and explained that the Mantis clan trained their minds from childhood, so detecting mental intrusions was nothing unusual. The vehicle suddenly shook violently the moment Tang Lian finished speaking, startling everyone inside. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Someone actually dared to ambush an academy convoy. Outside was an armed group riding military-style off-road vehicles. They shouted a countdown with open threats, acting as if they were about to wipe out the entire convoy. Every one of them wore a mask and carried heavy weapons, making it obvious they belonged to an organized force rather than ordinary bandits. Wang Na stepped outside, adjusted her glasses, and coldly announced that they were the Heaven Shield Savior Legion, the Smiling Mask Division. The entire team immediately entered combat mode. While the enemies continued counting down, Qin Yu leaned out to ask what was happening. Tang Lian explained that they were a fanatical organization devoted to slaughter, divided into smiling, crying, angry, and expressionless mask units. Just as the countdown ended, a hand suddenly reached out from nowhere and grabbed Qin Yu by the neck. Caught off guard, he froze for a split second before killing intent exploded from him. Someone actually dared to touch him in the middle of battle. The attacker said nothing, lifted Qin Yu like captured prey, and casually mentioned dealing with another target, leaving Qin Yu even more confused. Before the enemy could do anything else, Qin Yu aimed his gun straight at the man's head, his eyes turning ice cold. A massive explosion erupted beside the vehicle, shaking the entire convoy once again as the battle officially began. Qin Yu stepped forward, transforming one arm into a small cannon, while warning the smiling mask members that he had no desire to kill. One masked fighter was instantly blasted down, his mask shattering. Seeing that, the others roared and charged together, trying to overwhelm Qin Yu with sheer numbers as they surrounded him. As soon as they got close, several who grabbed his arm shouted that they had restrained the target and called the others to rush in. However, most of the remaining fighters hesitated, staring at Qin Yu with obvious caution and refusing to move any closer. Forced by their comrades, they reluctantly charged again, trying to complete the encirclement around him. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh and mockingly asked if they really believed they had him under control. In an instant, countless twisted arms burst from Qin Yu's back. The smiling mask members panicked as the thing before them no longer looked human. Every weapon hidden in his body activated at once. His aura exploded, and Qin Yu declared the slaughter had begun. Those holding him were thrown away like trash. He narrowed his eyes, overflowing with killing intent, and ordered his body not to relax for even a second. A violent shockwave erupted, blasting away everyone clinging to him. None could keep their footing, and some screamed in panic. Qin Yu spun like a living tornado, laughing wildly while unleashing non-stop firepower in every direction as the battlefield descended into chaos. Inside the vehicle, Chuan Xiaoxiao reminded him it was almost mealtime while Yu Li watched the fierce battle. Tang Lian calmly said she was not interested in joining and was not getting paid anyway. Wang Na carefully observed the battlefield, her eyes growing colder, as if she had noticed something far more important. She frowned and announced that the second phase of live combat training was about to begin, putting everyone on full alert. The moment they heard that a rank 6 powerhouse had appeared, the entire squad was stunned. Every eye turned toward the battlefield. A gigantic tiger emerged, aiming its weapon directly at the area where Qin Yu was tearing through the battlefield, its killing intent completely undisguised. The tiger wore no mask. Its striped body and overwhelming presence made it clear that it was a high-ranking member of the Smiling Mask organization. A gigantic earth hand suddenly burst from the ground, grabbing Qin Yu and forcing his whirlwind attack to stop, instantly changing the battle. Qin Yu looked up and immediately reassessed the entire situation, preparing his next move. It turned out Quan Xiaoxiao was providing long-range support. Tang Lian and Yu Li charged into battle, while Yu Li reminded everyone this was live combat training, so they needed to finish the fight fast. Qin Yu landed behind the three-man formation as his aura surged once more. Ahead of him, Chuan Xiaoxiao, Tang Lian, and Yu Li faced the tiger directly, but it only sneered at the inexperienced rookies. Tang Lian rushed straight into the battlefield, her twin blades slicing through the air as she advanced with crushing momentum toward the tiger. She leaped from above, but the tiger's glowing armor blocked her strike. Their collision produced heavy impacts that stopped her attack in its tracks. The tiger instantly gathered power, forming a spinning sphere of lightning around itself. The violent electric storm forced Tang Lian to retreat before she was caught inside. It did not stop there. A chain of explosive lightning rained down from above, covering the entire area with deafening blasts. At that moment, Yu Li and Chuan Xiaoxiao charged together while Qin Yu remained behind, concentrating an unusual surge of spiritual energy. The tiger glanced at Qin Yu and sensed something unpredictable about his power. It immediately changed its plan and decided to eliminate the other two first. With a confident laugh, it charged forward. Quan Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and swung her staff to begin the assault. The tiger grabbed her weapon with one hand before delivering a lightning-powered kick that launched her flying before she could react. A small explosion erupted beneath its feet, giving the tiger another burst of speed as it rushed toward the airborne Quan Xiaoxiao while she desperately fought back. Even so, she twisted away from the follow-up attack and taunted the tiger, claiming it would not be easy to defeat her. The tiger displayed overwhelming raw strength by tearing apart the concrete barrier she had created, its ferocity growing even greater. Tang Lian returned at the perfect moment and slashed down onto the tiger's back from above. Lightning followed her blade, making her believe she had trapped her target. The tiger instantly became enraged, yet a calculating look flashed through its eyes as though it still had another plan. It stopped attacking recklessly and began dodging non-stop, while Tang Lian relentlessly chased after it, like a tireless machine. Just as it retreated, Qin Yu suddenly appeared behind it. His aura had completely transformed, wrapped in golden light with icy red eyes. The tiger froze for a brief moment and immediately turned toward the terrifying new presence. Qin Yu wasted no time and lunged forward, seizing the instant the tiger looked up. One clean, decisive slash split the tiger in half before it could react, ending the fight instantly. Its body exploded, and the battlefield fell silent for a moment, as the four of them gathered together, like superheroes posing after a victory. Qin Yu wondered why the explosion had not completely ended, until Tang Lian admitted she had added the extra effect, leaving the rest of the team raising their hands in agreement. Professor Wang Na watched from afar, with clear satisfaction, believing her students had exceeded every expectation. After returning to the academy, all four stood on the stage of honor, as the principal announced their achievements in crushing the smiling mask plot and stopping the demon ambush. Qin Yu listened with obvious boredom. The endless praise made him want the ceremony to end as quickly as possible. However, some students below questioned the story, claiming the achievements had been exaggerated and demanding the truth while acting arrogantly. A few days later, while Qin Yu was walking around campus, the same group of students showed up again and openly challenged him. Qin Yu only smirked and fired back with sarcastic remarks, instantly making the atmosphere tense. One of them lost his temper and was about to retaliate, but his companion stopped him, warning that Qin Yu was an expert at provoking people. Qin Yu casually replied that he did not mind putting on a show, as long as they could afford his fee. Kang Chi stepped forward and introduced himself as a member of the Peacock clan, a mid-stage rank 4 martial artist, then introduced the other two standing behind him. Qin Yu immediately became interested. After observing Kang Chi, he judged that his talent was exceptional for his age and worth paying attention to. Kang Chi remained cautious, stepped back, and politely explained that he had heard about Qin Yu's achievements during the ceremonies and had been told to learn from him, so he came to seek a match. Qin Yu immediately dismissed every story about defeating demons or stopping the ambush as nothing but exaggerated rumors and challenged them to settle it in battle instead. The atmosphere instantly turned hostile, and he guessed they had come because they felt humiliated, while Xiao Qi kept throwing out provocations. Qin Yu let out a sigh before raising 2 fingers, as if calculating the cost. He said he would gladly fight, but they had to cover their own medical bills because he was completely broke, even pretending to look pitiful. The entire opposing group was furious, unable to believe Qin Yu could be this shameless. Xiao Qi could no longer hold back and tried to charge forward, but his teammates restrained him before the situation got out of control. Kang Chi forced himself to stay calm and explained that there had been a misunderstanding. Their goal was a life-and-death match to decide the winner, not a pointless argument. After hearing the rules, Qin Yu immediately understood that both sides would fight until one fell, and in his mind, it instantly became a battle to the death. Kang Chi added that the academy would assign more dangerous missions to the participants, such as hunting traders or half-beasts, making this the perfect opportunity for their contest. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. When the assassination mission was mentioned, one member became unusually excited and even suggested making Maldi the target, filling the air with killing intent. Kang Chi looked surprised by the reckless proposal and asked if they should recruit more teammates, commenting that they were extremely confident. Qin Yu simply scratched his head and smiled, saying that 4 people were more than enough and they needed no one else, openly looking down on the opposing team. One of Kang Chi's companions gritted his teeth in anger, clearly feeling insulted but forcing himself to stay quiet. A young woman spoke next, trying to remain rational, even though irritation was obvious in her voice, as she prepared to get to the point. The next day, both sides finalized the conditions. The location was Redwood Town, and their target was Hua Ersi, an external martial arts expert who had recently appeared at the local tavern. When Qin Yu entered the tavern, he immediately noticed how unnaturally quiet it was. As soon as the door opened, he found the place completely empty without a single customer in sight, making the silence feel suspicious. He casually ordered an 80 wu-year cold drink, as if he were a regular customer. The bartender looked at him and coldly told him to leave. Even so, The bartender still poured him a glass of cold water and placed it on the counter, quietly warning him not to cause trouble. Chin Yu slipped back into his usual habit of provoking people, joking that, aside from places like the women's restroom or bathhouse, he could go wherever he wanted. The bartender's expression immediately turned serious. He warned that causing trouble here would bring disaster to everyone nearby, sounding more protective of others than threatening toward Chin Yu. Chin Yu innocently claimed he was just an ordinary student who could not possibly cause any major problems, then casually brought up his speaking fee again, as if making a business deal. He placed a few silver coins on the counter, leaving the bartender silent for a moment, as he considered the offer. The bartender finally took the money, complained that it was too little, but accepted the deal anyway with a student discount. Chin Yu immediately took control of the conversation, holding the bartender's hand as he laid out the rules. One side paid, and the other provided information. The bartender revealed that the local factions were fighting each other, throwing the area into chaos. The authorities stayed out of it, but if academy students were killed, the situation would escalate. At the same time, he quietly judged Chin Yu to be far stronger than he looked. Chin Yu thought it over and confirmed that the local wilderness gangs would not dare attack him directly. The bird-like bartender nodded, saying they would not kill him, but teaching him a painful lesson was still fair game, clearly looking down on him. Chin Yu slammed the table and confidently declared that being underestimated only made him want to cause more trouble. He even joked that he had been used to getting beaten since childhood. The loud bang made everyone in the tavern turn to look at him. Chin Yu seemed pleased by the attention. Creating chaos was exactly how he planned to gather information, and if nobody talked, he would find the answers himself. He suddenly rushed toward a customer, loudly accusing him of being Hua Ersi and shouting that he had come to avenge his teammates. The terrified man dropped his drink and frantically insisted Chin Yu had the wrong person. Chin Yu refused to let go and kept demanding Hua Ersi's whereabouts, while the frightened man angrily denied the accusation and threatened to beat Chin Yu to death. Chin Yu only smirked and calmly replied with a single word, "Go ahead." The man instantly froze, realizing he had picked a fight with someone completely fearless, and cold sweat began running down his face. He struggled to break free, knocking over nearby furniture to make space, while shouting that he was being forced into this. He then activated a strange technique, twisting the surrounding space into bizarre circles filled with a mysterious glowing aura. After spinning around for a while, he stopped to catch his breath and proudly claimed that nobody could endure his technique for more than a few seconds. In reality, no one was affected at all. The other customers simply backed away to avoid getting caught in the trouble. While he was still confused, Chin Yu suddenly appeared right beside him, leaving him stunned that his technique had been bypassed so easily. Chin Yu leaned close and quietly asked if he had any more tricks left. Terrified, the man's face turned pale, and he finally admitted where Hua Ersi could be found in the city. He confessed that he only knew Hua Ersi was somewhere in the central district and had no more detailed information. As Chin Yu stepped closer, the pressure only made him more frightened. The atmosphere grew even heavier as Chin Yu's gaze turned colder, as though he was about to force out more information. The man immediately raised his guard, convinced a fight was about to break out inside the tavern. Just as Chin Yu was about to speak, a group of masked fighters suddenly stormed in from outside, aiming their guns at everyone inside the tavern. Gunfire erupted without pause, with every shot directed straight at Chin Yu. The horned man stood frozen in disbelief, wondering how a simple trip for a drink had turned into one disaster after another. In the middle of the chaos, Chin Yu raised a protective shield that covered both himself and the horned man, blocking every incoming bullet. Chin Yu turned and casually said that the man now owed him his life. The horned man was stunned, unable to understand why Chin Yu had saved him. Chin Yu simply replied that saving someone did not need a complicated reason. Hearing those words, the horned man paused, reminded of an old belief about helping others without hesitation, and his feelings quietly changed. Looking behind Chin Yu, he saw the masked attackers had stopped firing and were slowly advancing into the tavern. The smiling mask members closed in with overwhelming pressure, making the horned man panic even more as he recognized them as members of the Heaven Shield Savior Legion. A report came in from outside confirming there were no casualties and that the target area remained intact. Chin Yu's shield had completely blocked the bullets without a single crack, standing firm under the barrage. The attackers continued firing like mad, but every bullet bounced harmlessly off the shield without leaving a mark. Suddenly, one masked fighter vanished, and reappeared beside Qin Yu in a blink, moving with a perfectly executed teleport-like technique. Qin Yu instantly switched tactics. His shield disappeared, replaced by a lightning-fast counterattack that knocked the enemy's weapon away and sent him flying backward, crashing into his teammates like dominoes. The masked fighter stared at his fallen comrades in horror, sweat pouring down his face as he realized the gap in strength was overwhelming. He immediately turned to run and report to his leader, but Qin Yu silently watched him, clearly not planning to let him escape. Even while running, the masked man kept glancing over his shoulder, afraid Qin Yu might suddenly catch up. In the next instant, a powerful force stopped him in midair. Qin Yu pulled him back as if lifting his entire body off the ground. The horned man quickly stepped in, saying this group was their only lead to Hua Ersi. Qin Yu paused before finishing off the masked fighter. The horned man explained that he truly did not know Hua Ersi's location, because someone like Hua Ersi looked down on wilderness drifters like him. He also suspected that Wu Mian already had the information and had sent people to silence everyone. Hearing that, the masked man slammed into the ground and became even more terrified. Qin Yu scratched his head and admitted he was terrible at interrogations. His usual method was simply beating people until they talked. The horned man unexpectedly offered to handle the questioning himself, saying that since he had already been dragged into this mess, they might as well cooperate. Qin Yu agreed that it sounded convenient. Qin Yu then searched the masked man's body, while bluntly saying they never worked for free, and every job required proper payment, already calculating his own service fee. He emptied the man's wallet and carefully counted everything inside, leaving the horned man speechless at such bizarre professionalism. After counting the money, Qin Yu returned part of it in the form of a card while keeping the cash for himself. The horned man accepted the card and awkwardly introduced himself, seemingly just trying to calm his own nerves. The group then moved out with Qin Yu leading the way and the horned man following behind, forming a very strange temporary alliance. The horned man confidently claimed he only needed 3 minutes to get the information, making the captured masked fighter visibly nervous. Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up, convinced he had found the right person for the job. But at that very moment, he sensed something unusual behind him. A red laser dot appeared on the horned man's temple. A sniper had locked onto the target, and Qin Yu instantly shouted a warning. He reacted immediately, but he was still too late to stop everything. The restrained masked fighter was suddenly struck by a fatal shot and collapsed on the spot, while the horned man stumbled back in panic. Qin Yu frowned, realizing someone outside was interfering. The horned man quickly dove behind a table to escape the sniper's sights. A massive hole had been blasted through the wall, proving just how devastating the sniper round had been. The bullet continued through several obstacles before disappearing from view. Elsewhere, a leopard-like sniper lowered his rifle and prepared to retreat. He looked satisfied with the successful shot, believing he had eliminated Hua Ersi, an expert whose stealth made him a perfect assassination target. But just as he turned to leave, he was startled to find someone standing silently behind him. Qin Yu had already reached his position, closing the distance with incredible speed and launching a counterattack before the sniper could react. The sniper immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets, but Qin Yu never bothered to dodge. His icy eyes locked onto the target with pure killing intent. The sniper kept firing while retreating from the building, desperately searching for an escape route as Qin Yu stayed right behind him. Qin Yu shouted as he gave chase, his voice echoing across the area, as though he wanted everyone to know the hunt had begun, leaving the sniper nowhere to hide. The sniper leaped from rooftop to rooftop like an acrobat, landing gracefully each time, yet his mind was filled with confusion. He could not understand how Qin Yu kept up so effortlessly, and even wondered if he was fighting a teacher instead of a student. While retreating, Hua Ersi heard the pursuit behind him and immediately turned to see what was happening. A streak of golden light crashed down ahead of him, shaking the ground with a violent impact. He instinctively dodged aside and instantly opened fire at the source. The figure that landed was Qin Yu. Before the dust had even settled, countless bullets were already tearing through the air toward him. Hua Ersi immediately realized something was wrong. Despite the relentless barrage, Qin Yu's defense remained completely intact, far beyond anything he had expected. Qin Yu marched straight through the storm of bullets as if nothing could stop him. His overwhelming presence rendered every shot completely useless. Hua Ersi quickly analyzed the situation and realized Qin Yu's defense, regeneration, and long-range firepower were all monstrously abnormal, leaving him wondering what kind of monster he was facing. Qin Yu suddenly closed the distance, making Hua Ersi realize the problem. Long-range attacks were useless, but letting Qin Yu get into melee felt even more dangerous. He immediately changed his strategy and stopped aiming at Qin Yu. Instead, he lowered his rifle toward the civilians gathered below. He opened fire without hesitation. The bullets tore through the air toward a mother and her child, sending the crowd into total panic. Qin Yu instantly realized the danger and did not hesitate. He teleported into the path of the bullets, blocked every shot with his bare hands, and rescued the frightened mother and child. Hua Ersi secretly smiled, convinced he had found Qin Yu's weakness. Qin Yu refused to let innocent people die. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hua Ersi immediately fled, deciding that capturing him would never be easy. Qin Yu cursed in frustration, realizing his opponent was even more annoying than he was in a drawn-out fight. He regretted not finishing him off earlier. Just then, a strange sound echoed from the distance like a signal, making Qin Yu pause in confusion. Tai Dawa appeared from a hidden corner, signaling Qin Yu to come over while carefully staying out of sight. As soon as they met, Tai Dawa asked if Qin Yu had caused the recent chaos and destroyed property, then warned him that the situation was getting serious. He listed the damage. People had died, buildings had been destroyed, and the authorities would definitely investigate, while Qin Yu looked completely unconcerned. Tai Dawa stressed that the real problem was not just the battle, but the enormous compensation for damaged property and rescue operations, making the situation impossible to ignore. Qin Yu froze for several seconds after realizing the total cost was far beyond anything he could afford. He instantly changed his attitude, dropped to his knees, and started looking for an escape plan, even considering running away to avoid the massive bill. Tai Dawa then led him to a temporary safe location before the patrols tightened their control over the area. He pulled out a detailed map of Redwood Town. Spreading it across the table, he revealed the entire layout with every important location clearly marked. Tai Dawa pointed to the target area and said Hua Ersi was likely hiding in the dense forest district, although the exact location remained unknown. He also suspected Hua Ersi had already retreated after his recent failure. After hearing that, Qin Yu immediately decided to keep moving. He said he would search the area anyway, even if Hua Ersi had already left. Tai Dawa could only watch helplessly as Qin Yu rushed off. Tai Dawa stood there in disbelief as Qin Yu disappeared through a closing portal. He quietly analyzed Qin Yu's unbelievable abilities, including nearly perfect defense, overwhelming firepower, and teleportation, even wondering if Qin Yu was secretly a military agent planted inside the academy. Elsewhere, the 4 students who had challenged Qin Yu arrived at the ruined battlefield in Redwood Town to investigate the aftermath of the massive fight. Kang Chi quickly split the team up and assigned everyone to gather information about what had happened. At that moment, someone called out from behind, targeting the group of students. Before they could react or explain, the security forces surrounded Kang Chi and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Kang Chi stood there in shock, unable to understand why he was being arrested, and could only ask what was going on. He explained that they were students from Longteng Academy, sent to hunt Hua Ersi, while Xiaoqi also insisted there had been a misunderstanding, but nothing changed. The guards completely misunderstood the situation and bluntly treated the students like a group of vandals before dragging them away, without giving them a chance to resist. Even though Kang Chi kept explaining, the security forces ignored every word and loaded the entire group into a transport vehicle for questioning. Meanwhile, Qin Yu teleported to Hua Ersi's hideout. The moment he arrived, he carefully scanned the surroundings like a professional assassin before arrogantly taunting his unseen target. But after looking around, he realized Hua Ersi had already escaped, leaving Qin Yu briefly puzzled by how quickly he had vanished. Qin Yu stepped onto the balcony to check outside, only to find clothes hanging everywhere with no sign of anyone. He casually picked up a piece of women's clothing and jokingly concluded that Hua Ersi must have some very strange hobbies, sending his imagination completely off track. Meanwhile, Hua Ersi arrived at another secret hideout with a tense expression. He knocked on the door using a special coded rhythm, signaling the people inside to let him in. The door slowly opened, revealing an unusually silent room, filled with an unsettling sense of pressure. He stepped inside and found a round table at the center of the room, surrounded by masked guards, whose eyes immediately locked onto him. One of them spoke first, mentioning that Hua Ersi had already become the target of a relentless pursuit. Hua Ersi immediately insisted that he could handle the situation himself. Another member displayed images of Qin Yu and Tai Dawa, ordering Hua Ersi to eliminate them quickly before they endangered the organization's greater plan. The others mocked him as well, saying it was embarrassing that he could not even deal with a single student. Hua Ersi stayed silent, but the pressure kept building. The insults finally pushed him to the edge, leaving him feeling completely looked down upon. At that moment, a mysterious figure carrying a cane entered the room. Everyone immediately stood up and greeted the newcomer with respect, making it obvious that this person held tremendous authority. The cane-bearing figure spoke, expressing displeasure that everyone had become so tense over nothing more than a silver mask mission. The masked members instantly lowered their heads and apologized in unison, clearly intimidated. He continued speaking about the saint's blessing and the promotion to gold mask, placing enormous pressure on everyone in the organization. He then turned to Hua Ersi and openly criticized him for failing his mission and retreating to headquarters, forcing Hua Ersi to bow his head. Hua Ersi quickly defended himself, claiming the retreat was only temporary and promising he would eliminate the target next time. The cane-bearing figure remained unsatisfied and continued questioning him with an icy tone. Finally, he issued a new order. The remaining 4 members would hunt the target who had defeated Hua Ersi, and if they succeeded first, Hua Ersi would lose his promotion opportunity. The 4 immediately knelt to accept the mission with excitement because none of them wanted someone else to claim that promotion. The cane-bearing figure then looked back at Hua Ersi and declared this his final test. If Hua Ersi killed the target before the others, he would prove himself worthy. Hua Ersi respectfully accepted the order. He was promised the position of Silver Assassin number 5 within the division, and even the chance to receive the Holy Disciple's blessing to break into S rank, making him swear to complete the mission. After the meeting was dismissed, the secret room was quickly emptied without leaving a trace of anyone behind. As night fell, Qin Yu continued following the clues, but discovered that Hua Ersi's trail had completely vanished. Meanwhile, the local guards were searching for Qin Yu everywhere, leaving him frustrated that the mission had become even more complicated. While moving through the streets, he noticed 2 people ahead caught in a confrontation. A robber was forcing an ordinary civilian to hand over money, while the frightened victim insisted there was nothing to steal. The robber ignored the plea and continued threatening the victim. Qin Yu stepped in without a word and sent the robber flying with a single kick, knocking out several teeth. He turned to the woman and casually said he was only doing a good deed without expecting any reward, though he did not mind giving Longteng Academy some credit. The next second, the woman suddenly pulled out a gun, aimed it at Qin Yu, and coldly declared that she would kill him to eliminate the witness. Qin Yu paused for a brief moment, realizing he had just saved the wrong person. A gunshot rang through the street as smoke poured from the barrel, making the situation instantly more dangerous. A thin cloud of smoke lingered in the air, partially blocking everyone's view. Even so, Qin Yu remained standing with a relaxed smile, teasing his opponent for pretending to be weak. The robber Qin Yu had kicked earlier now lay motionless in a pool of blood, while Qin Yu seemed oddly interested by the fact that someone had actually managed to ambush him. Just then, another strange movement came from behind, making him immediately turn around. A trembling young boy stood there with terrified eyes, causing Qin Yu to hesitate for a brief moment. Qin Yu walked over, putting on a friendly smile to lower the boy's guard. In the very next instant, he struck without hesitation and killed the boy. Qin Yu calmly remarked that the boy had failed to hide his killing intent and criticized his lack of experience. The system continuously absorbed the negative emotions around him, converting them into energy that strengthened him. Qin Yu looked up and openly challenged everyone hiding nearby, telling them to come out so he could harvest them all. Instantly, numerous masked fighters rushed out, carrying all kinds of heavy weapons, their killing intent completely undisguised. Qin Yu only became more excited, standing in the middle of the encirclement, without the slightest fear. His body began to transform as overwhelming energy erupted, and his aura soared. He charged straight into the crowd, with crushing firepower, fighting like an unstoppable war machine. Explosions and blazing flashes lit up the entire street, shaking the city throughout the night. When everything was over, every enemy had been wiped out. Qin Yu checked the energy he had gained and smiled in satisfaction. Elsewhere, 3 enforcers from the Heaven and Earth Society quietly observed the entire battle. Qin Yu noticed them immediately and became excited at the thought of more targets. The 3 remained silent, watching without making a move. Qin Yu cracked his knuckles, rolled his neck, and openly challenged all 3 to attack together. One of them instantly rushed forward, with a crow-like spirit beast at his side, launching a coordinated assault. Qin Yu quickly realized this opponent was on a completely different level, far stronger than anyone he had fought so far. The two clashed head-on. Their strength was evenly matched for a moment, but Qin Yu held a slight advantage in the first exchange. The opponent was blasted backward the instant their attacks collided, stumbling as if he had lost control of his body. Not only his hands but his entire body shook violently, leaving him unable to move properly. He was horrified, unable to believe his spirit beast had been suppressed so badly that it could not stop trembling. Qin Yu wasted no time and charged straight in, aiming to eliminate one enemy before dealing with the other two. The opponent barely managed to leap away, causing Qin Yu's punch to miss by inches, which made him frown. Qin Yu immediately gave chase, laughing the entire time to pile even more pressure onto his opponent. Suddenly, his punch stopped in mid-air, as crimson threads wrapped tightly around his arm. More blood threads descended from above, binding him in place, and temporarily restricting his movements, catching Qin Yu by surprise. Another enemy coldly reminded him that this was 3 against 1. Fairness did not matter. Their only goal was to kill him. Qin Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance, frustrated by being tied down in such a messy fight. His opponent replied that this had always been a battle to the death, and nobody cared about fairness, making the atmosphere even heavier. Another attacker immediately dove in, swinging a weapon directly at the spot where Qin Yu was restrained, hoping to finish him instantly. Qin Yu frowned after realizing his escape routes had also been sealed from behind. The fighter who had been knocked away earlier returned as well, completing the encirclement and making the situation even more dangerous. Qin Yu instantly switched tactics, stomping the ground before sinking beneath the earth as if using a special burrowing technique. None of the 3 had expected that move, and they completely lost sight of him. 2 of them accidentally crashed into each other in the confusion, exposing openings, and even getting tangled in the blood threads themselves. When they recovered, Qin Yu had completely vanished without leaving a trace, putting all 3 on full alert. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly popped his head out of the ground to mock them. The instant they reacted, he disappeared underground again, using unpredictable movements to confuse them. The next wave of blood threads struck nothing but empty ground. Qin Yu suddenly emerged somewhere else and continued taunting them, throwing off their rhythm completely. Another fighter instinctively slashed downward with his blade, but by the time the sword landed, Qin Yu had already vanished again, leaving only his mocking voice behind. Qin Yu kept moving, and this time surfaced beside the claw-wielding enemy, making the battlefield even more chaotic. Thinking they had finally caught him, the enemy rushed in to attack. But the only thing they grabbed was one of Qin Yu's guns, while Qin Yu appeared elsewhere, laughing as he controlled the entire fight. He activated the weapons mechanism, causing it to erupt in wild gunfire that sprayed directly toward the blood thread user. The powerful barrage tore through the target and dropped the enemy on the spot. Qin Yu rose from the ground and confirmed that one opponent had been taken down, but he stayed alert because he was not convinced the enemy was truly dead. He signaled that the target was not finished yet and still showed signs of life. Realizing something was wrong, Qin Yu began to suspect that although these enemies were not exceptionally strong, their durability and resistance to firepower were far beyond normal. The remaining 2 immediately seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. Qin Yu carefully observed them and realized their mutated abilities worked together in an extremely troublesome way. The blood threads shot out once more, trying to bind him again. Qin Yu looked annoyed, but remained calm despite his restricted movements. He took a deep breath, preparing to completely change his fighting style instead of remaining on the defensive. A spear-wielding enemy charged in, with a finishing strike aimed directly at Qin Yu while he was restrained. Qin Yu stood perfectly still for a split second, appearing completely unfazed by the deadly attack. The moment the enemy reached him, Qin Yu suddenly spat out a stream of corrosive energy, breaking the attack's momentum and creating the perfect opening for a counterattack. Qin Yu spat on the man. Terrified, he wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Then Qin Yu spat one more time. The spit pierced straight through the defense and killed the enemy instantly. Even Qin Yu was shocked that it worked so well. The other 2, Eagle Claw and Blood Thread, quickly backed away and looked at him like he was a walking disaster. Qin Yu tried to explain it was an accident, but no one could believe him after seeing someone die on the spot. They stared at their fallen teammate in shock. The Silver Squad had already lost one member as soon as the battle began, far beyond what these self-proclaimed elite assassins expected. One of them urged the others to call out their hidden teammate. Qin Yu frowned in confusion. Who were they about to summon? A gecko suddenly crawled out and started talking like a human. At this point, nothing seemed impossible anymore. The gecko slowly stretched out its long tongue towards Xin Yu. Xin Yu's face changed as the attack came so fast he could not react. The tongue pierced his defense, shattered his armor, and stabbed straight through his body. Xin Yu could not believe he would fall to a gecko. The gecko rushed in at once. It had clearly waited for the exact moment Xin Yu let his guard down. He collapsed as blood poured from his chest. The gecko calmly explained that the longer the technique charged, the more devastating it became. Given enough time, even the strongest warriors could not survive it. After speaking, it returned to its human form, with strange green hair, and boldly claimed it could kill anyone. The young boy even mocked his older teammates, saying they were worse than a kid like him. The other two immediately argued back. They said he only got the chance because they distracted Xin Yu. Now that he had one success, he was already insulting his teammates. The three of them started arguing on the spot. The boy simply said, "Adults always loved making excuses." Then, he ended the argument and reminded them to finish their mission. Suddenly, one of them noticed something strange. The group had somehow been separated. He panicked, because his body could no longer stay upright, and desperately called for help, but the other two only stood there in silence. At that moment, Xin Yu suddenly stood back up, completely healed, as if nothing had happened. None of them could believe that a strike through the heart had failed to kill him. Xin Yu slowly walked toward the young boy. A chilling smile spread across his face. They instantly realized they had provoked something they never should have. Bloodthread grabbed Eagle Claw and fled without looking back. Xin Yu's aura completely changed. Bloodthread trembled as he explained that when a Demon Clan member entered Berserk mode, all murderous intent was unleashed. Xin Yu's eyes changed as well. His empty stare showed no reason left, only a ruthless killing machine. This time they had truly made a fatal mistake. Countless blade-alike legs grew from his back, making him look like a giant spider. Xin Yu instantly activated his whirlwind form and spun straight toward the two fleeing enemies. They were nowhere near fast enough to escape. The moment they were caught in the vortex, their bodies were crushed until nothing remained. Blood and flesh exploded in every direction. Even the surrounding trees were covered with blood and shredded pieces of flesh. Xin Yu had completely lost control of himself and become something entirely different. His crazed laughter echoed without end, proving that almost all of his sanity was gone. Far away, someone quietly aimed a sniper rifle at him, but Xin Yu instantly sensed the incoming bullet and caught it with his bare hand. Hua Ersi was stunned. Even from that distance, he had been detected. He aimed again, originally planning to let both sides fight before taking advantage. But Hua Ersi decided to stand up and retreat instead. Seeing the injured Xin Yu catch a bullet was enough to make him give up. Hua Ersi jumped from the 5th floor, knowing that someone who had lost all reason could no longer be threatened with hostages. The moment he landed, Hua Ersi sprinted away, trying to escape before Xin Yu noticed him. As he ran, he silently cursed. To Hua Ersi, Xin Yu was no longer an ordinary demon but an unstoppable monster. He pushed himself to the limit, with only one thought left in his mind: get as far away from Xin Yu as possible. While sprinting away, Hua Ersi suddenly stopped after sensing something strange and looked up at the sky. Xin Yu, now in his giant spider-like form, had already caught up at terrifying speed and appeared right in front of him, blocking his escape. Hua Ersi cursed and immediately pulled a grenade from his pocket. Forgetting about fighting back, Hua Ersi only wanted to survive, so he threw the grenade at the charging Xin Yu. It instantly flashed in midair. Hua Ersi laughed and said he had been blind for over 20 years, so a flash attack was useless against him. Then he unleashed his strongest attack. He raised his rifle, aimed straight at Xin Yu's head, and fired repeatedly. Gunshots rang out, and blood instantly sprayed. But the one bleeding was Hua Ersi. Xin Yu had already closed the distance, grabbed him, and crushed his body in an instant. Before dying, Hua Ersi refused to accept it because he believed Xin Yu should not have been able to see anything. In his berserk state, Xin Yu coldly replied that the reason was simple. Hua Ersi smelled too bad, then mocked him one last time. The next second, Hua Ersi's head was crushed on the spot. After killing his enemy, Xin Yu threw his head back and roared at the sky, repeating only one word: kill. He kept shouting that he wanted to kill more people, looking completely insane. His screams woke the nearby residents. A young woman poked her head out and angrily yelled that people were trying to sleep because they had work the next morning. But Xin Yu ignored her and kept muttering that he still wanted to kill. Another resident came outside, looked at the destruction, and complained that they paid security fees only for the neighborhood to end up like this. The woman declared she would report everything to the guards in the morning and make the culprit pay for all the damage. Those words reminded Xin Yu of everything Ti Dawa had said about repair costs, elevator fees, rescue fees, and other compensation. Just thinking about the bill was enough to bring him back to his senses. Xin Yu burst into tears, shook his head repeatedly, and cried that he had no money, so he would not kill anymore. The woman recorded the scene with her phone and pointed straight at him, declaring he was the culprit. Xin Yu panicked and denied everything, even though he did not understand why he was there. She said she had saved the evidence and would hand it over to the guards in the morning. Hearing that, Xin Yu immediately fled while loudly insisting he was innocent. Elsewhere, Te Dawa kept tapping an old radio, wondering why there was still no news of the guards making arrests. Maybe they were waiting for the right moment. Just then, Xin Yu rushed back in a panic. The moment he saw Tai Dawa, he desperately asked if there was any way to make money fast. Shaken so hard he nearly passed out, Tai Dawa begged him to calm down. He quickly told Xin Yu to put him down first before talking. After hearing the whole story, Tai Dawa concluded that Xin Yu had destroyed an entire neighborhood while fighting an assassin and had even been recorded by witnesses. Under those circumstances, the guards would likely launch a massive investigation, which explained why Xin Yu was desperate for money. Xin Yu nodded and asked if there was any solution. Tai Dawa only sighed and started saying goodbye, as if they were about to part forever. He opened the window and tried to jump out to escape, but Xin Yu instantly grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back inside. After getting beaten up, Tai Dawa hugged his bruised face and cried. He explained that Hongmu Town bordered the Dark Zone, so its guards were elite officers known for being strict. Xin Yu had destroyed a neighborhood and torn up the ground, making it look like he had caused trouble on purpose. Xin Yu brushed it off, cut him off, and told him to stop talking and think of a way to make money. Running into the Dark Zone now would be suicide. Tai Dawa sighed. Just then, the radio broadcast an emergency report announcing that a new dark gate had appeared in Hongmu Town, and everyone should stay alert. Hearing that, Ti Dawa suddenly came up with an idea while the radio kept repeating the warning about the dark gate. At the same time, a squad of guards quickly arrived at the location of the dark gate. Seeing the chaotic aftermath, one of the guards gritted his teeth and swore to find whoever had caused all this. The next morning, residents flooded in to file reports. Everyone demanded the guards catch the culprit because the ground was covered in blood, creating a horrifying scene. Meanwhile, the Deer Antler research team discovered an important clue. After hearing the report, the guard immediately asked if the conclusion had been confirmed. The researcher adjusted his glasses and confirmed that DNA tests proved the blood belonged to Hua Si, the assassin with a 3 million bounty. His tone left no room for doubt. He pointed at the bloodstains and the ruins, explaining that traces of several other people were also found here. The guard was stunned that someone had completely crushed an entire team of assassins. The researcher then pointed to other areas where traces of shadow spider, chameleon gecko, and eagle claw had been found. His final conclusion was that nearly every masked assassin had been wiped out, with no survivors. Even he felt a chill. Who could possibly have slaughtered all those assassins except the Hall Master and turned the battlefield into a sea of blood? The guard turned to Kong Chi and asked if the killer could be the student they had mentioned before. Kong Chi was startled but still could not believe Xin Yu was that powerful. For the next 3 days, the three of them stayed at the scene, analyzing every detail and arguing over their conclusions more than once. Even after night fell and the streets lit up, they still had not left. Kong Chi finally asked if the captain truly suspected a student was behind everything. The guard sighed and said that if such a prodigy really existed among the younger generation, it would be wonderful. Kong Chi felt relieved, because if the killer really had been Xin Yu, he would probably already be dead. Just then, a young woman ran over in a panic, saying she had taken a picture of the person responsible. She had planned to use it to make Xin Yu pay for the damages, leaving all three of them wondering why she had waited until now. The guard immediately told her to hand over the phone. He needed to determine whether the person in the photo posed a threat to the town. The woman proudly showed off her 50-megapixel phone, claiming the picture was crystal clear before handing it over. Kong Chi and the guard quickly gathered around, eager to see what the mysterious expert looked like. But after one look, both of them fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman excitedly asked if the photo looked clear enough. The guard awkwardly replied that it was very clear. In reality, Xin Yu had been blurred beyond recognition, with both his face and body hopelessly distorted. The guard immediately ordered an investigation into whether any powerful experts had recently arrived in town. He suspected a mysterious master had wiped out the assassins. Meanwhile, the woman happily walked away, admiring her photo. The guard even instructed the television station to broadcast praise for the unknown hero and extend a friendly invitation if that person wished to come forward. No one mentioned compensation anymore. That night, everyone at the assassin organization's headquarters watched the news broadcast in silence. The anchor announced that after the battle fought by the mysterious hero, the infamous faceless assassin organization in Hongmu Town and the surrounding regions had been nearly wiped out. Only the branch hall master Shi Fang had escaped, and the city guard had placed a 120 million bounty on him. Shi Fang sat quietly in a corner with a grim expression. He had expected to reap the rewards, only to lose every single subordinate instead, dealing the organization an unprecedented blow. One subordinate cautiously reported that their remaining forces had been severely weakened and could no longer complete the mission assigned by their superiors. Shi Fang slammed his hand onto the chair and stood up. He admitted that with their current strength, the organization could no longer operate alone. He immediately ordered the news to be spread and reinforcements to be gathered. His subordinates accepted the order and quickly dispersed. The Wuxing continent contained many different realms. Alongside lands full of life were realms of death and darkness, known as the Dark Realm. The inhabitants of the Dark Realm absorbed dark power and pursued the path of immortality, creating countless dark creatures with terrifying combat strength. At the top stood the golden armored zombie king, whose body was as hard as steel. It had once survived a siege by 4 level 9 powerhouses, all by itself. Although the Dark Realm was extremely dangerous, it also contained countless treasures, including Korber refining pills, rare ores, and valuable resources. That was why people in Shihuang City always said that anyone who wanted to change their fate had to enter a dark gate. Xin Yu nodded repeatedly, showing that he understood everything Tai Dawa had just explained. But he immediately asked why they had come here, when neither of them had a single coin. Standing before them was the Fox weapon shop, and Tai Dawa admitted he was completely broke as well. Tai Dawa gave a confident thumbs up and asked Xin Yu if he knew what it meant to shop without paying a single coin. Xin Yu laughed and said he understood, but the plan was too reckless. He was no saint, but he was not ready to rob a store. Tai Dawa walked straight inside and loudly asked the owner to bring out a gun. Fox barely looked up from the phone. Fox sized the two of them up from head to toe and instantly decided they were both completely broke, including Xin Yu. With a disappointed sigh, Fox clearly had no interest in serving customers who could not afford anything. Even so, Fox casually tossed an old cracked pistol onto the counter and quoted a price of 500, with each bullet costing 1 more. Tai Dawa carefully inspected the pistol while Fox kept tapping the counter, signaling him to pay. Suddenly, Tai Dawa's expression turned serious as he stared directly at the shop owner. Click, click. He calmly loaded the pistol right in front of Fox. Then Tai Dawa pointed the gun at Fox's head and boldly demanded all the money and weapons if Fox wanted to stay alive. Fox simply stared back, unable to believe someone actually dared to rob the shop. One hand moved with a speed too fast for the eye to follow. In less than a second, the pistol had been stripped into individual parts. Fox calmly sat back down, asked what Tai Dawa had just said, and the gun pieces clattered across the counter. Tai Dawa immediately changed his tone and awkwardly laughed, saying he had not said anything. Standing behind him, Xin Yu could only smile. It was the shortest robbery attempt he had ever seen, but they still needed money somehow. Seeing that, Xin Yu stepped forward, drew his own gun, and pointed it straight at Fox with a murderous look. This time, Fox actually trembled in fear. Tai Dawa quietly warned Xin Yu not to push too far in case Fox called the guards. Fox reached for the phone with trembling hands. Just as Xin Yu turned to ask why Tai Dawa had not warned him sooner, Fox suddenly made another move. With a swift motion, Fox lunged forward as a long tongue shot out at the same time. Xin Yu and Tai Dawa both turned around in shock, completely confused about what Fox was trying to do. To their surprise, Fox was only staring at Xin Yu's gun with complete admiration. Fox kept praising it as an incredibly rare and beautiful weapon, then even climbed onto Xin Yu for a closer look. Xin Yu looked at Tai Dawa in confusion, but Tai Dawa was just as clueless. Fox quickly jumped down, wiped away the drool, and admitted to being obsessed with collecting guns. Whenever a special weapon appeared, self-control simply disappeared. After saying that, Fox opened the drawer beneath the counter as if a decision had already been made. Since the two of them had broadened the collection, Fox took out 2 heavy firearms, a handheld cannon, and an M140 as gifts. Xin Yu and Tai Dawa stared at each other in disbelief. They had never expected luck to arrive so suddenly. Both of them rushed forward with shining eyes, eagerly reaching for the weapons. but Fox placed a hand over the pile and signaled them to wait. Nothing in the world came for free, so they stopped. Smiling, Fox said there was only one request. If Xin Yu and Ti Dahua entered the Dark Gate and found valuable treasures, they should sell them back to this shop. Tai Dahua immediately asked if the shop really bought loot as well. Xin Yu straightened his clothes and agreed, but asked for 2 new combat suits, because their current clothes were completely worn out. Fox laughed heartily and accepted without hesitation, saying it was a small request before finalizing the deal. Fully equipped, Xin Yu and Ti Dahua officially set off for the Dark Gate in search of treasure. Looking at all the gear, it was clear Fox was both generous and confident in judging people. When they arrived at the sports park, the entire area had already been sealed off, and ordinary people were forbidden from entering. Before them stood the fully opened Dark Gate, surrounded by soldiers and guards from multiple factions. Seeing the huge crowd, Xin Yu was surprised. Tai Dahua explained that everyone had come to gather resources because Hongmu Town relied heavily on this place. Hearing that, Xin Yu immediately understood. Destroying the Dark Gate would be the same as destroying countless people's livelihoods, so it could never be allowed. Xin Yu pulled out a piece of cloth, handed it to Tai Dahua, and smiled, saying he would be counting on him this time. Tai Dahua immediately protested, insisting he was not a pack animal. The moment he finished speaking, Ti Dahua's eyes turned red, and his breathing grew heavy, as if something had awakened inside him. Moments later, he transformed into a massive bull and charged straight toward the Dark Gate to clear the way. Xin Yu calmly rode on his back, grinning as he finally reached this place. The instant they passed through the gate, the scenery changed completely. A dark and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire area. Xin Yu frowned slightly, so this was the Dark Realm. It was not only dark, but filled with the aura of death. Every tree had withered, their bare branches looked like skeletons, and the howling wind made the place even more unsettling. After landing, Ti Dahua looked ahead and quietly warned Xin Yu. 3 pale figures were approaching in the distance, while Xin Yu silently observed them. One of the 3 stepped forward, his eyes glowing green as he looked Tai Dahua up and down, praising his equipment. At the same time, Xin Yu's system awarded him energy points, because the stranger had probing intentions. Tai Dahua awkwardly introduced Xin Yu as an extremely distant relative, making the story so complicated that even he nearly forgot what he was saying. Xin Yu immediately played along and introduced himself as Qin Da Yao. He even claimed he had been hit in the head as a child, which made him smarter every day, so everyone could call him Qin Smart. Secretly, he smiled after earning even more energy points. The 3 strangers burst into laughter, clearly amused by his foolish act. But a moment later, one of them asked for his name again, as if he had already forgotten it, obviously testing his reaction. Xin Yu immediately pretended to be confused, acting like he had forgotten his own name. After a pause, he said his name was Qin Yu, then repeated the story about getting hit in the head and becoming smarter, making the 3 laugh even harder. The strangers quietly exchanged glances and nodded. They called him Qin Smart, but their eyes gradually turned an eerie shade of red. Then all 3 turned around and told Xin Yu and Ti Dahua to follow them. Xin Yu instantly became serious. Ti Dahua noticed the sudden change and looked puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, Xin Yu stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, leaving him speechless. Taking the chance, Xin Yu quietly warned Ti Dahua to stay on guard. The 3 strangers acted friendly, but something about them felt completely wrong. After walking for a long time, the group finally reached a sign pointing toward a cemetery. The area was filled with signs and arrows, all directing travelers to the same cemetery ahead. The 3 guides suddenly stopped, and Xin Yu and Tai Dahua stopped as well. Tai Dahua commented that the trip felt strange, but one of the guides said it would be a shame to come this far without taking a look. Tai Dahua nodded in agreement. Xin Yu quietly watched every expression on their faces, becoming more convinced that something was suspicious. Before long, the 2 arrived at a campsite established by the military. It served as a safe zone for explorers to rest. As they entered the camp, they saw another group returning. One of the 3 guides immediately stopped them and asked what had happened ahead. The man pushed his hand aside with an exhausted look and said the area ahead was full of traps. Many people had already disappeared, and he advised everyone to leave as soon as possible. After hearing that, the guide looked at Xin Yu, seemingly waiting to see if he still dared to continue. Without any hesitation, Xin Yu rushed straight ahead, loudly shouting about treasure while deliberately acting like a fool. Ti Dahua had not even reacted before Xin Yu disappeared. Seeing Xin Yu run off alone, Ti Dahua hurriedly called after him, telling him not to act on his own. Xin Yu only laughed and said they had already come this far. Even if danger appeared, he could always escape with his spatial ability. But after only a few more steps, his head slammed into something invisible, leaving him dizzy with pain. Sitting on the ground, Xin Yu immediately realized there was a hidden trap ahead. At that exact moment, he accidentally crashed into a young woman as well. Xin Yu blushed in embarrassment, never expecting such an awkward encounter the moment he entered the dark gate. The young woman angrily scolded him for being reckless and called him an inexperienced rookie. Several muscular men stood beside her. Xin Yu quickly lowered his head and apologized. Tai Dawa also ran over, awkwardly explaining that he had brought his nephew along to gain some experience. One of the men with the young woman laughed and mocked Tai Dawa, saying he was only good at talking and never accomplished anything. After saying that, the man confidently marched forward. But the moment he stepped down, he triggered a mechanism. A loud click echoed, and everyone's face changed. The whole group jumped back in shock while the man panicked, not knowing what had happened. He shouted, asking what he had just activated. The ground beneath them suddenly split open into a deep pit. As he fell, he grabbed the leg of the man beside him, who immediately screamed for help. The man being dragged down also cried out in terror as he felt himself pulled into the abyss. Then he grabbed Xin Yu's leg as well. Xin Yu could only curse to himself. Dragging him down would not solve anything. Just like that, Xin Yu was pulled into the pit with them. He sighed, thinking his expedition had barely begun before someone else's mistake dragged him in. He reached out, trying to grab the edge of the pit and pull himself out, but the trapdoor slammed shut. The four of them dangled together like a chain before continuing to fall, screaming all the way down, knowing nothing safe awaited below. The young woman examined the mechanism and concluded it was a weight-triggered trap. One person stepping on it was enough to activate it. She turned to Tai Dawa and joked that his nephew really carried some weight. Tai Dawa forced a smile and said kids just ate a lot. Then she led the group forward again, convinced the treasure was just ahead. Tai Dawa reluctantly followed, secretly hoping Xin Yu would return soon because he did not feel safe alone. Meanwhile, on the second underground level of the tomb, Xin Yu adjusted his hat and looked around, wondering where he was. He suddenly realized the spot he had landed on felt unusually soft. The man who had mocked Ti Dawa immediately shouted at him to get up because Xin Yu was sitting right on top of him. Xin Yu quickly stood up. The man brushed off the dust, complained about his bad luck, and muttered that he had already checked the path earlier. One of the lackeys nervously asked if they had run into something terrible. The leader smacked him on the head and told him not to jinx them. If anything, they had run into good fortune. Just then, another man pointed into the distance and shouted for everyone to look. Before them stood a massive and magnificent ancient structure. The three men were overjoyed, convinced its owner must have left behind countless treasures. The leader excitedly took the lead, declaring he would make everyone rich. The other two cheered him on with eyes full of admiration. Only Xin Yu remained calm, though he was excited for a completely different reason. To him, this place was nothing less than a giant energy reserve. The system kept notifying him that it was absorbing yin energy. His energy points rose non-stop, and the deeper he went, the faster they increased. He only wished he had come sooner. He casually followed behind the three men, wondering how many energy points he would have by the end. Elsewhere in the tomb, a gigantic skeleton still retained its consciousness. Sensing someone approaching, it became excited as if it had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Xin Yu stopped before the skeleton, his eyes widening in shock. In front of him stood a beautiful giantess beyond anything he had imagined. The other three continued deeper inside. Ancient statues lined both sides of the passage, covered in layers of dust. Many of the statues were cracked. As they walked, they commented that the interior was far larger than the tomb's exterior suggested. Before long, they reached a stone door. The leader placed his hand on the mechanism and unlocked it with a specialized tool. The stone door slowly opened, and the three men immediately stepped inside. The moment they entered, every candle around the room burst into flame. The leader quickly scanned every corner, staying alert for danger. The candlelight illuminated the chamber, revealing a massive coffin at the center. The leader decided to head straight for it, ordering everyone to prepare to open the coffin while maintaining a defensive formation. Greybird turned to Xin Yu and told him to inspect the coffin first, in case it was a trap. In reality, they were using him as a test subject because opening a coffin was extremely dangerous. Xin Yu agreed without hesitation, making them secretly delighted. They thought he was foolish but obedient. With him taking the risk first, they felt much safer. Xin Yu slowly walked toward the giant coffin. He circled it from every angle, hopped around while inspecting it, then rubbed his chin and sighed, as if he had discovered something terrifying. Seeing his reaction, Gray Bird immediately tensed up and asked what was wrong. Even Brown Bird instinctively stepped back. Xin Yu calmly replied that he had no idea how to inspect things like this. The answer left everyone speechless, because they had thought he had actually found something dangerous. Green Bird angrily shouted that if Xin Yu knew nothing, he should not have come here just to get in everyone's way. Xin Yu pouted and replied that if he did not know, he could always learn. Green Bird sarcastically said he really loved learning. At that moment, every candle suddenly turned ghostly green, and the flames flared up even higher. The three birds turned around at the same time, all startled. Then the coffin lid suddenly flew open on its own. The three birds panicked, while Xin Yu was only surprised, because it was his first time seeing a coffin lid fly by itself. A corpse slowly rose from inside the coffin. The three birds were scared out of their wits. That kind of entrance was enough to terrify anyone entering the tomb. Xin Yu calmly walked over and knocked the zombie down with a single punch, casually telling it to stay still so he could learn how to identify corpses. Then he grabbed the zombie and stuffed it back into the coffin. He accidentally used too much force and shattered the entire coffin. Embarrassed, Xin Yu asked if it was a problem to break the coffin while learning. Seeing that terrifying strength, Green Bird trembled and said it was fine, though he wondered why anyone with that kind of power even needed to inspect anything. Gray Bird immediately rushed over and urged everyone to check whether the coffin contained any treasure. Even though he was wary of Xin Yu, greed had already taken over. He even proposed that they appraise everything first and promised to give Xin Yu a share if they found something valuable. As everyone looked inside, the three birds froze, while Xin Yu's expression turned slightly awkward. There were no treasures inside the coffin, only piles of rotten flesh. The three birds immediately threw up, while Xin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Even so, they were shocked that he had smashed a zombie into that state when even a level 5 warrior could barely break its defenses. Brown Bird glanced at the mangled flesh again and nearly vomited once more. Just then, Brown Bird spotted something inside the rotten flesh and quickly called Gray Bird over. It was a black level 4 corpse core, shaped like a square and wrapped in dark energy. After confirming it was genuine, Brown Bird was overjoyed, realizing they had made a huge profit. He was about to say it was worth at least 3 million when Green Bird instantly covered his mouth and only allowed him to say 300. Brown Bird quietly reminded him that it was 3 million, but Green Bird replied that he did not want to share more with Xin Yu. Brown Bird immediately understood and let greed take over. While the three birds whispered among themselves, Xin Yu's system suddenly displayed another notification. Gray Bird smiled warmly, patted Xin Yu on the shoulder, praised his contribution, and promised to give him a share of the 300 after they returned. Xin Yu immediately acted innocent and repeatedly thanked them. The three birds became even happier, convinced they had found an easy fool. Their attitude completely changed as they eagerly suggested going deeper into the tomb. Xin Yu nodded obediently on the surface, but inwardly he sneered, already planning to deal with all three of them later. The system kept flashing red notifications, saying it had absorbed malice and hostility from the three birds. As Xin Yu's energy points continued to rise, he secretly smiled. As expected, they changed their attitude the moment money was involved. He had come for profit too, but the extra energy points were an unexpected bonus. The moment Brown Bird took out the corpse core, the system reported that condensed malice had been detected and asked whether to absorb it. Xin Yu guessed the corpse core worked just like yin energy and could also fuel the system. The three birds continued leading the way. As all four entered another tunnel, Xin Yu quietly decided to let them scout ahead, since he still knew nothing about exploring tombs. The first coffin they opened contained only a skeleton. The second one was no better. The third coffin was completely empty as well, leaving the three birds increasingly frustrated by their terrible luck. Reaching the fourth coffin, Gray Bird immediately ordered everyone to begin inspecting it. The moment Green Bird examined the coffin, his expression changed, and he quickly warned Gray Bird that something was wrong this time. Everyone immediately gathered around, eager to see what had alarmed him. A talisman was attached to the coffin lid. Gray Bird guessed it was part of a Korza formation. While they were still studying it, the coffin lids suddenly burst open, and a female ghost lunged straight at them. Gray Bird instantly recognized it as a vengeful spirit. Knowing ordinary bullets were useless, he immediately unleashed his fire ability to fight back. Gray Bird launched a fireball and shouted that fire abilities countered ghosts, telling everyone else to escape while he held her back. But the flames were stopped by an invisible force before they could even reach her. Gray Bird turned pale, She had neutralized his attack with ease, meaning she was at least a level 5 vengeful spirit, far beyond their strength. The female ghost smiled and mocked Gray Bird, saying he looked so weak that climbing stairs would probably leave him out of breath. Then she slowly walked toward him. Humiliated in front of everyone, Gray Bird's face turned red with anger, but he still did not dare make a move. The female ghost suddenly accelerated, ready to kill him on the spot. But halfway there, she abruptly stopped, as if she had discovered something far more interesting. Her eyes locked onto Xin Yu. The unique aura around him drew her in like an irresistible attraction. The longer she looked, the more captivated she became, her eyes filled with affection, as though she had finally found the man of her dreams. She completely ignored the three birds and rushed straight towards Xin Yu with obvious excitement. The system repeatedly displayed notifications that the spiritual erosion skill was leveling up. At the same time, Xin Yu quickly told the ghost to calm down, saying that humans and ghosts belong to different worlds, and she should not misunderstand. After a stream of notifications, his spiritual erosion skill finally reached its maximum level. Xin Yu stood frozen, completely caught off guard by what had just happened. The three birds beside him were equally stunned, unable to understand the situation. Xin Yu only felt more and more awkward. Suddenly, his soul separated from his body. For the first time, Xin Yu saw his own body from the outside, sending a chill through him. When he looked ahead again, he realized the female ghost had changed. Instead of a terrifying spirit, he now saw an incredibly beautiful young woman with irresistible charm. She smiled, blinked gently, and called to him in a warm and intimate voice. Before Xin Yu could react, she embraced him and sweetly declared that she was his beloved. Only then did Xin Yu realize that what his soul saw was completely different from what his physical body saw. The female ghost remained completely infatuated. She admitted she did not understand what he meant by spiritual power. Ever since a mysterious lord had dragged her entire family into this place for an immortality project, she had remained asleep. Hearing about the mysterious lord, Xin Yu immediately became interested. He guessed that anyone capable of raising a level 5 vengeful spirit to guard this place had to be incredibly powerful. Seeing his curiosity, she asked if he wanted to know more. Xin Yu nodded without hesitation. The female ghost smiled shyly and said she would tell him everything she knew if he agreed to one condition. Xin Yu immediately asked what the condition was. Her face turned bright red as she slowly stepped closer and quietly revealed her wish. She simply hoped Xin Yu would help fulfill her final desire, looking at him with hopeful eyes. As she spoke, she leaned toward him, waiting for his answer. After listening, Xin Yu gently took her hand, showing that he understood. He thought to himself that if it meant obtaining valuable information, it was worth giving it a try. The female ghost blushed and closed her eyes. A moment later, she suddenly cried out in pain. Xin Yu calmly told her to relax and endure it a little longer. But only moments later, the female ghost panicked and struggled to pull away. Seeing that she could still speak, Xin Yu joked that he had not even shown his full skill yet. He then pressed several pressure points on her leg with the practiced movements of an experienced massage therapist. The female ghost clearly enjoyed it, repeatedly praising Xin Yu's technique. Xin Yu smiled confidently and joked that getting beaten so often as a child had taught him how to take care of himself. Before long, however, the female ghost began to cry, sadly saying she would never have another chance to have him massage her legs again. Xin Yu gently closed his eyes and comforted her, saying that after reincarnation, they could still be friends. He even joked that if she ever needed it again, she could always find another massage therapist, and the wealth buried with her would last for a long time. As they talked, the female ghost's body gradually dissolved into thin wisps of smoke. Through her tears, she said it was already too late. Every vengeful spirit had a fatal weakness, and hers was fire. Once exposed to enough heat, she would completely disappear. Hearing that, Xin Yu recalled everything that had happened and finally understood. From the very beginning, all she had wanted was to be set free. Wiping away her tears, the female ghost gave him a bittersweet smile. She said she had already died once, and fading away now simply meant she could finally rest in peace. Before her soul completely faded away, she kept her promise and decided to tell Xin Yu about the mysterious lord he wanted to know about. Xin Yu gently held her foot as it slowly faded into nothing. He seriously said that extra time would cost extra, and after she reincarnated, all her burial treasures would belong to him. Even so, he kept massaging her foot, leaving the ghost woman deeply moved. She smiled and said money would be useless after reincarnation, so he could take everything. To her, Xin Yu was only trying to ease her final regrets. Qin Yu calmly kept massaging her and replied that she could think whatever she wanted because he had already made himself clear. Suddenly, the ghost woman remembered something extremely important and hurried to speak. She begged Qin Yu to leave this place at once and never go to the lower floor because the Nether King was waiting there. Her voice was filled with genuine fear for his safety. She then told him the story from long ago. After unifying the world, a king became obsessed with immortality, practiced forbidden corpse refinement, and captured countless people to use as test subjects inside the tomb. Commoners, officials, and even the royal family all died, bringing endless misery to the land. The ghost woman choked back tears and warned him one last time never to challenge the Nether King. Even with her rank 5 strength, she was no more than an ant before him. As she finished speaking, her body slowly dissolved into the void. Qin Yu stood up. Now that he knew what he needed, he no longer wanted to dwell on the dead. Even so, the ghost woman still tried to call out, hoping he would change his mind. Qin Yu simply waved and said the dead should rest in peace, while unfinished matters should be left to the living. It was his final farewell. The ghost woman wanted to say more, but after seeing the determination in his eyes, she quietly fell silent. Right after that, Qin Yu's soul returned to his body. His only thought was the Nether King's treasure, not throwing his life away for nothing. As her soul was about to disappear completely, the ghost woman quietly called his name one last time. She suddenly remembered she had forgotten to tell him that ordinary flames could never erase the resentment of the souls trapped here. According to her, only the heart of someone who had walked through darkness, without ever surrendering, could bring everything to an end. She did not know what Qin Yu had experienced, but she believed in him. In the end, she silently prayed that if there was another life, she would become a guiding light for him, and wished him endless luck and smooth days ahead. After that blessing, her soul completely vanished. A while later, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The 3 birds immediately asked if he had finally woken up. The moment he opened his eyes, Qin Yu stared at them in shock and blurted out whether the surgery was still going on. Bluebird could only shake his head in disappointment. The 3 birds leaned together and whispered, becoming more convinced that something was wrong with Qin Yu's mind. Meanwhile, Qin Yu suddenly looked toward the coffin as if he had noticed something. Qin Yu looked down at his palm, where a faintly glowing red mark had appeared. It was probably the gift the ghost woman had left behind. Bluebird stepped forward and asked what the ghost woman had said before suddenly disappearing. But Qin Yu only smiled mysteriously and shook his head, saying it was nothing worth mentioning. He even pretended to blush and joked that she had simply praised his massage skills before leaving in peace. Deep down, Qin Yu guessed the conversation had happened only in soul form, so no one else had heard a word. Bluebird still looked doubtful and asked if that was really all. As Qin Yu walked ahead, he casually added that the ghost woman had revealed the tomb's master was on the lower floor and told everyone to hurry down. The 3 birds instantly lit up with greed. Not long afterward, the group reached B3 of the ancient tomb, the place said to be the tomb master's chamber. A giant tree stood before them, covered with countless strange objects, but oddly enough, there was no coffin in sight. The dog holding the flashlight immediately warned everyone to stay extremely careful and not trigger another trap like before. Just then, a scream echoed through the chamber. The dog holding the flashlight instantly looked up. High above, the 3 birds and Qin Yu were falling straight down. Gray Bird angrily shouted that he had only asked Qin Yu to open the way, not open a giant hole. Qin Yu looked confused and asked if there was any difference. The sight shocked the dog so badly that he dropped the flashlight. After landing, Qin Yu noticed the ground beneath him, felt strangely soft and curiously asked why this floor was so comfortable. It turned out he had landed right on the same girl he had stabbed before, making her grind her teeth in fury. Qin Yu forced an awkward smile, got to his feet, and asked if this was really such a coincidence. The girl only coldly repeated the words, "What a coincidence." The girl immediately lost her temper and cursed Qin Yu to his face, refusing to believe it was just a coincidence. Dahua rushed over and hugged Qin Yu, overjoyed to see him alive. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu quickly covered his mouth, but Dahua still shouted that this place was terrifying. Qin Yu immediately pushed him away, clearly unwilling to hug another man. At that moment, the nearby tree roots suddenly began to move, as if something had awakened. The girl quickly noticed the strange movement as well. After counting everyone, they realized one person was missing. The dog with the flashlight muttered that old Wang had been standing over there just moments ago and pointed to the side. But the spot was already empty, as if old Wang had never been there. Brown Bird suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Brown Bird turned to Bluebird and asked why he had hit him, but Bluebird immediately denied touching him at all. Just then, a massive black figure slowly rose from the ground behind Bluebird, leaving Brown Bird pale with fear. At the same time, countless vines burst out from every direction, covering the ceiling, walls, and floor, until the entire chamber was nearly sealed off. Everyone scattered to avoid them, and immediately raised their guns, knowing they could never let the vines wrap around them. Gunfire echoed non-stop as wave after wave of vines was shot apart and fell to the ground. Only Chin-Yu remained standing exactly where he was, showing no intention of dodging. He calmly turned to Tai Dahua and asked to borrow a flare. The moment he got it, Chin-Yu fired the flare straight into the air. The bright red light illuminated the entire chamber, revealing the giant tree ahead. Every branch was covered with white cocoons, sending chills through everyone present. Even the girl could not hide her shock. After regaining her composure, she immediately guessed this had to be the Tomb Master's lair. A strange noise echoed as a mummy dressed in ancient robes slowly appeared before the group. A human skeleton also emerged from inside the tree trunk, filling the area with an indescribably sinister aura. Everyone immediately fled from the tree, but one person failed to escape and was tightly wrapped by vines before being dragged back. After a long, agonizing scream, the victim's body rapidly withered, while the vines tightened further and pulled the corpse deep into the tree. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the girl immediately shouted for everyone to retreat. Seeing that some people still hesitated because of the treasure, she yelled that money meant nothing if they lost their lives. One man cut through the vines with his sword and shouted back that they should fight first, because this might be their chance to change their fate. As the situation became more dangerous, the person beside Chin-Yu quietly asked if they should retreat now. Chin-Yu did not hesitate. He tossed his gun to the man for safekeeping, leaving him even more confused. While stretching his body, Chin-Yu told him to watch it carefully and not let anyone steal his loot. A moment later, Chin-Yu's body began to transform. 4 extra arms grew from his back, extending in every direction as his aura exploded. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the 4 arms behind Chin-Yu continued transforming without stopping. After the dramatic transformation, Chin-Yu was fully covered in battle armor, and every weapon locked onto the monster tree. He loudly called out to the Nether King, then waved his hand in challenge, daring him to come forward. Enraged by the open provocation, the monster tree let out a deep roar that shook the entire chamber. Countless vines instantly shot toward Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu answered with a storm of gunfire. The barrage was so dense that every vine was shredded before it could even reach him. The others spread out to join the fight. The man holding Chin-Yu's gun could only stare in disbelief, admitting he knew Chin-Yu was unusual, but never imagined he was this powerful. After suppressing the vines with gunfire, Chin-Yu switched to melee weapons, like a hammer and a drill. He smashed, drilled, and tore into the monster tree non-stop. Unable to fight back, the creature could only roar in fury as it desperately tried to force Chin-Yu away. Watching the battle, the girl in the orange jacket explained that the Nether King had once fused humans with plants while researching immortality, and he had merged himself with a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Chin-Yu's 4 extra arms kept relentlessly tearing into the tree trunk. Meanwhile, his other 2 arms snapped off huge branches, sending green sap spraying everywhere. Even a demon tree had its limits. Its eyes suddenly flashed, its enormous mouth opened wide, and it roared that Chin-Yu would pay the price. The moment it finished speaking, eerie green flames erupted around the monster tree. Even Chin-Yu froze in surprise for a brief moment. Covered by the green flames, the vines charged again, with even greater ferocity. Chin-Yu leaped through the air while firing non-stop, slowly retreating to keep his distance because the monster was simply too fast. Realizing his current firepower was not enough, he switched to a shoulder-mounted heavy weapon and kept firing while dodging. But the monster tree quickly adapted and finally trapped Chin-Yu with its vines. He struggled with all his strength, but the harder he fought, the tighter the vines became. The green flames slowly spread over him, and Chin-Yu realized they could directly affect his soul. Unable to break free, he started punching the monster tree like crazy while cursing it non-stop. After a while, Chin-Yu suddenly realized the green flames did not burn him at all. Instead, they made his mind feel calm and refreshed. He immediately suspected he had accidentally discovered a special effect and decided to check it. With that thought, Chin-Yu opened his system panel. When he saw his spirit stat had increased by 1 point, he was overjoyed to discover the flames were actually beneficial. Knowing he was not in danger, Chin-Yu even hugged the monster tree's head and casually asked if it had hugged him long enough, then told it to explain this strange phenomenon while it was at it. Enraged by the close contact, the monster tree suddenly opened its mouth and blasted a long breath straight into Chin-Yu's face. A thick stream of foul black gas instantly covered his entire face. Even with his face covered in black sludge, Qin Yu barely cared and simply complained that the monster was fighting dirty. The monster tree looked like it was about to cry from frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Yu shoved one hand into its mouth while using the other to keep smacking its head. After insulting it, he casually snapped off several more branches, letting green sap and flames coat his entire arm. Still not satisfied, Qin Yu climbed onto the trunk and used all his strength to tear off even more branches, ignoring the monster tree's agonized screams. Furious beyond words, the monster tree could only roar helplessly as the green flames around it flared even higher. A teammate watching from a distance urgently shouted for Qin Yu to stop because the tomb floor was already cracking apart. Only then did Qin Yu notice the ground beneath the tree collapsing as the entire area shook violently. In an instant, a massive pit opened beneath the monster tree. Since Qin Yu was still tied up by the vines, he was dragged down with it. He immediately tried to cast his teleportation spell, but the monster tree quickly sealed his mouth with vines before he could say a single word. The man standing above could only stare helplessly into the pit, where green flames were still burning, as he desperately called out to his nephew. But the only answer was the fading green fire until it finally went dark. After a while, a faint figure finally appeared below. As soon as the tremors stopped, everyone immediately jumped into the pit where the monster tree had fallen. After searching the area, the group gathered to discuss their next move. Someone asked Tihu what he planned to do, and he calmly replied that he had come for only one reason: to seize the item they needed. Standing quietly in the corner was the young man in red, He Lun, while the masked man silently weighed his options. Through a communicator, He Lun said this mission had been assigned by the Holy Lord. The masked man did not seem concerned, saying it did not matter who brought the item back, because the Holy Lord only cared that the mission was completed. The masked man understood that the Holy Lord's mission could not fail, so the only choice left was to find allies. Tihu immediately pointed at the masked man and introduced him to He Lun as someone famous for being stingy, while claiming he himself was much easier to work with. For 20,000, he would handle everything. The offer was so tempting that the other side almost agreed immediately. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from above. Bricks and rubble crashed down, followed by another monster tree falling straight into the chamber below. Everyone's expression changed instantly because none of them expected a second monster tree to appear. The moment it landed, the monster tree quickly got back up and scanned the people around it. It opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth and released streams of ghostly bone mist. At the same time, cries for help echoed from deep inside its throat. Amid the flickering green flames, Qin Yu's body glowed with a crimson light before suddenly appearing inside the monster tree's enormous mouth. Qin Yu forced the monster's jaws wide open and coldly declared, "Nether King, today I will take your life." From inside the monster's body, Qin Yu unleashed non-stop gunfire while firing his shoulder cannon, blowing the monster tree apart from within. Everyone watching was frozen in shock, unable to understand what kind of terrifying creature this really was. Sensing the danger, He Lun immediately drew his sword and took a defensive stance, waiting for the next attack. Qin Yu did not bother arguing. He kept firing and coldly replied that if they wanted to fight, then fight, because talking was pointless. He Lun calmly dashed around and avoided the entire barrage of incoming bullets. At the same time, he swung his twin blades and sliced every bullet Qin Yu fired. Then, he immediately closed the distance and launched his counterattack. He Lun's swordsmanship was clearly superior, and every slash swept past Qin Yu. Even with his armor, Qin Yu was left with cuts that drew blood. 4 extra arms suddenly burst from Qin Yu's back, each ending in long, razor-sharp neo claws. He abandoned his firearms and charged straight at He Lun. The twin blades and 6 sets of claws clashed violently in a brutal closer-range battle, while He Lun mocked Qin Yu for being too slow. Qin Yu only smirked and said his opponent had already fallen into the trap. By the time He Lun realized it, Qin Yu's claws had already locked him in place. Qin Yu tightened the claw cage, tearing into him while unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Seeing He Lun trapped, the masked man was secretly delighted, while Tihu rushed in to rescue his ally and shouted that he would provide support. Just as Qin Yu was about to finish He Lun, a small explosion interrupted him. He turned to Tihu and asked if he still had the strength to fight. Tihu kept interfering, doing everything he could to buy time and free He Lun. Furious that his plan had been ruined, Qin Yu instantly closed in and unleashed a devastating kick. The moment Tihu hit the ground, Qin Yu followed with a crushing elbow strike and then a powerful headbutt. Even while overwhelming Tihu, Qin Yu never loosened his grip on the claw cage holding He Lun. After an intense struggle, Ti Hu finally shattered the Tra Neo cage and successfully rescued He Lun. The price was that Ti Hu himself was beaten until he was covered in injuries. Watching from the side, He Lun was stunned by Qin Yu's terrifying destructive power. One question echoed through his mind. Where did this monster come from? Not long afterward, he noticed that both Qin Yu and the monster tree had stopped moving, and even the assassins were completely still, making him wonder if both sides had died together. But if everything had really ended like that, who would claim the immortal pearl? Thinking that, He Lun slowly walked toward the motionless monster tree. After only a few steps, he suddenly sensed a figure flash behind him. He Lun immediately spun around through gritted teeth, only to find Qin Yu standing right behind him. Chen Wang also stepped forward with a wary expression. It seemed the final showdown between him and Yu had finally begun. He Lun smiled knowingly and replied that the ending might not be so certain. Through the thick dust, Qin Yu struggled to his feet, covered in dirt and coughing non-stop. Laughing, he praised his opponent as a true master who had seen through his fake death with just a glance. He also called out to the other man, telling him to stop pretending and get up already. Tai Hu clicked his tongue and smiled bitterly, surprised that this kid had seen through his act as well. Chen Wang and the masked man spoke first, saying Qin Yu must be the legendary genius. They even called him the rank 7 great hero who specialized in slaying demons, praising his extraordinary talent despite his young age. Hearing the praise, Qin Yu immediately looked pleased, though he still pretended to stay on guard. He introduced himself as the great hero Qin Yu and declared that he had come here to wipe out these evil tomb raiders. He Lun and Chen Wang were both left speechless. Qin Yu then boldly claimed that what he was doing was a heroic act, not tomb robbing. At most, it was just an unavoidable resource collection mission. While Qin Yu was still confused, the other three quickly agreed to join forces. They decided Qin Yu was too dangerous and had to be dealt with first. He Lun also reminded them about the payment, saying he had no objections as long as the money was enough. Qin Yu quietly observed the three of them and judged their strength. Based on their earlier fight, he estimated they were at least rank 6. With so many people gathered here, they had to be after the same objective. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful yin aura. The energy inside his body immediately surged, making him certain that an extraordinary treasure was nearby. As he looked around, he spotted a strange mark on the tree trunk and suddenly realized that the real Nether King might actually be someone else. After confirming his suspicion, Qin Yu looked at the unconscious monster tree and awkwardly apologized, saying that if he had known its true identity, he would never have beaten it up like that. While the other three were still arguing, Qin Yu quietly tiptoed past them. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something strange behind him. Before he could react, a heavy blow struck the back of his neck. The three men immediately worked together with perfect coordination. He Lun raised his weapon and sneered, convinced Qin Yu still had not given up on claiming the treasure. Qin Yu tried to ease the tension, saying he only wanted to take a few items, not clean the place out, so there was no need to make such a big deal of it. But the three of them still surrounded him from every side, determined to overwhelm him with numbers. A magical artifact dropped from above, signaling the official start of the battle. Tai Hu immediately unleashed his family's signature technique and charged straight at Qin Yu. Chen Wang spread his wings, ready to join the fight. The three attackers struck together, focusing all their pressure on Qin Yu. Forced into a disadvantage, Qin Yu could only endure the damage while searching for a chance to escape. Just as Chen Wang thought his attack had landed, he realized something was wrong. Qin Yu had completely abandoned his defense because Ti Hu had been his real target all along. In the next instant, Qin Yu appeared right in front of Ti Hu and threw an earth-shattering punch. With his powerful physique, Ti Hu calmly blocked the blow and sent the force back at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was genuinely surprised. Tai Hu's power felt almost identical to the assassins who had ambushed him before, making him suspect they belonged to the same organization. Seeing Qin Yu's puzzled expression, Ti Hu became even more smug. He boasted that he had only used a fraction of his strength before channeling more power, causing the giant tiger phantom behind him to roar and shake the entire chamber. With a loud shout, Ti Hu and the tiger phantom charged together, unleashing a relentless assault on Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his arms to block, gritting his teeth under the overwhelming pressure. He could not help feeling annoyed that this time he was the one being pushed back. Refusing to stay on the defensive, Qin Yu summoned a gigantic hammer and swung it with all his might at Ti Hu. Tai Hu instantly changed tactics and caught the hammerhead with his bare hand. Their collision unleashed a violent shockwave strong enough to send anyone weaker flying. Seeing cracks begin to spread across Qin Yu's hammer, Taihu sneered and mocked him for running out of strength. Qin Yu abandoned his weapon completely and released the full power of his body. His muscles swelled until his armor shattered apart. Clenching his fist, he roared and charged straight into hand-to-hand combat. Taihu did not hesitate and met Qin Yu's punch with one of his own. The longer they fought, the more shocked Taihu became, because Qin Yu seemed completely incapable of feeling pain. Qin Yu's bulging muscles alone were terrifying, but what frightened Taihu even more was watching his flesh and armor regenerate non-stop. He finally realized Qin Yu possessed flesh regeneration. Qin Yu smirked and replied that when there was a smarter solution, there was no reason to fight recklessly like his opponent. As soon as one arm finished regenerating, 4 more arms burst from his back, making his already overwhelming presence even more terrifying. Instead of trading more punches, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed Taihu's arm and refused to let go. His other 4 arms instantly locked down Taihu's shoulders, neck, and upper body, trapping him in an iron grip. Then Qin Yu gathered all his strength and hurled Taihu straight into the cavern ceiling. At that exact moment, Chen Wang suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu and wrapped a hand around his throat, crushing it so hard that black fluid burst from the wound. Pulling his hand back, Chen Wang looked at the black liquid covering his arm and coldly said Qin Yu had brought this upon himself. Qin Yu staggered, as if he were about to collapse. Black blood flowed down his neck while he struggled toward the monster tree. Seeing his condition, Taihu and He Lun laughed with contempt, believing this was the price for challenging them. As soon as he reached the monster tree, Qin Yu collapsed and wrapped his arms around its massive body. Taihu turned to Chen Wang and said, only they were left now. He then told He Lun to finish Qin Yu, promising him a reward of 200,000. The moment he heard about the money, He Lun smiled greedily and slowly drew his sword. But Chen Wang's expression suddenly changed. Trembling, he pointed behind Taihu's and stammered that something was terribly wrong. Taihu thought his teammate was joking and laughed it off without a second thought. Chen Wang immediately jumped back and shouted that Qin Yu was still alive and was digging for the immortal pearl. Taihu refused to believe it, insisting that no one could survive with a crushed throat. Just then, Qin Yu's eerie laughter echoed from behind him. Qin Yu looked at the pearl in his hand and curiously said that this was the immortal pearl. The moment he touched it, energy poured into his body non-stop while the system continuously announced the absorption of yin energy and increasing power. Qin Yu then tore the monster tree apart like a madman, searching for even more treasures. Watching his horrifying regeneration speed, all 3 men were filled with fear and disbelief. Chen Wang immediately readied his hidden weapons and realized Qin Yu had intentionally taken the hit just to get close to the immortal pearl. He shouted for everyone to reclaim the treasure before it was too late. The 3 of them instantly charged toward Qin Yu at full speed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu calmly continued, tearing apart the monster tree's body. After searching for a while, he finally found the immortal pearl and immediately fused it into his body. Once everything was done, Qin Yu smiled and said he would play with them a little longer. Energy erupted throughout his body, his heartbeat thundered like war drums, and his frame began to grow even larger. Seeing the transformation, all 3 felt a chill run down their spines, knowing the situation had become extremely dangerous. Qin Yu's entire body turned into a walking arsenal covered with cannons of every size. He excitedly looked at the 3 of them and declared that their game with death had officially begun. Both sides immediately clashed, while Qin Yu unleashed a relentless storm of firepower at his enemies. Chen Wang leaped into the air and counterattacked with a barrage of hidden weapons. The 2 overwhelming forces collided head-on, triggering a massive explosion. Using the smoke as cover, He Lun rushed in with his twin swords and shouted that Qin Yu had left himself wide open. Qin Yu smiled at He Lun. A spinning, purple magic circle appeared before his chest, and he looked at his opponent with complete confidence, as if victory was already in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu teleported behind He Lun, immediately opened fire on Chen Wang, and casually mocked him to keep fighting. He even shouted for Chen Wang to turn around and enjoy the show. Just as the bullets were fired, Taihu suddenly rushed in and used his own body to block the entire barrage. His massive frame completely shielded Chen Wang behind him. Seeing that, Chen Wang cursed under his breath and admitted Qin Yu had far too many tricks. He immediately suggested dragging out the fight to wear down Qin Yu's energy, because once he was exhausted, the battle would turn in their favor. As they discussed their plan, the 3 of them carefully watched Qin Yu continue firing non-stop across the battlefield. Meanwhile, in another part of the tomb, the man and the beastkin girl were startled by the continuous tremors. A few moments later, the man suddenly recognized the source of the explosions and happily declared they had to be Qin Yu's doing, meaning he was still alive. He laughed and said he knew that kid would not die so easily. With such a huge haul from this tomb, their lives were about to change. The beastkin girl remained cautious and warned the man to stay alert because someone was about to make a move against them. Sure enough, a group of strangers appeared and blocked their path, making it obvious they had hostile intentions. The man quietly asked if the three oddly dressed figures were not supposed to be her teammates. So why were they standing with the enemy? The girl simply stretched and calmly replied that the 10 desolate wanderers had never believed in true teammates. Hearing that, the man became even more confused and asked what she meant. She did not bother explaining and simply suggested they form a temporary alliance. The man agreed without hesitation. But before he could finish speaking, the enemies and the beastkin in front of them all charged at once. The girl coldly told the man to close his eyes. Hugging his bag of gold, he looked confused and asked what she was about to do. As soon as the enemies reached the perfect spot, she pulled the pin and threw a flash grenade at them. The blinding burst of light instantly blinded the pursuers, leaving them unable to move for a moment. Taking advantage of the opening, the girl grabbed the still confused man and immediately ran. As he followed her, the man asked in surprise if the exit was in that direction. When she answered no, he became even more puzzled and asked why they were still running that way. Without slowing down, the girl explained that they were going to find his relative, or more precisely, her nephew. The two of them alone could not defeat the enemies, so this was their only gamble. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced back at the pursuers, wondering which side would reach the target first. Meanwhile, Qin Yu fought like a god of war, flying through the air while raining overwhelming firepower across the battlefield. After watching for some time, Chen Wang finally noticed Qin Yu's firepower weakening and immediately called Ti Hu and He Lun to coordinate. The two men nodded at once, ready to put their plan into action. Tai Hu charged to the front line and used his powerful body to withstand Qin Yu's entire barrage. Qin Yu only frowned slightly, completely unaware that his firepower was fading, and had no idea the other three had already prepared their strategy. Hiding behind Ti Hu, He Lun tightened his grip on his sword and seized the chance to charge in. The wings on his back spread wide as he unleashed 2 sword strikes unlike anything he had used before, catching Qin Yu by surprise. Qin Yu only laughed, saying those attacks were nowhere near enough to bring him down. Before the blades could even reach him, he teleported behind both Ti Hu and He Lun. Qin Yu's crimson eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly declared that they could never defeat him. At the critical moment, Chen Wang arrived just in time to save his teammates. He fired countless metal needles like a porcupine's quills at Qin Yu, while giving Ti Hu and He Lun a chance to retreat. He then declared that raw power alone was never enough, because real combat experience decided the winner. After saying that, Chen Wang unleashed another devastating energy attack. Instead of dodging, Qin Yu crossed all 6 arms to form a shield and took the blow head-on. While Qin Yu was still defending, Chen Wang rushed straight in and confidently claimed he had fought more battles than Qin Yu had eaten meals. He poured all his strength into a crushing punch that dented the armor covering Qin Yu's abdomen. As soon as the punch landed, Chen Wang smiled proudly, convinced victory was finally his. But his triumph lasted only a moment. Qin Yu looked at him strangely and asked if he had ever tasted someone else's saliva. Before Chen Wang could react, Qin Yu spat a mouthful of dark green liquid straight at him. Seeing the strange substance flying toward him, Chen Wang instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. That reflex turned out to be a mistake. The liquid splashed across his hand, and the poison instantly took effect. His entire arm rapidly turned dark green. Seeing the poison work so well, Qin Yu became even more excited. His extra arms waved around as he laughed and said they were far from finished. Declaring that he would deal with them, one by one, Qin Yu leaped into the air, reshaped his claws, and dove straight at Chen Wang. Chen Wang immediately activated his Vajra armor, covering his entire body to withstand the assault. Qin Yu stared at the armor in annoyance, and muttered that it was one stubborn defense. Even so, he still tried to rip Chen Wang apart with his claws. Fortunately, Ti Hu pulled Chen Wang away just in time to avoid a fatal strike. Ti Hu then launched a series of attacks to draw Qin Yu's attention, buying time for his teammate to retreat. Meanwhile, the poison from Qin Yu's saliva kept spreading, slowly turning Chen Wang's hand completely green. Realizing the hand could not be saved, Ti Hu decisively cut it off to stop the poison from spreading further. Chen Wang clutched his severed arm, endured the pain, and thanked Ti Hu for saving his life. He immediately warned He Lun to be extremely careful because that saliva was incredibly dangerous. Even a tiny drop could have disastrous consequences. He Lun only smiled confidently, saying a few drops of saliva could never get through his sword barrier. Looking at the floating swords before him, Qin Yu smiled and said that if He Lun was so confident, he would make a perfect practice target. To everyone's surprise, Qin Yu smeared the dark green liquid all over his own armor, letting it quickly seep into his weapons and equipment. The other two stepped back cautiously, but He Lun remained completely calm and loudly asked what trick Qin Yu was planning this time. Thick green smoke slowly rose from Qin Yu's arm, creating an eerie sight. Qin Yu sneered and asked He Lun if he was really brave enough to block the next attack. His arm then transformed into a gigantic shooter-mounted cannon, ready to fire. He Lun remained fearless, convinced he could slice apart every shot Qin Yu fired. But he forgot that his teammates were still standing behind him. By the time he remembered and turned around, it was already too late. Tai Hu, with his massive body and absolute confidence in his defense, was sprayed all over with the green liquid. The poison took effect immediately, rapidly eating away at his flesh. Tai Hu rolled across the ground in agony, screaming without end. Because Chen Wang already knew how dangerous it was, he managed to dodge in time. Only then did He Lun realize the earlier warning had not been exaggerated at all. Qin Yu's voice snapped the two of them back to reality. With a cold smile, he asked if they still had the spare attention to worry about their teammate. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Yu unleashed another relentless barrage of special rounds at He Lun and Chen Wang. He Lun forced himself to stay calm and continuously swung his twin swords, shattering every incoming bullet. But, after blocking them for a while, he began to notice that something was wrong with the swords in his hands. Taking a closer look, He Lun finally noticed both swords had been corroded, with chipped blades covered in green rust. He was stunned to realize the poison could destroy not only flesh and blood, but even metal. Seeing his enemies panic, Qin Yu got even more excited and kept firing. The mix of corrosive attacks and his flesh weapon ability created devastating firepower that locked down the entire area. Realizing the battle was turning against them, He Lun immediately told Chen Wang to retreat. Neither of them hesitated, knowing their sword skills were no longer enough to win. Left alone on the front line, Ti Hu lost all cover and took every attack head-on as the corrosion spread even faster. Clutching his bleeding eye, Tai Hu writhed across the ground in agony and screamed in despair over his ruined eye. Qin Yu had no intention of letting them escape. Wherever the three fled, he chased them down, making it clear the fight was far from over. Enduring the unbearable pain, Ti Hu gathered all his strength and slammed into Qin Yu. The impact made Qin Yu spit out blood and stopped him from firing. With his face nearly destroyed and his bloodshot eyes burning, Ti Hu threw punch after punch while demanding the immortal pearl. He believed it could heal every wound and even promised to spare Qin Yu if he handed it over. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and endured the relentless barrage of punches. The situation became even more dangerous as Ti Hu reached his limit and unleashed power greater than ever before. Tai Hu put everything into one crushing punch that shattered bones across Qin Yu's face. Desperate to survive, he had almost completely lost his mind and could only scream for the immortal pearl. Even while coughing up blood from every hit, Qin Yu refused to give in. Tai Hu's current strength had already returned to his peak. Half of Tai Hu's face had been corroded beyond recognition, yet he kept repeating the same demand for the pearl. Seeing his opponent had completely lost control, Qin Yu knew it was time to reveal his trump card. He accelerated his blood flow and forced his heart beyond its limits. Every heartbeat pounded like a war drum and pushed his entire body into overdrive. The new power spread through his body and allowed Qin Yu to fling Ti Hu away with ease. Ti Hu was hurled straight toward He Lun and Chen Wang. Seeing their teammate flying toward them, the two rushed forward and caught him. Qin Yu's eyes had turned completely crimson, with his pupils nearly gone. A blood-red aura engulfed his body as the blood demon power and boiling blood state activated together. With every heartbeat, both of his arms transformed into massive cannons. Qin Yu declared that the demon armor had been fully released. He coldly said they should have behaved if they wanted to avoid forcing him into this form. The next moment, Qin Yu suddenly turned around and charged deeper inside. After running a short distance, he instantly teleported before anyone could react. The three remaining enemies stood back to back in a tight defensive formation, watching every direction with extreme caution. Qin Yu suddenly appeared right in front of Ti Hu and rushed him at once. He chose to eliminate the key target first instead of splitting his attacks. The sudden assault shocked He Lun and Chen Wang, forcing both of them to step back. In his berserk state, Qin Yu opened his razor-sharp jaws and bit straight into Tai Hu's neck. A horrifying scream echoed out as a huge chunk of flesh was torn from Tai Hu's neck, with blood and green fluid splashing everywhere. Ti Hu struggled in despair, begging for help and screaming that he did not want to die here. Watching the scene, Chen Wang gritted his teeth and made a ruthless choice by taking out a special bullet containing a strange flame. He regretted using the bullet that had originally been prepared for the immortal pearl, but the moment Ti Hu saw it, he immediately recognized what it was. He struggled wildly to break free from Qin Yu, but Qin Yu's grip was too strong to escape. As the bullet carrying the strange flame drew closer, Ti Hu could only curse Chen Wang as a traitor. The flame inside the bullet quickly fused into Tai Hu's body. In the next instant, the fire spread to Qin Yu as he continued holding Ti Hu. Ti Hu screamed in agony, while Qin Yu had no idea what was happening at first. A few seconds later, Qin Yu finally felt an unbearable pain. He was shocked to discover the strange fire seemed to be burning his very soul. The oddly colored flame slowly changed until it finally turned into an eerie blue fire. Watching the blue flames consume them both, He Lun and Chen Wang started arguing because Ti Hu was still trapped inside. Chen Wang coldly replied that sacrificing one man was better than letting everyone die. He even promised to repay the money Ti Hu had owed He Lun, and that was enough to silence him. From the middle of the blue inferno, Ti Hu raised his burning arm and called out Chen Wang's name with a hoarse voice. Gritting his teeth, he swore he would never forgive this betrayal. His curse sent chills down their spines, yet Ti Hu could only lie helpless in the blue inferno. Even with such devastating injuries, he was still breathing, proving just how terrifying his defense was. Before long, the flames burned Tai Hu's body away completely, leaving behind only a cracked skeleton that soon crumbled into dust. In contrast, Qin Yu remained standing inside the sea of flames as if nothing had happened. His face stayed expressionless, though his lower body had transformed into a twisted half-bone, half-spirit form. Calmly examining himself, Qin Yu realized the fire burned not only the body, but also the soul. If he had not absorbed the demon soul before, he would have ended up just like Ti Hu. Even his regeneration had been suppressed. Unless he found a way to extinguish the flames soon, death was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Chen Wang and He Lun completely lost the will to fight. Each fled in a different direction, desperate to escape the monster who could survive the purgatory flame. Qin Yu chose to chase Chen Wang because he was the one who used the flames and surely knew their origin. Ahead of him, Chen Wang desperately picked up speed, bouncing off walls and changing direction non-stop to shake Qin Yu off. But Qin Yu followed close behind, with the blue inferno still surrounding him, leaving Chen Wang no chance to escape. When Qin Yu and the hellish flames suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Wang turned pale with fear. Qin Yu calmly asked how to put out the flames. Before Chen Wang could answer, the blue fire accidentally spread onto his body. As if it had found a new target, the flames instantly engulfed him. Only then did Chen Wang understand the despair Ti Hu had just endured. The flames slowly consumed his entire body until nothing remained except a skeleton. Watching Chen Wang turn into dry bones so quickly, Qin Yu could only regret that he had learned nothing. After the last trace of Chen Wang disappeared, Qin Yu could only conclude that even Chen Wang did not know how to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, He Lun kept running while listening carefully for any movement around him, occasionally looking back to see if Qin Yu was catching up. He had only stopped briefly to catch his breath when he heard a strange noise. Drawing his damaged swords, He Lun cautiously scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a stone wall collapsed behind him. The instant he turned around, his face went completely pale. After smashing through the wall, Qin Yu finally found He Lun. His mere appearance forced He Lun to stagger backward in panic. He Lun immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, saying they had only fought over the immortal pearl and had no personal grudge. Qin Yu ignored everything else and asked the only question that mattered to him: how to extinguish the flames covering his body. Knowing Qin Yu was not planning to kill him yet, He Lun quickly admitted he did not know. However, he soon noticed Qin Yu's voice had grown much weaker and immediately came up with another plan. Slowly getting to his feet, He Lun backed away, while saying he would return and find someone who knew the answer. He promised to come back immediately if he found any information. But the moment he got close enough, He Lun suddenly launched a sneak attack with both swords. He sneered and said Qin Yu clearly did not have enough time to wait, so he might as well finish him off now. The next second, Qin Yu easily dodged the attack. He Lun's expression instantly froze as he realized he had miscalculated. Without another word, Qin Yu transferred the blue flames onto He Lun. In an instant, the fire erupted and swallowed him whole. Qin Yu explained that the killing intent warning from his system had exposed the sneak attack in time, then simply shook his head. Qin Yu coldly said that anyone who wanted to ambush others should first learn how to hide their killing intent. Even so, his strength quickly faded after speaking. His vision blurred, and even standing became difficult. Just before losing consciousness, Qin Yu vaguely saw a familiar figure rushing toward him. The man wearing a hat and glasses rushed over. The moment he saw Qin Yu, calling out to him with relief and urgently asking about his condition. Unlike the excited man, the beast girl was filled with worry when she saw Qin Yu's condition. Meanwhile, the man pointed behind them and accused those people of trying to steal their treasure. The bird clan that had just arrived hesitated when they saw Qin Yu. One of them realized he was no longer the clueless man from before and looked far more dangerous, but their leader laughed and offered to split the spoils if they worked together. The man in the hat and glasses immediately cheered Qin Yu on, telling him to fight without holding back and show them what real strength looked like. Qin Yu had almost no strength left. He could not even open his mouth to answer. Seeing this, the man in the hat and glasses quickly reached out, hoping to check Qin Yu's condition. At that very moment, the beast girl stopped him just in time, unknowingly saving him from great danger. Seeing Qin Yu in such a miserable state, the crowd behind burst into laughter and mocked him, saying he could not even save himself, let alone protect anyone else. The moment Qin Yu turned into a pile of ashes before his eyes, the man in the hat and glasses collapsed to his knees and cried his heart out. He kept calling Qin Yu his brother, reminding him of their promise to change their lives together. He insisted Qin Yu had once stood against the faceless organization and could not possibly die like this. There was not even a coffin or an urn left behind, making the scene even more tragic. Even the beast girl stood frozen as she stared at Qin Yu's ashes. She never imagined things would end this way, and even began doubting her own judgment. The bird leader grinned wickedly and tempted Miao Xiaomeng, saying that if she got rid of the pearl and agreed to stay by his side, he would guarantee her survival. Xiaomeng said nothing. She quietly glanced at the man in the hat and glasses, who was still mourning Qin Yu. Seeing her clench her fists, the bird clan became even more excited as they waited to see what choice Miao Xiaomeng would make. The rat clan below angrily shouted at the birds for their disgusting words, but the silver-feathered bird calmly replied that if only one girl remained, they could do whatever they wanted. Hearing that, the rats all turned toward Xiaomeng with greedy eyes. Surrounded by countless hungry stares, Xiaomeng stepped back in fear. She then walked over, smacked the man in the hat and glasses on the head, and loudly ordered him to stop crying. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a fighting stance and decided to hold the enemies back so he could escape. Seeing Xiaomeng charge in alone, the man hurriedly called after her, asking if she really thought she could fight all of them by herself. Xiaomeng attacked the birds in the sky, but they effortlessly dodged every strike and completely controlled the battle. One bird even asked why she was risking everything to protect that pearl. Had she still not forgotten the past? He said Qin Yu had only saved her once, and that was hardly worth throwing her life away. As they talked, the birds kept slashing at her with their claws until her clothes were torn apart. Though deeply humiliated, Xiaomeng gritted her teeth and declared that she would rather sacrifice herself to repay Qin Yu than stand alongside beasts like them. Furious at being called beasts, the birds declared they would show her what real beasts were. Their attacks came one after another, without pause. Watching Xiaomeng fight alone, the man in the hat and glasses felt both anxious and ashamed that a girl was protecting him again. Just then, the rats suddenly pinned the man to the ground and mocked him. They sneered that it was too late to play the hero and save the beauty, so he should quietly wait for his turn. Ignoring their laughter, he gritted his teeth and struggled with all his strength. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. He needed power. A mysterious voice suddenly asked if he was willing to pay any price to save the girl, and he accepted without hesitation. At that very moment, Qin Yu appeared in a magnificent suit of armor, surrounded by blazing scythes and a crimson aura that spread across the battlefield, like a king descending from the heavens. Seeing his companions being bullied, he immediately declared that he had arrived. After his dramatic entrance, Qin Yu wiped out the entire rat clan in the blink of an eye, then let out a long, contemptuous scoff. The birds surrounding Xiaomeng all froze. Their faces turned pale, and cold sweat poured down as they stared in disbelief. Qin Yu had clearly turned to ashes just moments ago. Looking at Kalohaika's confident expression, and then feeling Chin Yu's terrifying aura, they immediately lost their nerve, unable to understand what was happening. Seeing their confused faces, Chin Yu gave them a gentle smile that was somehow even more terrifying, and asked if they wanted to know why. They swallowed hard, and nodded repeatedly, nervously waiting for the answer. Chin Yu only had time to throw out a teasing remark. The instant he finished speaking, several fresh cuts appeared across every bird warrior. His attacks were so fast that the battle was over before they even realized it had begun. After dealing with the enemies, Chin Yu immediately caught Xiaomeng as she slowly lost consciousness. Even with her mind fading away, the last thing Xiaomeng asked was whether Kalohaika was safe. Only after hearing he was unharmed did she smile in relief before passing out completely. Seeing her body covered in wounds, Kalohaika's eyes turned red with grief. Watching that reaction, Chin Yu found it both amusing and touching. Even on the verge of unconsciousness, she was still worried about someone else. It seemed Kalohaika had truly found someone worth relying on for the rest of his life. Kalohaika rushed over and hugged Chin Yu, asking in confusion how he had turned into ashes only to appear from his own body moments later. Chin Yu casually handed Xiaomeng over to Kalohaika and calmly replied that it was just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. In truth, before losing consciousness, he had used his flesh parasite ability to leave his blood on Kalohaika's body, then rebuilt himself from that flesh and blood. Noticing Chin Yu had become noticeably thinner, Kalohaika curiously asked why. While collecting the loot, Chin Yu simply laughed and said he was on a diet, having already lost well over 100 kilograms. Kalohaika joked that if it went on for another half day, Chin Yu would probably weigh only 5 kilograms. Just then, Chin Yu took out a strange round sphere. Tossing the newly acquired item to Kalohaika, Chin Yu asked why he had risked his life against those enemies, since it was completely unlike his usual personality. Kalohaika pulled a sparkling necklace from inside his shirt and explained it was a priceless treasure containing an elixir that could extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. While Chin Yu was fighting, he had found it among the loot, and the others had been after it as well. After hearing that, Chin Yu quietly looked away to hide his emotions. He had never expected Kalohaika to gamble his life over something like this. Kalohaika sincerely said Chin Yu had saved him countless times. They had also promised to split the loot equally, so there was no way he would let anyone steal it. Those heartfelt words left Chin Yu silent for a long moment. He then gently patted Kalohaika on the shoulder and said that once they escaped safely, he should find a different job. Seeing Kalohaika's puzzled expression, Chin Yu only smiled, turned around, and walked away, saying he simply was not suited for this kind of work. Thinking he was being looked down on, Kalohaika puffed up his cheeks and loudly demanded Chin Yu explain himself. As the three approached the exit, they found a large crowd already waiting outside. Everyone hurriedly hid the Nayu pearl and every treasure they had collected. Sensing something was wrong, Kalohaika, carrying Xiaomeng on his back, immediately warned Chin Yu that the situation did not look good. Just as they stepped out of the cave, someone in the crowd hurried over and told them to find a place to hide. Watching everyone desperately conceal their treasures wherever they could, both Chin Yu and Kalohaika exchanged confused looks. Putting his usual social skills to use, Kalohaika approached a nearby elephant man and asked what had happened. The elephant man pointed toward a truck parked near the exit and sighed. The military had suddenly arrived and sealed off the entire area. They announced they would inspect everyone's loot while searching for something called a pearl. Hearing that, Kalohaika's expression immediately changed. He could not understand how the military had learned about it. Standing behind him, Chin Yu also fell into deep thought. It seemed he was not the only one who knew about the immortal pearl. Kalohaika quickly asked what they should do next. After a brief moment of thought, Chin Yu decided to use his teleportation ability to take them out of the area. Since the teleportation range was limited, he repeatedly chained multiple teleports together and quietly slipped past the soldiers' blockade. Their final destination was an empty room, and fortunately, no one was inside. Kalohaika gently laid the unconscious Xiaomeng on the bed and let out a sigh of relief, muttering that she looked tiny but was surprisingly heavy to carry. Seeing that she was still unconscious, he suggested they take the chance to check their loot. The two immediately began, taking off their jackets and loosening their belts to retrieve the items hidden underneath. Ironically, just as they were about to pull everything out, Xiaomeng woke up. The first thing she saw was a scene that looked completely wrong, leaving her utterly shocked. Acting on instinct, she unleashed a powerful cat fist, straight at a very sensitive spot, and angrily shouted that she had completely misjudged them. Disappointed, Xiaomeng believed Chin Yu was no different from the beasts they had encountered earlier. clutching the broken oar in his hands. Kalohaika endured the pain, while desperately explaining that he only wanted to check the loot and had no bad intentions. Standing behind him, Chin-yu could only pat his friend on the shoulder in sympathy. When the two asked for compensation, Xiaomeng looked at the tearful Kalohaika, then lowered her eyes to the pile of ore she had accidentally smashed. After a long pause, her cheeks turned slightly red. She sat up straight and seriously declared that if that was the case, she would repay them with herself. After that awkward misunderstanding, Chin-yu and Kalohaika wandered through the streets together. Chin-yu could not resist teasing him for running away, after a girl had willingly confessed to him. Thinking back, the moment Xiaomeng finished speaking, Kalohaika had sprinted away without looking back, leaving Chin-yu and Xiaomeng frozen in complete shock. Kalohaika quietly explained that anyone would panic if a girl suddenly said she wanted to spend the rest of her life with them. Hearing that, Chin-yu could not help remembering the time he was chased by a yandere. The memory alone was enough to give him chills. At that moment, both men truly felt like kindred spirits. They sighed together, joking that women really had a way of shortening a man's lifespan. They then stopped by a shop that specialized in appraising and buying rare treasures. As soon as they entered, they called for the owner. The fox owner greeted them professionally and asked what they wanted to sell this time. The moment he recognized his regular customers, the fox owner warmly welcomed them and eagerly asked what treasure they had brought. Chin-yu and Kalohaika skipped the small talk, placing a small box on the table and telling the owner to inspect it first. Just one glance at the finely crafted box told the fox owner that something extraordinary was inside. He carefully prepared all of his appraisal tools before opening the lid. Then he slowly opened the box and carefully examined the jewel resting inside. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed it was a 1,000-year longevity pill that had been nourished at the center of a spirit formation, making it incredibly valuable. Hearing that, Kalohaika said the market price had already exceeded 20 million, and that it was the kind of treasure money alone could not guarantee, so he hoped the owner would not lowball them. The fox owner gently closed the box and smiled, saying he would never cheat long-time customers, especially trusted partners. He explained that under normal circumstances it was worth around 30 million, but recently, an influential elder, whose lifespan was almost over, had been desperately searching for exactly this kind of treasure. If sold to that person, the price could easily climb to 50 million, or even higher, because the buyer had no other way to extend his life. However, he also admitted there was a risk of losing money if he misjudged the situation, so he offered 30 million on the spot, plus another 5 million as a gesture of friendship and in hopes of future business. In his view, the more friends one had, the wider the road ahead became. Even if he lost a little on this deal, building a relationship with two experts like them was well worth the investment. After the transaction was complete, the fox owner handed over a suitcase filled with cash and warmly saw them out, hoping they would visit again. Chin-yu shook his hand and said there was no need to be so formal. He also promised that, if the fox owner ever ran into trouble, he could contact him through Lao Yao, and Chin-yu would help if it was within his ability. Hearing that promise, the fox owner beamed with joy and immediately agreed, grateful for the reassurance. The deal ended on a cheerful note, with both sides getting exactly what they wanted. Carrying the suitcase full of cash back home, Chin-yu kicked the door open and loudly announced that they had struck it rich. Startled, Lao Yao immediately turned around and asked whether the deal had gone smoothly. Chin-yu opened the suitcase and revealed the money, saying they had received a total of 35 million. He gave 20 million to Lao Yao and kept 15 million for himself, saying the extra share was a thank you for everything Lao Yao had done. Lao Yao was immediately flustered because they had originally agreed to split everything equally. Chin-yu laughed, pushed Lao Yao toward the suitcase, and patted him on the shoulder, saying he had earned every bit of it by keeping his promise and standing beside him the whole time. Still feeling awkward, Lao Yao accepted the money with a hesitant smile, saying he could only accept since Chin-yu insisted. While Lao Yao was still celebrating, Chin-yu suddenly noticed Xiaomeng quietly lying on the couch, with her back turned, leaving him deep in thought. That night, Chin-yu and Lao Yao slept soundly in the living room, while the suitcase full of cash rested carelessly in the corner. Xiaomeng quietly opened the door and tiptoed inside, carefully making sure not to make a single sound. Standing before the suitcase full of cash, Xiaomeng glanced at the two men sleeping peacefully and quietly fell into deep thought. Holding the chain in her hand, she looked at them and thought that with such poor vigilance, both the money and the people would soon be stolen. In the end, she decided to handle it herself. Xiao Meng carefully chained the suitcase to both men. Only after making sure everything was secure did she leave with a satisfied smile, convinced no one could easily steal the money now. Once they were sure Xiao Meng had gone, the two men opened their eyes, dropped the act, and sat up to talk. Qin Yu laughed and said Lao Yao had guessed wrong this time. Lao Yao looked confused because, based on his experience with the 10 Wastelanders, Xiao Meng should have taken the money. Qin Yu simply smiled and said that perhaps, in her eyes, there were things more valuable than money. Lao Yao became even more puzzled and asked what could possibly be worth more than money. Qin Yu just lay back on the sofa with a smile and said nothing. From inside the room, Xiao Meng heard every word. A faint smile appeared on her lips before she peacefully drifted to sleep. The next morning, Lao Yao and Xiao Meng stood at the door to see Qin Yu off. Lao Yao said he had transferred Qin Yu's share of the money early that morning. Qin Yu checked his phone, saw the money had arrived, nodded happily, said goodbye to them, and set off. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a convoy of armored vehicles sped down the road at incredible speed. Leading the convoy was a heavily damaged titanium silver Audi that still carried an imposing presence. On the roofs of the vehicles behind it, several masked beastmen aimed rocket launchers at the silver Audi ahead. With a loud blast, a rocket immediately tore through the air toward its target. The moment it struck, the Audi was launched into the air, spun several times, and flipped onto its roof in the middle of the road. The pursuing convoy quickly closed in and completely surrounded the wrecked vehicle. After a few seconds of silence, 4 young men kicked open the doors and stumbled out, coughing violently. The driver remained trapped inside and painfully told everyone to run without him, instead of wasting time trying to save him. Hearing that, a beastman immediately refused, struggling to pull his friend from the driver's seat while encouraging him to hold on. The pink-haired and blue-haired young men stepped forward and shouted for the attackers to target only them instead of dragging innocent people into the fight. Their enemies ignored the warning and fired another rocket without hesitation. The blue-haired young man instantly used his spatial ability to teleport the rocket elsewhere. A few seconds later, the rocket suddenly reappeared behind the pursuing convoy. The explosion instantly destroyed one of the enemy vehicles. Seeing that one rocket was not enough, the remaining attackers fired together, sending 4 rockets from different directions at once. Still trapped inside the wreck, the young driver could only close his eyes. He knew there was no escaping this time. The other 4 immediately threw themselves to the ground as the massive explosion swallowed the wrecked car behind them. Seeing the vehicle engulfed in flames, with their friend still trapped inside, the beastman could no longer contain his anger. He roared, demanding to know why they insisted on killing an ordinary man when their real targets were the students. A blonde beastman removed his mask and coldly replied that this was not a game. In a fight to the death, anyone who got in the way would die. He also mentioned that the students had been investigating the Faceless Organization, then laughed as he said the Faceless Organization had now come to them instead. The group had originally planned to use the Wants case to track down the Faceless Organization. However, Wants had already been eliminated by a mysterious expert, so they shifted their investigation to other members, only to become the hunted instead and drag the whole team into danger. The blonde beastman, Tai Ling, looked at the students with a faint smile. He said he had long heard that Long Teng produced outstanding talents, so he proposed a game. If they could defeat his group, everyone would be allowed to leave alive. Hearing those terms, Hong Qi immediately signaled Xiao Qi to get ready. Understanding the signal, Xiao Qi charged forward without hesitation. He accelerated to his absolute limit and rushed straight at Tai Ling. His explosive speed was so great that the ground cracked beneath every step. At that moment, Xiao Qi had only one thought in mind. He would avenge the driver who had sacrificed his life. As he closed in, Xiao Qi leaped high into the air and launched a powerful downward strike. Tai Ling merely sneered. In his eyes, unless a martial artist possessed overwhelming strength, jumping into the air during battle was nothing more than turning yourself into a perfect target. Seeing Xiao Qi charge in with so many openings, Tai Ling coldly judged that he was rushing to his own death. He immediately summoned his martial Dao Shadow, Manifest Wolf, to boost his strength. Purple martial energy quickly gathered around his fist. The force of a single swing was enough to crack the ground apart. But before the punch could land, Xiao Qi vanished with his space-time ability. The first charge was only a feint. As Tai Ling lost track of him, Xiao Qi instantly attacked from the left. But Tai Ling reacted instantly and dodged everything with a slight shift of his body. Keeping his balance, he sneered and said Xiao Qi was still far too inexperienced. Xiao Qi followed up at once with a powerful kick. Tai Ling narrowed his eyes with interest and started seeing the students in a new light. Thanks to Xiao Qi buying time, Kong Qi and the others finished their setup, forcing Tai Ling to admit he had underestimated them. Kong Qi immediately signaled the other two teammates to join the fight. Everyone took their positions. The female student controlled the battlefield with vines, while the male student provided ranged fire. Thick vines burst from the ground, trying to restrict every move Tai Ling made. At the same time, bullets kept flying in from behind to keep the pressure on. Kong Qi stayed in the rear and coordinated the entire team. With his teammates supporting him, Xiao Qi kept closing the distance as the main attacker. Tai Ling remained completely calm and casually picked up a stone before throwing it. Wrapped in martial energy, the stone shot straight toward Kong Qi, who was almost completely unprotected. Xiao Qi's expression changed the moment he saw it. Kong Qi had no choice but to use his spatial teleportation to block the attack. But the moment he saw Tai Ling smile, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Tai Ling was willing to take a small loss. His real goal was to drain Kong Qi's power so he could no longer support Xiao Qi at the critical moment. The instant his plan worked, Tai Ling unleashed a ruthless finishing blow. A devastating punch slammed into Xiao Qi, sending him flying and coughing up blood. Luckily, a space portal appeared just in time to catch him. The portal absorbed much of the impact, leaving Xiao Qi only sliding across the ground instead of taking the full force. At first, the pain turned his face pale, but a moment later, Xiao Qi seemed to realize something important. Once the formation stabilized again, only 3 academy students remained facing Tai Ling. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Tai Ling smirked and said, "A surprise move only worked once, and repeating the same trick over 20 times was meaningless." He continued mocking the academy geniuses, asking if none of them could come up with a way to break the stalemate. Kong Qi quickly assessed the situation. A level 5 martial artist fighting 4 level 3 opponents was already a massive gap. After a few seconds of thought, he decided to bet everything on their final plan. Success depended entirely on their trump card, so Kong Qi deliberately provoked Tai Ling. Tai Ling instantly charged forward in anger. Even constant vines and gunfire failed to slow him down. As he rushed ahead, he mocked the academy prodigies as nothing but weaklings. In the blink of an eye, his fist was already flying straight at Kong Qi. Kong Qi focused with everything he had, waiting for the exact moment the punch was about to connect. At the decisive instant, he opened a reflective space portal right in front of Tai Ling. The result was immediate. Tai Ling was struck by his own punch and was knocked backward in complete surprise. The full power of his own attack rebounded onto him. The impact sent Tai Ling sliding across the ground for a long distance. Realizing the rare opportunity, the 3 students launched a coordinated attack. Countless vines erupted from beneath the ground. In an instant, Tai Ling's entire body was tightly bound. Right after that, the male sniper made his move. He poured all of his power into his strongest shot. The bullet tore through the air toward the immobilized Tai Ling. But Tai Ling shattered the assault, ripped apart the vines, and calmly caught the bullet with one hand. Even so, Kong Qi still had one final move in reserve. A grand dimensional killing array instantly formed and surrounded the entire area around Tai Ling. Kong Qi had been waiting for this exact moment. He knew space abilities were not strongest through direct damage, but if he triggered a spatial collapse as the formation fully closed, it could unleash power far beyond his level. At Kong Qi's command to activate the formation, the space inside the barrier instantly compressed before exploding violently. Seeing a few strands of hair drifting through the air, Kong Qi thought their final plan had finally worked. But moments later, Tai Ling's icy voice echoed from the smoke, as if the attack had done nothing at all. He even praised the students for pushing him this far. Then, Tai Ling mocked them again, saying the plan might have worked if the vines had been just a little stronger. As everyone stood there in shock, they noticed a few more strands of hair slowly floating down. Tai Ling suddenly froze. He had not escaped completely unharmed. He had lost quite a bit of hair and was dangerously close to going bald. This time, Tai Ling truly exploded with rage. Realizing his precious hair was gone, he completely lost his composure, grabbed his patchy head, and charged at the 3 students. One casual swing sent both the sniper and the vine user flying, because his real target was Kong Qi, the one responsible for this disaster. Tai Ling grabbed Kong Qi by the throat, lifted him into the air, and mocked his well-trained space ability through gritted teeth. He sneered again and challenged Kong Qi to use it one more time if he could. Even while being choked, Kong Qi firmly replied that he would rather die than surrender his pride. focused entirely on torturing Kang Chi, Tai Ling never noticed a car speeding toward him from behind. He had calculated every possibility except getting hit by a car, and the unexpected collision slammed straight into him. The impact smashed him face first into the ground, leaving him unable to get up right away. The car door opened, and the one who stepped out was Chin Yu. As soon as he got out, Chin Yu complained that the driver looked like he was trying to kill someone. The driver quickly explained that he had already warned everyone the brakes had failed. Chin Yu was not convinced and said it looked far more intentional than accidental. He even suspected the driver was making excuses to trick him into paying for the repairs. Feeling wronged, the driver explained that he saw smoke and came over to help, just like drivers should help each other. Chin Yu pointed helplessly at Tai Ling, lying on the ground, and said that, instead of helping, the driver had almost sent the poor guy to the afterlife. Just then, the sniper suddenly shouted Chin Yu's name. Xiao Qi was surprised to recognize him, and only then did Chin Yu notice the familiar faces around the battlefield. Seeing everyone approaching with murderous intent, Chin Yu finally realized he had accidentally interrupted a battle. Before he could react, Kang Chi urgently shouted for him to run and not worry about them. But the next second, a teleportation portal appeared and pulled both Chin Yu and the driver somewhere else. They were told to run, yet they were teleported right in front of the enemy instead. Tai Ling, already furious, watched the pair deliver themselves to him, while Chin Yu stood frozen, as if he had walked into a monster battlefield. Tai Ling immediately decided neither of them would leave alive. Meanwhile, Chin Yu could only scream inside his head for everyone to settle this peacefully. After noticing the driver belonged to a race with incredible defense, Tai Ling chose to eliminate Chin Yu first. But he quickly realized this opponent was far tougher than expected. One heavy punch landed, yet Chin Yu barely reacted. At that moment, he also guessed Tai Ling was connected to the Assassin Guild. And the Assassin Guild was the organization Chin Yu hated the most. Hearing Chin Yu mention the Assassin Guild, Tai Ling became even angrier and threw another devastating punch straight at his face. As Chin Yu kept taking the hits, Tai Ling became convinced he had complete control of the fight. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks without giving Chin Yu any chance to fight back. Watching from the outside, Xiao Qi broke into a cold sweat as Chin Yu kept getting pummeled. After letting Tai Ling attack to his heart's content, Chin Yu slowly took a deep breath and calmly spoke. Demon. The moment he said it, armor instantly covered his entire body from head to toe. Tai Ling was briefly surprised by the sudden armor but continued throwing punches without hesitation. Blow after blow rained down, but Chin Yu noticed Tai Ling's fighting style closely resembled Tai Hus, bringing back memories he would rather forget. Hearing Chin Yu mention his father, Ti Ling was stunned. If Chin Yu knew Ti Hu, then the two might have crossed paths before, making him even more curious about Chin Yu's true identity. Even so, Tai Ling pushed those doubts aside and decided to defeat Chin Yu with everything he had. He immediately unleashed the martial skill, Demon Wolf Frenzy. Tai Ling's punching speed increased several times over. The relentless and brutal barrage was enough to make even Xiao Qi turn pale. By now, Kang Chi had almost completely exhausted his strength, but seeing his benefactor facing such a powerful enemy alone, he still urged his teammates to help. Before they could move, the driver stopped them. He calmly told everyone to look carefully and see whether Chin Yu was really at a disadvantage. At first, they all thought Chin Yu was only as strong as they were, but after taking a closer look, everyone was stunned. Even after enduring the endless punches, Chin Yu stood perfectly still and casually caught Tai Ling's fist. His grip was so powerful that Tai Ling could not pull his arm free, no matter how hard he tried. Chin Yu calmly twisted Tai Ling's arm and casually introduced himself as just a masked knight, a demon passing by. Then he added that he was also a first-year student at Longteng Academy, before ending the introduction with a punch. As Tai Ling was blasted away, Chin Yu calmly continued introducing himself as a member of Special Operations Team 7. He finally stated his name, just as Tai Ling crashed heavily into the ground. After that blow, Tai Ling was barely able to stand, let alone continue fighting. Chin Yu looked at him and coldly mocked that if he could not even stand, he was not fit to be Chin Yu's punching bag. Even if he reached level 6, he would still be worthless. The armor covering Chin Yu slowly faded away. At that moment, Kang Chi desperately tried to warn him. But everything happened too fast, and he could not finish his sentence. A red streak suddenly tore through the air and pierced straight through Chin Yu's head. To everyone's horror, Chin Yu remained completely calm and merely shook his head after the seemingly fatal shot. He casually pulled out the object lodged in him and threw it back along the exact path it had come from. The throw was perfectly accurate and instantly killed the hidden sniper on the enemy seaside. The remaining assassins froze in shock as their teammate died in an instant. A dangerous smile slowly appeared on Qin Yu's face. The killing intent radiating from him made even Tai Ling shiver. Qin Yu asked if Tai Ling knew what made a truly complete warrior. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed right in to demonstrate it himself. His first punch slammed into Tai Ling's ribs with such force that it nearly shattered his spine. A lightning-fast kick struck his stomach, and in the next instant Qin Yu was already behind him. He grabbed Tai Ling by the head. Then he slammed him straight into the ground with all his strength. After that devastating combo, Tai Ling completely lost the ability to fight back. Dusting off his hands, Qin Yu mocked that an assassin who could not ambush or assassinate and only liked fistfights was hopeless. He even joked that Tai Ling had picked the wrong class, leaving him lying motionless on the ground. Qin Yu slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining assassins. Terrified by that look, they immediately fled without daring to look back. The driver widened his eyes and praised Qin Yu's incredible strength. He even gave Qin Yu a playful tap on the head as a sign of approval. Qin Yu still looked cool on the outside, but if the battle had lasted any longer, he would have been unable to keep going. The driver could not understand why someone who looked so unstoppable moments ago had suddenly become so weak, so he quickly helped Qin Yu to his feet. Qin Yu laughed and made a few self-deprecating jokes, leaving the driver both amused and speechless. Night fell as the gates of Longteng Academy were about to close. Suddenly, headlights appeared in the distance, racing toward the entrance at incredible speed. The driver was still behind the wheel of the same car with failed brakes, shouting loudly for everyone to get out of the way. The guards were horrified, thinking the academy was under attack. Looking through the windshield, everyone recognized the driver and Qin Yu inside the car. The car never slowed down and charged straight through the academy gate. It finally came to a stop only after crashing through a second-floor window. Everyone inside struggled to crawl out of the wreck. They all breathed a sigh of relief after the terrifying ride. The driver's skills were truly one of a kind, delivering his passengers straight into the academy in a way no one else would dare attempt. The driver generously said they were all brothers, so there was no need to be polite. Hearing that, Qin Yu invited him out for a drink. However, the uncle refused, saying he had been here many times and knew how brutal the guards were, and staying longer with this car would get him chased and beaten. After speaking, he immediately reversed the car out. Before leaving the academy with his special war ride, he still did not forget to leave a message behind. He told Qin Yu to pass along an insult to Vice Principal Wang, then drove off in a flashy escape. Qin Yu could only scratch his head in confusion, not expecting a random taxi driver to actually know the vice principal. At that moment, someone gently placed a hand on his shoulder and thanked him. Kang Chi and the others sincerely expressed gratitude to Qin Yu for saving their lives and promised they would repay him whenever he needed help. Just then, a guard noticed the chaotic scene and rushed over. Seeing the damaged facilities, he declared that whoever caused it must pay full compensation. Qin Yu patted Kang Chi on the shoulder and smiled, saying their chance to repay him had already come. After speaking, he immediately slipped away, leaving Kang Chi and the others to handle the mess. While running, Qin Yu muttered that Vilna must never find out he caused trouble again. The once quiet campus was suddenly interrupted by a female voice calling his name. Qin Yu could only give a bitter smile, thinking his luck today was unreal. He had just returned to school and already got blocked by a group of beauties. 4 girls suddenly appeared, startling Qin Yu so much he almost fell. They immediately questioned where he had gone and why he left the team without permission for so long. Qin Yu stammered and explained he only went out to earn money. One of the girls reached out and pulled him back up. To prove he was not lying, Qin Yu opened his phone and showed his account transaction history. All 4 girls widened their eyes when they saw a balance of 10 million. Seeing such a huge amount, Vilna immediately suspected Qin Yu had lost control of his demonic nature and gone down a criminal path. Qin Yu could only laugh bitterly as everyone misunderstood, while that money was earned at the cost of his life. Every coin he got was paid for with near-death experiences. In the end, he patiently explained the entire situation to them. After hearing the truth, the group became excited. Vula complained he should have called her. Kuyen Tiu admired him, and Duang Lin also praised him. For others, level 6 was terrifying, but for Qin Yu, it was still not an impossible challenge. Vu Na said she had something to discuss privately with Qin Yu and told the others to leave first. Seeing his situation, Kuyan Tiu Tiu asked if killing enemies would get him punished, while Vu Na calmly said she would handle everything. Everyone left one by one, while Vu Le still warned she would settle accounts with him later. Soon only Qin Yu and Vu Na remained facing each other. The space fell silent as neither knew how to start speaking. In the end, Qin Yu took the initiative and said he was not the one who started the trouble this time. Vu Na softly called his name. In a calm voice, she told him not to take such risks again in the future. In her view, what he did was like walking straight into death's door. Others might not value their lives, but his life mattered greatly to her. Qin Yu understood her concern, but still insisted he was fine, and those enemies were not strong enough to hurt him. He then took out a dark black pill, saying he had snatched it from the enemy to bring back for Vu Na. Qin Yu said the pill could heal injuries, surprising Vu Na when she saw it. She quietly observed the pill in his hand for a long time. Vu Na then shook her head, saying her injury was caused by a level 7 demon using special methods, so this medicine might not work. Qin Yu refused to give up, explaining it was a treasure condensed from the tree of longevity that could heal wounds and extend lifespan. What moved Vu Na was not the pill's value, but Qin Yu's sincerity toward her. In the end, she accepted the pill and sincerely thanked him. Qin Yu felt uncomfortable with Vu Na being so polite. Vu Na quickly returned to her usual tone, saying she would keep the money for him and return it when he matured, instantly making Qin Yu regret speaking. That night, after returning to her room, Vu Na immediately took the pill. The next day, Qin Yu continued acting as a training sandbag for the three girls. During training, Duang Lynch asked where Vu Na was, and Kuyan Tiu Tiu said she would arrive late, as she had informed them the night before. Taking advantage of Vu Le's opening, Qin Yu instantly counterattacked and kept teasing her until she could not stop laughing. He even deliberately threw out villain-style lines. "Keep screaming. No one is coming to save you, even if you lose your voice." The other two could only stand there speechless. At that moment, a burst of purple energy suddenly shot straight toward Qin Yu. He immediately pushed Vu Le out of danger and pulled Kuyan Tiu Tiu aside. That gave him just enough space to dodge the extremely violent strike. The impact exploded and blew a huge hole through the training hall wall. Seeing sunlight pouring through the massive hole, Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. The one who attacked was Vu Na. Seeing her overwhelming aura, Qin Yu could only give a bitter smile. Vu Na calmly said she had underestimated him before, so today she prepared a gift as thanks. Hearing the word gift, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He casually asked if it was money, a car, or a house. Vu Na suddenly rushed in, using Vu Le as a stepping point, saying it would depend on whether he was strong enough to take it. Qin Yu immediately equipped armor on both arms and charged to face her. The moment he blocked her kick, he clearly felt the difference in power. That strike sent him flying straight back. Still, he quickly regained his balance. Only then did Qin Yu realize Vu Na had grown stronger. She calmly corrected him, saying she had now reached early level 7. A barrage of fast and precise kicks followed immediately. Qin Yu was shocked. Even after just recovering from injury, her speed had surpassed his. He knew this would be a tough fight, but he had no intention of backing down. At the right moment, Qin Yu grabbed Vu Na's ankle and warned her not to blame him for going all out. His hand locked tightly around her leg. Then he used the momentum to spin and throw Vu Na far away. While being thrown, Vu Na let out a surprised sound. But for a level 7 fighter, that was nothing. She quickly stabilized herself. Vu Na immediately rushed back toward Qin Yu. Her next kicks were even heavier than before. She poured all her energy into her legs, preparing another wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's armored arms were showing signs of overload, reaching their limit. The two temporarily stopped and silently assessed each other. After a moment, Vu Na finally spoke up in acknowledgement. She confirmed that Qin Yu truly had the ability to defeat a level 6 fighter. Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately asked where the promised gift was. Vu Na threw him a black box. Even though it looked simple, Qin Yu happily accepted it. Seeing him try to open it immediately, Vu Na quickly tried to stop him, but it was already too late as the box was opened. A dense bloody aura instantly poured out. The terrifying energy pressure forced everyone in the room to struggle to stand, except Qin Yu, who remained unaffected. Qin Yu stared at the blood-red crystal, radiating sinister energy, completely unsure what it was. Vu Na quickly closed the box and explained it was the essence of the shape-shifting demon. Once sealed, the three girls could finally stand properly again. Vu Na explained the shape-shifting demon could freely alter its body, and this essence cost her 10 million from the Martial Artist Association. She handed the box to Qin Yu, saying it suited him perfectly since he could turn demonic power into weapons, and this demon was known for extreme adaptability. Qin Yu looked at the box in shock, not expecting such a treasure to only cost 10 million. Vu Na tapped his forehead and explained the elders of the Martial Artist Association discounted it because of his repeated battles against demons. With the treasure in hand, Qin Yu immediately planned to find a quiet place to absorb it. Vu Na stopped him and warned that the demon essence contained intense corruption and absorption would be dangerous, so she would assist him. After instructing the others to continue training, Vu Na followed Qin Yu to guard him in case of any accident. Seeing the confused expressions of the three girls, Vu Na asked what they were thinking. Vu Le could not hold back and asked why her mother, who always hated demons, was now helping Qin Yu so much. Hearing that, Vu Na only smiled faintly. She patted Vu Le's head and gave a simple answer that the demon she was talking about was Qin Yu himself. Vu Le kept repeating her mother's words under her breath, trying to make sense of them. Then the group returned to the dorms. In his private room, Qin Yu could not wait any longer and immediately began absorbing the shape-shifting demon essence. Dark red streams of blood energy slowly poured out. That sinister power began merging into his body. But the moment the process started, an abnormal reaction occurred. Qin Yu realized the new power was completely resisting his control. It kept struggling, like it wanted to tear through his body and escape, while he could only suppress it with full force. No matter how hard he tried, the situation did not improve. The energy remained chaotic and unstable inside him. At that moment, Vu Na's voice came from outside the door, telling him to steady his mind. It was just a lifeless object, and if it refused to obey, then force it to submit. Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately understood. If it would not obey, then he had no choice but to crush it with strength. He quickly focused all his mental energy. Then he resumed the absorption process. In an instant, his consciousness appeared in a vast open plaza. In front of him stood countless clones of himself in different sizes. The sight shocked Qin Yu as all of them began walking toward him. Wearing full armor, he immediately took a combat stance. Feeling like this was similar to when the demon soul dragged him into a mental world before. Qin Yu realized he had entered his own spiritual space. The atmosphere turned tense, like a trigger was about to be pulled. The enemies gave him no time to think. A bullet suddenly fired, signaling the start of the battle. Qin Yu dodged sideways, and immediately all the clones launched their attack. One clone rushed in first at extreme speed. Qin Yu instantly dodged aside. Before he could counterattack, two more clones closed in. He could not understand why they looked identical to him, in every detail. After a moment of thought, Qin Yu quickly figured it out. The shape-shifting demon essence likely refused to be absorbed, and was using his own power to create mental puppets, trying to kill him and escape his body. At that moment, a giant clone suddenly threw a punch from behind. Qin Yu blocked it in time, but the opening was immediately exploited by another clone's, sending him flying away. His body crashed straight toward the giant. The opponent spread its arms and grabbed him. It tightened its grip, as if trying to crush him on the spot. However, Qin Yu instantly severed its fingers and broke free from the encirclement. Right after that, 4 machine guns, like something from a sci-fi movie, emerged from his armor. Qin Yu grew irritated that these fake copies dared to stand in front of the original. He decided to show them who the true owner was. Facing multiple enemies alone, Qin Yu plunged into a brutal, all-out fight against all the clones. Meanwhile, outside, night had slowly fallen. Vu Na kept monitoring Qin Yu's chaotic aura with deep worry, not daring to look away for even a second. If the absorption failed, she would step in immediately. Inside the mental world, Qin Yu continued to fight alone, determined to erase every trace of the shape-shifting demon's will. But the power slowly wrapped around his entire body. It even spread up to his head. At that moment, it felt like Qin Yu himself was the one being swallowed. 2 days passed quietly. Vu Na grew even more anxious as both Qin Yu's aura and the shape-shifting demons weakened to the extreme, signaling the decisive moment. She tightened her spear, hoping the final winner would be Qin Yu. Suddenly, a violent burst of demonic energy erupted from the room. The moment she sensed it, Vu Na knew something was very wrong. Because that aura did not belong to Qin Yu. She immediately rushed into the room. The scene inside froze her in place. Qin Yu's entire body had mutated, becoming more ferocious and monstrous than ever. After the transformation, his body had nearly doubled in size. Multiple arms grew from his waist, and his chest bulged like a massive cannon. Vu-na cautiously called his name while instinctively pointing her spear forward. Just the blood aura alone was enough to paralyze her under immense pressure. Yet the creature in front calmly stated that he was not Qin Yu. Hearing that, Vu-na gripped her weapon even tighter, her nerves pushed to the limit. The being seemed to be about to make a demand. Vu-na was already fully prepared to strike, but the creature slowly raised its hand toward her. Then it spread all 5 fingers right in front of Vu-na. Only then did she realize he had just been messing with her. Qin Yu was still Qin Yu. Seeing that she had figured it out, he immediately laughed awkwardly. He even started asking for compensation, saying if not 5 billion, then even 50 was fine. The two of them ended up chasing each other around, while Qin Yu ran and yelled about being hunted by his teacher. He quickly dismissed his armor and ran for his life, still complaining that Vu-na had no sense of humor at all. After chasing him for a while, Vu-na finally stopped, saying she would not hit him anymore because she had something important to say. Qin Yu still did not fully trust her and forced her to swear on the night order before he dared to approach. Qin Yu carefully stepped forward. Vu-na stayed silent for a long time, her expression thoughtful. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his shoulder, making Qin Yu almost jump in shock. True to her word, she did not attack, and instead seriously asked him to take care of Vu-lei in the future. By then, it was already past midnight. In that atmosphere, her words could easily be misunderstood. Qin Yu immediately acted embarrassed and said she had finally revealed her true plan. He even claimed she only adopted him to prepare a son-in-law for Vu-lei, making Vu-na's face darken. Ignoring the dangerous mood, Qin Yu kept talking non-stop, complaining that being a good person was hard, and being a good man was even harder. He proudly declared he would not submit, because he only saw Vu-lei as. Before he could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face, forcing him to shut up. Qin Yu held his face and complained that she had promised not to hit him. Vu-na ignored him and asked if he understood why she gave him the demon essence. Even after getting hit, Qin Yu honestly said he was still confused, especially since she had always told him not to take risks. Vu-na knew very well that none of her advice could actually stop Qin Yu. Hearing that, he could only laugh awkwardly and keep making excuses. As a result, another loving punch flew straight at him. Even Vu-na felt helpless dealing with his stubborn and talkative personality. Since she could not stop him from walking into danger, the only option was to make him stronger, giving him more chances to survive. But what she truly wanted him to understand was far more important. Qin Yu immediately listened seriously. With a sad expression, Vu-na slowly said that death is the loneliest thing in the world. As someone who had experienced countless losses, she knew that when someone reaches the end of life, those left behind suffer for a very long time. Only when the memory of the departed slowly fades and disappears completely from the living's hearts does the second death begin. Vu-na also admitted that at first she adopted Qin Yu only to use him for revenge. But over time, that thought had completely changed. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately tried to praise himself, saying it must be because he was too handsome. Unexpectedly, Vu-na agreed with him, leaving him speechless for a moment. Qin Yu stood frozen, thinking she might actually be serious. Vu-na smiled gently and said it was all because of her daughter, Vu-lei. She then revealed a shocking truth. Vu-lei had already developed feelings for him beyond normal friendship. Although surprised, Qin Yu immediately waved his hands in denial. He absolutely did not believe Vu-lei could like him. Vu-na then explained that when she first adopted him, she had been secretly watching to see when his demonic nature would surface. According to her, Vu-lei saw Qin Yu as a shadow of her father. Unable to save her father in the past, she wanted to make up for it by saving him instead. After hearing this, Qin Yu was even more confused, because Vu-lei had never shown that kind of attitude toward him before. Vu-na helplessly explained that Vu-lei was just helping him in her own way. Raised in a military environment, she used a rather harsh method, but it was precisely that strong will that kept Qin Yu from falling into darkness. Even Vu-na had to admit he had exceeded all initial expectations. There were times she even wondered if she had mistaken him, because Qin Yu did not resemble the demon she had imagined at all. After living together for a while, Vu-na fully trusted his kind nature and only hoped he would value his own life. In her heart, Qin Yu had long become family, so neither she nor Vu-lei wanted to see another loved one leave. The emotional moment lasted only a few seconds before Vu-na knocked Qin Yu on the head, reminding him that he had skipped classes for 2 days and still needed to fix the hole he made in the training room. Treating him like free labor was not wrong at all. Next morning, Qin Yu wakes up and strolls around the campus, only to realize everyone else has already left, leaving him alone behind. Walking further, he suddenly spots a huge pile of weapons stacked right in front of him. A girl carrying the weapons has her view blocked and accidentally bumps into Qin Yu. Qin Yu catches her and asks why she is not in class and running around here. Noticing she is alone, he asks where the others have gone. The girl struggles in his arms and explains everyone is fighting, and she was assigned to deliver weapons as support. Qin Yu becomes even more confused, not understanding what kind of chaos is going on. Curious, he decides to go check it out himself, carrying her as they head to the gathering spot, where a huge crowd is cheering as male students challenge senior girls. Qin Yu carries Xuan Keke and pushes through the crowd to get inside. Seeing the scene clearly, he is completely stunned. In front of him, the Xuan sisters are teaming up to overwhelm a male student. On another side, Vu Le is also engaged in a fight with an opponent. Meanwhile, a male student tries to challenge Tang Ling, but his friend tries to stop him, while Tang Ling is already losing patience. In an instant, she moves behind him, clearly preparing to strike him down. But Qin Yu steps in and blocks her attack in time. He tells the male student to listen to his friend, or he may not leave here in one piece. Tang Ling teases him, saying maybe the result will be the same as Qin Yu becoming her husband. Qin Yu immediately replies that such a thing is as ridiculous as what just happened. His answer makes Tang Ling frown in displeasure. The Xuan sisters are delighted when they see Qin Yu arrive. The defeated male student feels humiliated after being beaten in front of everyone. Taking advantage of the distraction, he attempts a sneak attack for revenge. But Qin Yu instantly teleports in front of him and blocks it. The man is shocked, but still arrogantly claims Qin Yu's space ability is nothing special. Qin Yu responds with a single punch that sends him flying straight into the sky. His body shoots upward, like it is flying toward the sun. After dealing with him, Qin Yu turns to ask the other two why they started trouble with his group. One angrily explains their team stole the qualification for a tournament they had fought for 3 years, so their revenge is justified. Hearing about the tournament, Qin Yu asks what kind of competition it is. Vu Le briefly answers that it is a school tournament, but the short answer still confuses Qin Yu, so he asks for more details. Vu Le explains it is a massive tournament involving hundreds of high schools and over a dozen elite academies, and Qin Yu understands it as a large inter-school sports event. Vu Le can only sigh helplessly, letting him interpret it however he wants. Qin Yu wonders why people would fight so hard just for a tournament. Xuan Xiaoxiao laughs and explains that top 10 teams get 10 million and the champion gets 50 million, which is extremely tempting for someone always short on money like Qin Yu. Hearing the prize money, Qin Yu's eyes light up instantly, and he declares he will participate for the glory of the school. The defeated male mocks him, saying he only cares about money and does not understand the true value of the competition. Xuan Kika immediately fires back, saying if they do not care about money, they should just give them 50 million and sell their spot. The 3 male students are left speechless and can no longer argue about not caring for money. At that moment, a figure drops from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and cracking the arena floor. Just from the aura, it is clear the newcomer is extremely powerful. The 3 male students immediately rejoice, recognizing him as their teacher. His name is Lei Hong. Xuan Keika's smile disappears instantly. Without a word, Lei Hong launches a martial technique straight at Qin Yu's group. Huge rocks fly toward them at terrifying speed and power. Qin Yu holds Xuan Keke and blocks the entire attack head-on with his strength. Even Lei Hong is shocked that a new student can stop his attack. Realizing things are getting serious, Qin Yu throws Xuan Keke toward Xuan Xiaoxiao to keep her safe. Only then does Lei Hong finally announce his name. As a teacher, he sees no need to be polite to a student like Qin Yu, and his disciples behind him repeatedly echo the same sentiment. In fact, Lei Hong already knew Qin Yu, since he was a notorious new student known for constant troublemaking. Qin Yu calmly introduces himself, secretly regretting that he had planned to strike first while the opponent was off guard, but that chance is now gone. Unexpectedly, Lei Hong does not continue the fight. He praises Qin Yu as talented and says he is qualified to represent Class 253 in the competition, then tries to end things there. But Vu Na refuses to let it end so easily. She cannot accept an instructor attacking her student and walking away without explanation. Vu Na directly questions Lei Hong about his students, causing trouble and demands a clear explanation. She states firmly that if her student is wrong, she will handle it herself, but if the fault is on the other side, there must be accountability. She adds that no one can cover up this matter, forcing Lei Hong to realize he cannot brush it aside. Lei Hong has known of Vu Na for years. She was once a genius who reached level 6 at a very young age. After a severe injury, her progress was stalled for over a decade, but now standing before her, he realizes her full strength has returned. On top of that, Qin Yu stands beside her, an unpredictable factor Lei Hong does not want to confront. To avoid escalation, Lei Hong lowers his attitude and apologizes on behalf of his students. His disciples are shocked and try to object, but a single glance from Lei Hong silences them immediately. Seeing the apology, Vu Na does not push further. She agrees to let Qin Yu's team represent the school and considers the matter settled. With no reason to stay, Lei Hong and his group quickly leave. Vu Na then brings her students back to class to discuss the upcoming competition. Once everyone gathers in the classroom, the meeting officially begins. Qin Yu's first concern is the 5 million prize money. Vu Na hits his head lightly, annoyed by how quickly he reacts to money. She explains the tournament will have 2 school teams, and the academy has chosen Qin Yu's group to replace the previous team, with her approval already given. Qin Yu is surprised that Vu Na is now allowing him to openly compete. Vu Na says she no longer objects. If he brings the team into the top 10, the school will exchange the reward for high-level demon essence. It is a rare opportunity, and with Qin Yu's durability, the risk is acceptable. However, Qin Yu understands this is also pressure placed on him by the academy. In other words, the school does not expect other freshmen to perform well, and the competition is extremely dangerous. Not to mention top academies, allied nations, and extremist groups that may use the event to cause chaos. Thinking this through, Qin Yu stays calm and asks to step out for a moment. He decides to seek external help. Qin Yu's destination is a bar. Inside, dim lights and noisy crowds fill the space, with a waitress already waiting to greet him. Qin Yu walks through the crowd and heads deeper inside. He pulls aside a curtain into a private room. According to Kaloheika, the Bone Picker organization has branches in many cities, and this bar near Longteng Academy is one of them. It also serves as a local contact point for the organization near the academy. Just as he sits opposite the waitress, Qin Yu senses something unusual and tells her to wait. His gaze locks onto someone quietly, trying to leave the room. Without hesitation, Qin Yu strikes as a warning. The attack pierces through the man's hand, causing him to scream in pain. The man begs for mercy, but Qin Yu does not waste time and quickly finishes the situation before returning. He calmly walks back to his seat. Wiping blood from his hand, Qin Yu politely apologizes to the waitress for the disturbance. The girl seems used to such scenes and calmly asks what deal he wants. Qin Yu smiles and takes out an item. It is an immortal seed. He explains it is a low-grade version and asks the organization to remove the toxins inside. The waitress carefully examines the item with highly professional movements. After evaluation, she states the price. Surface detox costs 200,000, while full internal purification cost 1.5 million. Qin Yu agrees immediately and chooses full internal treatment. Otherwise, he would not have come here in the first place. The waitress accepts the job, but reminds him this immortal seed is a failed mutation. The toxin has fused with its energy, so once cleaned, its effect will drop significantly. Qin Yu asks how severe the reduction will be. She explains the lifespan extension will be completely gone, and the healing effect will be reduced, though most of its usefulness will remain. Qin Yu accepts the condition. The waitress then asks for immediate payment of 2 million in total. Qin Yu slams the table, confused, since she only quoted 1.5 million earlier. She calmly explains the extra is the service fee. Though slightly pained, Qin Yu still pays. As long as the problem is solved, the money is worth it. He then brings out 2 more items for appraisal. He places 2 identity cards belonging to hall masters on the table. The moment she sees them, the waitress pauses slightly. Qin Yu grows a bit smug, thinking he has brought rare treasures. But she calmly says, Hall Master identity cards from the Assassin Guild are actually not worth much. Qin Yu is not too disappointed. He leaves after finishing his business. After he leaves, the waitress becomes curious about the identity of someone who can kill 2 level 6 assassins inside the city. That evening, Qin Yu returns to the bar to collect the purified immortal seed. He takes it without further inspection. Trusting the organization's skill, Qin Yu swallows the immortal seed without hesitation. After finishing this matter, he immediately goes to see Teacher Wang to ask about something important. Despite an unhappy expression, Teacher Wang still lets him in. But Qin Yu's first question leaves him stunned. Is your surname really Wang? The room falls into an awkward silence. Realizing the question is off, Qin Yu rephrases it, asking if among the 4 vice principals, only he has the surname Wang. Teacher Wang confirms it and asks what he is trying to say. Qin Yu sits down and says he is only relaying a message, and if there is only one Wang, then there is no mistake. He then repeats the exact message from the driver, asking about Wang Ba Dan. Teacher Wang immediately smashes a stack of documents onto Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu can only cry innocence, saying he is just the messenger. Teacher Wang yells that no one else in the city would dare speak to him like this except Qin Yu. After calming down, he asks for details about the person who delivered the message. Qin Yu says he just took a taxi and did not investigate the driver. He casually repeats that the driver told him to call the teacher Wang Ba Dan upon arrival. Hearing it again, Teacher Wang is about to hit him with the entire stack of papers. But then he suddenly remembers something. He calms down and sighs, finally realizing who is behind the prank. Qin Yu is about to feel relieved that he is cleared. But another book flies straight into his face, punishing him for his mouth. He quickly surrenders and says they should focus on the main topic, as he came to ask for help. Qin Yu seriously mentions the upcoming inter-school tournament. His freshman team has been selected, but the event is extremely dangerous. He worries that Vu Na alone may not be able to ensure everyone's safety, so he wants to invite Teacher Wang to join. Teacher Wang does not agree immediately. He admits even level 6 fighters cannot fully guarantee protection, and Longteng Academy does not have many level 7 experts to deploy. He then suggests asking his girlfriend. If she agrees, the team will gain a powerful support. Qin Yu becomes curious about her strength. Teacher Wang proudly introduces her as a mid-level rank 7 expert from the Great Blade Mantis clan, known as the Golden Blade Mantis. But Qin Yu is not impressed and says Teacher Wang's own nickname, Iron Shield Tortoise, sounds cooler. Teacher Wang immediately corrects it to Iron Shield Divine Turtle. Qin Yu does not care about names, only that Teacher Wang himself joins. But he refuses, saying even beating Qin Yu is uncertain right now, so how could he protect anyone? Seeing further discussion is useless. Qin Yu then takes out the purified immortal seed and holds it in front of Teacher Wang. The moment Teacher Wang sees the treasure, he immediately asks where Qin Yu got it from. Qin Yu just smiles, pats his shoulder, and says everything in this tournament will be under his care. One surprise after another leaves Teacher Wang speechless. He has searched for over 10 years without finding a single immortal seed, yet this kid casually pulls one out. Having received such a precious gift, Teacher Wang can no longer refuse. He promises that as long as he still has a breath left, he will protect Qin Yu's group with full effort. Qin Yu immediately asks what about him. Teacher Wang casually replies that Qin Yu's job is to make sure he still has that breath left. Qin Yu is left completely speechless. 1 week later, all participating teams gather at the departure location for the tournament. Seeing Longteng Academy's convoy arrive, many people show admiration. Vu Na and Qin Yu step out to greet everyone, though their group is already 3 hours late because of him. Qin Yu silently curses Teacher Wang for having zero discipline, taking the reward and still making everyone wait. Some even mistake Qin Yu for a hired external fighter, forcing Vu Na to explain he is one of her students. It is understandable, since Qin Yu's outfit today looks completely unusual. He turns around and shows the slogan printed on his back, proudly saying he is just doing sponsorship advertising to earn money. His human billboard act leaves everyone stunned, wondering how broke Longteng students must be. Qin Yu immediately calculates out loud, 5 million just for ads, another 5 million for top 10, 10 million for top 3, and double that for the championship. Hearing his detailed breakdown, the other party changes the topic and asks which experts Longteng sent as leaders. Vu Na calmly replies that the 3 of them will be in charge. But the opponent sneers, saying he meant real experts. In his view, even 3 famous level 6 fighters are not top tier enough. He continues mocking Longteng's strength, claiming one vice principal is crippled, another is unqualified, and a proper academy should have at least 12 honorary level 7 vice principals. Yet Longteng only has 7 this year, proving its decline. The 2 level 6 fighters from Longteng are visibly furious. After enough provocation, he waves his hand and laughs, pretending he is just blunt, and asks for forgiveness if he offended anyone. After insulting Longteng, he immediately praises his own side, saying that while Longteng lacks top experts, Tianhu Academy has hired a true powerhouse to escort them. He respectfully invites the person in the vehicle to step out and loudly introduces Sun Wu, the 6-armed ape. The man who appears is middle-aged with an extremely muscular build. His physique is far beyond normal humans, and just standing there gives off overwhelming pressure. Even Qin Yu widens his eyes at the sheer size of the man. The man's gaze first locks onto Qin Yu. He seems to have heard that Qin Yu once defeated a level 7 expert, so he immediately takes interest, making Qin Yu quietly go on alert. He introduces himself, Sun Wu, attack-type level 7 warrior. Qin Yu calmly shakes his hand and replies, Qin Yu, Great Horn Demon. What seems like a normal handshake is actually a contest of raw strength. Within seconds, Sun Wu realizes Qin Yu is stronger than expected. Qin Yu is also secretly surprised, as Sun Wu's strength even surpasses the Iron Tiger he fought before. Qin Yu refuses to back down and teases him, saying he is old and should rest at home or risk sudden death. Provoked, Sun Wu increases his force and replies that today's youth are too lazy and may not live longer than him anyway. Though only a test of strength, the clash of aura makes the surrounding air tense, forcing spectators to step back. Sun Wu originally intended only to test the junior, but now realizes he may need full strength to suppress Qin Yu. He loudly tells Qin Yu to get ready. At the same time, Sun Wu releases his martial aura, making others think Qin Yu should surrender. But with his personality, Qin Yu not only refuses to retreat but directly faces him head-on. He even smiles and asks if the man is surprised. Not stopping there, Qin Yu shocks everyone by casually spitting in Sun Wu's direction. Sun Wu instantly erupts in rage. Never in his life has a junior dared to insult him like this. Qin Yu calmly replies that this is just his usual comedy routine. At this point, Sun Wu ignores senior-junior etiquette completely and wants to rush in to teach the brat a lesson. The surrounding people quickly step in to stop them. Only after a while does the situation calm down, everyone sweating coldly at how close Qin Yu came to causing a major incident. As for Sun Wu, although he retracts his killing intent, the anger from being spat on still does not fade. The two continue trading insults, neither willing to back down. The argument only stops when a military vehicle arrives. Two soldiers step out and firmly order them to stop, saying they have damaged public property. They also state that even academy leaders are not exempt and demand who will pay around 30,000 in compensation. Sun Wu is surprised that the military is involved and asks who will cover the cost. The moment Qin Yu hears pay money, he immediately lies down pretending to be dead, making Sun Wu grind his teeth in rage at his shamelessness. In the end, Sun Wu steps forward and takes responsibility, saying just report it to Tianhu Academy under his name and it will be paid in full. The soldier asks again for confirmation of his identity and receives the answer, Sun Wu. Both soldiers are stunned, realizing the man before them is Sun Wu, the six-armed ape, a powerhouse who once fought 3 opponents alone and even counter-killed a level 7 monster. After learning his identity, they immediately change attitude, saying the military will handle the compensation and quickly leave. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately gets a new idea. Still lying on the ground, he loudly complains that they should also throw in a Maserati for him. Sun Wu finally cannot hold back and slaps him hard, warning that if he keeps embarrassing him, he will show no mercy. Xuan Xiaoxiao quickly runs over to help Qin Yu up after the hit. Seeing things settled, Sun Wu returns to the vehicle to rest, while Tianhu students take the chance to ask about the situation. Sun Wu leaves a serious warning. If they encounter Long Teng's team in the tournament, they should stay as far away as possible. In his view, Tianhu has no chance to compete this time, and will only serve as background for others. These words make the students doubt his true strength. The academy convoys continue moving toward the tournament venue. Sun Wu sits calmly inside the vehicle, looking relaxed. Suddenly, he senses someone approaching at high speed. Without hesitation, he leaps onto the roof of the vehicle. At that moment, an attack is launched directly at the convoy. Sun Wu punches it apart and shouts for the attacker to reveal themselves. What surprises him is that the opponent casually withstands his forceful punch. The attacker even challenges him to step down and fight. The ones who appear are none other than Wang Zhe and Tang Qi. The moment Sun Wu sees them, he recognizes them instantly. They are Iron Shield Divine Turtle Wang Zhe and Golden Blade Mantis Tang Qi, a famous duo known for perfect offense and defense. Wang Zhe smiles and greets Sun Wu. Sun Wu happily congratulates him on fully recovering from his old injuries. Wang Zhe modestly replies. He says he was lucky to obtain a treasure that healed him, but the detox process and recovery took nearly a week, almost causing him to miss the departure, though he still managed to catch up with the Long Teng convoy. Before boarding the vehicle, Wang Zhe casually asks why Tianhu only sent Sun Wu alone, wondering if the others were delayed. Without waiting for an answer, he laughs and says he forgot Tianhu is short on level 7 experts lately, so even if they are understaffed it doesn't matter, since Long Teng will just cover them. Hearing this, Sun Wu is left speechless. as Tianhus had said the exact same thing earlier. At that moment, Qin Yu arrives and immediately teases Wang Jie, calling him a black turtle for always being slow. Wang Jie instantly retorts, saying he clearly told him to make everyone wait. Qin Yu can only accept it. He explains he did want to delay the convoy, but with Wu Na present, he had no control over it. Wang Ji even teases him for being tightly controlled by women. But he quickly shuts up when Tang Qi gives him a sharp look. Not daring to continue, Wang Jie puts his arm around Qin Yu in a familiar manner. He introduces Qin Yu to Tang Qi and says it was Qin Yu who helped him recover from his injuries. Tang Qi immediately expresses her gratitude toward Qin Yu. She even laughs and says she wants to introduce her daughter to him. Hearing that, Qin Yu quickly changes the topic and uses the excuse that he still has business to discuss with Wang Jie. The two of them then leave arm in arm under the pretense of training. The convoy continues traveling for a very long distance. At night, everyone sets up camp in a wide open area by the roadside. Qin Yu's tent is right next to the river, so he heads out for a relaxing bath. While soaking in the water, he hums casually, completely relaxed. But his instincts quickly warn him that someone is approaching. Before the person even appears, Qin Yu strikes first, but the attacker easily dodges. His arm immediately transforms into a blade. At this moment, Qin Yu realizes the newcomer is Tang Qi. She says she came on behalf of Wang Jie to repay a favor. Therefore, she will personally guide Qin Yu in his training tonight. But choosing to train someone while they are bathing is extremely strange. Despite Qin Yu's complaints, Tang Qi immediately swings her blade. Seeing the attack closing in on his neck, he can only form a shield to defend. The shield barely blocks the first strike. Tang Qi moves like the wind. In an instant, she appears behind Qin Yu. Another slash comes down. Qin Yu struggles to turn and defend. Even though he blocks it in time, the force still sends him flying backward. Even his shield is shredded, shocking Qin Yu at Tang Qi's strength. The most ridiculous part is that he is fighting while only wearing shorts. Tang Qi creates a wind-like domain that traps him inside. Blade strikes continuously cut across Qin Yu's arms and thighs. However, his regeneration is so strong that the wounds instantly heal. Even Tang Qi cannot hide her surprise. Seeing her suddenly stop, Qin Yu asks what is going on. He assumes the training is over, and Tang Qi confirms it. She comments that Qin Yu's fighting style is very similar to Wang Jie's, so she has nothing more to teach him. Qin Yu complains that she attacked without warning. Tang Qi calmly replies that to teach someone, you must first test their ability. Qin Yu is still unconvinced, but she insists she only trusts what she sees. In the end, Tang Qi advises him to train further with Wang Jie. She says her husband is the most suitable instructor for him, and only when he can fully defend against her attacks will the training be considered complete. At that moment, a bullet tears through the air toward Tang Qi. She slightly tilts her head to dodge it, and the bullet flies past and lodges into Qin Yu's forehead. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu clamps it between his facial muscles, completely unharmed. After the sudden training session, both of them are immediately caught in another ambush. Tang Qi takes the first wave of attacks and tells Qin Yu to handle his own side. She moves with extreme speed, making it hard for enemies to lock onto her. But the ambushers turn out to be floating laser drones. Qin Yu offers to help. However, Tang Qi considers them insignificant. She instantly closes in on each device. Her sword flashes repeatedly in clean, precise strikes. Before Qin Yu can even finish praising her, one device locks onto him using sound sensors. A barrage of bullets rains down, but they barely damaged him. He even raises a finger in provocation. The devices merge together to increase power and unleash a stronger attack. This time Qin Yu actually feels a slight sting. However, the bullets still cannot penetrate his skin. Not even a scratch is left behind. By the time Qin Yu activates full body armor, the outcome is already decided. Even the machines seem to realize the threat he poses. Qin Yu grabs one device and laughs, saying he will treat them as a welcome gift. Even though Tang Qi says she does not need help, Qin Yu cannot resist joining in. He charges in and wipes out all the flying drones. At the same time, his anger toward the hidden controller grows. In his mind, he thinks that if he catches the person behind this, he will blow them up just like these machines. When Qin Yu lands, explosions rage behind him like a full-action movie scene. Watching everything, Tang Qi concludes that Qin Yu's fighting style is especially suited for the battlefield. At that moment, another gunshot echoes from the gathering area. The two immediately rush back to check the situation. When they arrive, they see a large crowd already gathered around the scene. The remaining debris shows that what was shot down was a reconnaissance drone enhanced with magic. Sun Wu assesses that this level of modification is extremely advanced, rare even in Long City. The senior members of the convoy already seem to have some idea who is behind it. Only Qin Yu is completely clueless. Sun Wu explains that it is a member of the Thousand Faces Society under the Science and Technology Church, also known as the Mechanical God Sect. It is an organization made up of top technological geniuses. Though small in number, each one is extremely dangerous. Teacher Wang adds that they once cooperated with the military, but after secretly conducting illegal human modification experiments, the two sides completely severed ties. What confuses Qin Yu is that there is nothing technologically valuable here, so what is their real goal? Teacher Wang guesses they are testing new weapons due to the large number of strong fighters here, but Qin Yu argues that a few drones are not enough to confirm that. Hearing this, Teacher Wang knocks him on the head and scolds him, asking if he thinks he is the only smart one. On a nearby tree branch, a mechanical ladybug quietly clings to position. It silently observes the entire group. Through the ladybug, a scarfist man watches Qin Yu from a very long distance. He knows there are many experts here, but he only smiles with interest. This mission will not be simple. After that, the convoy continues and successfully arrives at Competitive City. Qin Yu cannot help but feel amazed, since this is a city guarded by a level 9 powerhouse. Upon entering, he sees countless people with strange appearances. Some have transparent bodies and even pass through him like ghosts. Qin Yu silently worries, realizing he has no countermeasure against such spirit-like beings. Wu Na drags him away to complete registration. Meanwhile, a crow on a power pole quietly observes Qin Yu's every move. After confirming the target, it immediately flies away. Back at the Assassin Association headquarters, the crow reports Qin Yu's location to the Holy Master. Someone suggests not acting inside Competitive City, but the Holy Master says his goal this time is not to kill. What he wants is simply to reclaim what originally belonged to him. All subordinates immediately acknowledge the order. The Holy Master is quite satisfied with their response. To ensure success, he decides to deploy all 12 Zodiac operatives for the mission. They all immediately set out to carry out the Holy Master's command. Soon, the day of the competition officially arrives. All teams prepare their equipment before entering the tournament. Qin Yu's unusual outfit quickly becomes the center of attention. Two MCs step onto the stage and announce the official opening of the competition. The first round is simple. Each team must bring back the head of a level 5 goat beast to qualify, regardless of method. Failure means elimination. The organizers announce that 2 pranked participants, who have already reached warrior level, will receive no protection in this round. If they die to beasts, they can only blame their own lack of strength. The MC adds that anyone confident can hunt a level 6 beast. Bringing back its head grants direct entry into the finals, skipping all elimination rounds. Teachers may observe, but are strictly forbidden from interfering. Any violation results in immediate disqualification of their team. After the rules are announced, the teams begin entering the forest one by one. Not long after, someone notices something unusual. A massive boulder suddenly falls from above directly toward Qin Yu. The impact is so strong that he has to exert force just to block it. After setting the boulder down, Qin Yu sighs in relief upon confirming his teammates are safe. But the boulder begins to tremble again. In an instant, it reshapes into a humanoid figure. Not just one, but a group of stone men appears. The monsters immediately charge forward, and it seems Qin Yu's team has stepped straight into a monster nest at the very start. A stone club swing is instantly cut in half. Tang Ling looks quite satisfied, as these enemies are perfect training targets that came to her on their own. Another stone creature rushes at her. Tang Ling casually cuts off its legs. She leaps into the air and delivers a finishing strike. But just as one falls, another immediately replaces it. Duong Ling held the high ground to suppress the monsters below. Wu Le also felt eager to warm up. With a single kick, she crushed a stone man into pieces. After that display, Wu Le proudly praised herself for being so powerful. Seeing her getting careless, Xuan Xiaoxiao immediately warned her not to lose focus. Just then, a sudden attack came from above Wu Le, and Xiaoxiao barely blocked it in time. Next, it was Xuan Xiaoxiao's turn to strike. She unleashed a martial technique, smashing multiple stone men in one blow. In the early stage, Qin Yu barely needed to act since the 3 girls cleared everything, and he even thought he might get beaten up by them later. Seeing Xuan Xiaoxiao use a technique, Qin Yu remembered he had reached level 3 and wanted new skills. While Xiaoxiao misunderstood his gaze on her, the girl nervously stood still, waiting for Qin Yu to approach. Qin Yu walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. With a serious face, he asked if she agreed, but did not finish the sentence. Xuan Xiao Xiao immediately blushed and softly said she agreed. Unfortunately, they were thinking completely differently. Qin Yu only wanted to ask her to teach earth flow martial skill. Realizing the misunderstanding, Xiao Xiao felt both embarrassed and disappointed, while Qin Yu happily dragged her away to train. Wu Le felt sorry for Xiao Xiao for falling for someone as dull as Qin Yu, while Duong Ling said it would be worse if he liked her instead. Wu Le curiously asked why Duong Ling was not jealous, and she replied with full confidence. Duong Ling bluntly said her goal was Qin Yu's body, and if she could not get it, she would dissect it for research, which terrified Wu Le. While the two girls talked, a mechanical bird silently hid in a tree, monitoring the group. The mastermind received all transmitted signals and pinpointed Qin Yu's exact location. Sitting on a mechanical bear, he sighed that there was no personal grudge, but the bounty from the Assassin Association was too tempting, so the boy would just have to suffer. He immediately ordered the mechanical bear to lure a level 6 beast toward the area. He muttered that the research funding depended entirely on this plan. Meanwhile, in another place, Qin Yu was focused on learning the earth flow skill under Xuan Xiao Xiao's guidance, but his first creation was just a strange, misshapen rock. Wu Le laughed and teased that Qin Yu must be from a penguin village. Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately chased her around, holding the rock. Just then, Duong Ling warned them of an ambush. The group was completely surrounded by a pack of level 3 flame-tail wolves. From afar, Wu Na also sensed something was wrong. Based on her knowledge, flame-tail wolves only hunted lone targets, so this behavior was abnormal. Thinking that, she glanced at the scouting device beside her. On Qin Yu's side, everyone prepared for battle. Qin Yu casually used the rock he made to draw the wolves' attention. The alpha wolf immediately raised its head and howled. The ground beneath them began shaking violently. Something massive was clearly emerging from underground. The shockwave sent the entire group flying into the air. It was a level 4, earth-breaking mountain-piercing armored beast. As he fell, Qin Yu realized his landing point was right above its mouth. He happily threw the rock in his hand down. The heavy stone shot straight into its mouth. The beast was instantly taken out by Qin Yu with a bizarre meal attack. The earth-breaking armored beast collapsed without movement. The group safely landed on the ground. But then they heard a familiar sound and immediately recognized it as a bomb. Everyone quickly ran, as the beast had a self-destruction mechanism. In an instant, a massive explosion flattened everything in range. Wu Na rushed in to rescue them, but the explosion had already occurred. She froze, unable to understand how the situation escalated like this. After closer inspection, Wu Na realized the beast had been modified beforehand, and it had a hidden trigger installed, making her realize how dangerous the situation was. Of course, Qin Yu's group survived, though everyone was heavily battered by the blast. Qin Yu was almost fine, while the girls had torn clothes, and he shamelessly glanced at the scene in front of him. Wu Na immediately checked the condition of her students. Wu Le sensed something wrong and quickly warned her mother. Since she had prepared in advance, Wu Na retrieved her weapon from the spatial device she stored before the exam. She turned around and counterattacked, knocking away all incoming bullets. As the smoke cleared, the attacker finally revealed itself. It was a pack of flame-tail wolves, but they were clearly modified. The entire pack immediately charged toward Qin Yu's group. Wu Na reminded everyone that these were no longer normal beasts and not to underestimate them. Each girl faced one beast, while Qin Yu got swarmed by the whole pack. Truly special treatment. He could only handle them, one by one, with overwhelming strength. In moments, miserable howls echoed non-stop. At the same time, the mechanical bird sent back a report. Fire attacks ineffective, ice ineffective, electricity ineffective, combat robots ineffective. The target had extreme defense, terrifying destructive power, and high adaptability. After reading the data, the mastermind realized he might have taken on a mission beyond his ability. Still, he decided to gamble one more time. He immediately ordered the level 6 mechanical bear to attack Qin Yu, but Qin Yu had just torn a wolf in half and casually sliced off the mechanical bear's head in an instant. Witnessing that, the controller finally felt real fear toward the monster called Qin Yu. Qin Yu sat down to inspect the wolf's corpse, even curious enough to pry open its mouth to see if anything was hidden inside. Unexpectedly, the wolf still had an activation mechanism and nearly blasted fire into his face. While Qin Yu casually played around, Wu Na focused on the scouting device, but no matter how she triggered signals or emergency calls, it remained unresponsive. She concluded that the machine god cult had truly infiltrated the tournament. Wu Na decided to bring everyone back, since this evidence was enough for the organizers to believe them. But as the group prepared to leave, Qin Yu was busy assembling parts into a Gundam model, while Wu Na kept insisting they preserve the scene as evidence. Seeing him casually dismantle key evidence, Wu Na even started to suspect he might be part of the machine god cult. Still, she calmly told the team that the competition had been infiltrated, so they needed to find the responsible staff and report everything first. After Qin Yu's group left, the ground where they stood suddenly rose. A mechanical mouse appeared and reported that the vanguard team had failed, and Qin Yu was heading toward the next target. Hearing this, Hai immediately ordered the extermination of the entire group. While moving, Duang Ling accidentally spotted Hai hiding in the shadows. Realizing he was exposed, Hai immediately signaled his allies to attack. Tai activated wind flow martial skill, creating a deadly vortex that surged toward Qin Yu's group. Qin Yu did not hesitate and pushed all his teammates aside. He then used his own body to block the vortex head-on. The girls were all worried for him. Inside the storm, Qin Yu's clothes were torn to shreds. At that moment, T finally appeared. Shocked that Qin Yu survived his finishing move, he rushed in to restrain him. The moment Tai touched him, Qin Yu's arm transformed and instantly wrapped around him, locking him down. With T captured, Qin Yu angrily asked if he was the one who ruined his sponsor uniform. Then he threw T's straight through several rows of trees. Seeing his teammate in trouble, Hai rushed in to rescue him. This was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. He casually threw T toward Hai. Hai caught his teammate and counterattacked in the same motion, even surprising Qin Yu a little. In that brief moment, Tai broke free from the restraint. Not long after, he emerged again from underground. Tai even bumped fists with Hai to thank him for the rescue. Qin Yu finally asked directly who they were. They called themselves members of the 12 Zodiac, Hai Immortal Pig, and Tai Ghost Shadow. Tai refused to accept it, saying a normal level 6 fighter would already be dead from his storm, and only Qin Yu could survive it. He also confirmed the man in front of him was Ma Haijun, aka Qin Yu. Hearing that, Hai curiously asked if Qin Yu was Old Ma. Tai Ghost Shadow immediately corrected him that the proper nickname was Ma Haijun, and misnaming it would get you beaten, while Hai just laughed and said they should survive him first. Titles like Ma Haijun, Z Ghost Shadow, and Hai Immortal Pig all sounded strangely familiar. It turned out they were members of the 12 Zodiac from the Faceless Assassin Guild, a group enhanced through special experimental methods by the organization. According to the introduction, each member possessed power comparable to peak level 7 martial artists, along with unique abilities. Just that alone made them extremely dangerous opponents. Qin Yu immediately stepped in to block the two enemies, and told Wu Li to take everyone and retreat first while he held them off. Wu Li only had time to tell him to be careful before leading the other three away in a different direction. Seeing this, the Ghost Shadow mocked him for trying to fight two alone, but Qin Yu simply smiled with confidence. Qin Yu said it was actually 3 versus 2, because 4 mechanical arms extended from his back, turning him into a 6-armed combat machine. Each arm had a different form, equipped with various weapons. Without hesitation, Qin Yu launched the first attack, but Z Ghost Shadow narrowly dodged it. Hai Immortal Pig calmly ate a candy, as if recharging his strength. The punch aimed at C missed and hit Hai instead, but he remained completely unharmed and instantly counterattacked. Knocked back, Qin Yu could not understand why his attack had no effect. The impact caused cracks to appear all over his mechanical armor. Hai Immortal Pig raised his head and repeated his nickname, proving why he was called immortal. After stabilizing his stance, Qin Yu continued launching multiple attack patterns. From face strikes to internal hits to neck slashes, none of them worked. The outer armor of his mechanical arms completely shattered, revealing his real arm underneath. Qin Yu's expression darkened in disbelief. Just then, Hai Immortal Pig finished his candy, tossed the wrapper aside, and clenched his fist to counterattack. Before Qin Yu could even say "don't hit the face," the first punch landed, blood splattered, followed by a brutal uppercut. Hai Immortal Pig unleashed a barrage of punches that shook the entire forest, sending dust and leaves flying, eventually blasting Qin Yu's position apart. Just when it seemed over, Qin Yu stood back up completely unharmed, shocking Hai Immortal Pig. Qin Yu quickly understood his ability. This fat guy could absorb incoming force and return it with equal power. Realizing this, he changed tactics and grabbed Hai Immortal Pig's arm, then used his momentum to throw him far away. The impact against a rock made Hai Immortal Pig spit blood. Enraged, High Immortal Pig rushed back while Qin Yu charged in again holding a large wooden log. But before he could continue, High Immortal Pig switched forms and sent Qin Yu flying with a single strike. Before him now stood an even larger version of High Immortal Pig. While Qin Yu was still airborne, the ghost shadow suddenly appeared behind him. This coldly reminded him never to expose his back to an enemy, then pierced straight through him. He followed up with Windflow Thousand Army Spear, sending countless black energy blades toward the target. A scream echoed through the forest as Qin Yu crashed down, struggling to dodge before forcing himself back up and facing Z Ghost Shadow. Z Ghost Shadow smirked and said he had power equal to a level 7 martial artist, and Qin Yu challenging him head-on was suicide. Just then, High Immortal Pig rushed in again for revenge, but Z stopped him, knowing Ha's strength was defensive and harder to finish Qin Yu. Before he could finish, a sudden sneak attack came in. Z reacted instantly and dodged, sending the attack into a tree behind him. Green fluid splashed onto the trunk, quickly corroding it until the entire tree melted and collapsed. Realizing it was poison, Z immediately warned him. High Immortal Pig ignored the warning completely, too confident in his defense, and charged forward. But this behavior seemed to match Qin Yu's calculation. A green glow surrounded him, signaling a new skill activation. A 6-barrel gun suddenly appeared, firing toxic bullets non-stop toward High Immortal Pig. Even after being hit repeatedly, High Immortal Pig still stood firm, showing almost no effect. Qin Yu was briefly stunned, while Z Ghost Shadow smiled confidently beside him. While Qin Yu was distracted, High Immortal Pig immediately counterattacked, reflecting all the poison bullets back at their owner. Qin Yu barely raised his hand to block, and green toxic stains quickly spread across his body. High Immortal Pig did not miss the chance and followed up with heavy punches. The two enemies pressed him from both sides, making Qin Yu extremely irritated. He cursed, but instantly took another brutal punch to the chest from High Immortal Pig. The impact sent him coughing blood and flying several meters, clearly showing the situation was turning dangerous. Z Ghost Shadow laughed in satisfaction, confident in their combined strength with High Immortal Pig. Qin Yu continued being suppressed. His body slammed into a giant tree before crashing to the ground. He pushed himself up, admitting the two opponents were truly strong, then activated his self-healing ability to recover. High Immortal Pig began to realize Qin Yu was not an easy target, but Z cut him off, saying assassins never meet easy prey, and they prepared a finishing blow. Z Ghost Shadow circulated his energy, wrapping his body in purple-black aura and transferring it entirely to High Immortal Pig, whose body turned bright red. This was their fusion technique, concentrating all power into High for a single explosive strike. Sensing danger, Qin Yu stayed alert as High Immortal Pig charged in like a mad beast. The collision triggered a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, both Z and High could no longer find Qin Yu. Suddenly, from above, Qin Yu appeared overhead, combining multiple abilities and diving down with his weapon aimed straight at them. His target was Z Ghost Shadow. Instinctively, Z raised his hand to block, even letting out a shout. The attack almost struck Z's face, but he managed to coat himself in black energy and shift its trajectory. Even so, Qin Yu's eyes stayed locked on him as he landed. The strike was not useless, as Z Ghost Shadow now had a bleeding wound on his face, enraging him completely. Filled with killing intent, Z unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu constantly changed direction in mid-air, dodging at extreme speed. After several evasions, he realized Z's attacks were fast but repetitive, and Z himself grew more and more enraged, eventually slamming his fist into the ground. The ground cracked open as black smoke surged out from the fissures. Debris flew toward Qin Yu, who blocked with his arm, but never took his eyes off the Ghost Shadow. Z hovered in the air and continued pressing the attack. Black smoke filled the entire battlefield. After striking, Z suddenly realized he had missed and suspected Qin Yu had disappeared. His instincts warned him Qin Yu would repeat the same trick. Looking up, Z found Qin Yu already behind him. But this time, Qin Yu missed. Z quickly dodged, using black energy to hover in the air while mocking him. The battle moved into the sky. After dodging, Z successfully counterattacked. Qin Yu was knocked down, landing face-first on the ground. Slowly standing up, he analyzed Z's strengths and weaknesses. Extreme speed, but weaker maneuverability than himself. Z Ghost Shadow landed on a tree branch, observing whether Qin Yu still had hidden tricks. At that moment, Qin Yu's armor began to transform, with multiple exhaust ports emerging behind him, shocking Z Ghost Shadow. With this change, Qin Yu accelerated into the sky and circled around his opponent. Waiting for an opening, he landed a direct punch to Z's abdomen. Z Ghost Shadow was sent flying far away, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. High Immortal Pig immediately rushed to catch his teammate, while scanning for Chin Yu's location. A strong gust of wind suddenly rose, and High quickly locked onto Chin Yu's position. Chin Yu charged straight at him. High Immortal Pig instantly activated his defensive barrier. The collision caused another massive explosion, and both were heavily injured. Lying on the ground, High Immortal Pig couldn't help but admit Chin Yu's body was terrifyingly tough. But that thought was interrupted by a loud roar from the opposite side. Chin Yu staggered back up, activating his self-healing again, and openly challenging both enemies to continue the fight. Sweat began to form on High Immortal Pig's forehead. Chin Yu's regeneration ability was beyond terrifying. He tried to retreat, but realized his limbs no longer obeyed him. High looked around for Z Ghost Shadow, hoping his partner could finish the fight, but Z had already lost all combat ability. He had been caught in the earlier collision, his body covered in blood, and his equipment nearly destroyed. Only then did High remember Z was far weaker in durability despite his speed. Chin Yu stepped forward, grabbed High Immortal Pig by the neck, and lifted him up. Even while struggling, High could only claim Chin Yu could not kill him. Chin Yu already knew High Immortal Pig was extremely hard to kill, so his real target from the start was Z Ghost Shadow. With that said, he threw High straight toward his partner. Hei's body had gone limp, completely unable to resist, crashing onto Z Ghost Shadow. Z coughed blood, trying to say his final words. Because of his abnormal durability, High Immortal Pig still wasn't finished by the impact. Chin Yu walked over, grabbed Hei's leg, and lifted him again. This time, he used the fat man as a weapon, smashing him directly into the opponent. Z Ghost Shadow used his last strength to resist each impact, while High was thrown back and forth with no control. In the end, High was completely helpless, and Z Ghost Shadow died on the spot. Chin Yu coldly mocked them both. He sneered that they had disgraced the so-called berserker-level rank. Then he placed his hand on High's face, making him tremble in fear. Chin Yu asked coldly, "If your ability is to absorb and reflect attacks, what happens when your opponent strikes slowly and weakly?" High panicked even more but still tried to act tough. Then Chin Yu shoved his hand straight into his mouth. He slowly pried open High's jaw and spat a corrosive fluid inside. The poison spread instantly, turning High's entire body green as it rapidly corroded him. Before long, only a faint pile of dust remained on the ground. Chin Yu sneered at the so-called immortality and calmly walked away. After the battle, he successfully completed his level up. Without delay, Chin Yu went to find Yu Li, who was currently fighting a monkey and clearly at a disadvantage. All of Yu Li's attacks were being neutralized, while the monkey completely dominated the fight. After some exchanges, her companions admitted the enemy was extremely difficult to handle. The white-furred, red-faced monkey looked smug, constantly boasting about his own strength. He claimed that, while their speed, strength, and experience were decent for level 6, they were still far below a true level 7 like him. Just as the monkey was still talking, another figure interrupted the conversation. It was Suyu from the 12 Zodiac Assassins. He urged Shen to capture Yu Li for interrogation about Yu Immortal. Even more terrifying, Suyu faced 3 opponents alone without injury, mocking their attacks as mere scratches. The Yu Li team was already exhausted. Suddenly, a sword strike hit Suyu's shoulder, drawing blood, but he only praised the speed of the attacker. The white-haired girl tried to pull her sword out of his shoulder, but failed, while Suyu calmly held the blade in place. Even during battle, Shen casually chatted with the monkey, calling Yu Li's group insects. He even mocked Suyu for being overly cautious after being poisoned once. Suyu coldly replied that many had died from that poison. Just as Qingdao pulled her sword free, Suyu warned Shen to be careful or he might die. Shen dodged an attack and complained for Suyu not to jinx them. The two of them fought while casually talking as if they didn't take their opponent seriously. The spear-wielding girl kept attacking, but never managed to land a hit, almost breaking down in frustration. With a single move, Shen sent her flying into the air without mercy. He told them to stop resisting and just reveal where Yu Immortal was, and everything would end. Shen also pointed out that Yu Li's long-healed injury had suddenly recovered, suggesting Yu Immortal was inside her body. Hearing this, Suyu grew more anxious, while Shen dragged another girl away by the hair. Yu Li openly admitted she had already used Yu Immortal and provoked them. Shen said their goal was only to retrieve the treasure, since she hadn't fully absorbed it yet, meaning it could still be taken back. His tone turned murderous as he forced Yu Li to hand over Yu Immortal if she wanted to live. The children traveling with Yu Li grew worried. Knowing they were mother and child, Shen used this to further pressure her. Yu Li used her own life as leverage, showing an arrogant and uncompromising stance. Both Shen and Shu changed expression after hearing her declaration. Yu Li still refused to believe anything from the two assassins. Shen and Shu looked at each other in shock, not expecting her to be this stubborn. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Hai appeared, and Shen immediately asked about the result of the fight with Qin Yu. Hai stammered that he had dealt with Qin Yu, but his behavior looked extremely abnormal. Shen cursed at him and ordered him to join the fight against Yu Li. Hai slowly raised his hand, but instead of attacking Yu Li, he patted Shen on the head, making him furious. Noticing Hai's strange behavior, Shen assumed he was distracted by Yu Li and acting odd because of it. Still, Yu Li did not relax her guard at all. One of the girls tried to call out to her mother, but the words were cut off immediately. Shen continued persuading Yu Li, promising various benefits if she handed over the Yu Immortal. He smiled confidently, but Yu Li remained calm. He even invited her to join the organization as a member of the 12 Zodiac, telling her to think carefully while he waited patiently. Meanwhile, Shu was still restraining one of Yu Li's companions and quietly observing everything. The more he looked, the more suspicious Hai seemed. Normally, he would explode if someone mentioned his weight, but this time he had no reaction at all. A suspicion flashed through Shu's mind, and he immediately threw the girl aside, warning Shen that the Hai in front of them was fake. Freed, the girl instantly seized the chance to counterattack Shu. She grabbed the dagger still stuck in his body and pulled hard, causing blood to spurt out. Shen still did not understand what was happening and kept asking in confusion, completely ignoring Hai. At that moment, Hai's body suddenly swelled and exploded, and his disguise shattered. The one inside was Qin Yu, who immediately launched a surprise attack toward Shen. What shocked Shen was that Qin Yu's technique was identical to Z Ghost Shadow's ability. Unable to dodge in time, Shen was pierced straight through, blood spraying from both the wound and his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Li stabbed him in the face with a spear. Front and back attacks combined to finish off the red-faced monkey. Yu Li's teammates also rushed in to deliver the final blows, completely killing Shen. Seeing everything, Shu became furious beyond control. But instead of fighting to the death, he turned and fled, intending to call for reinforcements. The girls did not expect this and reacted a bit too late. Only Qin Yu managed to block Shu's escape route. Shu crashed into Qin Yu, clutching his nose in pain before immediately counterattacking. He threw a powerful punch, but Qin Yu easily blocked it. Qin Yu grabbed his fist tightly and crushed his grip. The pain twisted Shu's face. Unwilling to accept being overpowered, he used his other hand to attack again. Qin Yu caught that punch as well and head-butted him in return. Shu screamed in pain and both separated. Qin Yu was slightly surprised that Shu could still stand after that hit. Neither backed down as they charged at each other again. After a violent clash, both were knocked back. Recovering quickly, they clashed again, exchanging blows and mocking each other. Shu mocked Qin Yu for being inexperienced, while Qin Yu returned the insults without hesitation. Qin Yu then landed another heavy punch, forcing Shu back. Shu finally realized Qin Yu was a very difficult opponent, but before he could stabilize, Qin Yu dropped from above and landed a brutal uppercut to his chin. Shu was launched into the air. Qin Yu immediately chased after him and shoved a gun into his mouth. Not giving him any chance to escape or call for help, he decided to finish him on the spot. A single shot pierced through his throat, leaving Shu completely silent. Qin Yu then activated Soul Devour and absorbed Shu's entire soul. Because Shu's soul was extremely powerful, the absorption took longer than usual. After completing it, Qin Yu gained multiple abilities such as speed, strength, regeneration, and recovery. He also inherited a strong demonic energy from his opponent. Feeling his power surge, Qin Yu believed he had become stronger than ever. But before he could enjoy it, a stone suddenly flew in and hit him. While rubbing the painful spot, Qin Yu angrily shouted for the one who threw the stone to step out. Wu Na calmly appeared and coldly asked if he was done talking. She reminded him that a few more lines were still required. According to the contract, he still had to finish the sponsored advertisement after the battle. Seeing Qin Yu's awkward reaction, Wu Na pointed her spear at him and asked if he still had anything to say. The spear tip stopped right in front of his face, freezing Qin Yu in place, while Yu Li behind him could only smile at the scene. Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head, saying he had nothing left to say, but insisted that since he was paid, he had to fulfill the responsibility. After saying that, he took out a paper and seriously read the advertisement, while Wu Na could only facepalm in helplessness. Following the planned route, the group continued moving forward. The 5 of them walked along a narrow path through the dense forest. During the movement, Qin Yu opened his system interface to check his stats. After viewing it, he was satisfied to find that after 2 consecutive battles, he had reached mid-level 4. Combined with his current poison demon ability, Qin Yu believed his path to becoming a true powerhouse was not far away. While thinking about the future, the white-haired girl leading the group suddenly stopped and reported movement ahead. Hearing the warning, the entire team immediately entered combat stance. The enemy did not keep them waiting for long. From all directions, multiple shadows rushed in, surrounding and attacking them. At that moment, a red-haired young man in blue pants flipped through the air and landed dramatically. It was Chen. Seeing his entrance, Qin Yu excitedly pointed at him, saying that this was exactly the kind of entrance he liked, while Wu Na lightly tapped his hand in frustration. Chen planted his spear on the ground and asked if they were the ones who eliminated the High Team. He admitted he had underestimated them. At the same time, the other members of the 12 Zodiac also locked eyes on Qin Yu's group with killing intent. Seeing their numbers and strength, Wu Na became worried, even her voice slightly trembling. In contrast, Qin Yu remained calm, casually mocking them as if they were nothing. He even said that numbers meant nothing, since he had never considered them worthy opponents from the start. After speaking, Qin Yu activated his armor. Light burst out, engulfing his body like a transformation sequence of a superhero. He then told Wu Na that once the battle started, they should find a chance to retreat. Wu Na immediately replied that she could hold off 2 enemies. Qin Yu shook his head and refused, telling her to lead the others to call for reinforcements, while he would hold all the enemies here. The group exchanged glances and slowly stepped back. Chen immediately noticed their intention and asked if they were planning to escape. He signaled his allies, and they responded with slight nods. In an instant, Qin Yu's group was completely surrounded. Chen remained calm and advised them to surrender, saying 6 people had no chance against his entire team. Qin Yu simply smiled and shook his head, stating that was impossible. At that moment, a golden beam with lightning streaked across the sky. The light slammed directly into the battlefield. Its speed was so fast that everyone was startled. Not 1, but 2 figures appeared. A female voice announced their arrival as they landed with overwhelming presence. The 2 silhouettes stepped down in front of everyone. The white-haired braided girl immediately threw a massive spinning table toward the 12 Zodiac formation. The spinning table whirled like a blade, sweeping across their ranks. Golden Chicken saw it coming, but failed to dodge in time. He froze in panic. He barely raised his wings to cover his face before being slammed by the spinning table. The scene caused the remaining enemies to change expression. A neatly dressed man landed near Chen and calmly stated that his earlier judgment was wrong. The 2 newcomers quickly took battle stance. The man drew a large saber with one hand and held a massive turtle shell shield in the other. The woman stood on the shield, holding dual spears and smiling, saying it should be 8 versus 6 now. Seeing them, Chen immediately recognized them as Wang Ze and Shuang Yue. He was shocked, thinking Wang Ze had become crippled, but Wang Ze replied that Yu Immortal had fully restored him. The arrival of these powerful reinforcements instantly boosted Qin Yu's side morale. Chen immediately asked if Immortal Jade was really inside Wang Ze. Wang Ze admitted it bluntly, even taunting them to come take it if they dared. Hearing this, Chen hesitated, knowing the couple had once defeated a rank 8 powerhouse. Realizing a direct fight would only end in defeat, he ordered the entire army to retreat. The beastmen quickly obeyed without hesitation. It seemed like everything would end there. But suddenly, one enemy soldier was pierced by an arrow and collapsed with a huge hole in his body. The arrow carried terrifying power. After piercing the target, it kept flying deep into the forest. From the woods, another powerhouse slowly walked out, releasing force that snapped ancient trees in half. He coldly said they hurt his people and thought they could just walk away. His tone carried overwhelming pressure, mocking their arrogance. Seeing him, Chen turned pale, recognizing 6-armed ape Sun Wu. Sun Wu's eyes burned with rage, 6 arms twitching as if ready to strike, telling them to choose their fate. Either kill themselves, or he would send them all to their graves. Activating all 6 arms, Sun Wu glanced at Qin Yu and sneered, saying the brat was still alive. Qin Yu smirked back, saying he would one day replace the old man. Someone asked how they got here, despite the comms being cut off, and Sun Wu scoffed in disdain. Wang Ze explained, the concealment was perfect, but the lack of movement inside for hours made them realize something was wrong. Wang Ze smiled at his wife and suggested they finish this quickly since waiting was getting boring, but Song Yue teased him in return. She joked if he was already tired or just losing strength, hitting his pride. Wang Zez raised his shield and loudly claimed he was still strong and would prove it right now. He spun his body, creating a strong wind, launching Song Yue into the air and telling her to go all out. Wherever Song Yue moved, wind and lightning followed, but she still struggled alone against the enemy's special equipment. Wang Zhe rushed in with his shield to support her. One attacked and one defended. The couple worked in perfect sync. Before long, most of the 12 Zodiac members were defeated. Watching from behind, Sun Wu laughed in satisfaction and prepared to join the fight. But Qin Yu stopped him, telling him to just watch, and even joked about bringing chairs for everyone. Sun Wu suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Realizing he was being mocked, he pointed at Qin Yu and shouted that he would settle the score later. Qin Yu ignored him and rushed toward Golden Chicken with a grin, treating him as a test target for his new power. He taunted him, asking how tough he really was, and Golden Chicken seized the opening to counterattack. But suddenly, a chain appeared and wrapped tightly around his leg. Golden Chicken froze in shock, not knowing where it came from. The other end of the chain suddenly pulled with terrifying force. Seeing Qin Yu holding it, Golden Chicken cried inside, complaining that young people today were unreasonable. He struggled but realized Qin Yu's speed was beyond belief. Golden Chicken screamed at him to stop, saying their level should not enter such a dangerous place. Still dragging him, Qin Yu smiled and said he wanted to see if the legendary vacuum environment could kill a demon like him. Golden Chicken gritted his teeth, secretly grabbing a hidden item under his feathers, while cursing and trying to distract Qin Yu. As they flew higher, Qin Yu suddenly felt the resistance weaken and turned back. Looking down, he saw only a chicken leg left on the chain and muttered about cooking it in a spicy Thai or lemongrass dish. Golden Chicken had cut off his own leg to escape, falling away while flipping Qin Yu off with a feathered finger and yelling that if he wanted death, he should go alone. He also claimed he had no time to go crazy with his opponent. But the moment he turned around, Golden Chicken felt a massive pressure rapidly closing in from behind. Qin Yu appeared out of nowhere, grabbing his waist and smiling that he would take him to fly shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Golden Chicken panicked and struggled to escape. Qin Yu even pretended to be confused, asking if he did not like the sun. Golden Chicken screamed in fear, while Qin Yu caught a falling egg and calmly said that if he hated the sun, then they would go to hell together. The two instantly crashed toward the ground like a meteor, screams echoing across the battlefield. Seconds later, the earth exploded violently, sending rocks and flames outward like a reversed fireworks display. A nearby group of trainees witnessed the horrifying scene, and many collapsed in fear. Seeing only shredded remains on the battlefield, one trainee staggered back and cried out for his teammate. Inside the deep crater, Qin Yu stood up unharmed, even regretting the wasted blood from his opponent. He casually waved at the trainees, introduced himself as Fighter 9527, and asked if he had scared them. Qin Yu also seriously promoted himself as a bullhead warrior hunter, saying anyone threatened by hostage situations could call him, then playfully sent a heart gesture. After speaking, he climbed out of the crater and walked away casually. The trainees shouted after him, saying the target was originally theirs. Qin Yu calmly replied that it was his now, calling himself a professional bullhead monster exterminator. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly paused. Everyone thought something serious was coming. In reality, Qin Yu just realized he was walking the wrong way. He quietly crossed the crater floor, climbed back up, and awkwardly apologized for going the wrong direction. As he approached, everyone quickly stepped aside, watching his strange back with a mix of fear and confusion. One trainee still sat stunned on the ground, asking if the remaining flesh could still count as loot. Another immediately reminded him to check whether the core was still intact in the remains. Back on the main battlefield, the matchups were set. Sun Wu fought Yin and Shu, while Vuna faced Wu, the atmosphere extremely tense. Chen immediately activated the 5 elements technique. Countless giant vines erupted from the ground through the sea of flames, twisting violently. Under Chen's control, they wrapped around Wang's and Song Yue, but the experienced couple easily broke free. Chen had already expected this and adjusted his plan. He realized continuing the fight would only worsen their situation and considered retreat. Just as the couple dealt with the vines, another attack suddenly targeted Chen. He quickly raised an earth wall to block it, shocked to discover the enemy still had reinforcements. Qin Yu shattered the stone barrier and laughed, mocking that such small rocks could not stop him. He followed up with a powerful punch that sent Chen flying. While being thrown back, Chen was shocked that his heavy defense wall had been pierced so easily. Regaining focus, he cast Earth Flow to lock Qin Yu's movements. Unfortunately, it was still not enough to suppress his opponent's power. Chen felt deep fear at Qin Yu's overwhelming strength and poured more energy into his hands. He then launched a massive boulder straight at Qin Yu. The impact knocked Qin Yu back and also gave Chen space to escape close combat. As they separated, the battle entered a new phase. Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, sensing something was wrong. Before he could react, Qin Yu rushed in again. Sensing danger, Chen pushed power into his legs. With a leap, he used Earth Escape to flee underground. By the time Qin Yu reacted, Chen had already vanished. Qin Yu jumped in pursuit, but as soon as he entered the tunnel, he was ambushed and knocked out instantly. The battle finally ended as the sun began to set. Sun Wu, Wang Ze's couple, and Vuna's family all defeated their opponents. Wang Ze declared he would report the situation and fired a signal into the sky. Soon after, a fleet of helicopters arrived at the scene. Large teams of staff and support units quickly gathered into organized groups. They immediately started collecting information from the participants of the battle. Another team began treating the injured survivors. While everyone was resting, Wang Ze suddenly got furious after learning the organizers still wanted the competition to continue. He strongly objected, saying the students had already fought assassins and had no strength left to continue. He added that time was running out. Even finding qualified prey was difficult, let alone completing the mission. A young man across him scoffed and argued that those assassins might not even have been defeated by the students, claiming the credit could belong to adults. The young man adjusted his glasses and calmly explained that not granting special promotion was actually for their own good, saying that without enough strength and ability, entering higher-level competition would only lead to failure. At that moment, Qin Yu strolled over holding a strawberry milk box and curiously asked Xiao Wang why he was arguing with someone. He casually added that he had said it before, but a turtle should not get too angry. Seeing Qin Yu, Xiao Wang smiled with a calculating look, realizing this naive student was much easier to manipulate as a breakthrough point. Xiao Wang cleared his throat and asked Qin Yu, in a fair exam, if someone was promoted without participating, would that be acceptable? Hearing the question, Wang Ze immediately tried to interrupt, but Qin Yu answered first, saying that exams must be fair, and he would never accept unfair special treatment. Wang Ze fast-palmed, already sensing more trouble ahead. Xiao Wang immediately used that answer to claim even Qin Yu opposed special promotion, so the students must continue competing. Wang Ze got angry and kept interrupting, questioning his authority, while Qin Yu casually drank his milk and lost interest. Xiao Wang smiled in satisfaction and stepped closer to Qin Yu, repeating that everything was for fairness, exactly as Qin Yu had said. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly changed his tone, shouting that he was injured and not thinking clearly, accusing Xiao Wang of deliberately twisting his words and even suspecting him of working with the assassins. Xiao Wang froze, confused, saying someone so lively did not look injured at all. Qin Yu still sipped his milk through a straw while holding his arm and told Xiao Wang to wait a moment. Before anyone could react, he suddenly dislocated his own arm in front of everyone. Xiao Wang's eyes widened in shock. After that, Qin Yu casually handed his empty milk box to Xiao Wang to hold, leaving him completely stunned. Everything ready, Qin Yu's expression turned pitiful as he looked around. Without hesitation, he hugged his broken arm, collapsed to the ground, and cried loudly that the teacher was trying to kill a student. He kept shouting that a teacher had openly attacked a student. Hearing the commotion, many people rushed over. Xiao Wang panicked, trying to explain he never touched Qin Yu and that he was being falsely accused. He even asked students to testify, insisting Qin Yu had fallen on his own and complaining that the boy was mentally unstable. Vuna coldly stated that attacking a student was already unacceptable, yet Xiao Wang was still attacking others personally. Hearing the accusation, Xiao Wang felt the situation slipping out of control. Looking down, he suddenly noticed 3 unconscious people lying beside him. He grabbed his head in despair, suspecting they were all acting together. While insisting he was innocent and that everything was staged, Xiao Wang panicked and ran away, even dropping his glasses without picking them up. After everything ended, all students boarded planes and returned. After such a long battle, everyone was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they sat down. Meanwhile, the teachers continued handling affairs. As the organizers sent a new announcement, the organizers decided to grant Qin Yu's group direct entry into the finals after they survived the 12 Zodiac and demonstrated strength against a rank 6 powerhouse. At the same time, in the forest where everyone had just left, a mysterious figure appeared. Watching the plane disappear into the distance, he muttered that his subordinates had ruined the plan he had prepared for so long. In the end, he decided to rethink everything with a longer-term strategy. After the plane vanished beyond the clouds, the mysterious figure led his forces away from the forest. Back at the gathering area, Qin Yu casually put his arms around Wang Ze and Sun Wu, laughing as he invited them for drinks to relax after the battle. The two happily agreed, even praising Qin Yu for treating his seniors to a drink. Soon, all three arrived at a tavern. Food filled the table, and drinks kept coming. Qin Yu asked how they should drink today, and Sun Wu boldly replied, "Drink however you want." Qin Yu suggested they drink until the two seniors dropped, then asked if they had the courage. Sun Wu immediately agreed, while Wang Ze held his head and complained that demons don't even get drunk, calling Qin Yu unreasonable. Qin Yu waved it off and explained he could adjust his body composition, so if they got drunk, he would get drunk too. Hearing that, the three had no more doubts and officially started a full drinking session. No one knew how much time passed before the three staggered out of the tavern. The staff politely said goodbye, while they laughed and promised to return. Sun Wu excitedly pulled open his shirt, showing a solid body still as strong as a young man's, pointing at scars like battle trophies earned over the years. To him, each scar was proof of a fight and pride. Wang Ze, already drunk, burped and added that Qin Yu should not underestimate the seniors just because of a little strength. He said real battles were far more brutal, and what they faced earlier was only a warm-up. Qin Yu listened from behind with admiration. The three walked while laughing loudly, calling each other brothers, and promising to meet again at the top one day. Passers-by could only shake their heads, clearly seeing they were completely drunk. They kept linking arms, drinking more as they stumbled forward. Baitu had already been waiting and quietly smiled at the scene. Seeing Qin Yu as the youngest, she slowly moved closer to him. As Qin Yu walked by, she pretended to be weak and loudly accused him of trying to harass her, then immediately launched a sneak attack. Baitu quietly followed behind the three and struck from the shadows. Unexpectedly, Wang Zi instinctively activated his turtle shell defense, blocking all hidden weapons. The attack also caught the attention of the drunken trio. All three slowly turned their heads with terrifying pressure, like a horror scene, leaving Baitu frozen and speechless. Wang Ze immediately counterattacked. His turtle shell shot forward, catching Baitu off guard. Sun Wu then flipped forward repeatedly, closing in on the target. He unleashed a powerful kick in Monkey Knight style, striking her directly. Before Baitu could even land, Qin Yu rushed in from behind. He grabbed her, spun mid-air, and slammed her hard into the ground with full force. Baitu completely lost all resistance. She finally collapsed under the three merciless attackers. Qin Yu also staggered from the alcohol after the slam. He suddenly felt his stomach churn and his throat tighten as if he could not hold it anymore. Qin Yu quickly ran to the railing and vomited. Wang Ze patted his shoulder like a senior giving advice, saying not to do intense movement after drinking. Qin Yu argued back while still vomiting, making the scene even more chaotic. Wang Ze proudly claimed he had never vomited in his life, no matter how drunk or forced to drink he was. But just as he finished speaking, he immediately leaned over the railing next to Qin Yu and started vomiting too. Meanwhile, Sun Wu lay on the roadside, occasionally twitching, ignoring the other two, struggling with their drunken state. He mumbled that he had already reached home and wanted to sleep there. The other two quickly stopped him, afraid he would catch a cold. So Qin Yu and Wang Ze supported Sun Wu and decided to find him a proper place to sleep. But the bed they chose was a large trash bin. They swung him in and laughed, saying it was a fitting resting place for the senior. Even while drunk, Sun Wu grabbed both of them and pulled them in, insisting brothers should sleep together. Passers-by stared in shock at the sight of three grown men sleeping inside a trash bin, some even considering calling the police because it looked too unbelievable. While the three were still drunk asleep in the trash bin, the Long Qing captain's rest area was in a completely different atmosphere. Under the starry sky, a girl sat alone in thought. As she enjoyed the night breeze, Song Yue slowly walked over and started a conversation. Song Yue asked what was troubling her, and Tang Lian simply replied it was about her strength. Song Yue sat beside her and said that for the Mantis clan, everything could be solved with power and weapons. Tang Lian finally opened up, admitting that what frustrated her was her own lack of strength to handle everything. Since childhood, she was taught that the Mantis clan were the strongest warriors and assassins, where anyone in their way could simply be defeated. But now she felt the gap between her and that person growing wider, making her doubt whether the Mantis clan was truly the strongest race. Just then, Song Ye casually crushed an ant and calmly told Tang Lian that no race was ever truly the strongest, and power did not come from origin but constant evolution through learning from stronger opponents. Song Yue then asked why mantis women always chose stronger partners and even liked ambushing them. Tang Lian said it was to break their limits and grow stronger, but Song Yue shook her head, rejecting that explanation as something told to outsiders. In her view, the truth came from an instinct buried in the mantis bloodline, a race born to live on the edge of life and death. Their partners would always be dragged into near-death battles, so only the strongest could survive beside them. That partner must not only suppress them in strength, but also survive in any situation alone. Song Yue added that if the person she loved one day could no longer beat her, she would personally cripple him and send him away from the battlefield, believing survival mattered more than death. Tang Lian understood Song Yu's reasoning, but her inferiority complex still remained as she lowered her head, troubled by her weakness. Song Yue reached out and said strength could be built through training. From the start, no one expected her to surpass Qin Yu because her real opponents were never him. She even offered to personally train Tang Lian, saying that even if she might not beat Qin Yu, she could at least surpass other women aiming for him. Song Yue also warned that the Mantis clan's training was extremely harsh. After hesitation, Tang Lian still grabbed her hand. She firmly promised she would not fall easily or remain weaker than anyone else. Pulled by Song Yue, Tang Lian slowly stood up. She looked straight at Song Yue with determined eyes, saying wounds and blood had never made her back down. Seeing that will, Song Yue smiled in satisfaction. She told her to set off, casually firing an arrow that pierced a distant tree. Tang Lian walked ahead first, while Song Yue watched the tree with the arrow in it cautiously before leaving. It turned out Yu Li had been hiding behind a nearby rock, overhearing everything. She peeked out again to check her surroundings. After confirming the two had left, Yu Li stepped out from her hiding place. She immediately ran home and burst in, shouting for Quan Xiao Xiao to wake up because Tang Lian had started training, and they could not fall behind. But the room was empty and silent, with no one inside. Yu Li froze, realizing Xiao Xiao was not there. Yuna gently explained that Xiao Xiao had already gone to seek guidance and training from the family elders. Hearing this, Yu Li rushed to hug her mother, surprising Yuna and making her realize her daughter had truly grown. Yu Li complained that they had promised to grow stronger together, yet everyone had secretly started training first. Yuna patted her head and smiled softly, saying Qin Yu's performance had put immense pressure on everyone, so it was understandable. Yu Li said she was not angry, just confused about how to get stronger, since she had not even learned external martial skills yet. Yuna gently comforted her, admitting she could not teach external martial skills. However, she could still pass on internal martial techniques. Hearing that, Yu Li quickly asked if that would help her improve faster. No, but if you don't work hard, you'll only watch others leave you behind. She advised that without talent, you must rely on effort. Even if you can't catch true geniuses, steady persistence in mastering basics will eventually lead to a breakthrough. Before long, night passed and dawn came. The three brothers sobered up and agreed to keep everything from last night's secret. Sun Wu warned that if anyone found out the vice principals got drunk and beat a girl in public, their careers as principals would be over. Wang Ze immediately told Qin Yu not to mention what happened last night to anyone. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu had already started a live stream. He casually put his arm around Wang Ze and told viewers they had just left the police station, and Sun Wu paid the fines. The audience instantly recognized them as the guys who slept in a trash bin and asked if the girl they hit was okay. Wang Ze angrily hit Qin Yu on the head and said from now on he should stop claiming they know each other. Sun Wu then snatched his phone. Sun Wu broke the phone into 2 pieces on the spot. Qin Yu stared at the broken phone in rage, but did not dare fight back. Seeing Sun Wu walk away silently, Qin Yu quickly asked where he was going. Sun Wu shouted back, telling Qin Yu to shut up, saying he had lost over 200,000 in one night, and from now on they were done. Qin Yu quickly calculated and asked confusedly, saying he remembered the amount wasn't that high. Sun Wu explained most of it was compensation for the girl they assaulted, getting even more furious, since Qin Yu also took part. He still could not understand why only he ended up paying everything. At that moment, Wang Ze changed the topic and asked how they were going to get back. Wang Ze planned to call a ride, but Qin Yu laughed and said he could fly himself, unlike his teacher who couldn't because he had no cultivation partner. He politely even offered to take Wang Ze along, but before getting an answer, he flew off and waved goodbye. Wang Ze had not even finished warning him when Qin Yu shot into the sky, only shouting they would meet at the destination. As soon as he took off, the local security system activated. A series of rubber bullets used for no-fly violations instantly fired toward him. By the time Qin Yu noticed, the bullets were already right in front of his face, with no way to dodge. Watching Qin Yu get hit mid-air, Wang Ze could only sigh, realizing this was exactly the no-fly zone he forgot to mention. He then left the unlucky student behind and walked away slowly. After taking a full barrage of rubber bullets, Qin Yu crashed hard to the ground in a miserable state. People nearby pointed and talked, some even asking which rural place he came from, to not know basic flight restrictions. Getting up painfully, Qin Yu angrily blamed Wang Ze for not explaining things clearly. He tried to take out his phone, only to see it was still in 2 broken pieces, so he decided to get it repaired while he was at the shopping area. But shortly after entering a shop, he immediately ran out for his life. The inside of the shop fell into complete chaos. The shop owner got furious, throwing objects and yelling at him to never show his face again. While running, Qin Yu turned back and argued that he only came to repair a phone and asked why she was so angry. Snake Sister got even more furious, saying she had spent over an hour negotiating room rental terms, only for him to suddenly say he wanted phone repair. She cursed him to fix his brain first. Qin Yu refused to back down, saying she once claimed she could handle anything on the bed, so repairing a phone on the bed shouldn't be a problem, and at least he wasn't asking her to solve math problems. That sentence completely enraged Snake Sister, who grabbed whatever she could from the kitchen and threw it at him. Qin Yu could only run while complaining that people changed too fast. He muttered that people without real skill should stop pretending, calling her a scammer and saying women like that can't be trusted. After running a bit further, Qin Yu found another shop that looked decent and also sold phones. Without even reading the sign, he rushed straight inside. Qin Yu walked up to the shop owner. He placed the broken phone down and seriously asked if they sold the same model. After a heated exchange, they stood at an explosive standoff. Qin Yu mocked the paper phone for not even being able to make calls and called the owner a fraud. The paper shop owner got furious, saying his paper phones might not call anyone, but were still enough to hit him, and immediately kicked him out. The argument drew attention across the street. Passers-by whispered that no hospital should have let Qin Yu get discharged. The news spread so fast that nearby shops all closed their doors. Even paper offering stalls refused to deal with this troublemaker. Watching the entire street shut down, Qin Yu could only sigh. He did not even know where to begin explaining himself. Treated like a walking disaster, he helplessly complained that he only wanted to fix a phone, not get blacklisted by the whole city. While he was still lost, someone quietly approached from behind. A sudden voice made Qin Yu jump, cold sweat instantly breaking out. A man smiled warmly and asked if he was looking for someone to repair a phone. Instead of answering, Qin Yu cautiously asked if the man was sick in the head. The man awkwardly said he was perfectly fine. Qin Yu followed up, saying then he must have something wrong mentally for starting a conversation with him. That strange logic left the man speechless, as if normal reasoning did not work on Qin Yu. He could only smile politely and say, Qin Yu seemed like an interesting person. Hearing that, Qin Yu immediately got proud and claimed that being with him guaranteed excitement. He then asked directly if the man knew how to repair phones. The man confidently nodded. Qin Yu quickly handed over the broken phone, only asking for basic calling functions to be restored. The man examined the phone silently with a thoughtful expression. Qin Yu even hoped to drain some negative energy from him while waiting. But nothing happened. The man simply made a few light gestures over the phone, without opening it. Seeing such an unusual repair method, Qin Yu had to admit the man was skilled. In just a moment, the man returned the phone fully restored and asked if Qin Yu was satisfied. Qin Yu happily took it back and asked if it now had all normal phone functions. Then he suddenly asked if it could be used to burn things. The man froze and asked back in confusion, since Qin Yu only requested a phone repair. Although confused, he still considered how to meet that strange requirement seriously. Seeing that, Qin Yu quickly stopped him and laughed, saying he was only joking and did not expect him to take it seriously. He also admitted the man was truly skilled. The two officially introduced themselves. Qin Yu proudly called himself Demon Qin Yu. The man politely shook hands and introduced himself as Zero, a human. Qin Yu then asked if someone with such tech skills could build mechs. Zero shook his head and said that was not his field. His research focused on modifying the human body itself. Qin Yu joked that it sounded like a Terminator. Zero nodded, clarifying it was closer to parasitic reconstruction technology. He explained that the human body had unlimited potential, but evolution was full of flaws and detours. His goal was to use technology to guide humans toward the most perfect evolution path. Even demons with infinite adaptation might not always absorb optimal power. In contrast, technology could analyze evolution paths precisely, select the best cells, and optimize development. Qin Yu got interested and asked what this technology was called. Zero proudly said it was called nanomolecular system. He added it could link directly with weapons and control them like body parts, claiming even demon power could not surpass it. Zero then suddenly asked whether, in a fight between a demon and a gun, who would strike first. Qin Yu did not answer immediately and calmly said it depended on distance. That answer intrigued Zero. Qin Yu continued, saying at 5 steps distance, the gun would definitely win. Zero immediately followed up, asking what about within 5 steps. Qin Yu smirked and said at that range, the gun would need extreme speed and precision to succeed. Zero still did not fully understand his meaning. Qin Yu suddenly laughed and pretended innocence, saying no demon could be faster than a bullet, so of course, the bullet would win. Hearing this, the corner of Zero's mouth curled slightly. He pulled out an upgraded firearm and aimed it directly at Qin Yu. The advanced weapon was instantly cocked and ready to fire. Zero gripped his weapon tightly, while Qin Yu remained calm with no sign of panic. Blood-like runes appeared on Qin Yu's arm, swirling rapidly and forming a gun created from his own body. The sight made Zero freeze in shock. By the time he reacted, Qin Yu's gun was already aimed straight at him. Qin Yu smiled and said his bullets were no slower than his opponent's. Zero's internal system instantly triggered a danger alert. Still calm, he asked if Qin Yu really wanted to fight here. Qin Yu smiled, retracted the gun he created, and calmly said today was not the time. He added that this place was not suitable for a real fight, and next time they would choose a proper battlefield to settle it. Zero nodded in agreement, staring at Qin Yu with strong interest, treating him as a valuable target. He declared that once his nano-atomic technology was complete, Qin Yu would be the first test subject. Qin Yu only smiled and agreed, saying he would wait for that day. Soon after, the final round officially began. After 11 days of competition, 122 elite students from academies worldwide gathered for the decisive battle. Each spaceship opened its hatch, deploying contestants to their assigned starting zones. While waiting, Qin Yu's eyes landed on Tong Lian's blade and immediately recognized it as Tong Qi's weapon. The fact that Tong Qi had entrusted her with the blade proved Tong Lian's strength had been acknowledged and had greatly improved. This only made Qin Yu more curious about how far she had progressed. Soon, all spaceships took off together toward the final battlefield. Qin Yu wondered how the organizers would deploy them, thinking it might still be teleportation. A girl beside him patted his shoulder and told him not to rush into fights after landing, but to find teammates first. She said that once the 4 of them grouped up, strength in numbers would give a big advantage. Mid-sentence, her hand was suddenly pulled away by a force. The drop sequence had begun, and she was the first to be sent onto the battlefield. The countdown for the match officially started. Every student was given a landing device for safe descent, but the organizers also added flying saw blades to force mid-air evasion. Many contestants panicked, realizing the final round was far more dangerous than expected. Soon it was Tong Lian's turn. Before leaving the ship, she calmly told Qin Yu to meet her below. Moments later, Qin Yu was finally dropped. His body fell out of the spaceship rapidly. One glance downward made Qin Yu instantly freeze. His landing zone was a vast swamp, and he desperately hoped it was not real. He truly did not want to fall into that muddy place. Perhaps, due to his strong rejection, the teleport system suddenly shifted his coordinates. In an instant, Qin Yu appeared inside the tournament control room. The staff froze for a few seconds, staring at the uninvited guest in confusion. Qin Yu quickly explained he used the landing device, but just didn't want to fall into the swamp. Despite his complaints, the staff coldly dragged him back to the starting procedure. No matter how much he shouted, no one intended to change his drop point. A staff member directly threw him out of the control area. At that moment, someone felt their pant leg being pulled. Looking down, Qin Yu was clinging tightly, refusing to let go. Unfortunately, the fabric was not strong enough and tore apart. Qin Yu's smile instantly vanished, replaced by despair and cold sweat. He was left holding a torn piece of cloth as he helplessly fell toward the swamp. Just before impact, a giant mutant frog burst out of the water, opening its mouth to swallow him. Qin Yu realized too late that his falling's trajectory was heading straight into its mouth. The landing chair slowly sank into the muddy water below. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Tang Lian leapt up smoothly from the water. She spun mid-air and landed gracefully, standing firmly on the water's surface. At that moment, gunfire suddenly echoed through the forest. Tang Lian immediately reacted, swinging her blade to block the incoming attack. Every bullet fired at her was instantly sliced apart. In seconds, countless shattered bullets rained down onto the lake like falling rain. The hidden shooter finally revealed himself, judging Tang Lian to be a speed-type expert and not easy to handle. In a monotone, Machina-like voice, he began analyzing her. She was at Awakening Realm Level 4 mid-stage, from the Blue Blade Mantis race, known for extreme speed combat. He admitted anyone in the finals was no ordinary opponent, but Tang Lian was still too weak in his eyes. He then introduced himself as Hong, a cyborg who had reached peak level 4. Hearing that title, Tang Lian immediately recognized his identity and said she had heard of cyborg fighters before. She explained they were humans fused with machines, known for innate metal control abilities. Hong calmly confirmed, explaining that as long as one understood weapon principles, they could integrate mechanical parts into their body and evolve freely. As he finished speaking, Hong activated his cyber body, mechanical weapons assembling across his frame like a demonstration. In an instant, more guns emerged from his back, while his arms transformed into cannons and multiple attack systems. Without hesitation, Hong locked onto Tang Lian as his target. A storm of bullets fired out, but they only hit the water surface, missing completely. After over 10 seconds of continuous fire, nearly all ammunition was spent. Hong began to sense something was wrong, as none of his shots had ever landed on Tang Lian. Only then did he realize he had been shooting after images. Losing her position, Hong switched to full defense mode, activating dense mechanical shields across his body. Tang Lian instantly closed and using the moonstep technique taught by Shuang Yue, her figure flashing forward as her blade slashed down. Hong blocked with full force, but the reinforced shield was instantly shredded into fragments. Breaking through defense, Tang Lian launched a relentless follow-up assault, shocking Hong with her terrifying speed. He could not believe anyone could move faster than bullets. Even as Hong fired wildly, Tang Lian dodged effortlessly without expending much energy. Each counterattack of her blade was light as wind, yet sharp enough to tear apart his defenses. Under pressure, Hong roared for her not to underestimate him. He mutated his fingers into long blade-alike mechanical tentacles, trusting machine reflexes to compensate for neural lag. A completely new defense system activated. In his view, these mechanical blades could even match bullets, meaning Tang Lian had no chance of breaking through. But to Tang Lian, it was nothing but child's play. She slipped through effortlessly, severing all tentacles and leaving cuts across his body. By the time he reacted, all his tentacles had already been destroyed. Suddenly, the water beneath him exploded upward. The remaining tentacles were dragged off course by the water flow and redirected. Hong's expression changed as he realized his system had locked onto the wrong target. In that instant, Tang Lian turned into a streak of lightning tearing through space. In the next breath, she appeared directly above his head. By the time Hong sensed her presence, all his weapons and remaining mechanical parts had already been cleanly severed. Tang Lian moved so fast, Hong hadn't even seen her before hearing her calm voice. "Do you surrender yet?" She even smiled and asked if she should finish him off. Shortly after, the results appeared, declaring Tang Lian the first winner of the round. From the stands, Wang Ze nodded in satisfaction. He believed the Mantis race truly had strong talents, and the championship seemed within reach. However, Yuna gently shook her head, saying nothing could be confirmed so early. In another battlefield, a student named Gold kept scoring points by defeating opponents one after another. Watching him calmly taste blood from his fingertips, observers could only admire his overwhelming power. Yuna carefully watched the battle and silently hoped that no matter who they were, her students would all stay safe. In another canyon, a fierce battle continued with explosions echoing non-stop. Xiao Xiao and Yu Li worked in perfect coordination, one attacking and one defending against their enemies. Xiao Xiao immediately used earth magic to raise a wall, blocking all incoming flying daggers. The enemy immediately used the blocked vision to close in at once. Yu Li rushed forward to meet them head-on and block their advance. She unleashed a powerful kick toward the opponent, but it only hit a clone created by the enemy. In that split second of disorientation, Yuli's attack lost much of its force. Two half-human, half-machine fighters seized the opening and drew their swords for a counterattack. Facing two blades at once, Yu Li narrowly dodged using pure reflex. She twisted her body mid-motion to counterattack, coldly saying, "Their tricks were still not enough to take her down." Yu Li quickly reminded Xiao Xiao that the real target was her. Xiao Xiao understood and immediately used the opening Yu Li created to cast Earth Flow technique. After forming seals and channeling energy, the ground beneath her began to shift under her control. Massive chunks of earth rose up into a towering wall, forming a solid fortress-like barrier. But the cyborg group instantly activated clone techniques. In seconds, countless clones appeared and surrounded Xiao Xiao's entire structure. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao launched numerous stone fragments into the sky. A storm of rocks quickly engulfed the battlefield. Dust and debris filled the air, severely limiting the cyborg's vision. As the dust slowly settled, Xiao Xiao used that moment to reshape the earth wall into a giant turtle shell defense, preparing for the next assault. The leader slashed at the earth barrier repeatedly, but could not break it. Noticing its abnormal hardness, he suspected it was a secret technique of the turtle clan. Suddenly, cracks spread across the wall before it exploded. The surrounding clones were wiped out instantly, and only a few stronger ones barely survived. Sensing danger, the leader immediately shouted for a retreat. Xiao Xiao did not waste the opportunity and prepared another attack. Countless earth spears condensed in the air and shot forward in unison. All spears locked onto the fleeing targets. The enemies dodged continuously, realizing they could not face Xiao Xiao directly. At that moment, Yu Li suddenly appeared in front of the leader, smiling teasingly. Without giving him time to react, she delivered a powerful kick to the back of his head. He was sent rolling across the ground before finally stopping. Xiao Xiao immediately followed up with Earth Flow technique. The earth spears twisted into a vortex, trapping the remaining enemies. After the coordinated takedown, Yu Li landed and immediately asked if Xiao Xiao was injured. Xiao Xiao smiled and said she was fine. The enemy was pinned by countless spears, appearing completely incapacitated. Yu Li even remarked that he was a tough opponent. But soon after, his body turned pale and dissolved into dust-like particles. The two girls instantly realized they had only defeated a clone. At that moment, another figure silently stepped out from behind. He charged at them with a smug expression. He sneered, saying it was too late for them to realize now. But just as his blade was about to strike, it only hit shattered earth fragments. Xiao Xiao had already erected an earth wall to block the attack and used it as a decoy. She calmly said that hiding the body was possible, but hiding presence was not. Yu Li seized the chance and rushed in with a punch. The enemy clicked his tongue and leapt back to evade. While still airborne, Yu Li spun and unleashed a powerful flying kick. Xiao Xiao immediately followed up with Earth Flow technique. She pressed her hands into the ground, causing the terrain to surge like raging waves. The enemy was dragged under the flowing earth, sinking deeper with no way to escape. Within seconds, he was pinned underground with only his head exposed. Yu Li remained cautious and asked if it was truly over, while Xiao Xiao stayed alert, knowing he was cunning. Even in his disadvantage, he calmly praised their strength, saying they were not bad, just still below him. He declared the warm-up was over, and it was time to get serious. The two girls immediately understood he was about to reveal his trump card. At that tense moment, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, commenting that things were getting lively. The newcomer was Tao, a genius from the Mi-Guan clan, one of the 4 major rogue families of the Martial Star continent. She casually brushed her hair back, revealing sparkling earrings, and teased that everyone here looked like they were acting in a play. Tao scans the battlefield, loosens her joints, and casually asks if she can join the fun. The swordsman tries to say this is his fight with Xiao Xiao and Yu Li, but when he turns around, the two girls have already escaped. Yu Li carries Xiao Xiao and sprints away, saying only fools would fight someone like Dao, the top of the young generation. Dao immediately chases after them, complaining they ran the moment they saw her. Dao is about to keep chasing, but the swordsman suddenly blocks her path and forces her to stop. She frowns and asks why he is interfering. The swordsman calmly says Xiao Xiao and Yu Li are his prey, and everything must follow order. Dao just laughs and admits it makes sense. Then she smiles and asks if taking him out first would leave her free to do whatever she wants. The moment she calls out his real name, Long Ba, his expression changes instantly. Dao loses interest in talking and reaches straight for his neck. Long Ba reacts fast and twists away from the grab. The moment he lands, he shifts into a counterattack stance. His blade flashes and cuts across Dao's chest in an instant. Long Ba coldly says she was too careless. Dao looks down at the wound on her body. Instead of anger, she smiles with excitement, impressed by his sword speed. With just that, she already rates him as strong enough for Tier 4. Long Ba is stunned, unable to believe it himself. As Dao heals her wound with a recovery potion, Long Ba is shocked by how fast her body regenerates. After using a special potion, Dao's body changes, veins bulging as she warns him that starting a fight means accepting the consequences. Long Ba ignores the warning and activates a clone technique, rushing in again. The closer he gets, the more clones appear, until dozens of Long Ba surround Dao. All clones attack at once, leaving cuts on her body. Strangely, even seeing the attacks clearly, she does not counterattack. The more blood she loses, the more disturbing her smile becomes. Long Ba starts to feel uneasy. She is not dodging or fighting back, so what is she waiting for? To confirm his suspicion, he stops attacking and carefully watches her reaction. Outside, all students hold their breath, watching the battle unfold. In the observation room, the staff already see the outcome. Tun Vo shakes his head and sighs, saying the students are already lost. Vu Na frowns, not understanding what Tun Vo means. Vuong Trak explains that anyone who has never fought the Michuan clan would not understand them. They must be finished quickly or not engaged at all. If the fight drags on, the outcome will be extremely brutal. When asked if it is a stamina-based style, Vuong Trak says, seeing it in person is better than any explanation. The scene returns to the battle between Dao and Long Ba. Because the opponent failed to finish her early and kept the fight going, Dao finally gets what she wanted. Sensing the real target, she instantly moves. Even though Long Ba hides among clones, she locks onto him and grabs his armor collar. Long Ba panics as her speed is overwhelming. Dao uses momentum to throw him hard, sending him crashing across the ground. She knows the others are clones, but still destroys them, one by one, without stopping. Long Ba realizes his speed cannot match hers at all. He decides to bet everything on raw power. With that thought, Long Ba swings his sword down with full force. Dao does not dodge and blocks the blade with her bare arm. Shockingly, her arm remains completely unharmed without a single cut. He changes angle and strikes her shoulder, still useless. Dao even grabs the blade bare-handed, only slightly breaking through her defense after a long struggle. In return, Long Ba takes a direct fire fist to the stomach. The punch sends him flying away instantly. He skids across the ground for a long distance before forcing himself to stop. Long Ba is horrified, realizing Dao's strength far exceeds his own, yet she is only tier 4. Dao slowly stands up, laughing with excitement as she speaks. She complains about pain, but her entire body instantly heals with no wounds left. Dao's laughter echoes across the canyon like a horror scene. Dao asks Lan Bak if he is ready. The sudden question makes him freeze for a moment. In that split second, Dao's hand grabs his face. She lifts him up and smashes him into the cliff wall. The terrifying impact cracks the rock instantly. A deep human-shaped crater is left in the cliff face. Black blood splatters violently from under his armor. After the hit, Lan Bak completely loses strength and collapses. Dao stares at the black blood with a wild expression, then wipes it on her face, enjoying the sensation. Elsewhere, Tu Tu and Viu Lei are sprinting deep into the forest. Viu Lei keeps urging her to run faster, saying the clan will hunt them down relentlessly, and Lan Bak cannot hold Dao for long. Tu Tu nods and forces herself to keep up with Viu Lei. Suddenly, she senses a wave of danger closing in. Without hesitation, Tu Tu pushes Viu Lei aside and falls to the ground herself. The sudden fall brings their faces extremely close together. Viu Lei blushes and softly calls Tu Tia's name. She nervously asks why she did that. Tu Tu stays alert, saying someone is ambushing them from the shadows, while Viu Lei notices a gel device on her arm. Viu Lei quickly helps Tu Tu back up. She turns toward the forest and loudly challenges the hidden enemy to show himself. Both of them immediately enter combat stance. At that moment, the gel on Tio Tio's arm is suddenly snatched away by a fast-moving object. Even after stealing it, the attacker does not reveal himself. This makes Tu Tu feel completely disrespected by the enemy. She stomps the ground and unleashes Earth Flow Break. The ground shatters as shockwave energy spreads along the cracks forward. As the probing attack expands, a disturbance appears dozens of meters away. Tu Tu locks onto that exact location. Through the dust, a tall man's silhouette slowly becomes visible. Kim Lu Nungu appears, and An Thin immediately launches an attack toward Tu Tu. With a snap of his fingers, thin cloth-like projectiles are created. They split into smaller pieces and shoot toward the two girls. Tu Tu reacts instantly and activates Earth Flow Defense. A thick earth wall rises in front of them. The attack is temporarily blocked by the barrier. An Thin smiles and secretly enhances it with Earth Flow Break. The trapped projectiles suddenly gain massive power. They pierce through the earth wall and rain down toward Tu Tu. From behind, Viola realizes that if she only protects herself, Tiu Tiu will surely die. With no other choice, she jumps in front of Tiu Tiu. Viola opens her energy aura to forcibly block all the enhanced attacks. When they cannot pierce directly, the projectiles spin like drills, pushing deeper into her defense. Tiu Tiu shouts for her to stop, but Viola refuses and stands her ground, taking all the damage herself. Tiu Tiu rushes to support her. Tiu Tiu looks worried, while Viola holds her wounded side and weakly reassures her she is fine. Thin watches with interest and summons more gel weapons, preparing a second wave. The sharp gel attacks fly in again. Tiu Tiu and Viola brace together, while Viola tells her to abandon her and escape alone. She admits she has already run out of strength and can only hope Tan Vu will avenge them. Just as despair peaks, all of Thin's gel projectiles are suddenly knocked away by an external force. Thin frowns and asks what the intruder means. So Kong walks in casually with a gun on his shoulder, saying he only sees someone trying to kill needlessly. He mocks that bullying the weak to show strength is trash behavior, since only the weak need to step on others to prove their worth. So Kong's words strike Thin's weak point, leaving him unable to respond. So Kong continues, saying oppressing the weak only causes stagnation and eventual elimination by stronger elites. In his view, the two girls in front of him are true seeds with potential to become real powerhouses. Genes can be modified, strength can be trained, but a cowardly nature is useless no matter how strong it becomes. Compared to that, the two girls are far more valuable than Thin. Thin interrupts, telling So Kong to stop talking nonsense since their goal here is research support, not lectures on genetic evolution. At that moment, another figure appears deeper in the forest behind them. A rabbit pushes a wheelchair carrying a mysterious man. Seeing him, Thin immediately bows and calls him Lord Saint. The man on the wheelchair only nods slightly and coldly criticizes Thin as useless for failing even simple tasks. Thin tries to explain but is immediately cut off. The saint calmly says that even with the 12 Zodiac working together, they were defeated by a student, calling them trash. He mocks that even a stray dog would bite better than Thin. So Kong looks at the saint and expresses admiration, saying he respects how the man reached his level without any special talent. He then mentions rumors that the saint is researching a new artificial gene capable of giving humans a new life. Realizing the saint wants access to the nanogene project, So Kong refuses outright. He says the man is unqualified, claiming that without the 12 Zodiac, even an 8th-tier expert cannot win. He vows to complete the nanogene and eventually defeat the saint with it. The saint remains calm, acknowledging inwardly that scientists from the Science Church are indeed arrogant, and even at his peak, he might not fully suppress this young man. Still, both are currently heading toward the same objective. Unable to convince So Kong, the saint turns to Tiu Tiu and Viola, asking if they know about the immortal pearl. He quickly dismisses the question, thinking asking students would yield no useful information. He then orders the rabbit to capture the two girls as bait to lure Tan Vu out. The rabbit immediately obeys and rushes forward with hidden weapons for close combat. Before it can reach them, it is suddenly hit by a punch from someone appearing out of nowhere. The impact sends the rabbit flying several meters back. Dao appears at the perfect moment, smiling confidently and warning that no one is allowed to touch her prey. Thin grows impatient and asks who keeps interfering now. So Kong quickly scans Dao with his device and identifies her as a member of the Mohon tribe, a legendary fighting race on Martial Star Continent, and also his next target after the Demon Suppression War. Analysis shows Dao's genes evolve in an extreme direction, losing most self-protection functions. The more damage she takes, the stronger she becomes. The rabbit returns carrying a large log, shocked that she truly grows stronger in battle. So Kong confirms it. The Mohon tribe's genes temporarily evolve when damaged with no clear limit. To defeat them, one must either land a fatal strike instantly or drain all their stamina. Otherwise, they will counterattack until death. He asks if he should join the fight, though Dao is still not the opponent he truly desires. Thin refuses help and steps forward alone to face Dao. He opens with a 5 elements technique. Fire erupts violently, but Dao easily evades it. Next is Ice Flow 10,000 Blades. Dao does not counterattack and simply absorbs the impact. The moment she lands, Thin chains another attack without giving her time to breathe. He launches the same flying blades from their first battle, but Dao quickly neutralizes them all. Thin closes in while Dao leaps away to dodge. In an instant, she appears behind him and smirks, asking if that is all he has. Dao counterattacks with a straight kick to his face. Thin barely leans back to avoid it. After dodging, he immediately retreats to maintain distance. Without hesitation, An Thin activates 4 techniques at once: Earth Spear, Fire Dragon, Ice Blade, and Wood Vines. Although the attacks are flashy and powerful, Dao calmly dodges everything while laughing, amused that nothing can touch her. Watching from the side, So Kong mocks that the saint's disciples are too impatient. He analyzes that dragging out a fight with the Mo Quan tribe is a serious mistake. A normal member of that tribe can evolve from Tier 4 to Tier 6 under continuous pressure. Dao, however, is a genius with extreme endurance. If this continues, the saint's disciples will likely die one after another. Hearing this, the saint clenches the wheelchair armrest so hard it cracks. He casually flicks a small piece of wood toward the battlefield. The tiny fragment carries terrifying force and hits Dao, instantly injuring her until she coughs up blood. Caught off guard, she is slammed to the ground. The saint coldly states that to him, a Tier 4 is nothing more than an insect. Dao curses him as a shameless old man for attacking from the shadows. Even the saint is briefly surprised. Holding her wound, she tries to stand and realizes her genes are once again evolving out of control. If it continues, her entire gene system may collapse. Even knowing the danger, Dao decides to drag someone down with her and charges straight toward An Thin. Seeing she can still fight after that attack, the saint grows more annoyed, not expecting a Tier 4 student to be so stubborn. But just as she closes in, Dao suddenly changes direction, deciding not to risk her life. She immediately fires a flare signal, hoping the organizers will notice. Seeing the flare, So Kong smirks. He says the organizers switched to an old alarm system to prevent intrusion, but that still cannot stop technology. He claims, science cannot be blocked by such primitive adjustments. He then raises his gun and shoots down the flare before it can activate. After that, he mocks An Thin, saying his organization always loses track of targets, making their competence questionable. An Thin tries to respond, but is immediately shut down by the saint. The saint orders So Kong to stop watching and act. If Dao manages to contact the organizers, they will all be in trouble, so he suggests So Kong eliminate her directly. So Kong replies that facing the immortal saint of the competitive city would not be pleasant at all. He then immediately assembles a small robot on the spot. He calmly declares he will handle Dao himself, as he will not let anything ruin the tournament before his scientific results are proven. He also says Tu Tu and Viu Le will be monitored by him, while Tan Vu is the opponent he personally wants to face. As long as his duel with Tan Vu is unresolved, no one is allowed to interfere. The saint nods, saying he does not object, as his only goal is the immortal jade. Meanwhile, on Duong Lin's side, another fierce battle unfolds. Her opponent moves across the water so fast, only ripples remain visible. Duong Lien extends her silk threads, wrapping them around her twin blades to expand her attack range. Her opponent is also an assassin from the same mysterious organization. The woman smirks, admitting that if Duong Lien had 2 more years of growth, she might lose, but right now she is still too inexperienced. She then swings her strange weapon straight toward Duong Lien. After locking onto her target, she fully commits and throws Duong Lien away with a heavy strike. The armor fragments on Duong Lien's body shatter and fall into the water. Seeing that Duong Lien can still stand, the woman tilts her head and coldly tells her to obediently come along. She adds that she does not want to bring back a corpse, or she will be punished by her superiors. Just as she takes another step forward, Duong Lien seizes the moment and pulls hard on the wire connected to her twin blades. She lures the enemy into position and unleashes the Thunder Light Blade net. Trapped inside, the assassin looks like a fish caught in a net. No matter how she struggles, she cannot escape. Duong Lien thinks she is only using on a third of the net's true power, so she is unsure if it can end the fight. But then something unexpected shocks her. Under Duong Lien's stunned gaze, the assassin laughs excitedly and teases her. Instead of cutting the net, she peels off her outer skin like a snake, shedding its skin and easily escapes the restraint. With her strongest technique broken, Duong Lien knows she has no choice but to fight to the end. She grits her teeth and attacks first to seize the initiative, but her opponent calmly evades every strike. The woman laughs, saying the girl is far too stubborn. She keeps teasing that she will teach her obedience. The enemy's blade closes in right in front of Duong Lien's face. But suddenly, Duong Lien drops both of her twin blades. The strange move forces the opponent to pull back her force, leaving only light scratches on Duong Lien, while she is confused why Duong Lien did not block. At that moment, Duong Lien grabs the strange weapon near her cheek and coldly says she talks too much. She recalls Tan Vu's reminder. Villains always lose because they talk too much. From that moment, the tide of battle shifts and Duong Lian regains control. With her weapon seized, the assassin is forced into a defensive position. She keeps retreating under Duong Lian's counterattacks. In the end, she is forced to abandon her weapon to create distance. Touching the cut on her face, she trembles in rage, unable to believe Duong Lian actually injured her. In fury, she swears to tear Duong Lian apart. Duong Lian tightens her grip on her twin blades and calmly tracks every movement of her opponent. Having lost her weapon, the enemy switches to her massive snake tail as her main attack. The tail sweeps at extreme speed, but Duong Lian drops low and dodges just in time. The opponent is shocked by her reaction speed. Refusing to accept it, she swings again, but suddenly feels her body no longer obeying her fully. When the tail barely grazes Duong Lian's back, the attacker is the one who panics. It turns out Duong Lian has awakened the defensive trait of the Turtle Clan. Immediately after, a strange transformation begins behind her back. A giant arm suddenly emerges from Duong Lian's back. The arm grabs the enemy's tail and crushes it in place. The woman screams in pain, trying to pull back, but it is already too late. In an instant, the tail is broken. The arm then transforms into a massive triple-barreled cannon. The cannon immediately unleashes continuous fire at the enemy. Even with her thick skin, each shot causes intense pain. The barrage forces her to keep retreating. The attack only stops once her body is blasted into a forest out of sight. Along the way, she is repeatedly struck without pause. She is finally slammed into a giant tree. Leaning against the trunk, she forces herself to calm down and mutters under her breath. She sighs in relief, realizing she was almost turned into minced snake meat. Then she slowly tears off her outer skin like shedding clothes. Her body undergoes a full molt as the blood-stained skin falls away, revealing a new layer underneath. After the transformation, she snorts coldly and prepares for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Duong Lian also undergoes a strange change as something tries to emerge from her back. First, two massive arms slowly appear. Then Tan Vu's complete body separates out from behind her, while Duong Lian feels no pain at all. Seeing Tan Vu standing in front of her, Duong Lian is completely stunned. Tan Vu jokes that he was having fun with a frog when he suddenly sensed she was in danger, so he had to rush over, and now she owes him a replacement frog. Duong Lian smiles in relief and says she knew it. If she was in danger, he would definitely appear. After saying that, all tension disappears, and she collapses from exhaustion. Tan Vu quickly catches her, looking at her heavily injured body with deep concern. He thinks that without the soul parasite evolution from the Apsophie Ma system and the resonance between soul and physical parasitism, the outcome would have been far worse. He gently calls her a foolish mantis girl. Then he places Duong Lian safely onto the water surface. He takes out a signal gun from his waist. While staring at the snake woman, he calmly fires a flare into the sky, as if provoking her. The snake woman sneers, saying she will never allow him to call for reinforcements. She immediately chases the flare and destroys it mid-air. Tan Vu slightly frowns, sensing how strange and dangerous her abilities are. He even wonders what kind of species this is, since they can generate signal flares directly from their own bodies. Seeing she has taken the bait, Tan Vu's mouth curls into a subtle smile. At this point, the snake woman still has no idea she has already stepped into his trap. In an instant, Tan Vu appears right in front of her, shocking her completely. She cannot believe his speed is far beyond her own. Before she can react, her neck is already in his grip. He drags her down from mid-air, and only relaxes after confirming the rescue flare is still active. Without hesitation, he slams her into the ground. Tan Vu coldly states that among all opponents, he hates assassins the most. Pushed to the edge, the snake woman realizes his killing intent and desperately looks for a way out. With no choice left, she spits out poison. A stream of purple venom shoots straight toward Tan Vu's face. He calmly wipes it away, showing clear disgust, as if it had no effect at all. The snake woman, unaware of his true durability, waits confidently for the poison to take effect. Tan Vu casually wipes it off and mutters that only snakes would spit such saliva. Then he inhales and directly spits back his own essence at her. The essence of the demon is anything but ordinary. The moment it hits, the snake woman screams in agony. Tan Vu follows up with a light kick to her waist. Despite how casual it looks, the force sends her flying dozens of meters, and he calmly declares she has been eliminated. Just as the fight ends, the rescue team arrives, and the portal gate Tan Vu was waiting for finally opens. Medical staff rush in asking for the location and condition of the injured. Tan Vu cooperates, saying the victim is still alive, but seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. They ask if he needs a checkup as well. He shakes his head. At that moment, Vu Na and other teachers also arrive. Seeing them injured, he asks why they are here instead of the observation area and what happened. Vu Na's face darkens instantly. She angrily explains that the madman from the science church released over 100 modified beasts across the city and tournament area, forcing all teachers to split up and eliminate them. Meanwhile, the Assassin Guild took the chance to ambush the participants, including their group. Hearing this, Tan Vu immediately thinks of Vu Le and Gu Nok, worried they may also be in danger. That means no one is protecting them right now. Tan Vo sighs and says they just finished one wave of beasts, only to receive coordinates for another. Tan Vu immediately replies that he does not care about the beasts, and only wants to know where Gao Nok and the others are. Vu Na shakes her head anxiously, saying they only had their last known coordinates before losing contact, and now they can only rely on themselves. Tan Vu turns to the rescue team and asks if they can help locate them. Tun Vo helplessly says that if they had enough manpower, the teachers would not be fighting on the battlefield themselves. The 4 medical staff here are already the last available rescue force. Before Tan Vo can finish speaking, Tan Vu has already vanished from his spot. He dashes forward at extreme speed, shouting for everyone not to stand still and to split up to search immediately. Elsewhere in the forest, the chase still continues. A small robot relentlessly pursues Dao, treating it like a game of cat and mouse. It coldly states she has no chance of escape. After the Saint's ambush and her heavy exhaustion, she is already near her limit. Her body overloads, joints failing under stress, and Dao stumbles and falls. The robot calmly comments that she is a perfect fighter, but lacks endurance. In her current state, even an ordinary person with a stick could finish her. It says her gene structure is too flawed and was never suitable for research as a base model. Hearing it talk non-stop, Dao coughs blood and curses it, saying this is the first time she has ever lost, and to a talking piece of scrap metal. She continues mocking it, asking if only its genes are perfect, even cursing its future lineage. The robot immediately charges energy into its arm and takes aim. It coldly says stubbornness won't make her stronger, and in her next life she should join the mechanical god sect. Dao can only press herself against a tree, her eyes red with unwillingness. Just as the robot is about to fire, another bullet suddenly flies in from somewhere, cutting it off. But that shot is not aimed at the robot. Instead, it fires straight into the sky. Immediately after, a massive object drops from above at terrifying speed. It is Tan Vu, his entire body engulfed in flames, falling like a meteor. He tears through the robot's firing line and rushes straight in. A massive blaze crashes down right in front of the enemy. Tan Vu transforms into a flaming drill. The impact pierces straight through the small robot's body. However, the robot seems to have predicted this and activates auxiliary wings to stabilize itself. So Kong's voice echoes from within the robot. He says they finally meet again, and the wait has felt like years. He has long been anticipating the moment he defeats Tan Vu himself. He asks if Tan Vu knows how much he has been looking forward to this fight. Hearing the familiar voice from the robot, Tan Vu immediately realizes So Kong is the one behind it. Seeing analysis data appear in the robot's vision, Tan Va's expression turns serious. So Kong says Vu Le and Tu Tu are now in his hands. If Tan Vu wants to save them, he should go to the eastern forest where he is waiting. But first, Tan Vu must prove he is worthy of becoming the target of Nanogen origin. Tan Vu's anger explodes. He coldly replies that if they want to fight, they should start now instead of wasting time. So Kong reminds him of a question he once asked before. It was a comparison between his technology and the power of the demon. Which one is faster in the end? As soon as he finishes speaking, the robot fires a massive fireball. Tan Vu remains calm without panic. Within the sea of flames, the robot suddenly detects something abnormal. Tan Vu has used demon power to teleport behind the robot and smirks, saying the faster ones is him. He immediately fires at point-blank range. The robot is hit and slammed to the ground. Despite the power, the robot is not seriously damaged. So Kong quickly realizes his miscalculation, as corrosive rounds only work effectively on flesh-based life forms. He immediately counterattacks, circling behind Tan Vu at high speed. The robot unleashes a barrage of heavy bullets. Tan Vu is forced to use smoke cover to drop to the ground and evade. He starts feeling that this robot is becoming increasingly troublesome. When vision clears, the robot continues its assault, forcing Tan Vu to block head-on with reinforced armor. This time, the bullets pierce through his once proud defensive armor. Tan Vu realizes So Kong is not inferior to him at all. Suddenly, one of the bullets emits a strange signal. In an instant, he realizes it is not a normal round but a timed bomb. The robot calmly watches from a distance, as its creation is about to detonate. After the smoke clears, Tan Vu is still barely standing. His blasted arm has lost all armor, with flesh torn apart inside. He looks at the wound and smirks, praising the opponent's brutality. So Kong explains it is an anti-armor demon hunting round, a top-tier imperial weapon designed to hunt strong beings. He also realizes Tan Vu's defense is not as terrifying as expected. However, in a short time, Tan Vu's arm regenerates completely. He smiles coldly, his gaze turning darker. Seeing this astonishing regeneration speed, the robot prepares another wave of attacks. Tan Vu calmly asks if So Kong wanted to test whether he is qualified. Then he says to continue. He will fight until the opponent is fully satisfied. At that moment, all bombs embedded in Tan Vu's body detonate at once. A series of violent explosions shakes the entire forest. Amid the thick black smoke, streaks of blood spread across the ground. Even bones can be seen exposed. Despite half his body being destroyed, Tan Vu still stands in the blood-stained field, pointing at himself and saying his body contains enough energy to regenerate hundreds of times. He coldly dares So Kong to keep detonating and see how many rounds he can withstand. His upper body begins regenerating at insane speed. In just moments, muscle and flesh fully restore, as if he was never injured. Tan Vu looks at the robot and calmly asks whether the test just now is enough to satisfy it. Without waiting for an answer, he throws a heavy punch that sends the robot flying into the air. After the impact, fragments of metal scatter everywhere. Tan Vu immediately grabs one of the robot's legs. He coldly declares that now it is his turn to counterattack. As soon as he finishes, he tears off both of the robot's legs with brute force. Seeing this, the robot panics and realizes Tan Vu is far too dangerous, deciding to retreat immediately. While escaping, the robot extends 2 energy blades from its arms to counterattack. It rushes in and drives both blades deep into Tan Vu's body. Tan Vu clamps down on the blades with his muscles, preventing the robot from escaping, while his regeneration continues activating on its own. His rage erupts as he grabs the robot's head and rips it off its body. He then throws the head away to vent his anger. Next, he forcefully removes the remaining machine body, still embedded in him. The robot's body is flung away, dragging a long trail across the ground. It only stops after crashing into a large tree. The entire frame is shattered, with circuits and control systems completely destroyed. Tan Vu contemptuously says that the more advanced the technology, the easier it breaks, while his body can regenerate endlessly, something the robot can never do. The remaining core system inside the robot desperately runs a final analysis. The result is simple. Opponent Tan Vu, win rate 0%. Elsewhere, So Kong receives the data and is shocked. He cannot believe Nanogen still cannot defeat Tan Vu, but he quickly reassures himself that Nanogen is still incomplete, and once finished, it will surpass Demon Genes. In his mind, Nanogen is the future hope of humanity, and cannot possibly lose to demon power. Hearing this, Tu Tu and Vu Le cannot help but laugh. To them, when someone starts comforting themselves, it only means fear has already taken root. Struck at his weakness, So Kong falls silent and cannot respond. Tu Tu continues mocking him, saying she understands the feeling of fear better than he does. So Kong forces himself to stay calm, reminding himself that science cannot be ruled by emotion. However, he still decides to prepare an additional backup plan. With that thought, he walks toward the 2 girls and shifts his target to Vu Le. Seeing her friend targeted, Tu Tu panics and tells him to target her instead. So Kong coldly explains, it is only a contingency plan. A chip will be implanted in Vu Le, and if Tan Vu defeats him, the chip will detonate. He wants to see whether Tan Vu chooses victory or her life. Tu Tu angrily calls him cowardly, saying real warriors should settle things with strength, not hostages. Seeing she refuses to be quiet, So Kong equips a device like a mask onto Vu Le to silence her. He sneers, saying he is not a warrior and does not care about honor. In his eyes, Nanogen is the hope of humanity, and its results cannot be ruined by a single battle. Meanwhile, Dao also wakes up. Realizing her body is fully healed, she excitedly takes out her phone and starts recording every angle to document her gene evolution to Tier 7. Tan Vu stands beside her, silently swallowing his reaction, wondering why he never thought of becoming famous this way. After filming, Dao asks Tan Vu for his name. Tan Vu does not answer, and simply turns away, thinking it is best to stay away from this girl, who seems even more money-driven than him. Dao continues recording herself, and introduces her name as Mi Dao, from the Mo Quan tribe. Her mother is Mi Quan, her father Long Tiu. Her name was casually given because her mother saw a peach at birth. She then casually asks if Tan Vu has a girlfriend. At that moment, Vu Na and 2 of Tan Vu's sworn brothers finally arrive. Before leaving to rescue others, Tan Vu tells Mi Dao to notify the medical team to take care of the injured. Mi Dao looks at Vuna from head to toe and curiously asks who she is. Before Vuna can answer, Mi Dao steps closer with her phone and warns her to stay away from Tan Vu. She emphasizes she is from the Mo Quan tribe, and anyone who tries to compete for a man with her clan will be hunted down no matter where they hide. Mi Tao immediately becomes alert, raising her live streaming phone and warning that everyone is watching, so no one should dare touch her. Yu Na loses all patience. She lightly throws a kick and calmly says, Mi Tao must have hit her head to start talking nonsense and needs to clear her mind. The impact makes the livestream phone fall to the ground. The screen stays on with comments flooding in, and Yu Na only glances at it coldly before looking away. Meanwhile, Qin Yu arrives at the location set for the mech armor duel. He lands in an open area and immediately scans his surroundings. As soon as he arrives, Zero greets him, saying Qin Yu finally showed up. Qin Yu looks at the group in front of him and says, gathering everyone here saves him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. At that moment, he notices Vu Le, desperately signaling him to leave immediately. But Qin Yu pretends not to see it, only quietly relieved that they are still alive. Zero immediately declares the duel has officially begun and signals with a wave. A large number of previously hidden robots emerge, each carrying heavy equipment on their backs. The confrontation between Qin Yu and advanced technology officially begins. Zero deploys more hovering robots and introduces their weapons. Plasma energy cannons fire at extreme speed, enough to threaten level 7 defensive martial artists. With the right timing, this weapon can even eliminate a target in a single strike. Next are kinetic gloves, equipment that grows stronger as energy accumulates. One punch once crushed the internal organs of a level 7 defensive beast. Then come shoulder armor, leg armor, chest armor, and eye armor. Zero is extremely proud. To him, all of these are only the beginning, with the real core system about to appear. Qin Yu carefully observes as Zero removes all external armor, revealing his true form. He raises his head proudly and introduces his masterpiece, Atomic Nano. Right after speaking, Zero rushes into close combat, aiming to settle the fight in front of everyone. Qin Yu does not refuse and clenches his fist, directly engaging him. Without relying on armor support, Zero throws a full-power punch. Qin Yu meets it head-on with his own fist. After the first clash, Qin Yu realizes the opponent's physical strength is at least level 6. Meanwhile, Zero is surprised that Qin Yu can block the punch. His internal system immediately boosts defensive output. Not giving Qin Yu any time to recover, Zero charges again and throws another strike, calling it just a warm-up. At the same time, surrounding support armors begin coordinating to assist him. After several exchanges without a clear winner, Qin Yu suddenly changes his attack pattern. He smiles slightly and shifts his fighting style. In an instant, Qin Yu moves behind Zero to launch a surprise attack. But the moment his hand touches Zero's neck, the nanosystem activates, enhancing cut resistance and body durability. Qin Yu immediately realizes this opponent is truly unusual. Seeing his reaction, Zero smirks and says the real surprise is still ahead. Qin Yu instantly counters, saying the surprise is actually under his feet. His energy has already sent a surge of electricity into Zero's legs. By the time Zero notices, everything in front of him has already started tilting. Qin Yu grabs his opponent's leg, spins him violently, and throws him into a forested area. Crashing into the woods, Zero mutters that Qin Yu cannot break through his defense. He claims this armor was built for one purpose only, to counter Qin Yu. Even if Qin Yu has 10 abilities or 20 abilities, it makes no difference. Even if he had thousands of abilities, Zero would still find a way to deal with them. While speaking, Zero continuously analyzes all combat data he has collected. His electronic eyes glow like a processing system. He then accelerates forward at extreme speed. Lightning flashes around his body as Zero closes in again. Using the cover of dark mist, he lands a powerful electrified punch into Qin Yu's abdomen, sending electricity through his body and making him spit blood instantly. Only when lightning engulfs Qin Yu's body does the mist slowly disperse. Zero touches the device on his chest and activates the fire system. A fire fist crashes down, but this time Qin Yu does not move, neither dodging nor counterattacking. Immediately after, Zero switches to metal system. A massive rock drops straight down toward Qin Yu. Without stopping, he activates the wood system. Countless vines emerge all at once. The thorny ropes quickly wrap around Qin Yu's body. They keep tightening, locking down every movement step by step. A laser device on Zero's ear glows red, locking onto the target and preparing a finishing strike. After taking multiple heavy hits, Yu gasps for breath, while Zero smiles confidently, believing he has cornered his opponent. With the attitude of a winner, he calmly asks Yu how it feels now. The nano-thorn vines tighten further, making Yu's face turn pale and his breathing extremely difficult. The viewers watching the screen are stunned. No one expected a human relying only on physical strength to face such a monster. The power of Jin's nano is terrifying. But if nanotechnology were truly perfect, Zero would not need to seek Yu as a test subject. There must still be a weakness he has not discovered. Seeing Yu open his eyes, Zero smiles provocatively and gestures for him to stand up and continue. Yu immediately drops the active weakness, breaks all the vines with a slight force. As if finding an answer, he grows multiple arms behind his back. 2 armored arms rush forward, but Zero only sneers, believing it is useless. In his view, the outcome is already decided, and Yu has no chance of winning. Zero then gathers full energy into his fist and teleports behind Yu. But the moment he closes in, he is struck in the neck by Yu's elbow. Seizing the chance, Yu locks his neck and tightens his grip. The two clash violently, falling straight down from the sky to the ground. The automatic system inside Yu's body activates at full power to support him. His impact resistance continues to rise at an incredible speed. Even while struggling, Zero keeps a cold smile, repeating that everything is useless. He mocks Yu, saying this is all he can do. Yu's mouth curls slightly. Without another word, he grabs Zero and shoots straight into the sky. Zero immediately realizes his opponent's intention. Could he be trying to drag him into high altitude to suffocate them both? Trapped in Yu's grip, Zero activates digitization mode and laughs coldly, calling the plan impossible. He declares he will not let Yu succeed and drives his elbow into Yu's armored chest. Yu grits his teeth and refuses to let go, growing more arms to tighten his grip and continue ascending. Zero coldly snorts, calling him stubborn. Cursing while struggling wildly, Zero forces Yu to use even more arms to hold him down. After destroying the restraining arms, Zero throws a powerful hook, thinking Yu is finally defeated. But Yu still manages to grab his arm again. Activating the Sui-Chao bloodline, Yu holds on tightly and declares the battle is not over. Soon after, both of them break through the ozone layer, and their survival systems begin to suffer severely. Upon entering outer space, the first problem immediately appears. Oxygen is nearly gone. Yu releases Zero and gasps for air. The thin atmosphere and extreme cold rapidly weaken his body. Zero forcefully knocks Yu away and shouts that he will not die in this place. With no strength left to hold on, Yu drifts in space. He realizes that even the so-called demon cannot survive in a vacuum. Zero no longer cares and rushes back toward Earth. He feels his body starting to freeze and knows that if he delays any longer, he will die from loss of heat before returning. Thinking this, Zero activates the nanocore. A blue light covers his body as his life system rapidly reconfigures. After a moment, he finally sighs in relief, temporarily out of danger. Seeing Yu freezing in space, Zero laughs coldly, believing his opponent has destroyed himself. It seems nanotechnology has won. He says his farewell, leaving Yu drifting forever in the sky as he turns away. But at that moment, an unexpected change appears in Yu's body. His eyes suddenly open wide, signaling that the Sui-Chao bloodline has finally completed its evolution. Yu has now adapted to the ultra-thin atmosphere. A blazing red light erupts from his body, and his power surges far beyond before. It seems Yu is about to stage another shocking comeback. Fully recovered, he immediately locks onto Zero, who is fleeing. Think you can escape that easily? In an instant, Yu accelerates and closes in, landing a straight punch into Zero's back. He calmly states that Jin's nano is indeed powerful, but it still has a fatal weakness. To prevent structural collapse and genetic breakdown, Jin's nano cannot replicate abilities infinitely. Yu keeps hammering down heavy punches like war hammers onto Zero's back. Zero quickly turns around and grabs Yu's arm to block the attack. Gritting his teeth, Zero responds that Jin's nano lacks true self-awareness and cannot be perfectly controlled, but Yu's Sui-Chao bloodline can only last for a short time. He sneers, saying once the bloodline fades, Yu will not survive in the vacuum anyway, so they will see who falls first. Yu says nothing and only tightens his grip. He locks onto Zero and drags him back from outer space, both of them tearing through the clouds like a falling meteor. Just before impact, Yu quietly says goodbye. The moment it ends, he hurls Zero downward and instantly shifts position. The impact triggers a massive shockwave, shaking the entire forest like a meteor strike. The terrifying collision shatters Zero's blood vessels, blood spilling from his eyes, mouth, and multiple wounds. His entire body twists, nearly every bone broken. Qin Yu's expression remains calm as he walks toward his opponent. Even while his body is repairing through digitization, Zero forces himself to speak, admitting Qin Yu's battlefield prediction ability exceeds all his recorded data. Before he can finish, his body begins regenerating again. Qin Yu does not wait. He strikes immediately while Zero is still recovering. A brutal knee strike crashes into Zero. The digital system on Zero's body flashes to defend. Qin Yu follows up with a kick that destabilizes the glowing shield until it shuts down. Without stopping, he delivers another kick. Whatever Zero recovers, Qin Yu destroys it instantly. Eventually, his regeneration speed can no longer keep up with the damage. Zero lies on the ground in agony, the blue healing light completely gone. Qin Yu curses and steps hard onto Zero's lower back. Smiling like a victor, he mocks that the so-called perfect gene system is not as flawless as claimed. Hearing this, Zero grits his teeth in rage but cannot speak due to the pain. After finishing him off, Qin Yu turns toward Xiao Xiao's two sisters and tells them to wait for him. Behind him, Zero remains motionless in the ruins. But just as Qin Yu walks away, a voice calls out asking where he thinks he is going. Zero forces himself up from the rubble. His eyes are full of unwillingness as he locks onto Qin Yu. He declares that their battle is not over yet. Even while speaking fiercely, his body is already at its limit, and his steps are unstable. Waves of pain spread through every cell, and even the smallest movement feels excruciating. Qin Yu does not need to strike again. Zero collapses on his own. He only glances at him, then calmly turns and walks away. Watching Qin Yu's back, Zero screams for him to stop in a hoarse voice. He still refuses to admit defeat. Suddenly, he goes berserk, his eyes rolling back in a distorted frenzy. He jumps up and laughs wildly. He keeps repeating that his masterpiece can never lose to someone like Qin Yu. Gathering his last strength, he throws a desperate punch. At the same time, energy erupts, making all his wounds glow intensely. Qin Yu slightly shifts, and his figure disappears from the original spot. Using spatial jump, he appears behind Zero, one arm transforming into a strange weapon. Qin Yu leaps up and delivers a decisive strike. The attack is not flashy, but extremely precise, cutting off one of Zero's arms. The severed arm instantly transforms into metal and shoots away like a bullet. Before flying far into the forest, it begins to disintegrate, forming countless holes. It finally turns into an energy sphere and explodes violently. Zero watches the scene in complete silence. Qin Yu calmly says that what defeated him was not Genie's nano, but Zero himself, because he was never qualified to be a true warrior. Zero trembles, lips moving but unable to form words. For some reason, he still drags his broken body forward, trying to follow Qin Yu. After escorting Xiao Xiao's two sisters out of the danger zone, Qin Yu softly apologizes for making them wait too long. He removes the sound-blocking mask from View Lei, allowing her to gasp for air desperately. Seeing Zero lying miserably in the distance, View Lei angrily shouts that anyone who dares silence her will pay the price. She tries to rush in for revenge, but Qin Yu stops her. Ignoring her struggle, he carries both of them and quickly leaves the dangerous area. On the way, Xiao Xiao notices View Lei clutching her head in severe pain. In the end, View Lei stays silent, only nodding slightly at Qin Yu. Passing the distant boss leader, she feels uneasy, thinking he might use her to threaten Qin Yu, but she refuses to let that happen. Just as the group is about to leave, a voice stops them, saying they should not think only Zero can fight here. On Thin finally appears, his aura overwhelming, coldly declaring that since they came, none of them will leave. As he steps forward, On Thin releases full battle intent, his pressure erupting across the battlefield. The terrifying force lifts rocks and debris into the air. Seven-colored power gathers in his palm. He states calmly that earlier he only used less than half his strength to avoid chaos, but now it is different. As the strongest of the 12 earth branches, he declares he will face Qin Yu himself. Seeing countless rocks flying in, Qin Yu immediately forms a shield to protect Xiao Xiao's sisters. Watching Qin Yu still calmly protecting others, On Thin sneers in disdain. He clenches his fist and throws a heavy punch. The ground behind Qin Yu cracks open, and a massive boulder is pulled upward. Even Qin Yu is slightly surprised by the scene. The giant rocks quickly fracture into countless massive fragments. On Thin controls them completely with his energy. In an instant, the fragments shoot straight toward Qin Yu's group. The sudden attack leaves them momentarily unable to respond. At that moment, an authoritative voice scolds him for being too arrogant, and the Supreme Shield technique is activated to block all attacks. Wang Ze stands in front of the three disciples, his robe flaring, as he calmly declares he will take the attack. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through like lightning. Duanqi appears behind Wang Ze with dual blades, requesting to take the fight, and confidently saying, 30 seconds is enough. Just as Qin Yu is in danger, two familiar senior figures arrive in time. On Thin silently evaluates the situation, thinking Wang Ze can be handled, but Duanqi is the one he fears. For a long-range fighter like him, being approached by a same-level assassin would be extremely disadvantageous. While thinking, a wooden fragment suddenly flies from behind. The moment it enters his sensing range, On Thin instantly turns and shatters it into pieces with a swing. After blocking the probe attack, he politely invites the attacker to reveal themselves. Tun Vo slowly steps out, rotating his joints and smiling, saying to include him too since dealing with this is his specialty. Seeing Tun Vo, On Thin's expression changes. He did not expect even this veteran to appear. Shortly after, Vu Na arrives with others, hurriedly asking if anyone is injured. The battlefield situation completely shifts as all top fighters gather on one side. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Boss Leader finally speaks and gestures On Thin to approach for orders. Boss Leader shifts his gaze to Duanqi, then to Wang Ze and Tun Vo. He asks how many chances On Thin would have if he faced all three at once. Though slightly tense, On Thin honestly replies only about 10%. He immediately kneels and swears he will not let anyone touch Boss Leader as long as he is alive. Boss Leader pats him on the shoulder, praising his loyalty, but saying loyalty alone is not enough. On Thin notices a strange energy radiating from the hand on his shoulder. In the next second, Boss Leader unleashes power, causing On Thin immense pain while coldly calling him useless. Vu Na freezes upon seeing the scene. Boss Leader slowly rises and directly absorbs all of On Thin's power, as if devouring energy itself. After finishing, he calmly declares it is time for him to step in. The power of myriad beasts fully restores, and a dragon phantom coils behind him. His eyes turn blood red. Boss Leader stares at Qin Yu's group and declares that if they want death, he will grant it today. Vu Na panics as she senses his aura has reached level 9. Even Tun Vo dares not underestimate him. Even Duanqi and Wang Ze's couple show serious expressions, realizing his strength has increased dramatically. Boss Leader turns his killing intent toward Duanqi and coldly says he hates mantis-like creatures the most. He calls out for Rabbit to bring his weapon, but no one responds. Turning back, he sees Rabbit already running a kilometer away, crying and begging for mercy, saying she is only level 3. She believes staying would mean certain death. Seeing their subordinate abandon him, Qin Yu's group looks at Boss Leader with pity, while he pretends nothing happened and decides to deal with them first. Boss Leader steps forward, each step releasing terrifying pressure across the battlefield. He spreads his arms, power erupting as his sleeves flare, summoning the inherited divine artifact of the myriad beast plane, the 12 Zodiac Ring. The activated power controls countless rising rocks, merging with the dragon phantom as they charge forward. Sensing the massive attack, everyone immediately scatters to evade. Even Tun Vo quickly retreats out of the strike zone. The followers of Viula panic and hide behind large rocks. When the dust settles, Boss Leader still stands motionless in the destroyed landscape as if he never moved. The remaining fighters regroup and reassess the situation. Duanqi draws her dual blades and takes the initiative to counterattack. She channels full power and thrusts her blade straight toward Boss Leader's chest. But the blade is blocked by dragon scales, and she immediately realizes the situation has completely changed. Boss Leader lowers his stance, strange patterns appearing on his arms as he activates the power of the Pig Zodiac. With a single wave, he launches a counterattack directly at Duanqi. His aura then shifts again, and the Rat Zodiac Phantom appears behind him. Boss Leader roars and unleashes a storm of wind toward Duanqi. The wind is so strong everyone struggles to stand, and Duanqi has to anchor her blade into the ground. He then switches again to the rat power, creating a massive suction force, pulling everything forward. The terrifying pull drags everything ahead uncontrollably. Duanqi can no longer resist. Wang Ze shields his wife, while Qin Yu protects Xiao Xiao's sisters. Everyone understands that continuing like this will only worsen the situation. Qin Yu transforms into a giant form to absorb the attack. Boss Leader only sneers, as if he already predicted it. He then focuses all firepower directly on Qin Yu. Qin Yu is immediately forced out of his giant form and shrinks back down under the pressure. Exhausted, he collapses, and the three women rush to support him. With his last remaining strength, Qin Yu opens a teleportation gate to evacuate everyone. Moments later, the group appears on high ground overlooking the entire forest. Qin Yu analyzes the situation, saying boss leader is too fast and escape is impossible, so he will go back to stall him. Viola tries to stop him in panic. Qin Yu smiles and reassures her that defeating him may not be hard, but killing him is not so simple. Vuna also tells him to prioritize his safety. Qin Yu nods slightly and disappears instantly. Vuna pats Viola's shoulder, telling everyone to leave since staying is useless. The two girls reluctantly agree. While walking calmly forward, boss leader mutters that Qin Yu's teleportation ability is quite impressive. At that moment, a massive energy blast suddenly strikes from behind. Boss leader instantly turns and counters the attack. Tun Vo shouts for him to come back and face him. Boss leader sneers and asks if the old man is that eager to die. Tun Vo remains unfazed, saying even if injured he is not someone to be underestimated, then immediately charges forward. Boss leader casually raises his arm, covered in seven-colored patterns, and earth and rocks rise to form a defensive barrier around him. His opponent was nothing special. At that moment, a blade suddenly slashed in from behind. Boss Tong simply turned his head and exhaled a soft breath. Tang Chi instantly shifted into a defensive stance to block it. Despite the pressure, she struggled to break free from the terrifying force. After escaping, Tang Chi flipped back and returned to Wang Jie's side. Boss Tong mocked the couple, ridiculing their so-called perfect offense and defense teamwork. Then he stomped his foot hard onto the ground. A massive wave of pressure spread in all directions, felt even from far away. Refusing to back down, Tang Chi charged in again. Boss Tong calmly met her attack as seven-colored patterns lit up on his arm. He activated the monkey power, boosting intelligence and combat perception. With just 2 fingers, he pinched Tang Chi's blade midair. She froze in shock at the sight. He then switched to horsepower, exploding in speed, and flinging Tang Chi away instantly. Seeing his wife thrown back, Wang Jie was filled with rage and pain. But before he could react, a brutal attack was already closing in. After Monkey, Boss Tong activated the rooster power. He unleashed fire through a rooster-like cry, erupting flames outward. A sea of fire swallowed Wang Jie, triggering a massive explosion on impact. When the smoke cleared, Wang Jie walked out, holding the turtle shell, almost completely unharmed. Boss Tong was slightly surprised, noting the attack had near level 8 power, yet failed to break through. Still, he dismissed it as nothing more than a minor trick. As Wang Jie approached with the turtle shell, Boss Tong launched a fire fist head-on against the defense. Just as victory seemed certain, the turtle shell suddenly split apart in front of him. The punch slipped through the gap and struck Wang Jie directly. Wang Jie coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his internal organs heavily damaged. Even so, he succeeded in locking Boss Tong's arm with his own body. Ignoring his worsening injuries and blood spilling from his mouth, Wang Jie urged his wife to strike. Understanding him immediately, Tang Chi rushed in and unleashed 131 rapid sword slashes. Boss Tong remained calm and activated the pig power to form a protective barrier. He mocked them again, saying their coordination still meant nothing. But reality immediately proved him wrong. Cracks began spreading across the barrier. Tang Chi was extremely fast, but still slightly lacking in power. Realizing the shield was about to break, Boss Tong kicked out violently, sending Wang Jie and the turtle shell flying. Wang Jie slammed into a giant tree before crashing to the ground. The patterns on Boss Tong's arms shifted once again. He glanced at Zero lying in a miserable state in the distance. Then he looked back at Wang Jie, judging him as the only one capable of resisting his attacks. Boss Tong slowly walked toward Zero. He decided to eliminate him first to prevent any variables, raising his arm. But suddenly, Boss Tong sensed a strange presence and turned his head. Behind him was only empty space, nothing there at all. The next second, Qin Yu burst out from space, charging directly into Boss Tong. Boss Tong quickly stabilized himself and reinforced his force to block Qin Yu's impact. He coldly asked why Qin Yu dared to return, then casually knocked him away. Qin Yu twisted his body mid-air to reduce the impact. He pushed himself up immediately after landing. Qin Yu laughed provocatively, saying he had no fear of fighting an old man. Boss Tong sneered and said if they handed over the immortal jade, he might spare them and even grant them power. Qin Yu smirked, saying he had already absorbed the immortal jade and told him to go find it in hell. Without hesitation, he used a headbutt to clash directly with Boss Tong's punch. The moment they collided, Qin Yu immediately coughed out blood. His body was sent flying over 10 meters before stopping. Forcing himself up, Qin Yu fired poison shots at Boss Tong and taunted him to block if he could. Boss Tong raised a transparent wall and calmly walked forward. While staring at Qin Yu, he condensed a sharp ice blade in his palm. Boss Tong admitted that if Qin Yu had another 100 years of growth, he might not be able to win, but right now the opponent was still too inexperienced. As he finished speaking, Boss Tong flicked the ice shard straight forward. Qin Yu quickly opened a spatial gate to dodge, but before it fully formed, the ice shard already pierced him. The ice lodged deep in his body, blocking his recovery and even disrupting instant teleportation. Boss Tong calmly said spatial power was impressive, but he also understood a similar ability and could interfere with it, even without teleporting himself. He added that although he had not reached the unity of 10,000 beast stage, his 100 beast resonance and level 8 mastery of each power were enough to crush them easily. Qin Yu coughed violently and forced himself up, pulling the ice shard out of his chest. He looked back and saw Wang Zhou also severely injured. Qin Yu clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing they could barely continue fighting. Wang Zhou and his wife stepped forward, saying they would hold Boss Tong off so Qin Yu could escape. Qin Yu immediately refused and said if anyone should retreat, it should be his master, as he still had his final trump cards, Blood Flesh Parasite and Soul Parasite, allowing him to abandon his body and reincarnate. But Wang Zhe and his wife firmly rejected the idea, insisting they were soldiers and could not let civilians die for them. Boss Tong looked down at them and said even demons rarely possessed Qin Yu's strange abilities, but against absolute power it was meaningless, and Qin Yu had too many variables, so he must be eliminated quickly. The patterns on Boss Tong's arms lit up in unison. 4 beast phantoms roared behind him as he declared he would show them true power. He clenched his fist and charged forward. That image burned into Qin Yu's eyes. In Qin Yu's vision, Boss Tong became a giant figure with a flaming fist crushing toward him, asking how long his regeneration could hold. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and activated his defensive barrier to face the attack. He closed his eyes waiting for impact, but only heard the sound without feeling pain, leaving him stunned. He opened his eyes and froze at the scene before him. Even Boss Tong was shocked into silence. The one who blocked the attack was Du Long, who grabbed Boss Tong's arm and calmly said the power was decent. Qin Yu sat in disbelief, thinking whether all doctors nowadays were this strong. Without giving the enemy time to react, Du Long restrained Boss Tong with one hand and unleashed a barrage of punches with the other. While attacking, he shouted at him not to pretend anymore. Each punch landed like a hammer, knocking off the rings on Boss Tong's body one by one. Du Long coldly said he originally only intended Boss Tong to teach the younger generation a lesson, but he ended up killing for real. In that case, there was no reason to keep him alive. Wang Zhe and his wife could only stand frozen in shock. Sun Wu finally crawled out of the rubble and asked why Du Long had left his post. Du Long roared that Tech City was about to be trampled, and if they still sat idle, they were unfit to be city lord. After the brutal assault, Boss Tong staggered up, covered in blood and missing an arm. Du Long calmly said he was the city lord and leader of the Assassin Society, once crippled by Bloodblade. He continued mocking Boss Tong for knowing many techniques but mastering none, saying his internal and external skills were both incomplete, and compared to Bloodblade, he could not even withstand a single punch. Boss Tong gritted his teeth and activated the secret technique Rebirth through transformation. He released a blaze of fire to obscure vision. Using the flames as cover, Boss Tong sprouted wings and fled. At this point, survival was his only priority. Seeing the trick, Du Long snorted in disdain. He stomped the ground lightly. Spiritual energy gathered heavily around his fist. Du Long threw a punch straight toward Boss Tong. At that moment, Boss Tong thought he had already escaped successfully, but he had no idea how terrifying that punch's power truly was. A massive fist-like shadow tore through the wind and slammed straight into Boss Tong. Seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. The forest fell into complete silence, with only dust drifting between the treetops. The traces showed Boss Tong had been blasted away, carving a destruction path dozens of kilometers long. Blood-stained rings scattered everywhere. Du Long turned to Qin Yu and said that punch carried over 300 years of power. He asked if Qin Yu could have blocked it instead. Qin Yu still stared blankly at the man casually keeping his hands in his pockets. He thought he had not even offended him yet, so why was this old man always targeting him? Du Long said coldly that there is always someone stronger. Qin Yu may be outstanding among the younger generation, but countless human experts exist who can even defeat demons like him. Qin Yu then asked back if Du Long could defeat a level 9 demon. That question immediately enraged Du Long, who shouted that Qin Yu was basically daring him to strike him. Seeing the tension rise, Sun Wu quickly stepped in to apologize, saying Qin Yu was young and spoke without thinking. He also reminded Qin Yu that Dulong lost his eye fighting a level 9 demon. That explanation accidentally hit Dulong's sore spot. He roared that he was blind, not deaf, and heard everything clearly. Soon after, helicopters appeared over the forest sky one after another. After circling to find a landing spot, they slowly touched down on the ground. Qin Yu and the others gradually left the forest. The crowd immediately erupted into loud discussions upon seeing them. Everyone was shocked to learn that the one who defeated Pioneer Technology was only a first-year student. A staff member respectfully asked Dulong how to handle the competition results. Dulong smacked him on the head and scolded him, asking what competition was even left after everything had turned into chaos. He also said that if anyone still wanted to fight, they could directly challenge Qin Yu in a life-and-death duel. After saying that, Dulong turned to leave and ordered the organizers to directly award Qin Yu the championship. If anyone refused, they could step up and challenge him, and whoever defeated Qin Yu would take the title. Due to severe injuries, Wang Zhe had to be carried away on a stretcher. Soon after, the award ceremony officially began, and the hall was quickly packed with spectators. Security forces were fully deployed to maintain order. Viula handed Qin Yu a speech script and warned him seriously that if he dared say anything wrong or add nonsense, he would face consequences. Qin Yu immediately acted stubborn and said he would not read it, claiming he could not read. Viula silently picked up her spear and smiled with a dangerous look. Seeing that, Qin Yu quickly stepped back, reminding her that he was the one who saved her this time. Vu Na kept smiling gently, but her aura made everyone feel a chill. She said she would try to hold back a little. At that moment, a staff member reported to Vu Na that her speech content still needed final review. In an instant, Vu Na switched to a friendly expression and politely responded to the staff. But the moment the person looked away, she turned back and pointed at Qin Yu, coldly warning him not to cause trouble while she was away. Qin Yu could only force a smile and wonder what kind of person she thought he was. After that, Vu Na quickly left. The moment she was gone, Qin Yu immediately started planning something else, asking what the championship prize was. If there was nothing good, he threatened to trash-talk the organizers on stage. Soon after, Qin Yu and the top performers were invited onto the stage. The MC announced that the 237th tournament had officially ended and invited the champion to speak. Qin Yu confidently walked onto the podium, looking extremely pleased with himself. Just his smile alone was enough to make people feel like trouble was coming. Vu Na immediately sensed something was wrong the moment she saw his expression. Taking the microphone, Qin Yu began by saying that normally he should thank his old school, but thinking about it, there was nothing to praise, since they once reported him to parents for allegedly extorting money. Hearing that, Vu Na could only cover her face, unable to even look up. On stage, Qin Yu became more and more energetic. He said he had even promoted the school for free, yet instead of paying him, they reported him to Vu Na. He called such leadership unethical. He then switched to promoting Long City, saying it was actually a great environment, and people had misunderstood it. He continued rambling that Long City was very humane. The boss did not exploit workers. Border guards did not randomly beat students, and students did not fight each other. He also said his strength came from his own training, not from being beaten. Qin Yu continued promoting Long City, saying everyone there was united like a family and welcoming to all. If anyone had children, they should boldly send them to enroll. However, he added that no one should copy his path, because that kind of growth was far too dangerous. From the stands, Wang Zhe could not hold back anymore and rushed onto the stage to grab the microphone. But Qin Yu quickly dodged aside, causing Wang Zhe to lose balance and spin around several times. Qin Yu kept talking into the mic, saying students from his school only need to survive, and they will eventually become talents. Families with many children could safely send one or two over with no loss. At this point, security staff rushed in and dragged Qin Yu down. He kept protesting, repeatedly claiming he was the champion, and asking why he was being pulled away, turning the stage into complete chaos. Tang Lian stood nearby with a thoughtful expression. She wondered if she should do something to salvage the school's image. With that thought, Tang Lian leaned on her cane, stepped up to the mic, and seriously confirmed that everything Qin Yu said was true. Anyone with enough ability could graduate, and she was willing to use the honor of the Tong Wu clan as guarantee. But she had only spoken for a moment when officials from the organizing committee frantically signaled her to stop, with some even clutching their chests from shock at the students' speeches. Tang Lian did not insist and obediently returned the microphone before stepping down. As soon as she got off stage, she saw Vu Na grabbing Qin Yu by the collar and shaking him violently, making him cough and struggle helplessly. Witnessing that scene, Tang Lian could not help but smile, thinking that still being alive like this was actually pretty good. The scene then shifted to the special prison area of the arena. Number 0 lay motionless on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. While deep in sleep, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He muttered that he had ultimately failed, probably because he was too impatient. At that moment, the prison door slowly opened. Dulong stepped in coldly and greeted him. He said it had been a long time and asked whether he should call him Pioneer Technology or Long Hao Ni. Dulong sighed and said nearly 100 years had passed, yet Long Hao still had not let go of the past. Number 0 gave a bitter laugh, recalling that 10 of them had gone on the mission, but only 2 returned alive. The others did not even leave behind bodies, so how was he supposed to face that reality? Dulong calmly advised that those who are still alive must keep moving forward. Despite his injuries, Number 0 asked back why Dulong had guarded this place for so many years if he had truly let go. He claimed Dulong was still waiting for something to return. That thing was the monster from back then, a name he emphasized with an eerie tone. Number 0 slowly recalled how 10 of them worked together, but still could not defeat it. They used every method, even detonating a nuclear bomb, yet it was still useless. The extreme heat could not kill the demon, and science could not keep up with their evolution. The only way to defeat them was to understand them, approach them, even become like them. He laughed bitterly, saying he had still failed, unable to defeat even an immature demon. Maybe Qin Yu was right. Number 0 admitted he was never a true warrior, not even worthy of dying properly on that battlefield. Dulong called his real name, Long Hao, and urged him to return. He alone could not stand against an entire race, and the country and its people still needed him. Lang Hao shook his head, saying he had never lived for anyone else, and his only goal was revenge. Dulong tried to continue speaking, but was interrupted. Lang Hao told him to stop with empty moral lectures. He choked up as he recalled that 5 childhood friends had been killed by demons. The other 3 were wiped out in a nuclear explosion, ordered by their own side, leaving no remains, while the monster still survived. What hurt him most was that the thing that took their lives came from his own research, something he once boasted could destroy all life forms. In the end, the so-called ultimate weapon was nothing but a joke, just like himself. Dulong silently listened to all the emotions Long Hao had buried for years. After a while, Number 0 looked directly at Dulong and asked if he came here for the nano-human seed. Dulong did not deny it and nodded slightly. Lang Hao advised him to give up on it, because the nano-human seed could not be handed to anyone. Dulong still did not give up, believing its power had been proven. If mass-produced, humanity would have a chance to fight back. Lang Hao shook his head and explained it was not that he refused, but that the nano-human seed could not be replicated. There was only one in existence, and it was no longer inside his body. He further revealed a secret. The nano-human seed was created from cells taken from the severed arm of a level 9 demon, combined with the nanocore technology he personally developed. To create another one, they would need another level 9 demon with a similar adaptive gene. Without such a demon, nanotechnology alone could never reach that level of power. Lang Hao admitted he once believed this would be humanity's hope to counterattack the demons, but he eventually realized how naive he was. No matter how many generations tried, one person alone could never change the war. Dulong then asked where the only nano-human seed was now. Number 0 smiled meaningfully and said it was inside a true warrior, someone who could grow alongside demons and eventually surpass and defeat them. That person had no idea that this gift had already been secretly implanted inside their body by Lang Hao. At this moment, she was still peacefully enjoying her days with her family, completely unaware of the fate waiting ahead. Lang Hao concluded by predicting that Qin Yu and his companions would one day lead humanity into the final war against the demons. They would conquer the king of the battle realm, crush all internal rebellions, march into the spirit realm, and from there, open a new era of peace for humanity. The story ends here.